In the vast, desolate deserts of the Afghan mountains, where golden sands swirl endlessly, a young Asian man of striking countenance and exceptional demeanor strides forward with unwavering resolve. He hails from the mysterious and ancient land of the East, known as Lichi. Not long ago, an unforeseen incident led him through a clandestine passage, inadvertently thrusting him into this parallel universe. Accompanying his journey is an extraordinary capacity for learning, akin to a miraculous transformation of fate. At any moment, he absorbs the abilities, thoughts, knowledge, and skills of others with an insatiable thirst, even acquiring extraordinary powers that defy comprehension. Additionally, he has awakened a formidable gift of mental control, capable of subtly implanting mental imprints within others' consciousness while also executing precise manipulations directly before them. Having processed these astonishing revelations, Li Qi's emotions surged tumultuously, a blend of excitement and anticipation. The system informs him that he has entered a realm infused with elements from both Marvel and DC, where superheroes and beings of extraordinary power coexist like brilliant stars, with challenges and opportunities lurking at every turn. This world not only brims with challenges and prospects, but also boasts a myriad of enchanting and captivating women, akin to stars awaiting his acquaintance and conquest. Deep within, Li Qi silently vows to establish his foothold in this land of formidable beings and to win the hearts of at least 50 women, compelling them to willingly become his most devoted followers. He gazes upward at the blazing sun, its fiery glare seemingly capable of melting all in its path, then shifts his sight to a short distance away, where military jeeps and Hummers are haphazardly parked. Soldiers in military garb traverse the area, and an anti-aircraft gun stands ominously, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierces the air, and missile trails erupt like fiery dragons, shooting towards the surrounding peaks like celestial arrows. Alas, Li Qi thinks, could this be Tony Stark testing weapons in the desert? Uncertain of the potential lethality of the missiles detonating nearby, Li Qi senses a transformation within himself. His physical prowess has undeniably surpassed that of ordinary men. Yet, he remains cautious, understanding that in perilous situations, prudence is paramount. At that moment, a missile hurtles towards him like a deadly meteor, exploding upon impact with a nearby dune, enveloping the area in a cloud of sand and dust. Li Qi swiftly covers his mouth and nose with his hand, his feet propelling him away with remarkable speed, desperate to escape this perilous environment. Veering to the right, he aims to intercept the convoy of Hummers and Jeeps, seeking an explanation from Tony Stark for this unwarranted calamity. Just then, another convoy rushes in, launching a fierce assault on Stark's vehicles. Gunfire erupts violently, and in the ensuing chaos, the assailants swiftly overtake Stark's military convoy. At that moment, Tony Stark finds himself trapped within a Hummer, anxiety and panic etched across his face. The driver slumps lifelessly over the steering wheel, blood pooling, while a female officer, who moments ago shared laughter with him, lies motionless in the desert sand, her fate uncertain. Li Qi races to the scene, reaching the Hummer in an instant. Observing Stark trembling within, a bomb hurtles towards them with a deafening roar. Instinctively, Li Qi kicks the Hummer away with tremendous force, propelling it a meter distant, while he sidesteps to safety. The bomb detonates nearby, leaving him unharmed. In this tumultuous scene, Li Qi experiences the sheer power of his own capabilities for the first time, a confident smile gracing his lips as he revels in the realization of his strength. Confronted by armed assailants brandishing AK-47s and various assault rifles, he charges forth fearlessly, swiftly overpowering the criminals with his newly enhanced physicality. They collapse like autumn leaves caught in a tempest. The remaining military personnel, witnessing the display of valor, rally with renewed vigor, advancing in a tide against the defeated assailants. As the dust settles, they gather around Li Qi, their respect for his prowess palpable in their admiring gazes. At last, the trembling Tony Stark finds the courage to open the door of the Hummer. After enduring the storm of danger, he regains a semblance of composure. He attempts to express his gratitude or perhaps offer a generous reward for his rescue. However, at that moment, Li Qi decisively employs his mental control ability, his eyes shimmering with a strange light, instantly turning Tony Stark into his first puppet. The master-servant dynamic is established without need for words. Stark bows his head in deference, eyes filled with submission, acknowledging Li Chi as his absolute sovereign. Subsequently, Stark instructs the convoy to leave a portion of their team to secure the scene while the rest continue their escort mission. The convoy leader nods in agreement, efficiently organizing the remaining personnel. Two Hummers, bearing Li Chi and his new companion, race swiftly towards the local military base. They board a military transport plane, and after a brief journey, they arrive at the airport in Afghanistan's capital, heading straight to the headquarters of Stark Industries. Throughout the journey, Tony Stark remains dutifully by Li Chi's side, reporting on his situation and that of the company, willingly transferring a substantial portion of his wealth and company shares to Li Chi. Simultaneously, Li Chi absorbs Stark's profound knowledge and exceptional skills, enhancing his own abilities immeasurably. The following morning, a military Hercules transport aircraft descends gradually at a military airport near New York. As the rear door opens, Li Chi spots Virginia Potts, Stark Industries' diligent assistant, anxiously pacing nearby. Tall and elegantly poised, she wears a fitted white blouse with a slightly open collar, paired with a black pencil skirt that accentuates her curves, complemented by sheer black stockings. She exudes an aura of professionalism and grace, reminiscent of a queen in the corporate realm. In this moment, her hands clench tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure, her face etched with concern as medical personnel and stretchers await her behind. Upon seeing Tony Stark emerge from the transport aircraft unscathed, her anxiety dissipates, replaced by a look of relief and gratitude. Accompanied by Tony, who was manipulated like a mere puppet, Li Chi approached without uttering a single superfluous word. His gaze sharpened momentarily as he employed his mental control to subdue Pepper Potts, implanting within her mind an indelible seed of loyalty that would prevent her from ever betraying him. Having successfully ensnared both individuals, Li Chi dismissed the medical personnel who had accompanied them and entered a sleek black luxury sedan. With Happy, the corpulent head of security, by his side, they proceeded towards Tony Stark's opulent villa in New York. Nestled within the affluent district of New York, Tony maintained a residence of considerable grandeur. As the two black luxury vehicles glided into the estate, Li Chi was truly struck by the epitome of wealth's lavishness. The villa's exterior exuded an air of magnificence, reminiscent of a palace, surrounded by meticulously manicured gardens bursting with vibrant blooms. Upon disembarking, Tony instructed Happy to assemble all security personnel and staff within the villa. In the courtyard, he solemnly declared that everyone present must adhere to Mr. Lee's directives. The gathered individuals regarded the somewhat dashing Asian man before them with a mixture of confusion, disbelief, and a few who chose to acquiesce, nodding in silent agreement. Happy, with his ample belly protruding, openly affirmed Tony's command, his face adorned with an ingratiating smile. Li Chi, however, chose not to exert his mental prowess over this assembly of men and women, perceiving them merely as inconsequential figures. He then led Tony and Pepper into the spacious and grand villa, contemplating how to leverage his current resources to gradually establish a formidable influence in this world teeming with superheroes and fantastical elements. Chapter 2. The service of Pepper in the respectful company of Tony and Pepper, Li Chi embarked on an initial tour of the grand and imposing villa. During the exploration, Tony informed Pepper that he had nearly relinquished his entire fortune to the master, a revelation that did not astonish Pepper as a newly minted follower. It was estimated that these assets amounted to over 100 billion US dollars, a staggering figure indeed. After a brief circuit of the villa, Li Chi concluded that while it exuded opulence, its functional layout and environmental considerations rendered it unsuitable as an ideal base for the design and production of armored suits. Under Li Chi's mental influence, Tony promptly proposed, "Master, I possess a panoramic villa in Malibu, California, perched on a hillside by the sea. It should perfectly meet your requirements." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of approval flashed in Li Chi's eyes, and he decisively commanded Tony, "Immediately renovate that villa to my specifications, and ensure the execution is swift and flawless." Obedient to his commands, Tony wasted no time and hurriedly departed New York for Malibu. Meanwhile, Li Chi, accompanied by Pepper, leisurely returned to the luxurious master bedroom. Upon gently pushing open the door, he was greeted by a spacious, sunlit room. At that moment, the voice of the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, slightly mechanical, yet imbued with warmth due to special settings, resonated clearly from a concealed part of the wall. Tony had reprogrammed all of Jarvis's functions. And now Jarvis regarded Li Qi as the unequivocal master, its synthesized voice naturally infused with profound respect. Esteemed master, it addressed Li Qi, the bathwater has been meticulously prepared. The temperature is just right, and it is pleasantly fragrant. The kitchen is currently busily preparing your welcome luncheon. Following the direction of the voice, Li Qi glanced towards the adjacent bathroom, where a steaming bath awaited, filled with perfectly warm water. Satisfied with such thoughtful arrangements, he nodded appreciatively at Jarvis, saying, "Well done, Jarvis. Now, please convey my first important order to the company. Immediately terminate the employment of Vice President and General Manager Obadiah Stane and initiate a comprehensive internal investigation against him." In Li Qi's mind, Obadiah Stane was undoubtedly the primary obstacle on his path to progress. Thus, upon assuming the chairmanship of Stark Enterprises, he wasted no time in addressing this issue. Although Stane's personal assets were not as astronomical as those of Tony Stark, they still approached $300 to $400 billion. Li Qi resolved to take action against him first, should Stane refuse to comply or submit. Li Qi would not hesitate to employ more stringent and decisive measures to clear his path forward. Jarvis, with its slightly humanized voice, clearly reiterated the president's command and, like a discerning servant, judiciously ceased further verbal interaction. As an advanced artificial intelligence program, it seemed to comprehend that it was inappropriate to remain present at this moment, and thus it voluntarily disabled all audiovisual functions in the luxurious bedroom, granting Li Qi a private space. Li Qi slowly turned his gaze to Pepper, the blonde woman. Tall and graceful, adorned in a meticulously tailored business suit that perfectly accentuated her figure, stood with her head slightly bowed, her face radiating deep respect for Li Qi. He understood that his primary focus was on women superheroes endowed with special powers or abilities. However, at this moment, Pepper's intelligence and competence made her an invaluable ally in managing complex affairs. With Pepper by his side, Li Qi strolled into the bathroom. As he prepared for his bath, Pepper, akin to a well-trained personal maid, attended to him. After their time in the bath, Li Qi meandered to the soft, inviting bed. Opposite the bed stood a vast floor-to-ceiling window that offered a glimpse over much of the affluent district. However, being situated in New York City, its elevation was not particularly high, and the view ultimately felt limited. Li Qi knew that tomorrow, from the top of Stark Tower, he would behold nearly a third of Manhattan, a landmark building soaring over 90 stories tall, where one could truly appreciate the unparalleled splendor and vibrancy of the city, an ultimate visual experience. At that moment, the sun blazed fiercely, its glaring rays streaming through the window. Li Qi furrowed his brow slightly and softly instructed Pepper, "Pepper, please lower the blackout curtains." As Jarvis did not provide immediate service in this room, manual adjustment was necessary. Pepper, upon hearing this, gracefully approached the window and pressed a button. As the curtains descended, the room was enveloped in a soothing dimness. Li Qi, alongside Pepper, reclined comfortably on the bed, marking the first time a follower served the master. After a while, Li Qi turned to Pepper and gently said, "Pepper, please prepare yourself. We shall head to the dining area for our meal." At this moment, the kitchen in the main dining area was fervently preparing a lavish Chinese banquet, a meticulous effort initiated by Tony before his departure to honor Li Qi. Meanwhile, Happy was driving swiftly, racing Tony towards Malibu. Shortly thereafter, Li Qi and Pepper arrived at the dining area hand in hand. 12 attendants, clad in matching uniforms, moved in perfect synchrony, serving the elaborate banquet with the precision of trained dancers. Pepper stood gracefully beside, ever ready to assist Li Qi. He cast a warm smile towards her, signaling that she need not be so formal, and she obediently nodded before taking her seat at the table. Chapter 3. The resolution of the bald man. The bald butler stood nearby, his gaze constantly monitoring the dining table, his face perpetually adorned with a professional smile. Only when their new master, Li Qi, displayed a look of satisfaction did the previously taut nerves begin to ease. Once the meal concluded, Li Qi gracefully rose, clasping his hands together and bowing slightly, expressing heartfelt gratitude for everyone's diligent efforts in an appropriately sincere manner characteristic of Eastern etiquette. Subsequently, he gently beckoned to little Pepper, and the two returned to the master suite. The staff within the villa were filled with joy, their movements quick and efficient as they tidied the tableware. Arranging the dining area with meticulous care, they silently rejoiced at the presence of this handsome Eastern master, as retaining their jobs implied the continuation of a stable livelihood. Upon returning to the bedroom, Li Qi leisurely approached the soft sofa, reclining back into its embrace with a sense of comfort. He lifted his right hand, snapping his fingers lightly, then gestured for little Pepper to come closer, indicating his legs, signaling her to give him a massage. Moments later, the air was filled with the magnetic voice of the artificial intelligence. "Jarvis, Obadiah Stane, Vice President of Stark Enterprises, has arrived and is currently entering the villa." Due to the close relationship between Obadiah Stane and Tony, he was allowed to pass through the villa's security with ease. In an instant, A holographic projection clearly displayed 3 black armored luxury cars slowly coming to a halt before the villa. The door of the first vehicle opened, and Obadiah Stane's corpulent figure struggled to emerge from the back seat. He then lumbered forward with heavy steps, steadily entering through the villa's entrance. Jarvis also presented thermal imaging from within the 3 vehicles, revealing a dozen individuals quietly awaiting inside. If they were merely bodyguards, such an assembly seemed overly cautious. Li Qi merely cast a cursory glance, yet discerned the bald man's intentions. It appeared he had not anticipated Tony's safe return, and this visit was an opportunity to assess the situation and neutralize the potential threat posed by this corpulent vice president. Li Qi requested Little Pepper to help him adjust his shirt and jacket, and guided by Jarvis's precise instructions, he strode confidently to the study's door. The villa had 3 floors, with the study located on the first. As they descended, they encountered each other at the threshold. The bald man was taken aback by the appearance of an unfamiliar Eastern face within the villa, halting abruptly, his eyes widening in astonishment. Quickly, Li Qi calmly explained his presence, stating that he had assumed control of nearly all of Tony's assets, including shares in Stark Enterprises. Thus, at the study's entrance, Li Qi addressed Obadiah Stane with a composed demeanor and resolute tone. I am now the chairman and CEO of the company, whether you accept it or not. You are now my subordinate. The disparity in their respective shares was vast. Tony had regarded Obadiah Stane as a mentor and friend due to their shared history of founding the company alongside Tony's father. Li Qi, however, paid no heed to such past affections, fully aware that Obadiah Stane posed numerous detrimental influences on Tony and Stark Enterprises, necessitating prompt resolution. Initially taken aback by Li Qi's declaration, the bald man seemed unprepared for this sudden turn of events. According to his plan, Tony should have been imprisoned in a hidden cave in the Afghan mountains, yet he had returned unscathed. Should Tony delve deeper, the connections he had with the Ten Rings and his illicit arms dealings would undoubtedly be exposed. Thus, he had intended to secretly abduct his nephew in the villa. With 3 vehicles containing over a dozen elite bodyguards and Ten Rings mercenaries, the absence of Tony and the presence of an unfamiliar Eastern man surprised him. Subsequently, the bald man attempted to regain control of the situation, stepping forward with outstretched hands, suggesting, "Brother, let us discuss matters in the living room regarding the company's shares. I have been preparing for this." Li Qi understood that the bald man was likely covertly acquiring Stark Enterprises stock on the secondary market, attempting to increase his shareholding. Nodding slightly, Li Qi gestured for him to enter, leading them both to the living room. The bald man audaciously took a seat on the adjacent sofa, his hefty frame causing the luxurious furniture to creak under the strain. With an air of confidence, he leaned slightly forward, hands folded upon his knees, addressing Li Qi. "Listen, my Eastern brother, regardless of how many shares you hold, I now represent the board and must inquire about Tony. Our weaponry plans seem to be lagging, and the next project has yet to materialize. The board members are growing increasingly dissatisfied." Adjusting his posture slightly, he aimed to introduce more formidable topics. Li Qi remained composed on the main sofa opposite him, smiling as he regarded the bald man. With a casual snap of his fingers, he signaled Jarvis to project the images of the 3 vehicles outside the villa into the air. Narrowing his eyes, he activated his abilities, observing the occupants within the cars grow pale and struggle for breath. Then, turning his gaze back to the corpulent man before him, Li Qi's smile vanished, his expression growing cold as he said icily, "Fat man, I warn you, your people are under my control. If you do not comply and surrender all your shares, voluntarily resign, you may yet have the chance to retire peacefully. Otherwise, imprisonment will be the least of your worries." The bald man was not so easily intimidated by Li Qi's words. His right hand, concealed in his pocket, discreetly pressed the button on the ultrasonic device he had brought. In an instant, a piercing ultrasonic wave filled the living room, capable of incapacitating an ordinary person. His plan was to subdue Tony and force him to sign a share transfer agreement while executing a secret abduction. However, as an enhanced individual, Li Qi was impervious to the effects of the ultrasonic wave. Noticing the bald man's refusal to heed his warning, Li Qi's gaze sharpened, and with a mere flicker of his abilities, an invisible force enveloped the bald man, rendering his body rigid and immobile. Once the ultrasonic wave was neutralized, Li Qi instructed Little Pepper to prepare a share transfer and resignation agreement. With another snap of his fingers, the bald man, like a marionette, obediently signed his name, transferring his 15 ownership of the company to Li Qi without compensation, while relinquishing all positions within Stark Enterprises. Afterward, Li Qi planned to assign this controlled individual to the logistics department of Stark Enterprises, retaining him for future contact with the Ten Rings, thus sparing the bald man's life for the time being. Chapter 4. The emergence of the Black Widow. As Rich engaged in lighthearted banter, his demeanor suddenly shifted, and he coldly commanded the members of the Ten Rings gang to disembark from their vehicle. He then exited the villa and made his way directly to the artificial lake nearby, intending to cast them into its depths to atone for their heinous deeds. Utilizing his unique abilities, Rich discerned the thoughts of the bodyguards and security personnel employed by the bald man. He quickly identified 5 bodyguards consumed by malevolent intentions, rife with greed and cruelty. Without hesitation, he ordered them to join the Ten Rings assassins in their watery punishment. Conversely, he sensed a degree of goodness in the remaining 3 security personnel who still harbored justice and conscience. Thus, he extended them clemency, suggesting they seek new employment and forget the events that transpired, hoping they would choose a righteous path henceforth. As for the bald man, Rich's expression turned grave as he instructed him to personally submit his resignation at the board meeting the following day and to subsequently take on menial tasks in Stark Industries' logistics department. Rich successfully acquired the shares of Stark Industries that the bald man had managed, and with a wave of his hand, he dismissed him to return to his villa, instructing him to inform the board members of an upcoming meeting. Throughout the ordeal, Pepper Potts stood quietly at the study's entrance, her gaze fixed intently upon Rich, who had effortlessly resolved a significant dilemma without raising a finger. Once the situation had been resolved, she looked at him with apprehension and gently adjusted his shirt. With no further matters to attend to, Rich decided to return to the master bedroom with Pepper. They settled onto the plush sofa, engaging in conversation. With the afternoon free, Rich planned to upgrade the villa's artificial intelligence, JARVIS, utilizing the specialized knowledge he had acquired from Tony. Enhancing the AI proved to be a straightforward task. He sat at the computer, immersing himself in the upgrade process from the afternoon until past 7 in the evening, ultimately achieving a significant enhancement of JARVIS. The upgraded AI now boasted performance levels exceeding those of contemporary artificial intelligence by more than threefold, enabling it to undertake tasks beyond conventional capabilities. Rich intended to grant JARVIS full control over Stark Industries, as he had long envisioned a gradual withdrawal from arms trading over the coming years, redirecting efforts towards the research of clean energy and various sustainable development projects. That evening, the kitchen prepared an extravagant banquet, replete with diverse and sumptuous dishes. After dining, Rich frowned slightly, considering such extravagance wasteful, as he valued frugality. Consequently, he summoned the kitchen staff and gently yet firmly advised them to simplify their culinary offerings, emphasizing the importance of moderation. The chefs and servants, upon hearing his words, felt a newfound appreciation for their considerate and principled new master. Later that night, Rich called for Tony's presence. At around 10 o'clock, after enjoying a bath with Pepper's assistance, Tony hurried back from Malibu, promptly reporting the situation to Rich. He respectfully informed him that renovations at the villa were proceeding according to schedule. Rich nodded slightly and instructed Tony to attend the board meeting the next day to announce his resignation and inform the other board members of the change and major shareholders, as well as the company's gradual phasing out of weapon manufacturing in favor of renewable energy and sustainable development projects. Tony acknowledged his understanding, but cautioned Rich about potential resistance from some conservative board members. Rich merely smiled, exuding confidence and tranquility, dismissing the concern. He then gestured for Tony to retire to another guest room while he and Pepper returned to the master bedroom to rest. The following morning, after breakfast, Rich received a call from the bald man, informing him that the board meeting would commence on time. Accompanied by Pepper and Tony, they set off for Stark Industries, driven by the corpulent head of security, Happy. Upon arriving at the expansive conference room, a woman with flowing orange hair emerged gracefully from a side office. Tall and impeccably proportioned, she wore a fitted white secretary's blouse that clung to her figure like a second skin, accentuating her slender waist. Her black pencil skirt elongated her legs, and she walked with an air of confidence, her black high heels clicking rhythmically against the floor. In her hands, she held a neatly organized document, ready for Tony's signature. At this juncture, news of Tony's resignation had yet to be made public, and the staff still regarded him as the chairman. Tony gently shook his head, declining the pen offered by the female secretary, instead respectfully inviting Rich to sign. He addressed her earnestly, stating, "Listen, I have stepped down as chairman of the company, and Mr. Rich here will take over. Henceforth, all matters will be under his purview." The secretary, taken aback, slowly raised her gaze to meet Rich's. It was then that he beheld the strikingly beautiful and refined visage of Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. Her eyes resembled deep, tranquil waters, and her finely sculpted lips parted slightly in surprise at the unexpected news, as if silently questioning the implications. Indeed, this secretary was none other than the renowned super spy from S.H.I.E.L.D. Rich, noticing her feigned astonishment, allowed a knowing smile to grace his lips as he remarked, "I never anticipated that such a celebrated super agent would stoop to the role of a mere secretary within my company, engaging in trivial clerical tasks. How about this? Why not participate in coordinating significant company affairs and contribute to our development strategies moving forward?" In an instant, the Black Widow's expression shifted to one of profound surprise. She had not expected that within mere hours of infiltrating Stark Industries, this evidently extraordinary new master would recognize her true identity. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reports indicated that Tony Stark had been rescued by a man of remarkable strength. Was it possible that this man before her was an enhanced individual or perhaps a mutant? A cascade of questions flooded her mind. Chapter 5. Capturing the Black Widow. When Li Qi called out the name of Black Widow Natasha with unwavering determination, her heart constricted sharply. However, years of her career as a spy, coupled with rigorous and demanding training, had carved an unshakable calm into the depths of her soul. At that moment, she maintained her signature smile, flawlessly embodying the image of a dutiful secretary. She gently shook her head, adopting an artfully innocent tone as she said, "Chairman, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I was just fortunate enough to be hired by Stark Industries today as a secretary, and I truly have no understanding of what you were referring to." As she spoke, her expression was filled with innocence and bewilderment. Li Qi observed the impeccably tailored secretary uniform adorning Natasha with keen interest. Her blouse was as white as snow, complemented by a form-fitting black pencil skirt that accentuated her curves, while black stockings added an alluring air of mystery. Li Qi couldn't help but smile internally. It seemed that fortune had favored him effortlessly, disregarding Natasha's protestations and with less than half a meter separating them. Li Qi's gaze sharpened as he decisively activated his unique ability acquired through his time travel, mental control. This power acted as a mystical key, quietly unlocking the chains of the mind and seizing control of another's will. In an instant, Natasha's demeanor shifted dramatically, her previous facade faded, replaced by an expression of compliance. In a cordial tone, she said, "Master, if there is anything you require, please do not hesitate to command me. It would be my utmost honor to assist you." From that moment, a distinct and intimate master-servant relationship was established in Natasha's perception. In public settings, she would respectfully address Li Qi as Sir, while in more private spaces, they would use more familiar terms of endearment. Li Qi nodded slightly, taking a stack of documents from Natasha's hands. The papers contained urgent matters requiring the chairman's signature, primarily concerning Stark Industries' immediate needs. He picked up a pen and swiftly signed his name, wishing to avoid the stubborn and troublesome board members. He turned to Natasha and said, "I do not wish to attend this board meeting. You will attend in my stead. Inform the board that Stark Industries will gradually cease its weapons design and manufacturing division, steadfastly shifting its focus to new energy and clean energy sectors. Natasha, you and Tony must go and persuade them." Natasha nodded resolutely, her eyes reflecting determination and confidence. After politely inclining her body in acknowledgement to Li Qi, she turned and walked gracefully towards the conference room, her steps exuding poise and assurance. Tony followed closely behind, and the two figures disappeared behind the door leading to the meeting. As soon as the conference room door swung open, a cacophony of voices surged forth, akin to a crashing tide. The large round conference table was surrounded by nearly a dozen Stark Industries board members, varying in size and gender, engaged in a heated debate, each voice vying for dominance. These board members prioritized company profits above all, viewing financial gain as the sole measure of corporate success, as if the company's future hinged solely on cold, hard numbers. This year, renowned for his genius in weapon design, Tony Stark had failed to present new weapon designs, leading to a clear decline in Stark Industries' profits compared to the previous year. Consequently, the board members were racking their brains, discussing how to pressure Tony Stark into delivering a satisfactory proposal to remedy the company's economic downturn. Previously, the bald-headed Abadios had exhausted himself in wooing and convincing these board members, assuring them that he could generate greater profits for the company. Under his persuasive rhetoric, the board had reached a preliminary agreement with him. As Tony Stark entered the conference room, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell silent, all eyes converging upon him with expressions of skepticism, anticipation, and scrutiny, as if attempting to see through him. Just as someone was about to question Tony, Natasha stepped forward. Standing tall, she resembled a stately poplar, exuding an air of confidence. In her customary assertive and compelling style, she declared, "Listen, esteemed members of the board. Mr. Stark has now officially transferred all his shares to Mr. Li Qi. From this moment on, Mr. Li Qi holds the majority of shares in the company and possesses the greatest authority. Mr. Li Qi's objective is clear: to transition Stark Industries swiftly from traditional weapons manufacturing into sustainable development, which is crucial for the company's long-term growth and future positioning. If anyone has differing opinions or thoughts, we can discuss them calmly together." Her voice resonated like a bell, echoing in the conference room, each word clear and powerful, as if imbued with an invisible force compelling everyone to listen intently. As a highly regarded super agent in S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha possessed the ability to engage in deep and effective communication with the board members, leveraging her extensive network and rich experience to facilitate decision-making. Standing beside Natasha, Tony cleared his throat and, in his characteristic forthright manner, stated, "Ms. Romanoff is correct. I have officially resigned from the board and relinquished all my shares. From now on, I will wholeheartedly support this new direction." As he spoke, his gaze firmly scanned each board member, his demeanor serious and earnest, shedding any remnants of his former reckless persona. The room fell into a heavy silence, followed by a murmur of low discussions. The board members were well aware of Tony's strong opinions and insights, and now that he supported the new direction, Coupled with Natasha's persuasive articulation, they began to reevaluate this fresh path forward, their internal scales subtly shifting. Chapter 6. The obedient Black Widow in a spacious and brightly lit room. The Black Widow, Natasha, alongside Tony Stark, successfully persuaded the board members of Stark Industries to decisively shut down the weapons design and manufacturing division, redirecting their efforts towards the advancement and expansion of hydrogen energy and new energy sectors. Clad in a sharp secretary's outfit, Natasha's demeanor exuded an otherworldly elegance, perfectly accentuating her graceful, powerful silhouette. Her black stockings enveloped her legs like a dreamlike veil, making her shine like a brilliant pearl amidst the rotund figures of the board members, both male and female, who could not help but be captivated by her radiant presence. Before long, Natasha gracefully waved her hand, signaling the board members to disperse. As they departed, her gaze unwavering and her tone calm, she reassured them that they need not overly concern themselves with the company's operations. They should simply enjoy life, manage their wealth wisely, and refrain from engaging in any unlawful activities. The board members nodded in agreement, and with a smile, Tony quietly remarked to Natasha, "Miss Romanoff, we have successfully fulfilled the task assigned by Richie. Are you aware of any further actions we need to undertake?" At that moment, Natasha had not received any additional instructions from Richie either. She gently shook her head and, with a clear and focused gaze, replied to Tony, "In that case, let us report the situation to Richie." Thus, the two departed the conference room side by side. Richie was not particularly concerned with the board members' true sentiments. His primary focus remained on whether the final decision could be effectively implemented. Consequently, he entrusted Tony and Natasha with the board meeting's affairs while he leisurely strolled through the various floors of the company. He gently pushed open the door to the secretary's office, taking a leisurely tour within. At that moment, Pepper Potts was diligently working on that floor. She had successfully communicated the administrative orders regarding Tony Stark's resignation and Richie's appointment as chairman, president, and executive president of Stark Industries through all available company channels, ensuring that every stakeholder was informed of the leadership change and the impending significant reforms. At this juncture, Richie sat comfortably on the sofa in the headquarters main secretary office, observing the neatly dressed and exquisitely groomed female secretaries who were respectfully attending to the new president's inspection. As Richie's gaze swept over these striking women clad in professional attire, he couldn't help but reflect on how the scenes he once only fantasized about had now materialized into reality. As a traveler from another realm, he indeed experienced a uniquely exhilarating sensation. He rose from the sofa with poise and strolled leisurely among the secretaries. Upon observation, he discerned that they were all ordinary employees, lacking any extraordinary abilities or unique backgrounds. After circling the floor a few times, they fortuitously encountered Natasha and Tony, who had come to report their findings. Following a brief exchange, Natasha and Tony instinctively positioned themselves beside Richie, awaiting his instructions. Richie furrowed his brow thoughtfully. Several important matters required immediate attention. First, the development and production of the Iron Man suit, which was undoubtedly crucial to his future competitive edge. Second, the development strategy for Stark Industries, particularly in light of the Hammer Group, which had unwaveringly committed itself to weapon manufacturing and design, aspiring to surpass Stark Industries. Although the Hammer Group was not yet of considerable size, Richie's expression turned serious as he instructed Tony Stark, "There are two tasks you must undertake immediately. First, there is the Hammer Group, which also engages in weapon manufacturing. Reach out to them for potential collaboration, aiming for a mutually beneficial outcome. If their president is uncooperative, delve into a thorough analysis of the pros and cons from a professional business perspective. The second task concerns a former partner of your father who was dismissed from the company due to a mistake. Seek out that individual. He should have a son. Assess the son's character and capabilities to determine if he possesses potential for collaboration or development. Should you discover any ill intentions on his part, address the matter through legal channels, ensuring that he poses no threat to the company." Tony nodded earnestly, swiftly turning to execute his assignments. At that moment, a slender secretary clad in a black uniform approached with light steps. She leaned slightly to whisper a few words to Pepper, who nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Pepper approached Richie respectfully and said, "Chairman, the military liaison representative has heard about our leadership change and wishes to meet with you. The representative is currently en route." Richie nodded gently. He too was eager to meet this liaison. However, after a moment's contemplation, he instructed Pepper, "Let's arrange the meeting at the villa instead. We should return there immediately." Pepper signaled her understanding and quickly walked with the secretary in black towards the main office to communicate the relevant arrangements to the liaison. Finally, Richie turned his gaze towards Natasha, stating earnestly, "You will accompany me back to the villa, as there are investigative tasks regarding the Ten Rings organization that require your expertise. Their every action could significantly impact the company and society at large. We must gather more detailed information." As a devoted follower now, Natasha assured him, "Rest assured, I will wholeheartedly fulfill the mission." Chapter 7. The mistress of shockwaves having spoken, he waved his hand and descended the stairs with Black Widow. returning to their luxurious villa located in New York's affluent district. The two entered the elevator side by side, the atmosphere growing somewhat subdued as it descended. Upon reaching the first floor, the doors opened slowly, and they exited with poise. Ahead lay a room with its door ajar, pristine and orderly. Inside, several soft and comfortable sofas were arranged, and as Li Qi casually glanced within, he noticed approximately a dozen individuals, both men and women, all clad in crisp suits and neatly tied ties, presenting a picture of professionalism. Among them, a young woman with long black hair instantly captured Li Qi's attention. She wore a meticulously tailored white suit that accentuated her tall and slender figure. A lightweight notebook rested on her lap as she intently tapped away at the keyboard. Absorbed in her work, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Her features were striking, merging the gentle grace of the East with the sculpted contours of the West. Her deep-set eyes resembled clear springs, bright and lucid. This young woman was of mixed heritage, and with his unique perception, Li Qi quickly discerned that she possessed latent abilities, though they had yet to be awakened. Intrigued, Li Qi paused at the doorway for a mere 2 seconds, contemplating his next move. Ultimately, he refrained from directly approaching her, and instead walked steadily forward into the spacious, well-lit hall. There, reception staff welcomed visitors and guests. Li Qi made his way to a female receptionist, intending to inquire about the purpose of the dozen individuals in the adjacent room. It was evident that this receptionist belonged to Stark Industries' logistics department. Half an hour prior, she had received news regarding a change in the company's top leadership, accompanied by a close-up photograph of Li Qi. As she saw the newly appointed chairman and CEO approaching her with a question, the young receptionist, with her long golden hair and rimless glasses, felt a surge of surprise. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly adjusted her attire and respectfully informed him. Those individuals are here for interviews for positions in the engineering and computing department, and there are still about 40 to 50 minutes before the interviews begin. Li Qi nodded gently, his tone calm yet assertive. Please summon the person in charge of this interview process. After issuing his directive, he turned with Black Widow towards another office room. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man in a black suit hurriedly entered, slightly portly and impeccably groomed. Upon seeing Li Qi, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes, and he quickly approached, respectfully detailing the recruitment initiative. Li Qi raised his hand to interrupt him, for he harbored little interest in the company's routine hiring procedures. His curiosity was solely directed at the mixed heritage individual. Thus, he bluntly instructed the man, proceed with the interviews immediately. I wish to personally interview that mixed heritage candidate. Minutes later, in a simply yet professionally arranged interview room, Li Qi sat composedly across from the interviewee, having opted not to allow Black Widow to accompany him. The young woman sat upright in her chair, visibly nervous. Li Qi assessed her with a measured gaze before an unusual glimmer sparked in his eyes as he activated his mental control abilities. In an instant, an invisible force enveloped the young woman, binding her as his follower and solidifying her loyalty through mental influence. As if drawn by an unseen force, she stood from her seat, lowered her head slightly, and, with graceful steps, approached the white table, attentively awaiting her master's instructions. Li Qi regarded her gently and inquired, "What is your name?" Her voice rang clear as she replied, "I am Daisy Johnson, just turned 18, a graduate in computer science with some hacking skills." Li Qi decided then and there to secure a suitable position for Daisy within Stark Industries as a cover, recognizing her immense latent potential and the significant tasks that awaited her. With this in mind, he commanded with undeniable authority, "Go outside and meet with Black Widow Natasha. Then return to the villa with me." Daisy nodded obediently, turned, and with light steps, picked up the notebook beside her before exiting the interview room. Meanwhile, Li Qi emerged through a private door at the back, where the recruitment head awaited in a small conference room. Li Qi calmly instructed him. The candidate named Daisy Johnson meets the company's requirements. Hire her in the engineering and computing department. As for the remaining applicants, please continue the interviews as per standard procedure. The man, slightly bending forward with a smile of ingratiation, was accustomed to special hires within the company. Just as he was about to speak, Li Qi raised his hand, gently shaking his head, signaling that no further words were necessary. At the entrance, Black Widow Natasha and Daisy Johnson awaited quietly in the corridor. Upon seeing their leader emerge, they promptly followed Li Qi, and the three made their way across the grand hall, subsequently departing from the magnificent Stark Tower. Chapter 8. The two ladies accompanying the protagonist Rick departed from Stark Tower, accompanied by the future wave woman, Daisy Johnson. In the parking lot, the portly Happy respectfully opened the rear door, welcoming Rick into the vehicle. Rick glanced at the two lovely ladies beside him, noticing that 2 cars were arranged for their outing. He raised his hand, gesturing for the 2 women to join him in the back seat of the first sleek black sedan. Despite Rick's remarkable abilities, Happy, out of security concerns, advised that 2 vehicles be arranged for their departure, with the second car equipped with 2 security personnel. The 2 vehicles gradually left Stark Tower, merging into the bustling city expressway, speeding towards the affluent district of New York. Rick sat comfortably between the 2 ladies. The elongated black luxury sedan, featuring a partition that created an intimate atmosphere as it slowly descended. Happy focused intently on driving, occasionally whispering through the vehicle's communication system to the security personnel in the following car, ever vigilant against unforeseen circumstances. Since the incident involving Tony Stark's ambush in Afghanistan, Happy had come to appreciate the weight of his responsibilities as the head of security, understanding that danger lurks in every corner of the world. Hence his prudent suggestion to Rick to travel with additional security. After a smooth journey on the expressway, the vehicles gently exited and soon arrived at the serene Villa district. Upon entering the villa's gates, Happy deftly pressed the accelerator, bringing the car to a steady halt. Rick released his hold on the two women, smiling as he first opened the doors on either side, allowing all three to elegantly disembark from the back seat. Happy then exited the driver's seat, casting a discreet glance at his employer and the two ladies. Noticing their neatly tailored secretary outfits and white women's suits, he couldn't help but reassess his impression of his new employer. Rick led the two women with a relaxed gait into the villa, which was bustling with the kitchen staff methodically preparing lunch. Since Rick had specifically requested a modest meal rather than a lavish banquet, the kitchen's workload was significantly lighter than usual. He guided the two ladies to the master bedroom, and with a command, the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, promptly lowered the black isolation curtains on the floor-to-ceiling windows, effectively blocking ultraviolet rays and harsh sunlight, transforming the room into a refreshingly comfortable environment. Upon entering the master bedroom, allowing Jarvis to transport items without the need for other servants, Jarvis responded crisply, swiftly scanning the measurements of the super agent and future wave woman, before delivering several suitable outfits from the villa storage via the transport passage. With a smile, Rick pointed to the open wardrobe, which displayed an array of pristine stockings, black and white uniforms, skirts, jeans, bras, and lingerie, indicating that they could select suitable clothing after their shower. Subsequently, he leisurely walked into the nearby bathroom, where water at an ideal temperature was always prepared. The servants had meticulously cleaned the bathroom earlier that morning, ensuring all bathing essentials were readily available. The two ladies followed closely behind Rick into the bathroom. After all three had finished showering, Daisy Johnson gently picked up a soft white towel, carefully and attentively drying Rick's body, while Natasha Romanoff held the clothing, thoughtfully assisting him in dressing. The two ladies then gracefully approached the wardrobe, meticulously selecting appropriate outfits to change into. Daisy chose a white shirt paired with a knee-length white skirt, exuding a fresh elegance. Natasha, preferring not to wear skirts, opted for jeans and a black t-shirt, showcasing a more pragmatic allure. Both ladies possessed cascading long hair, freshly washed, their youthful vitality radiating even without makeup, each embodying their unique charm. Natasha, as a super agent, emanated a rugged grace, while Daisy appeared refined and cultured, their contrasting qualities pleasing Rick, who nodded in satisfaction at their attire. Chapter 9. The Black Widow in uniform. After the two young women assisted the protagonist in bathing, the rich, magnetic, and humanized voice of Jarvis resonated, informing that lunch was ready. With a gentle smile, the protagonist nodded slightly and led his two newly acquired companions towards the dining room. Upon their arrival, Jarvis, once again, with his intelligent and amiable voice, informed the protagonist that the military liaison, Major James Rhodes, had arrived at the villa and inquired whether he should be granted entry. At this moment, Rhodes held only the rank of major and had not been in contact with Stark Industries for long. The protagonist instructed Jarvis to allow him in and warmly invited him to join the meal. Seated comfortably at the head of the dining table, the protagonist awaited Rhodes's arrival. Moments later, Major Rhodes, clad in a crisp military green uniform, entered the dining room with a steady gait, guided courteously by Jarvis. He gently pushed open the door, revealing a spacious dining area that, apart from the three of them, was devoid of others. Jarvis's intelligent voice elegantly introduced the protagonist and Major Rhodes to each other. Upon hearing the introduction, a warm smile blossomed on Rhodes's face as he stepped forward and extended his hand to greet the protagonist with enthusiasm. Mr. Stark, I heard today that Stark Industries has a new leader, so I hurried here, hoping to maintain our amicable cooperation with the military. The protagonist observed the military representative with a composed demeanor, noting his neatly cropped hair, slightly plump face, and dark complexion, indicating possible African descent. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, the protagonist smiled and gestured for Rhodes to take a seat, inviting him to enjoy lunch together. Rhodes, having no reservations, graciously accepted the invitation, then glanced at the two ladies flanking the protagonist and complimented, Mr. Stark, these two ladies beside you are truly outstanding in appearance. The protagonist merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate on their identities. Rhodes, perceiving the unspoken cue, chuckled softly, raised his glass, and took a sip of wine before revealing the true purpose of his visit. Mr. Stark, I come on behalf of the military primarily to discuss our upcoming collaboration. I have heard that your company plans to shut down the weapons design and manufacturing department. Might I request that you reconsider this decision? Stark Industries weaponry has always been a crucial assurance for the military. This transcends mere business and directly pertains to national security. After listening intently, the protagonist leisurely finished his drink, elegantly setting the glass back on the table before responding. Major, you may call me Stark, and I shall refer to you as Rhodes. The truth is, I personally and fundamentally oppose the production of weapons that could potentially threaten innocent civilians, and I am unwilling to engage in such manufacturing. That is my boundary. Rhodes shook his head gently, concern evident in his tone. This is no simple matter. You will face significant resistance. The protagonist smiled confidently, his gaze resolute and composed. I fear no challenge, and I firmly believe this is the right choice. Rhodes stood thoughtfully, moving beside the protagonist, and earnestly advised, Stark, I understand your perspective, but I hope you will reconsider. Rhodes, with a meaningful smile, neither explicitly agreed nor directly refuted, as he had come to gauge the protagonist's stance, knowing that higher military officials would formally engage with him later. At this moment, clarity was achieved. Both men shared a smile and casually addressed each other by name. After a few more light exchanges, lunch concluded. Rhodes gently wiped his mouth with a napkin and informed the protagonist, Stark, I must return to the base to report to my superiors. I bid you farewell. Upon hearing this, the protagonist rose and warmly shook hands with the military liaison once more. Subsequently, Major Rhodes departed the villa, driving back to the base to relay his findings. The protagonist, unfazed by the encounter, resolved to accelerate the development of the iron armor, intending to promptly return to the villa in Malibu, where his puppet, Tony, was located. To continue his work on the armor, he instructed the Black Widow, Natasha, to return to S.H.I.E.L.D. to delve deeper into the Ten Rings organization. Currently, the Ten Rings had secretly colluded with Obadiah Stane, and it remained uncertain how many spies and insiders were embedded in New York, Los Angeles, and within Stark Industries. It was imperative to uncover this matter swiftly. The protagonist resolutely decided to bring the Ten Rings under his control, particularly aiming to acquire their prized possession, the Ten Rings themselves. Natasha nodded slightly in understanding, her slender fingers retrieving a set of S.H.I.E.L.D. uniforms from her bag. After all, returning to the base necessitated a change into this attire. The uniform, crafted from top-tier specialized materials, was a deep black reminiscent of the night. Natasha adeptly donned the uniform before the protagonist, and it appeared to meld with her form, accentuating her graceful figure while bestowing upon her an innate air of elegance and poise. The delicate silver patterns at the collar glimmered subtly in the light, while the tailored design fit her perfectly, highlighting her alluring curves and exuding a sense of both sensuality and competence. The protagonist sent the future Quake, Daisy Johnson, to the living room, leaving only himself and Natasha in the master suite. He savored the presence of the Black Widow in uniform. Once their moment concluded, the protagonist's expression turned serious as he issued a command for Natasha to return to S.H.I.E.L.D. and reminded her to stay in touch should any matters arise. Natasha nodded, a hint of pride gracing her otherwise composed demeanor. At that moment, she transformed back into the proud, formidable super agent she was known to be, and the protagonist's influence over her seemed to wane slightly. After bidding farewell to the protagonist, Natasha exited the villa and, at a nearby intersection, used S.H.I.E.L.D.'s specialized communication device to summon patrolling vehicles, returning to the agency's New York base. Inside the villa, the protagonist entered the living room to find Daisy Johnson focused intently on her laptop. As he approached, he discovered she was developing a new hacking software. Observing closely, he found Daisy's hacking skills to be quite impressive. Noticing the protagonist's presence, Daisy promptly rose and respectfully reported her activities. The protagonist nodded in acknowledgement. Harboring a distinct plan for Daisy, he intended to awaken the latent abilities within her, nurturing her into a super agent to be integrated into S.H.I.E.L.D. for his future endeavors. Thus, the protagonist gazed at Daisy Johnson with earnest intent and stated, Daisy, within you lies a pure energy waiting to be unleashed. You are destined to become an exceptional agent, and I shall assist you in awakening this power. Daisy's mixed heritage visage revealed no overt expression. Her loyalty was firmly under the protagonist's control, and her restrictions were even greater than Natasha's. She simply nodded silently, standing obediently by the protagonist's side, ready to accept the awakening of her powers. Chapter 10. Enjoying the private jet, Rich pondered for a moment, realizing that the villa lacked the necessary equipment, and it seemed he must proceed to the Malibu estate of the puppet Tony. Consequently, Rich informed the artificial intelligence JARVIS to notify the head of security, Happy, to prepare the convoy for the return to Malibu. After issuing the command, Rich, accompanied by his servant Daisy Johnson, made his way back to the master bedroom. There was no need to pack their belongings, for the other villa was equally well equipped. Upon their return to the bedroom, Rich noticed an ancient mural adorning the side wall. The mural, square in shape and nearly 2 meters on each side, depicted a vibrant scene of a future World's Fair. At the center lay a bustling venue, surrounded by pavilions, resting areas, and various ancillary structures, including corridors, staircases, and pedestrian walkways. Recognizing the three-dimensional quality of the old oil painting, Rich surmised it was a creation of Howard Stark's visionary imagination from over 30 years ago. At this moment, the puppet Tony had no use for it, so he decided to complete it in accordance with Howard Stark's progressive concept. Together with Daisy Johnson, he carefully removed the mural, ensuring it was taken with him. During the journey to the Malibu estate, Rich also copied a version of J.A.R.V.I.S.'s core system, placing it in the villa. The systems of the two villas, along with Stark Tower, were all interconnected in real time, allowing for seamless data sharing and immediate compliance with Rich's directives. Furthermore, J.A.R.V.I.S.'s system would continue to upgrade itself. Afterward, Rich and Daisy Johnson descended to the courtyard, where the convoy was already prepared. Being cautious to ensure safety, Happy was vigilant. The portly man opened the rear door of the middle black armored vehicle, respectfully inviting his employer and his follower to enter. Rich reflected that, as a wealthy individual, his mode of transportation should not be confined to land. He had never experienced the luxury of a private helicopter or jet. The flight from here to Malibu, California, would take approximately 2 hours by private aircraft. Thus, considering the privilege of the affluent, Rich deemed it an opportune moment to indulge in this experience. He communicated his thoughts to the portly Happy, who complied with the arrangement. The private airport was located about 15 minutes from the villa. The convoy, consisting of 3 vehicles, swiftly made its way to the private airport. Along the route, notifications had already been made to the air traffic control system. Upon arrival, Rich, along with the portly Happy and 2 bodyguards, boarded the private jet, which taxied down the long runway before gracefully ascending into the sky. This small private jet was manufactured by a mysterious Eastern nation, and the crew, including the flight attendants and pilots, were all legitimate employees of Stark Industries. During the flight, Rich conversed casually with several attractive female attendants. Dressed in specially tailored uniforms, they wore cobalt blue t-shirts paired with form-fitting black skirts, complemented by nude stockings and elegant high heels. The typical Western beauties, with high cheekbones and flowing black hair, spoke in soft, melodious tones, serving rich champagne and beer. Observing the attendants, Rich enthusiastically invited them to join him for drinks and singing. The cabin was equipped with portable karaoke, microphones, and a high-definition screen, creating a relaxed and jovial atmosphere. Initially somewhat reserved, the attendants gradually loosened up after singing a couple of songs. In contrast, Daisy Johnson, as a follower, appeared slightly more restrained. After singing a few songs, she settled beside her master, quietly sipping her beer. The portly Happy, naturally disapproving of this scene, excused himself to the rear lounge, citing the need to remain alert, constantly contacting security teams at both locations to ensure vigilance. As the journey neared its conclusion, Rich instructed the head attendant, an exceptionally attractive Western woman, to consider adding more lively female attendants for future flights, particularly those of Eastern descent. The attendant understood and nodded gently, her cheeks flushed with a hint of alcohol, as everyone had been immersed in a delightful atmosphere throughout the flight. Of course, not all members of the crew were so relaxed. Some remained vigilant in their duties. The private jet landed at a private airport near Malibu. After 2 hours in the air, nearly an hour and a half of which had been spent in merriment, the aircraft finally touched down smoothly at the private airport in the outskirts of Malibu. Once stationary, Rich, accompanied by Daisy Johnson, Happy, and 2 bodyguards, exited the plane. 2 armored vehicles awaited them at the airport. Rich and Daisy Johnson entered the first vehicle, still driven by the portly Happy, who sped towards the private villa situated atop Malibu's highest peak. The journey was uneventful, and upon reaching the villa, the sun was just about to set on the horizon across from Malibu. Chapter 11. Awakening the abilities within the body of the Shockwave woman. The sunset bathed the horizon in a blood-red hue, with the orange and crimson rays delicately cascading upon the shimmering surface of the sea, igniting a spark of enthusiasm in Li Qi. However, rather than opting for the bustling beach accompanied by followers and bodyguards, he chose to set up an exquisite barbecue grill and comfortable seating on the spacious balcony of his villa. He retrieved a meticulously prepared roll of beef and savored the delight of skewered delicacies with Happy and his followers. Daisy Johnson diligently attended to her master's needs, and after they had feasted, Li Qi slowly rose with a sense of satisfaction. He subtly gestured for Happy to find someone to tidy the balcony, and then, with Daisy Johnson in tow, leisurely returned to the bedroom. He languidly rested on the sofa, after indulging in the steaming barbecue and amidst the sweltering summer heat. Even with the refreshing sea breeze, beads of sweat began to form on his skin. After a brief respite, allowing his meal to settle, Li Qi accompanied Daisy Johnson to the bathroom. Once they were finished bathing, with her dutifully assisting him, they finally made their way to the grand bed in the bedroom. Before long, they donned fresh, clean garments, and Li Qi sat on the edge of the bed, lost in thought, contemplating how to awaken the latent abilities within Daisy Johnson. At this moment, the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, had taken full control of the villa, acting as a diligent and loyal steward. Through Jarvis, Li Qi gained an intricate understanding of the villa and its renovation progress. 2 of the 3 underground levels had been connected, and various accelerators, advanced energy sources, rare metals, and alloy compounds had been prepared. Additionally, there was a room specifically designed for high energy and laser attribute testing, uniquely constructed and equipped, seemingly tailored to awaken the powers within Daisy Johnson. As for safety measures, the villa was fortified, prepared for comprehensive defense. Happy and other bodyguards resided in a separate 2-story building within the courtyard and in the basement, vigilantly guarding the villa's security. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Daisy Johnson approached the basement room with somewhat heavy footsteps. She gently pushed open the heavy metal door and stepped inside. The room was filled with an array of high-end equipment, the air tinged with a faint metallic scent. The walls were adorned with laser devices, charging equipment, and intricate circuitry, all intertwined, illuminated by bright, incandescent lights, bestowing the room with a cold yet mysterious technological aura. As she surveyed this unknown and enigmatic technological space, a flicker of fear surfaced in her eyes, her hands instinctively clenching and then slowly relaxing, her body tense with apprehension. Since fully subduing Daisy Johnson, Li Qi had slightly eased his mental control, allowing her to revert to a more human state, though her loyalty remained firmly locked in, ensuring her unwavering allegiance. At this moment, Daisy Johnson stood like an ordinary person poised to face an unknown challenge, simultaneously fearful and eager to awaken her powers. Her heart a tumultuous blend of conflict and struggle. Li Qi approached her with a calm demeanor, his gaze piercing as he regarded his follower. Speaking in a measured tone, "Daisy, the process ahead will be exceedingly painful, possibly beyond what you can endure. I hope you can persist. Once your powers are awakened, you shall become my formidable assistant." His words lacked excessive concern or tenderness, delivered with a chilling firmness akin to an irrefutable command. Daisy Johnson could only nod slightly, accepting her fate, her eyes betraying a hint of resignation and no room for rebuttal. Li Qi smiled with satisfaction, the corners of his mouth curving upwards. Since the awakening process would occur within an energy field, ordinary clothing could not shield against the energy, necessitating the donning of garments crafted from Stark Industries' specialized fabric. Pointing to the rack beside him, he indicated for Daisy Johnson to change into such attire. Without hesitation, she swiftly donned the custom-made outfit. As a blend of Eastern and Western heritage, her complexion was a harmonious mix of pale and tan, her figure an elegant embodiment of Asian femininity. Adorned in the form-fitting attire, her silhouette was accentuated, rivaling the graceful form of the super spy Black Widow in her S.H.I.E.L.D. uniform. Once clothed, Li Qi commanded Jarvis to activate the room's instruments. As power surged in, the energy field began to coalesce, crackling with electricity, reminiscent of an intense electrical symphony. Since his traversal, Li Qi had undergone physical enhancements, rendering him largely impervious to the tumultuous energy. He calmly instructed Daisy Johnson, "Now step into the center of the energy field." With a deep breath and newfound resolve, she complied, stepping into the chaotic energy center. Li Qi directed Jarvis to adjust the energy intensity in real time based on the circumstances. Responding with its anthropomorphic voice, Jarvis elevated the power output further. The energy field surged, the cerulean energy crashing against Daisy Johnson's form like a tempestuous tide, eliciting a muffled cry of anguish as her body trembled uncontrollably, her teeth clenched in pain. The specialized fabric of her attire appeared to react as well, deepening in color. Seeing this, Li Qi frowned, feeling the effect insufficient, and commanded Jarvis to amplify the power once more. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy erupted from within Daisy Johnson. Arc flashes danced wildly around her, the blue energy storm resembling a roaring beast, expanding frantically, the shockwaves akin to a hammer striking the instruments on either side of the room, sending components flying and triggering a shrill alarm that echoed throughout. Jarvis promptly severed the power supply within the room. Fortunately, a large-scale fire was averted, with only a few sparks igniting minor flames, which Jarvis swiftly extinguished. In the center of the room, Daisy Johnson lay, her specialized attire now tattered, the skin on her back and legs marred by dark red marks of electrical burns, her flesh slightly charred. Weak, she collapsed to the floor, prompting Li Qi to hasten to her side, crouching to assess her condition, relieved to find no severe backlash effects. Daisy Johnson struggled to her feet, wiping the blood from her lips, her gaze weary yet reverent as she softly addressed Li Qi. "I have not disappointed the master. I have awakened my latent powers, though I cannot yet wield them proficiently and will require further practice." Li Qi nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes as he commended his follower, instructing her to rest, suggesting they resume training the following day. Daisy Johnson acquiesced, and together with her master, they departed the underground chamber. Li Qi instructed Jarvis to alert the construction team associated with the company to conduct urgent repairs on the room, for it would be needed again the next day. Chapter 12. Howard's advancement in the basement. Rich finally succeeded in awakening the latent powers within Daisy Johnson. as a young slave completely subjugated by her master. Daisy followed him joyfully, ascending the stairs and returning to the bedroom with a sense of purpose. Her special uniform was tattered, with ragged strips hanging loosely, and the fabric was so damaged that it was nearly in shambles. The charred remnants of her attire were clearly the result of burns from the high temperatures produced by electricity and energy clusters. Her skin appeared disheveled, and her hair, frazzled by static, was a wild mess. Rich gestured for Daisy to clean herself up. He settled into a comfortable office chair, lost in contemplation regarding the development of the mech that evening. He summoned the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, and shared his thoughts in detail, instructing it to construct the foundational logic. The required special alloys and ultra-durable components were already cataloged in Jarvis's extensive database. Jarvis needed to utilize its formidable computational capabilities to determine the most suitable material structure. A crucial task required Rich's personal attention, the power output source for the mech. He intended to employ cold fusion, necessitating robust elements for the fusion reaction. Traditional thermonuclear fusion materials like uranium posed severe radioactivity risks and were thus to be excluded. Similarly, Rich understood that palladium, initially utilized by Tony Stark's father, Howard Stark, was toxic and equally inadmissible. Therefore, Rich opted to follow the original trajectory of development, utilizing the data left by Howard Stark to synthesize a new element, thereby designing the energy core, the arc reactor. Rising from his chair, Rich cast a casual glance at Daisy, who was washing up in the bathroom. He thoughtfully instructed Jarvis to prepare emergency medical supplies for Daisy to tend to her wounds upon her exit. Subsequently, he laid out a mural, previously disassembled at the entrance from their New York villa, on the floor, allowing Jarvis to scan it. Remarkably, it formed a classic representation of an atomic nucleus in electronic orbit. This was a new element, absent from the known periodic table. Based on the number and arrangement of electrons, it was evident that this element possessed immense energy and was easily triggered, making it the optimal substitute for palladium in achieving cold fusion. In his heart, Rich silently reassured Howard Stark, "Rest assured, I shall take good care of Tony, and I will expand Stark Industries, continually merging with other heavy industries." Observing the beautiful element projected by Jarvis, a faint smile crept upon Rich's lips, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. At that moment, Daisy emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, her body still enveloped in steam. Rich paid her little mind, instead directing her attention to the projected theoretical atomic structure. Although Daisy specialized in computer science and hacking, she harbored a fundamental understanding of chemistry. Captivated by the elegant depiction of dozens of electrons orbiting the nucleus, she was filled with awe and curiosity. At that juncture, a mechanical arm precisely retrieved a medical kit from a cabinet by the wall and presented it to Daisy. Rich encouraged her to tend to her wounds independently, then deactivated the projection and departed the bedroom to resume his research in the basement. Meanwhile, on another level of the basement, an urgent construction team was diligently repairing the room where Daisy's powers had been activated. Rich paid them no heed, gently closing the door that connected the basement and calling forth Jarvis once more. After projecting the new element, he dedicated himself to fine-tuning the already constructed circular accelerator, engaging in atomic synthesis. This was an exceedingly advanced and perilous endeavor. A moment's inattention could result in laser injuries, or even pose a lethal threat. Lasers, high temperatures, high pressures, and rapid electronic collisions continuously sought to forge the new element, enveloping the basement in a tense and serious atmosphere. After laboring until noon the following day, Rich finally succeeded in synthesizing the new element, which radiated a magnificent glow. After over 10 hours of continuous work, he felt his stomach grumble with hunger. He glanced at the walls of the adjoining room, marked with the scars of laser strikes. Throughout the experiment, more than 20 photoelectric capacitors and high-energy storage devices were rendered inoperative, leaving discarded parts and equipment strewn across the floor. The energy expended during the experiment was nearly equivalent to a city's power consumption over a decade, supplied directly via underground cables from a private power plant owned by Stark Industries. In contrast, the electricity for Stark Tower was provided by an arc reactor located at the building's base, with distinct sources of power. Rich, feeling somewhat fatigued, ascended slowly from the basement to the second-floor living room, where he discovered Daisy Johnson seated, her fingers rapidly tapping away on the keyboard. Clad in casual athletic wear, she bore several adhesive bandages on her face and body. Upon hearing his footsteps, Daisy instinctively raised her head. Upon seeing her master, she swiftly removed the computer from her lap, rose quickly, and approached with genuine concern. "Master, you must be weary." Rich nodded, gently pulling Daisy closer and affectionately ruffling her hair. He examined her bandaged areas and inquired about her recovery. "Master, my body has healed, and I am ready to continue practicing my powers and unleashing my potential." Rich nodded, lightly caressing her cheek and asking Jarvis if lunch was prepared. Jarvis's humanoid voice resonated from the living room. "Yes, lunch is ready." Rich led the young slave, Daisy Johnson, to the dining area to partake in their meal. Meanwhile, outside the villa, Happy, accompanied by several bodyguards, diligently patrolled the premises and corridors, unwavering in his commitment to fulfilling his duties as the head of security. Chapter 13. A chic Western girlfriend. After finishing their meal, Li Qi, accompanied by his follower Daisy Johnson, re-entered the basement to continue their adaptive training for unlocking physical potential. Without needing a command from her master, she instinctively donned the specially prepared attire that lay nearby. This outfit was meticulously crafted from a unique black fabric, imbued with a metallic sheen that glimmered subtly under the light. Li Qi remained beside her, fully focused on observing and guiding Jarvis in the manipulation of energy. In the eye of this energy storm, Li Qi had instructed Jarvis to elevate the energy levels by an additional 8% compared to the previous day. Following a dazzling display of light and an energy tempest, Daisy Johnson found herself better able to control the awakening of her internal potential. The destructive force she generated was significantly less than the previous day, though she still managed to obliterate 3 different instruments that would require replacement. The specially designed outfit Daisy wore bore several signs of rupture, yet the reactions of burning and electric shock had diminished considerably. Her face, smudged with dark marks, framed a pair of disheveled long locks that cascaded around her shoulders. However, she did not collapse this time. Instead, she raised her head slightly, her eyes shimmering with anticipation and desire as she gazed at her master, seemingly yearning for his praise. Li Qi was generous in this regard, immediately offering commendations to Daisy Johnson. Her face brightened with a joyful smile, her eyes sparkling with delight as she urged Jarvis to recharge the energy once more, determined to awaken her extraordinary abilities until she could evoke them independently. This awakening required numerous sessions of guidance to cultivate a habitual, instinctive response, eliminating the need for external triggers. After accumulating energy, they proceeded with another release. This time, Li Qi could distinctly sense Daisy Johnson actively unleashing some of her powers, generating a formidable wave of energy, truly befitting her title as Shockwave. After this session, her specialized outfit was now significantly tattered. Observing the beads of sweat forming on her forehead and the soot-stained complexion, Li Qi decided to halt the training, gently suggesting, "Let us resume this evening. Besides, this room requires some repairs." Accompanied by Daisy Johnson, he returned to the bedroom, where they both entered the bathroom to freshen up. After their showers, it was already 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. With both endeavors yielding breakthroughs, Li Qi felt elated and decided to take Daisy Johnson out of the villa, down the mountainside, to the nearby beach for a leisurely stroll, hoping to enjoy the sea breeze, sunset views, and tranquil moments. Descending swiftly from the mountaintop in his car, they were followed cautiously by Happy and 2 bodyguards. After bringing the car to a steady halt in the mountaintop parking lot, Li Qi and his follower leisurely walked towards the beach. The sandy shore was bustling with people, and they meandered along for a while. At that moment, a surge of pride welled up in Daisy Johnson. The joy of strolling the beach alongside her master ignited within her a subtle yearning to unleash her powers. She quickly suppressed this feeling, recognizing the need for intensified training the following day. Her subtle expressions and gestures did not escape Li Qi's keen observation, yet he remained silent. Daisy Johnson wished to draw closer to her master, to walk side by side like others on the beach with their significant ones. But she refrained from any overly intimate gestures, merely inching a bit nearer to him. Suddenly, a commotion erupted on the beach as a man and a woman were chased by a group of individuals clad in flamboyant shorts and brightly colored shirts, their sunglasses reflecting the setting sun. Surrounding tourists and sunset watchers hurriedly sidestepped the unfolding chaos, eager to avoid being caught in the fray. Li Qi and Daisy Johnson halted, their attention drawn to the scene. They observed a man of Eastern descent, sporting a neat short haircut and dressed in an ordinary shirt and jeans, who was being pursued alongside a Western woman with small eyes and slightly disheveled hair, wearing a shirt and white pants. As they ran, the woman shouted frantically, calling for help. Both of them shared a common feature, a roundness to their faces that hinted at a familial resemblance. Li Qi immediately recognized the fleeing duo as Shang-Chi and his girlfriend Katie. To his astonishment, mere days after entering this world, he had encountered figures connected to the legendary 10 Rings. He felt compelled to rescue them. As the pair approached, the man refrained from shouting for help or calling the authorities. Instead, he occasionally engaged the pursuers in combat. Having trained in martial arts, he held his ground, though the sheer number of assailants posed a significant challenge. Sensing Daisy Johnson's eagerness to intervene, Li Qi seized the opportunity to both hone her skills and save the two from their predicament. With a wave of his hand, he urged Daisy Johnson forward. Observing their boldness in confronting the chaos, concerned onlookers hastily cautioned, "Those people are ruthless and numerous. Do not make a futile sacrifice. Run with us." Li Qi shook his head in gratitude for their concern and turned to Daisy Johnson, saying, "Daisy, this is the perfect opportunity to test your ability to control your shockwaves. Engage with those pursuers." Upon hearing this, Daisy's eager expression transformed into one of exhilaration. After stretching her elbows and wrists in excitement, she darted forward like an arrow, leaving the astonished crowd in her wake. Chapter 14. I come from the underworld. While nearly everyone at the scene recoiled in fear, Daisy Johnson stood resolute, courageously approaching without hesitation. The moment they clashed, sparks flew, igniting an intense confrontation. Daisy was fervently determined to showcase her newly acquired abilities before her master, her eyes radiating excitement and resolve as she summoned the waves of energy within her. With a powerful thrust, she sent a man clad in a floral shirt hurtling through the air like a cannonball. The invisible air cannon unleashed a tremendous force, stirring a cloud of sand. The unfortunate fellow was propelled over a meter away, crashing onto the beach with a thud, sending sand flying. This display momentarily stunned the group of thugs. Astonishment etched on their faces. Soon after, several pursuing criminals unleashed their enhanced abilities, their hands and arms glowing with an ominous heat, reminiscent of red-hot irons. From the rear, Li Qi recognized them as the modified by the Abyss virus, possessing extraordinary powers far beyond those of ordinary humans, including the ability to regenerate lost limbs, truly formidable capabilities. Concerned for the safety of the little female slave he had just trained, he swiftly approached. After a brief standoff, Shang-Chi, clearly aware of the threats posed by their pursuers, wore a worried expression and hastily remarked to Li Qi and Daisy Johnson, "Thank you both for your assistance. But those behind us are far too powerful. We may not stand a chance." His girlfriend, Katie, spoke in a flustered manner, her face pale, consumed by the urge to flee as she tightly grasped Shang-Chi's hand, urging him to run. Li Qi, maintaining his composure, waved his hand dismissively, assuring Shang-Chi that these adversaries posed no real threat, merely minor nuisances. After several tense seconds, the thugs, emboldened by their numbers, surged forward again. 3 modified individuals leading the charge. The foremost, a bald man with bulging muscles and skin glowing red-hot, wielded hands that were far more practical than knives or pipes, seemingly capable of tearing through anything in his path. With the precision of a hawk, Li Qi extended his hands, deftly seizing 2 of the modified assailants and flinging them into the sea like discarded kites. The sound of boiling water soon echoed as steam rose into the air. Meanwhile, Daisy Johnson and Shang-Chi engaged in hand-to-hand combat with a dozen ordinary thugs. Daisy had already sent 2 of the assailants flying with her shockwaves, while Shang-Chi had dispatched 3 with his adept strikes, resulting in a temporary stalemate. Li Qi, seizing the moment, delivered a powerful kick that sent a 3rd modified adversary sprawling several meters away. He then charged forward like a tiger descending a mountain, effortlessly taking down 4 or 5 more of the attackers. The tide of battle began to turn decisively in their favor. One of the bald, modified men struggled to rise from the sand, eyes wild with madness. Without uttering a word, he lunged at Li Qi like a starving tiger. Aware of the self-destructive capabilities of these modified beings, Li Qi felt a chill run down his spine. He dared not test whether he could withstand the searing temperatures of 2,000 to 3,000 degrees. Acting swiftly before the man could clasp his arms, he struck like a specter, severing one of the man's arms, from which flowed a peculiar, luminescent liquid rather than blood. With a swift kick, he sent the man tumbling away and shouted to those nearby, "Scatter! That man may self-detonate. Get to safety." Upon hearing the word explosion, the color drained from the faces of those around him, and they immediately dropped to the ground. Li Qi shielded Daisy Johnson as he sprinted a few steps forward. And indeed, a deafening explosion followed, the modified individual detonating in a cloud of sand and noise. Katie screamed in terror, her face as pale as a sheet as she sought refuge in Shang-Chi's embrace, who instinctively shielded her from the flying debris. The remaining thugs, witnessing the chaos and feeling the fear, quickly retreated, realizing they could no longer contend with Shang-Chi. Meanwhile, Li Qi discreetly instructed his artificial intelligence, Jarvis, to track the fleeing individuals. Jarvis had gradually been integrated into various public networks, corporate interfaces, and several key government surveillance systems, making it relatively easy to pursue those miscreants. As the dust settled, Katie ceased her shrieking, gazing incredulously at her surroundings. Her eyes filled with admiration as she beheld the handsome visage of the Eastern man before her. Li Qi, having noticed her gaze, chose to disregard it. Once freed from Shang-Chi's protective hold, Katie approached Li Qi with heartfelt gratitude, exclaiming, "Sir, I cannot thank you enough. You are truly our savior, courageous and noble." Having accompanied Shang-Chi, Katie had picked up a few Eastern phrases. After expressing her gratitude, she reached for Li Qi's hand, but he politely evaded her grasp, saying, "It was but a trifling matter. Do not dwell on it. I shall converse with your friend for a moment." He then made his way toward Shang-Chi, waving his hand in greeting. At this point, Shang-Chi had regained his composure and expressed his own gratitude to Li Qi. Li Qi waved his hand dismissively, replying, "It was merely a small favor. Come, let us retreat to my home for a respite." Upon hearing this, Katie eagerly exchanged glances with Shang-Chi, her eyes brimming with anticipation, urging him to accept Li Qi's invitation. She was also keen to learn more about this impressively striking Eastern man. However, upon noticing the remarkable mixed heritage woman, Daisy Johnson, standing nearby, a flicker of comparison sparked in Katie's mind. She pulled gently on her boyfriend's arm, who was hesitating. Shang-Chi, instinctively inclined to decline the invitation, reconsidered upon seeing Katie's pleading expression. After all, she had been by his side during his shifts at the restaurant and while working as a security guard, and their families had established a close rapport. He could hardly deny her this small request. Thus, Shang-Chi nodded and politely replied, "I hope I do not impose, sir." Chapter 15. The mysterious gift. Li Qi smiled and waved his hand, then warmly addressed Shang-Chi, saying, "There's no need for such formality. Let's simply call each other by our names. I am Li Qi, and this is my friend, Daisy." Katie eagerly leaned in, her face alight with excitement, and exclaimed, "I'm Katie, so let us be off, Li Qi." After saying this, she glanced at the crowd that was gradually gathering around them, turned, and tugged at her boyfriend and Li Qi, keen to leave the scene. However, Li Qi instinctively sidestepped slightly, subtly evading her pull. Li Qi, along with Shang-Chi, the Western girl, and Daisy Johnson, turned to wave at Happy, who had chased them to the edge of the beach, signaling him to retreat and abandon the pursuit of those fleeing. Happy made a gesture of helplessness and confusion in response, then, accompanied by several bodyguards, quietly followed Li Qi towards the parking lot by the beach. During the short distance of a couple of hundred meters, Katie incessantly narrated to Li Qi how they had evaded those troublesome and elusive individuals, mentioning how she had been assisting her boyfriend while simultaneously seeking a way to escape, which ultimately led to their encounter with Li Qi. Throughout the journey, Li Qi remained mostly silent, occasionally nodding in agreement. Beside him, Shang-Chi looked at his girlfriend with a resigned expression, pondering to himself, "She is quite remarkable in many ways, diligent in her pursuits, and commendable in her work ethic. Yet, she is easily captivated by handsome men and often indulges in unrealistic fantasies." Nonetheless, he could not entirely blame her, as he too had been rather taciturn during the trip. Upon arriving at the striking red sports car that Li Qi drove, Katie quickly approached. Extending her hand to gently caress the car window, side mirror, and the vibrant red roof, her face brimming with admiration as she eagerly requested, "Li Qi, may I drive? I've never driven such a luxurious vehicle before. Its performance is clearly exceptional." After handing over the car keys to Katie, she promptly opened the door and hopped in, enthusiastically urging everyone to get in. She then started the engine, and under Daisy Johnson's guidance, they drove along the exquisite road leading to the nearby mountaintop. Seated in the back, Shang-Chi sat beside Li Qi and shyly remarked, "Li Qi, I truly appreciate your help today. I feel quite bad about imposing on you at your home. We won't linger too long." Li Qi shook his head and replied, "There's no need to rush away. We have yet to uncover the true identities of those individuals. You can stay at my place temporarily, and you may leave once the situation is resolved." Shang-Chi similarly shook his head, gazing sincerely at Li Qi, stating, "Actually, there's no need to investigate them further. I know their origins. They belong to a powerful underground syndicate. Thus, Li Qi, it's best we avoid provoking them and consider today's events a misunderstanding. We cannot afford to antagonize that organization." Li Qi had been waiting for Shang-Chi to mention the Ten Rings, and upon hearing him say so, he was naturally encouraged to press on. With a sincere expression, he gestured for Shang-Chi to continue. Reluctantly, Shang-Chi confessed, "In truth, I escaped from that syndicate. Their pursuit of us is merely an attempt to coax me back into their fold, but that is not the life I desire. I simply wish to be an ordinary person." Clearly, Shang-Chi's revelation of his escape from the syndicate was a secret he had never shared with his girlfriend, Katie. Upon hearing her boyfriend's admission, Katie turned, astonished, and raised her voice. "Really, Shang-Chi? I had no idea you came from a gang. You've never mentioned this before. You must explain what has transpired today." Daisy Johnson, seated in the front passenger seat, quickly reminded Katie, "Be careful while driving. Keep your eyes on the road." For a moment, Shang-Chi was at a loss for words, grappling with the weight of having kept such a significant secret from Katie, who had stood by him throughout the years. He felt a pang of guilt towards the one who had always supported him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Li Qi, understanding the situation, refrained from pressing further in the car. After several minutes, the vibrant red sports car finally arrived at the villa's entrance. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Katie, visibly upset, pushed the door open and stepped out. She opened the back door and pulled her boyfriend out, intent on questioning him about why he had concealed such a significant matter from her. Afterward, Katie reiterated their nearly 10 years of shared experiences, from being valet attendants, restaurant servers, to building security and commuting together. Upon hearing this, Shang-Chi could only comfort Katie, promising to reveal everything shortly, which slightly assuaged her anger. At that moment, the AI, Jarvis, communicated through Li Qi's earpiece, informing him that Tony was nearing the villa, bringing a special gift for the host, which could not be revealed in advance, though a hint could be shared. Li Qi feigned disinterest in these so-called gifts and urged Jarvis to divulge the information. Jarvis mentioned that Tony had brought something extraordinary, the specifics of which could not be fully disclosed, but it would undoubtedly surprise the host. Jarvis had long since adopted the habit of referring to Li Qi as master, reflecting its advanced AI evolution. Li Qi was only mildly intrigued. Glancing at Shang-Chi and Katie, who were conversing not far behind, contemplating how best to learn more about Shang-Chi's background. In truth, Li Qi had already formulated plans concerning Shang-Chi and his father, Su Wenwu, the leader of the Ten Rings. As they entered the villa and settled into the living room, where servants served tea and water, Li Qi curiously inquired of Shang-Chi how he had come to be pursued by his own people. It was then that Shang-Chi recounted his origins, explaining that he had fled from his father's syndicate at the tender age of 14 and had since been residing temporarily in Los Angeles, living a stable and concealed life, even changing his name. Yet, inevitably, his father's organization had tracked him down. Just as he was speaking, Shang-Chi absent-mindedly touched his neck and suddenly realized that a necklace he had worn since childhood was missing, a necklace given to him by his mother. Chapter 16. The twins. Upon discovering the absence of the pendant around his neck, Shang-Chi pondered briefly before surmising the sequence of events leading to his recent assault. It was likely a ploy orchestrated by his father, the notorious gang leader, to seize possession of something valuable. This realization cast a shadow over Shang-Chi's countenance, rendering him grave. He rubbed his forehead wearily and slumped against the sofa, exuding an air of despondency. Observing her boyfriend's demeanor, Katie understood that the theft of his mother's heirloom had taken a toll on him and offered gentle words of comfort. At that moment, Li Qi found it inappropriate to further inquire into Shang-Chi's situation. After a brief pause, the voice of the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, resonated through the living room. Sir, Colonel Rhodes is approaching the villa. Shall I grant him entry? Li Qi contemplated for a moment, given that an event was imminent. An additional guest would only enhance the atmosphere, so he instructed Jarvis to allow Colonel Rhodes inside. Half a minute later, a sleek black vehicle glided into the villa, trailed by a convoy. Jarvis continued his report. Tony Stark has returned. Among the convoy is a luxurious bus with all windows lowered. Upon encountering Tony in the courtyard, Colonel Rhodes exchanged warm embraces and familiar banter. The two had been friends long before Li Qi's arrival. Although Colonel Rhodes harbored reservations about engaging with the newly appointed president of Stark Industries, nevertheless, their friendship remained steadfast. After some light conversation, Tony hurriedly directed the staff aboard the luxurious bus to disembark and proceed to the first-floor changing room. He had flown back to California from New York on a private jet and had enlisted a few professionals locally, skilled in enlivening the ambience. Despite Li Qi having acquired the majority of Tony's shares and assets, he had still ensured that Tony retained sufficient wealth for his daily expenditures, allowing him to afford the private jet and luxury vehicles. As Colonel Rhodes observed the professionals descending from the bus, a hint of envy crossed his typically stoic face, impressed by Tony's extensive event arrangements. Ascending to the second-floor living room, Colonel Rhodes noticed other guests present and deemed it inappropriate to discuss military cooperation with Stark Enterprises at that moment. After exchanging pleasantries, they were considerably more familiar than during their initial encounter. Li Qi invited Colonel Rhodes. Rhodes, I appreciate your making the trip. We have an event shortly, and I hope you will join us. Colonel Rhodes smiled faintly and mingled with the others until lunchtime arrived. Tony Stark joined Li Qi and the other guests for the meal. Throughout the dining experience, Shang-Chi remained morose, while Katie exuberantly praised the food, chattering incessantly, clearly a person of vivacious disposition. After the meal, Tony informed Li Qi about a special event he had arranged, a light-hearted gathering, to which Li Qi readily acquiesced. Consequently, all attendees made their way to the villa's karaoke hall, which boasted karaoke equipment, a bar, and an array of exquisite beers, spirits, and whiskeys. Tony then introduced the participating professionals to Li Qi, who feigned interest but politely listened to the introductions of his subordinates. The vibrant individuals had changed into casual attire, radiating youthfulness, particularly a pair of effervescent twin sisters. Noticing Shang-Chi's low spirits, Li Qi resolved to uplift him and discreetly observe the twins' interactions, hoping they would elevate Shang-Chi's mood. As the gathering commenced, Katie transformed, raising her glass and drinking heartily, gravitating towards Li Qi to engage in conversation, singing praises for the villa and the attendees. Li Qi found it increasingly challenging to manage the attention of the petite girl who seemed intent on bonding with him. Thus, he instructed Daisy Johnson to engage more with Katie, lest she continue to distract him. Colonel Rhodes and Tony, surrounded by others, enjoyed their drinks while the lively music fostered a jubilant atmosphere, eliciting laughter from those nearby. Daisy Johnson joined the throng of revelers, and Katie, with her distinctive voice, sang a portion of a song. After consuming half a bottle of whiskey, she began to feel the effects and pulled Daisy Johnson into a spirited conversation. Complying with Li Qi's directive, Daisy patiently endured Katie's drunken musings. Whenever Katie attempted to seek out Li Qi, Daisy would gently guide her back to the sofa to continue their chat. Li Qi approached Shang-Chi, extending a glass of whiskey to him. They clinked glasses before Li Qi downed his drink and encouraged Shang-Chi. Listen, Shang-Chi, your family heirloom is surely safe. Your father would never misplace it, as it belonged to his wife. Do not despair. If the opportunity arises, I shall assist you in reclaiming it. Li Qi had already intended to meet with Shang-Chi's father, hence his reassurance. Shang-Chi placed his empty glass back on the coffee table, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing his features as he expressed his gratitude to Li Qi. Li Qi pulled Shang-Chi from the sofa. Do not linger in idleness. Gatherings are meant for singing and relaxation. Come, let us engage and stretch our limbs. Initially reluctant, Shang-Chi was eventually coaxed to his feet, calling over the twins and two other staff members. The four approached with their glasses, and Li Qi handed Shang-Chi another drink. after which they all sang and interacted together. Gradually, Shang-Chi transitioned from his initial reluctance to moving rhythmically with the music as the twin sisters, under Li Qi's cue, warmly invited him to join in, praising his improved demeanor and encouraging him to relish the moment. With a few drinks of whiskey, Shang-Chi began to feel the effects, his spirits lifting as he danced along with the others, humming to the lively tunes, fully immersing himself in the celebration. Li Qi observed the twins' encouragement of Shang-Chi, reflecting on their innate ability to invigorate the atmosphere, consistently making the gathering more animated. After a time of revelry, Li Qi signaled the twins to accompany Shang-Chi to a quieter corner to rest and unwind. Chapter 17. System Gift Package. Upon encountering Shang-Chi, who was utterly intoxicated and staggering, struggling to maintain his balance, his feeble hands draped over the shoulders of the twin sisters, he appeared to sway precariously. Li Qi, observing this, nodded slightly, signaling the twin sisters to assist Shang-Chi to another room for rest. He understood that Shang-Chi was in a somber mood and hoped this would allow him to unwind and alleviate his pent-up emotions. One of the sisters wore a vibrant red swimsuit that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, while the other donned a refreshing blue one-piece that highlighted her long legs. They exchanged a knowing glance, working together to support Shang-Chi. Exiting the entertainment hall, they turned left, gently pushed open a door, and entered a warmly decorated bedroom, where they tenderly cared for Shang-Chi, softly closing the door behind them. Meanwhile, on the other side of the hall, Shang-Chi's girlfriend, Katie, was evidently oblivious to this scene. Or perhaps, even if she had noticed, her current state of inebriation and confusion left her little concern for her boyfriend. Stumbling towards Li Qi with a half-filled glass of whiskey in hand, she mumbled indistinct words. Li Qi, seeing this petite Asian girl with a round, charming face, felt a twinge of reluctance and was disinclined to engage with her. He quickly signaled to Tony Stark. As a loyal subordinate, Tony immediately understood. He smiled and waved at Colonel Rhodes, who was engaged in conversation, then hastily approached Katie to gently support her and start a conversation. Upon seeing the renowned billionaire Tony Stark, Katie's eyes sparkled with interest, her fascination for Li Qi waning significantly. She affectionately grasped Tony's hand, leaning against his shoulder, and began to chatter incessantly. With a sense of helplessness, Tony complied with his master's wishes, skillfully navigating the conversation while maintaining an appropriate distance. After a few minutes, he keenly sensed that Katie harbored different intentions towards him. Internally lamenting, Tony had to employ his refined social skills to deftly manage the situation, resolutely thwarting Katie's advances. Colonel Rhodes, engaged in conversation with others, inadvertently glanced at Li Qi, realizing that Li Qi was intentionally avoiding Katie. Finally, when Li Qi had a moment to spare, a smile appeared on Colonel Rhodes's face as he approached with a steady gait, glass in hand, resuming their discussion regarding the military's intentions. Having traveled from New York to California, he was on a mission to represent the military and prevent Stark Industries from shutting down its weapon design and production department. As they reconvened, Colonel Rhodes offered a resigned smile, fatigue evident in his eyes, raising his glass to clink with Li Qi's before downing the whiskey in one go. He sighed, speaking with a hint of resignation. "Mr. Li, I apologize for intruding once more. I previously conveyed your stance to the higher-ups, but they remain obstinate in their refusal. As you know, Stark Industries weapons represent the pinnacle of quality in the industry, and they will not relinquish this business lightly. The military is known for its decisiveness." A confident smile spread across Li Qi's face as he sincerely thanked Colonel Rhodes, then stated, "Since I have decided to close the operation, it will be done thoroughly. Those military higher-ups may seem formidable in your eyes, but to me, they are merely ordinary individuals who meddle excessively. Rest assured, should they dare to trouble me, I will not spare them easily." With a tone imbued with unwavering determination, Li Qi rendered Colonel Rhodes momentarily speechless, who attempted to offer further counsel but was stopped by Li Qi's gesture. Raising his voice, Li Qi addressed everyone. "Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy yourselves tonight, indulge in drinks, and let this young colonel from the military relax. Afterward, everyone will receive a generous reward. Let us revel in the moment." The staff, hearing Li Qi's generosity, erupted in cheers, and several eagerly surrounded Colonel Rhodes, engaging with him enthusiastically. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with laughter and cheer throughout the entertainment hall. Colonel Rhodes, typically a soldier of iron will, gradually relaxed under the infectious atmosphere. After a few glasses of whiskey, a flush appeared on his face, and his gaze became somewhat unfocused. After a moment's contemplation, Li Qi decided against severing ties entirely, choosing instead to maintain Colonel Rhodes as a crucial link to the military. He intended to continue observing Colonel Rhodes's performance, as, according to the narrative he was familiar with, whether Rhodes could successfully assume the mantle of War Machine in the future would require further testing. Narrowing his eyes thoughtfully, Li Qi downed the remaining whiskey in his glass and considered departing the entertainment hall for another bedroom to rest. At that moment, Daisy Johnson approached with light steps. Her cheeks flushed and her gaze slightly dazed, clearly having consumed a few drinks. She quietly stood beside her master, her posture straight, resembling a loyal bodyguard. Colonel Rhodes inadvertently glanced at the striking mixed-race girl, then at Li Qi, his expression filled with envy. Noticing Rhodes's gaze, Li Qi raised his empty glass in a silent toast, suggesting that he could revel in this light-hearted moment. Understanding the unspoken gesture, the colonel reciprocated with a raised glass, then lowered his head, contemplating what he might gain from this encounter. Li Qi slowly turned, pondering his next steps. Continuing the development of the mech was imperative, as was establishing contact with the Ten Rings organization. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. The prompt from the golden finger he had encountered upon his arrival in this world. For the first time since his arrival, it presented him with a fortuitous gift, an initial gift package. In a tone laced with mystery, the golden finger informed Li Qi of a special present meant for the host, specifically a woman. Chapter 18. Encountering Ingli, Li Qi was filled with anticipation for the first grand gift from his golden finger, initially expecting a divine skill or supernatural ability. To his surprise, the offering turned out to be a woman. This unexpected gift genuinely took Li Qi aback, prompting him to quickly inquire of the golden finger about the identity of this woman. Deep down, Li Qi harbored a suspicion that she might be the woman who had long since vanished. At that moment, the system informed Li Qi that he should directly enter another realm created by the system, a pocket universe resembling a fantastical world. Consequently, Li Qi discreetly returned from the karaoke hall to his bedroom, intentionally leaving Daisy Johnson behind, and gently closed the door upon entering. In an instant, with a swift motion, he was transported into the pocket space by the system. Before him lay a picturesque garden that seemed to exist in a dream, with quaint villages nestled within, and a meandering brook that flowed like a silver ribbon. Surrounding willow trees swayed gently in the breeze, their drooping branches dancing in harmony with the blooming peach blossoms, creating a scene that was both poetic and picturesque. At that moment, the seasons here appeared to blur, rendering it impossible to discern whether it was the spring of renewal or the autumn of cool breezes, even raising questions about whether this mysterious pocket space experienced distinct seasonal changes. Before him stood a two-story farmhouse courtyard, divided into 3 tiers, exuding an air of ancient elegance and a sense of time-worn charm. In the courtyard, petals and willow twigs floated lazily to the ground as a gentle breeze swept through, bringing with it a light and refined fragrance that rendered the small courtyard serene and graceful. This expansive courtyard was not ostentatiously luxurious, but rather showcased a unique quality of simplicity and grace. At that moment, the gate remained ajar, and under the guidance of the golden finger system, Li Qi stepped steadily into the courtyard. The first tier was deserted, and the second tier was equally silent. However, both tiers were impeccably clean, offering an uplifting feeling. Upon reaching the third tier, he found it smaller yet exquisitely arranged. Beside a petite well, moss was faintly green, as if narrating tales of time. Nearby, a quaint pavilion featured stone tables and benches, surrounded by an array of flowers and greenery, the red blooms intertwined with green leaves, exuding a refreshing fragrance that lifted the spirits, making one feel as if they had entered a paradise. Within the house, a woman clad in a flowing white Tai Chi gown gazed curiously in his direction. Her eyes reflected surprise and confusion, for she had lived here for nearly 3 or 4 months without encountering another soul. She had ventured several miles in every direction but found no trace of others. Escaping this tranquil and majestic woodland seemed no small feat, as if bound by an invisible force. At this moment, she had lost her special abilities. Her magical powers faded away. Though her heart ached for her husband and children, she felt utterly powerless, forced to remain in this sanctuary for the time being. Seeing a stranger suddenly appear in the courtyard filled her with curiosity and astonishment. Indeed, this woman was Ingli, the mother of Shang-Chi and the beloved of Chun Wenwu, the leader of the Ten Rings. At this moment, Ingli's age and appearance were frozen in the time she experienced her calamity. In the real world, that event had occurred 14 or 15 years ago, yet her visage remained unchanged, demonstrating the miraculous effect of the system's pocket space in slowing the passage of time. Upon beholding the strikingly beautiful Ingli, with her cascading hair and elegant white gown, Li Qi felt a surge of joy within him. Keenly realizing he had finally discovered a crucial figure, Ingli stepped out of the house, not questioning the unexpected guest who had intruded without permission, but rather inquiring directly, "Sir, since you have entered here, you must have come from outside. Might you be able to take me away from this place?" Ingli's heart yearned to leave and seek her husband and children. Li Qi understood her urgency, yet he did not intend to take her away immediately. Instead, he smiled gently and replied, "That is certainly possible. However, the journey is long, and I would like to rest a while and enjoy some fragrant tea. What do you think, dear lady?" Ingli paused briefly, then realized that it was only reasonable for him to rest after a long journey. With a hint of apology, she smiled and said, "Sir, I have been presumptuous. Please, come inside and rest for a bit. We can set off tomorrow." Li Qi nodded in agreement. Following Ingli into the house, she immediately began boiling water for tea, using the leaves she had personally harvested. In no time, a refreshing aroma wafted through the air. She placed the brewed tea gently before Li Qi. Though he had consumed much whiskey earlier, his mind was clear, and there was no trace of alcohol on his breath. He carefully lifted the steaming cup, blew gently on it, and took a couple of sips. Instantly, the unique richness of the new tea unfurled on his palate, prompting him to nod appreciatively and thankingly. Seated across from Li Qi, Ingli felt a blush of shyness at his praise, lowering her gaze slightly. At that moment, her heart fluttered with excitement, causing her to be less forthcoming in their conversation. Li Qi, however, bore no ill will. He sought to engage her in casual dialogue. After a pleasant exchange, Li Qi gleaned a general understanding of Ingli's circumstances in this place. She herself was unsure why she had suddenly appeared here, speculating that perhaps she had died, that she had neither ascended to heaven nor descended into hell. Li Qi gently shook his head, dismissing Ingli's thoughts but refraining from revealing the true nature of their location. Subsequently, a brief silence enveloped them. Outside, the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and red. Here, the distinction between day and night was apparent. At noon, a sun-like orb radiated warm, comforting light that bathed the earth. In just over an hour, night would fall. Realizing that time was fleeting, Ingli decided to head to the kitchen to prepare dinner for two, ensuring they would be well-fed and rested for their journey the following morning. Through their earlier conversation, Li Qi recognized that conventional methods would not suffice to gain Ingli's complete trust. Therefore, he resolved to employ the mental communication ability granted by the Golden Finger, attempting to engage in a deeper dialogue with her. Ingli was no ordinary individual. Within the mysterious space she inhabited, she had been immersed in special powers for years. Even when confronted with the extraordinary ability of the Golden Finger system, she initially resisted for a brief moment before gradually opening her heart, establishing a profound mental connection with Li Qi. At this moment, Ingli stood calmly before Li Qi, her eyes reflecting trust. Li Qi rose slowly, his gaze intently fixed on her, and solemnly declared, "Ingli, I will surely take you away from this place and help you find your family. But before that, I require your assistance." Ingli gently nodded, agreeing to Li Qi's request. Together, they began preparing for the plans ahead, quietly awaiting the dawn of their journey. Chapter 19. The beautiful Ingli. The sky had long since turned a deep, inky black, and the hour was late. Li Qi rose slowly from his resting bed, while Ingli gracefully sat up beside him. Through their sincere and profound exchanges over the past few days, her eyes now reflected a deeper understanding and trust. With his earnestness, Li Qi had successfully garnered Ingli's confidence, prompting her to wholeheartedly assist him. Li Qi paced gently within the modest confines of the room, his gaze drifting towards the obsidian night beyond the window. Here, day and night intertwined, and the darkness had deepened. Contemplating his circumstances, he felt no immediate urgency to depart, deciding instead to linger for a couple of days to further his understanding of Ingli and lay the groundwork for his forthcoming endeavors. At that moment, although Li Qi himself did not feel hunger, having recently indulged in food and drink at a karaoke hall, he remained considerate of Ingli. Thus, he softly inquired if she would like him to prepare some food. Ingli smiled and nodded gently, then elegantly arranged her attire before striding towards the kitchen to prepare a meal. Li Qi took a brief respite in the room before joining her at the kitchen door. He observed Ingli skillfully cooking various ingredients, which appeared to have been meticulously gathered during her time in the vicinity. After a thoughtful preparation, 3 plates of visually appealing and aromatic dishes emerged freshly from the stove. After dining together, Li Qi and Ingli relaxed in the courtyard, quietly admiring the unique celestial bodies illuminating the night sky. They opened their hearts to one another, sharing their experiences and thoughts, before returning hand in hand to the interior for rest. Thus, 3 days slipped by unnoticed, during which Li Qi delved deeply into understanding Ingli, and a profound bond of trust blossomed between them. After this period, Li Qi calculated that in the world he had traversed, scarcely half an hour had elapsed. Consequently, after 3 days, he stood side by side with Ingli in the small courtyard, her belongings neatly prepared. Li Qi communicated silently with the system residing within him, requesting it to facilitate their departure. In an instant, a wave of disorientation enveloped them, and they departed this pocket universe, reappearing in Li Qi's master bedroom. A glance at the clock revealed that only 20 minutes had passed. During this time, Jarvis informed him that no one had come looking for him. Considering the limited living conditions Ingli had experienced, Li Qi first escorted her to the master bathroom, ensuring she could enjoy a relaxing bath to rejuvenate her weary body and mind. Jarvis had already prepared clean clothes for them to change into. Once dressed, Ingli donned a simple white t-shirt and blue jeans, her flowing long hair adding to her vibrant appearance, exuding a newfound vitality. At this moment, Ingli had genuinely recognized Li Qi as a partner worthy of her trust, regaining her ability to express emotions and thoughts freely, imbued with unwavering faith in him. Seated on the plush bed, Li Qi fell into contemplation, pondering how to adeptly leverage his relationship with Ingli to establish a more effective connection with the Ten Rings gang, thus taking a crucial step in his plans. In another room, Shang-Chi, having enjoyed a light-hearted exchange with the twin sisters, felt considerably relaxed and was preparing to rise. Meanwhile, Ingli's husband, the leader of the Ten Rings, was anxiously searching for his son, creating a complex tableau reminiscent of an intricate chess game. Li Qi found himself deep in thought, strategizing how to navigate this chessboard effectively. One thing was clear, He needed to engage with the Ten Rings through Ingli in a reasonable and clever manner. After a moment of reflection, he instructed Ingli to rest in the room while he organized matters outside. He then quietly exited the master bedroom, purposefully returning to the karaoke hall. Inside the hall, only Daisy Johnson and the puppet Tony remained. Katie was sound asleep in another room, and Shang-Chi had yet to fully awaken. The staff summoned by Tony had retreated to the back changing room to rest, while Colonel Rhodes had already departed Stark Manor to report back to New York. Li Chi summoned the puppet Tony, his expression earnest as he inquired about the current status of Stark Industries' closure and transformation. Within just 2 days, multiple departments had already shut down, and the puppet Tony was efficiently managing the operations. As for the acquisition of the smaller military-industrial group, Hammer Industries, an official offer had been made. If the acquisition were unsuccessful, it likely meant the price was not reasonable. Li Chi was indifferent to the specifics of price, stock, and company profits, allowing puppet Tony the flexibility to expedite the acquisition. Additionally, there were new developments regarding Howard Stark's close associate, who was currently in a frigid town in Siberia. Tony had dispatched someone to retrieve him and his son. Li Chi nodded, indicating that detailed arrangements would be made once they returned. He then instructed puppet Tony to return to Stark Industries to continue advancing their work, while he, starting tonight, would retreat to the underground laboratory to develop and construct the exosuit. Daisy Johnson continued to master her abilities, making the most of her time to enhance her powers. Li Chi entered the basement, instructing Jarvis to project the designed exosuit components and overall schematics into the air, then immersing himself in the meticulous assembly and construction. The core energy system of the exosuit had been designed the previous day, making the creation of the prototype less challenging than before. Nearby, in the laboratory, Daisy Johnson had just completed her third activation of powers and was now capable of better controlling the speed, intensity, and range of her abilities. Only a few electrical devices had sustained damage, marking significant progress for her. Eager to share her good news with Li Chi, she approached the laboratory door, but, seeing him in deep concentration, decided against interrupting. Instead, she quietly returned upstairs to settle the payments for the staff involved in the activities before checking on the dinner preparations in the kitchen. Just as she was about to exit, Shang-Chi's slightly languid voice, still tinged with the remnants of intoxication, echoed in the corridor. "Miss Johnson, may I inquire where Li Chi is? I wish to bid him farewell." Daisy glanced at Shang-Chi as he emerged from the front room, meticulously straightening his shirt. His relaxed demeanor signaled a notable transformation. Though he appeared mature and composed, Daisy knew he was merely 24 or 25. His rich experiences lending him an air of wisdom beyond his years. Chapter 20. The confrontation between the two. Daisy Johnson's lips curled slightly as she bestowed a gentle smile upon Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi paused momentarily, as if a sudden memory had struck him, and hurriedly inquired, "Miss Johnson, do you know where Katie is? I've searched everywhere for her." Katie, his girlfriend, was a captivating woman of Asian descent. Daisy Johnson raised her hand and delicately pointed in a direction, softly guiding him. "Katie is in another room, sleeping." Upon hearing Daisy Johnson's revelation regarding Katie's whereabouts, a complex expression flickered across Shang-Chi's face, marked by hesitation, unease, and an indescribable tension. He found himself momentarily daunted by the thought of facing his girlfriend, as his previous experiences left his heart racing like a startled rabbit. He nodded slightly at Daisy before turning back to his resting quarters. At that moment, two casually dressed twins emerged gracefully from the room. One of them gently patted Shang-Chi's arm, smiling warmly as she offered, "If you need any assistance later, feel free to reach out. We all know each other now." With that, they trod lightly towards the nearby changing room. Daisy Johnson then turned to the kitchen to arrange dinner, leaving Shang-Chi alone in the room, his brows knitted together. Resting his chin in his hands, looking pensive, utterly at a loss regarding how to confront Katie. Meanwhile, in another room, Katie turned over in bed, mumbling incoherently, until her thirst finally roused her from her slumber. The effects of alcohol left her parched, so she slowly sat up from the soft bed, bleary-eyed, and began searching for a refrigerator or water dispenser, yet found none. With a firm push, she opened the door and stood in the hallway. Her voice hoarse as she called out, "Water, I'm thirsty. Where's the mineral water or drinks?" At that moment, the gentle electronic voice of the AI, Jarvis, chimed in, ready to guide her back to her room, for there was indeed a water source available inside. Hearing his girlfriend's familiar call from down the hall, Shang-Chi rushed to open his door and immediately spotted the dazed Katie. She leaned against the doorframe, her steps unsteady as she swayed, preparing to exit. Seeing this, Shang-Chi's heart tightened, and he quickly approached to steady her. Following Jarvis's prompt, he found the water dispenser in the room, filled a cup with water, and carefully served it to Katie, ensuring she drank it all. Katie began to regain her senses upon opening her eyes and recognizing her boyfriend. A hint of exasperation crossed her features as she chided, "Hey, where were you during the drinking session? I couldn't find you anywhere. Thank goodness for Mr. Stark's company, otherwise, I would have been bored to tears. Honestly, where did you go?" Shang-Chi's heart sank. He dared not disclose his previous encounter with the twin sisters, so he stammered that he had gone to the restroom, barely managing to deflect the topic. He then gently helped Katie back onto the bed. softly coaxing her to sleep a little longer, assuring her he would come to wake her for dinner. Katie mumbled a series of indistinct words before settling back down. Shang-Chi reclined beside her, resting his head on his hand, his thoughts drifting far away. Katie rolled over, a leg draped over his thigh, murmuring softly with the scent of alcohol on her breath before succumbing to sleep once more. The quartz clock on the wall clearly indicated the time, 9:30. Seeing Katie deeply asleep, Shang-Chi gently grasped her leg, carefully shifting it off himself before quietly rising from the bed. He stood silently on the floor for a minute, gazing tenderly at the slumbering Katie, shaking his head slightly, seemingly sighing silently, before exiting the room with the intention of wandering elsewhere or finding something to eat. At this point, no one had informed him that dinner was ready, and after consuming alcohol and experiencing so much, his stomach began to growl with hunger. Upon leaving the room, he walked down the corridor, unaware that just ahead lay the staff's resting and storage area, proceeding with a nonchalant demeanor. Suddenly, a woman clad in a fitted black uniform emerged from behind the curtain of that room. She sported a sleek bob haircut and held a bundle of seemingly special rope in her hands. Upon spotting Shang-Chi, her previously calm expression shifted to one of anger and annoyance as she rushed towards him like a gust of wind. Without uttering a word, she swiftly swung the rope, which arced through the air like a lively whip, ensnaring one of Shang-Chi's ankles with precision. Caught off guard, Shang-Chi was knocked to the ground with a heavy thud. As he prepared to express his anger and looked up at the woman, he noted her fair features, delicate yet determined countenance, and the quintessential traits of an East Asian visage. The fitted uniform accentuated her athletic and poised figure. Shang-Chi felt a sense of familiarity wash over him, and he pondered rapidly. Yet before he could recollect, the woman delivered another sharp kick, sending him crashing against the wall. At this moment, Jarvis had swiftly identified the woman through the surveillance system, recognizing that she was not an adversary nor there to assassinate him, thus refraining from sounding the alarm. After enduring a couple of kicks, Shang-Chi finally recalled who she was, hastily scrambling to his feet in a disheveled manner and adopting a defensive stance. He shouted, "Wait, Ling Ling. Hold on. Let us talk this out." His words barely escaped his lips when the force of the rope in the woman's hands intensified rather than diminished. Left with no choice, Shang-Chi dodged left and right, evading her assaults but refraining from retaliating fully, and the two became entangled in a scuffle within the narrow corridor. Shang-Chi was acutely aware that he must not harm the woman before him, no matter what. Chapter 21. Siblings. Ultimately, Shang-Chi was seized by the woman, who flung him to the ground as if he were a mere sack, sending him crashing down 7 or 8 times. His head buzzed, as if a swarm of bees were careening within his mind. Only then did the woman take a step back, satisfaction glimmering in her eyes, as she regarded her brother, whose legs trembled and who appeared utterly disheveled. "Through gritted teeth," she declared, "who told you to sneak away from home for 8 years, leaving me all alone to languish and wait. Now I'm merely collecting a bit of interest. You better be prepared for what has to come." Upon hearing her words, Shang-Chi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He hastily leaned against the wall, striving to regain his composure and restore his strength. The woman before him was none other than his sister, Su Shaoling. Since he had resolutely severed all ties with his sister after leaving the Ten Rings gang's base, guilt flooded his heart upon recognizing her. He could not possibly retaliate against her, enduring such a lesson from his sister. Shang-Chi felt utterly helpless and swallowed the bitter pill in silence. After a brief pause, he managed to regain some strength and spoke again. "Shaoling, what brings you here? By the way, I must earnestly inform you that father has undoubtedly discovered my whereabouts and has taken my pendant. Next, he will surely come for yours." Shaoling instinctively touched the dazzling pendant around her neck, which gleamed like an emerald. A stubborn glimmer danced in her eyes as she firmly responded, "Let him come for it. I am not afraid of him." Shang-Chi, unfamiliar with his sister's current demeanor, grew increasingly worried. He urged her to leave at once, to conceal her identity and avoid being found by those pursuing him. Shaoling furrowed her brows in deep contemplation. After carefully inquiring about Shang-Chi's recent experiences, she rested her chin in thought and said, "Those individuals you mentioned, who can emit high heat and regenerate lost limbs, I doubt they are father's subordinates. Although he commands many, he lacks such extraordinary talents. Perhaps you've misunderstood?" Shang-Chi, upon reflection, did not dispute her assertion, recalling that he had never heard of such abilities among his father's followers. He too began to question whether his daytime encounter was indeed connected to the Ten Rings. The siblings then returned to the room where Su Shaoling had been moments before. Shang-Chi, with a mix of curiosity and embarrassment, asked his sister how she came to be here and whether any of the women accompanying him earlier were with her. In the karaoke hall, he had not managed to identify all 13 women before being whisked away by 2 staff members, and now he felt a flush of heat creeping up his face as he posed the question. Shaoling, perceptive as ever, immediately discerned his hesitation and answered brightly, "I came with that group, but I didn't partake in your chaotic activities. I've been hiding here all along." Upon hearing this, Shang-Chi felt a weight lift from his heart and silently exhaled in relief. Soon, the siblings began to discuss their experiences since leaving the base. Shang-Chi had spent the years living incognito in Los Angeles, leading an ordinary life, while Su Shaoling had returned to the East. where she established an underground boxing arena with her courage and intelligence, carving out her own niche. She had come here because Shang-Chi had sent her a postcard, which had arrived via electronic means. When the postcard was mentioned, she quickly retrieved her phone and opened her email. The front of the postcard displayed a hand-drawn dragon emblem, vividly alive as if it might take flight at any moment. The back bore the address of the villa. Shang-Chi, upon seeing the image on her phone, was perplexed, certain that he had never sent his sister an email. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoling's expression mirrored his astonishment, her eyes filled with confusion. Who could have sent this postcard? Just then, the steady voice of the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, resonated clearly in the room. I was the one who sent the electronic postcard to Miss Su. Upon hearing Jarvis's announcement, both Shang-Chi and Su Xiaoling stood frozen, as if caught in a spell. They had never imagined that an apartment's AI could orchestrate such a thing. Was it perhaps under the direction of Tony Stark? Jarvis continued to elucidate patiently through my meticulous analysis of big data over the past few days. I collected fragments of information regarding you two from various explosion sites across North America. I cautiously deduced that these incidents were related to you. Thus I made this small arrangement. Shang-Chi and Su Xiaoling exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for how to react. Engaging in a dispute with an artificial intelligence seemed illogical, so they reluctantly set the matter aside for the moment. Shang-Chi suddenly had a thought and countered Jarvis. Was this matter approved by Mr. Stark or Mr. Lee? Unbeknownst to him, the puppet, Tony, was entirely at the behest of his master, Lee. Jarvis's voice emanated from somewhere in the room. As for this matter, the master is preoccupied with numerous affairs. I believe it unnecessary to trouble him with such trivialities. Shang-Chi and Su Xiaoling exchanged puzzled expressions, clearly surprised by this revelation. They locked eyes, and Shang-Chi felt a twinge of hesitation, reluctant to inquire further about Tony Stark or Lee. Conversely, Su Xiaoling was unperturbed. Her nature was more forthright and daring, always willing to act without hesitation. She sprang from her seat, her gaze resolute as she declared loudly to both Shang-Chi and the source of Jarvis's voice. In that case, I will go and ask Mr. Stark and Mr. Lee to clarify this matter. I must have an explanation. Being a martial artist, her straightforward and impulsive character was both her strength and her flaw. Jarvis's voice continued to resonate within the room. The master is currently occupied in the basement. It may not be the best time to disturb him. However, I can inform you of the whereabouts of those you care about. Su Xiaoling hesitated, her feet seemingly nailed to the floor as she stood still, awaiting Jarvis's next words. Jarvis continued, your father, Su Wenwu, has departed from the mountainous base and is en route to find you two, traveling by aircraft. If all goes as planned, he will arrive in Los Angeles within half a day. I suggest you prepare yourselves. With this information drawn from big data, Jarvis had tracked the movements of their father, the leader of the Ten Rings. Upon hearing this, the siblings' expression shifted slightly, as if a shadow had descended upon them. The formidable figure of their father from childhood memories instilled within them a deep-rooted fear and ingrained trepidation. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the same thought in the other's eyes: escape immediately and seek refuge elsewhere. Then, Jarvis shared additional insights gathered from big data. He explained that these explosions were actually perpetrated by another organization exploiting the Ten Rings' name for their destructive purposes. Thus, Jarvis felt it his duty to reveal the truth to the siblings and hoped they could clarify their father's misconceptions to exonerate the Ten Rings. Chapter 22. Su Xiaoling. Although Jarvis was merely an artificial intelligence program, at this moment, it spoke eloquently about matters of justice, stirring ripples in the hearts of the sibling duo. Shang-Chi, with his straightforward mind, after hearing Jarvis's words, ceased to dwell on the various actions of the artificial intelligence and cast them aside. As for Su Xiaoling, she felt a surge of righteous fervor yet harbored a subtle sense of reproach and resentment towards Li Qi. Through their dialogue with Jarvis, they had discerned that Li Qi was the true authority behind the villa and Stark Enterprises. Determined, Su Xiaoling strode toward the entrance, addressing her brother and Jarvis. I shall meet Mr. Li Qi and inquire about our next course of action. As for you, dear brother, remain here and keep the sisters company. Upon hearing this, Shang-Chi felt a pang of dismay, realizing that his past blunders had not escaped his sister's notice. He refrained from arguing, silently rising to retreat to his room for solitude. Jarvis did not dissuade Su Xiaoling from seeking out her master. Instead, it fell silent. As the siblings exited the expansive room, Su Xiaoling made her way directly to the basement. Inside, Li Qi was engrossed in constructing mechs and their components, with Jarvis assisting in the production and assembly, creating a bustling atmosphere of industriousness. The construction of the mechs was approximately one-third complete. Once the core energy output device was assembled, half of the project would be accomplished. Upon reaching the basement entrance, Su Xiaoling discovered she could not enter. Regardless of her attempts, none were fruitful without the villa owner's consent. Unbeknownst to her, Jarvis had already informed Li Qi of her presence outside. Li Qi, taking a brief respite from his diligent work, glanced at the surveillance screen, observing a slender girl loitering at the basement entrance. Clad in a black uniform and sporting a neat bob, her face was exquisitely crafted, akin to finely carved jade. Noticing her visage, Li Qi found her far more striking than the character of Su Shaoling from the Marvel films, who had been less than commendable in appearance and physique. The Su Shaoling before him possessed a quintessential Eastern beauty, her figure graceful and her demeanor poised, exuding the charm of an Oriental beauty with every movement, instantly piquing Li Qi's interest. He regarded her as a captivating girl skilled in martial arts. Thus, he instructed Jarvis to allow her entry. As the glass door slowly opened, Su Shaoling cautiously descended the stairs. The corridor was brightly lit, and the underground space was remarkably spacious, far exceeding that of the villa above. Upon reaching the second basement level, she found Li Qi standing at the corridor's entrance, holding 2 cups of coffee. His gaze fixed with interest on Su Shaoling as she descended. With a smile, he offered her a cup, saying, "You have been wandering around my home for quite some time. You must be thirsty. Here, have some coffee to refresh yourself before dinner is served." Upon seeing the Eastern-featured man, Su Shaoling paused momentarily, realizing he must be the master Jarvis had mentioned. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she approached with an air of feigned aloofness, striving to maintain an expression devoid of sentiment. She accepted the coffee from Li Qi and took a delicate sip. The coffee was perfectly brewed, fragrant, and the beans finely ground. Li Qi stepped aside to invite her into the room for a discussion. It was then that Su Shaoling perceived the expansive space within, filled with particle accelerators, various advanced industrial equipment, as well as an array of completed components and specialized devices. Leaving her in awe, she could not help but ponder their intended purpose. Considering Su Shaoling's martial prowess, Li Qi deduced that she could be of assistance. He employed a system's innate ability, mental control. Despite her superior physical condition, Su Shaoling soon found herself under his influence. Li Qi accessed her memories, confirming that she possessed no extraordinary abilities, merely being a skilled martial artist. Contemplating her potential, he concluded that, from a combat perspective, she would be an excellent choice as a bodyguard. He intended to send Daisy Johnson to S.H.I.E.L.D. for training, while Su Shaoling could remain by his side as protection, with her underground arena activities manageable through remote command. With this decision made, he hesitated no longer. Jarvis then informed Li Qi that Daisy Johnson had prepared dinner. After hearing this, Li Qi stretched, feeling a twinge of hunger after several hours of labor. He beckoned Su Shaoling to accompany him as they ascended from the basement. On their way to the dining room, he instructed Jarvis to summon Shang-Chi and Katie for the meal. Upon arriving at the dining room, Daisy Johnson awaited their arrival, promptly guiding Li Qi to his seat. Shortly thereafter, Shang-Chi entered, leading a still sleepy Katie by the hand. Upon seeing Su Shaoling quietly standing beside Li Qi, Shang-Chi was taken aback, never expecting his usually rebellious sister to be so docile in the presence of Li Qi. Instinctively sensing something amiss, he refrained from probing further, attributing her demeanor to a budding admiration for Li Qi. Katie yawned, and upon noticing the table laden with delectable dishes, she instantly awakened from her drowsiness, her eyes widening in delight. After taking her seat, she expressed her gratitude to Li Qi before diving into the meal. Observing this, Li Qi smiled gently and invited the others to join in the feast. Chapter 23. Dr. Maya. The meal was somewhat subdued, yet the presence of Katie, a woman with a penchant for conversation, infused the atmosphere with a lively energy, akin to pebbles thrown into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of vibrancy. After the meal, which extended well past midnight, Rick instructed everyone to retire to their rooms while he made his way back to the basement workshop, immersing himself in the development, assembly, and testing of the mech. Su Shaoling assisted him, her movements deft and her gaze focused, displaying a commendable professionalism. Meanwhile, Daisy Johnson continued her training in a separate room of the basement, wholly concentrated on pushing her limits. Shang-Chi and Katie headed to their rooms to rest, while Happy, along with his bodyguards, remained vigilant, dutifully safeguarding the villa as loyal sentinels, refusing to let their guard down. Through Jarvis, Rick learned that Chen Wenwu was en route, stirring a sense of anticipation within him to engage in dialogue with this man, seasoned by time. As for Ingli in the master bedroom, he thoughtfully arranged for her meal to be delivered. While working, his mind wandered to the dynamics of this family, all 4 of whom resided in his villa. How should he navigate these intricacies? He glanced at Su Shaoling, who was diligently assisting him, and resolved to cast aside distractions, focusing solely on the creation of the mech. In the early hours of the morning, with unwavering concentration, he dedicated himself to the mech's fabrication, undistracted. By the next morning, as the sun ascended high in the sky, the first mech was finally assembled. Rick adorned it in the classic red and white, vibrant colors reminiscent of blazing flames juxtaposed with pure clouds, creating a striking visual. He proceeded with testing, empowered by the Golden Finger system. His athletic and manual dexterity far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, allowing him to master the mech's maneuverability within just over an hour, as if he and the mech had become one. Though the villa bore several significant dents from his endeavors, he deemed the results well worth the cost. Returning to the workshop, he instructed the mechanical arm to disassemble the mech. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him, the mech weighed over 100 pounds, and donning it had felt akin to bearing a heavy burden. At that moment, the villa buzzed with life again. Katie's boisterous voice echoed between floors, as if attempting to rouse the entire establishment. Shang-Chi finally found a moment to converse with his sister, Su Xiaoling. With a solemn expression, he regarded her. His eyes filled with concern and curiosity, inquiring about her relationship with Rick. Observing her dutifully following Rick, his suspicions began to solidify. Now, he sought to formally question his sister about her intentions. Outside Rick's presence, Su Xiaoling reverted to her proud, resilient warrior self, standing tall with unwavering determination. In response to her brother's inquiry, her demeanor shifted slightly, yet her tone remained resolute. Shang-Chi, you should manage your own affairs. 10 years ago, you didn't look after me, and there is no reason for you to do so now. I have my own plans. Having met with resistance, Shang-Chi refrained from further probing into Su Xiaoling's relationship with Rick. Returning to his room, he quieted his mind to contemplate his future. Realizing through these experiences that he could no longer drift aimlessly, he resolved to enact change. The morning swiftly passed, and at noon, everyone gathered in the dining room to enjoy a delightful meal, relishing a moment of tranquility and warmth. Subsequently, Jarvis informed Rick of a woman claiming to be Dr. Maya who wished to see him. Through the aerial projection, Rick observed a woman with a scholarly demeanor, clad in black trousers and a white short-sleeve shirt. Her European features marked by a furrowed brow and an anxious expression, as though she bore urgent news. Recognizing her as a researcher of the extremist virus seeking Tony Stark, he permitted her entry into the villa. Under Jarvis's guidance, Dr. Maya entered the living room, where Su Xiaoling stood stoically behind Rick, exuding an aura of impenetrable coldness. Upon entering, Dr. Maya expected to see Tony Stark, an old acquaintance from a prestigious scientific conference in Europe. She had come to warn Tony to leave promptly to avoid harm. Rick addressed her, Madam, you seek Tony Stark, correct? He is currently occupied at the company. To be frank, I have fully assumed control of all of Tony's assets and holdings. You may convey your concerns directly to me. Confusion flickered in Dr. Maya's eyes. If Tony was absent, what significance did her warning hold? As she momentarily lost her train of thought, Rick employed his mental control abilities over her. After discerning her purpose, he contemplated for a moment before deciding to set her aside, focusing his energies on the impending crisis. Jarvis had detected that Killian's small squad and Su Wenwu's 10-ring squad were likely to arrive at the villa's vicinity simultaneously, within 10 minutes. Therefore, he resolved to address the immediate issue before dealing with Dr. Maya. He summoned Daisy Johnson and, alongside Su Xiaoling, felt confident that the three of them, augmented by the mech, could handle the two squads without issue. As for Shang-Chi, Rick did not specifically call for him, nor did he mobilize Happy and his team of bodyguards. They were ordinary individuals, and since Happy was diligently performing his duties, there was no need to place him in harm's way. He instructed Happy to remain hidden within the villa. Once arrangements were made, Rick returned to the underground workshop, swiftly donning the newly crafted mech with practiced ease, as though it were an extension of his own being. He then led his two female bodyguards to the villa's balcony, facing the sea, and awaited the arrival of Killian's extremist virus squad, the atmosphere thick with tension as the sea breeze whispered around them. Chapter 24. The battle. Standing on the balcony, Li Chi activated the power of his mech, soaring around the villa with reckless abandon, with Jarvis integrated into the armor. After a few loops, Li Chi keenly discerned two helicopters approaching from the southwest sea. Utilizing the long-range telescope within the mech, he identified them as armed helicopters. Their side doors wide open, revealing over a dozen armed personnel wielding firearms and rocket launchers. Li Chi understood that this was undoubtedly Killian's armed squadron. He could not allow these helicopters to approach the villa. A mere 2 rocket strikes could reduce it to rubble, necessitating a preemptive interception. Determined to protect Daisy Johnson and Su Xiaoling from danger, Li Chi swiftly altered course, accelerating towards the 2 armed helicopters. Before long, they were within visual range. The leading figure, a bald man with a wicked visage, possessed a distinctly Eastern European appearance. Initially taken aback, he soon erupted into a boisterous laugh. Mistaking the mech for a defensive machine dispatched from the mansion, he immediately barked orders over the intercom. Listen up. Open fire without mercy. Take that thing down first. Then obliterate the villa. As his words faded, the bald man seized a rocket launcher and fired at the mech. Li Chi, undeterred, responded with a volley of micromissiles, all manufactured by Stark Industries. The missiles shot through the air with piercing sounds, engaging in a fierce aerial exchange. Li Chi maneuvered the mech to evade the helicopter's assault, while the air filled with the frantic gunfire from mounted machine guns, 2mm bullets raining down like a torrential storm. Li Chi, refusing to relent, executed rapid evasive maneuvers. With a swift motion, he darted above one of the helicopters, using the palm cannon to precisely strike its tail, causing it to lose balance and spiral downward. Without a second thought, he redirected his assault towards the other armed helicopter. The exchange escalated into a chaotic barrage of rockets and missiles, illuminating the sky with vibrant and deadly sparks. Another rocket whizzed perilously close to Li Chi's mech, propelled by a searing airflow. Reacting swiftly, he executed a sharp 60-degree turn. In his peripheral vision, he spotted 3 more armed helicopters skimming the ocean's surface. At such a distance, he could not ascertain whether they were allies of the bald man or members of the Ten Rings gang. The priority was to eliminate the bald man's helicopter. Resolute, Li Qi enhanced the mech's mobility, increasing its speed. The bald man struggled to keep up. Neither rockets nor machine gun fire could touch the now agile mech. Enraged, he leapt from his seat in a desperate bid to cling to Li Qi's legs. With his right hand glowing like a red-hot iron, he attempted to burn through the mech's armor. Li Qi's heart sank as he realized the gravity of the situation. He executed lateral maneuvers to shake off the bald man. But the latter clung on tenaciously, unwilling to let go, even in the face of Li Qi's brutal kicks. It seemed he was determined to bring them both down. Soon, alarms blared from the mech's helmet, indicating an abnormal temperature in the left leg, with components beginning to fail. Jarvis's voice chimed in. With limited options, Li Qi took the risk of lowering the mech's altitude, submerging the overheated leg and its unwelcome passenger beneath the ocean's surface. The temperature gradually decreased. Yet the bald man maintained his grip, the boiling seawater hissing around them. Seizing an opportunity, Li Qi aimed the palm cannon at the intruder and fired at close range. The prolonged struggle to subdue the bald man stemmed from Li Qi's inexperience in combat with the mech. Meanwhile, another squadron of helicopters entered visual range. Through the telescope, Li Qi spotted a man of Eastern descent in one of the armed helicopters, clad in a black armored uniform with bare arms adorned with 5 golden rings. Li Qi recognized him as Su Wenwu, the leader of the 10 Rings. With lightning speed, Li Qi piloted the mech low over the ocean, quickly ascending to confront the helicopter head-on. He extended his arms in a blocking posture, causing the 3 helicopters to hover in the air at Su Wenwu's signal. The massive rotors produced a deafening roar as Su Wenwu leaned out of the cabin, intrigued by the sight of the humanoid war machine. His purpose for coming was to find his wayward son, Shang-Chi. Although he hadn't located Shang-Chi, the appearance of this remarkable entity piqued his curiosity. Noticing the mutual recognition between them, Li Qi slowly removed his helmet, and their eyes met, both sensing an immediate kinship as fellow Easterners. Su Wenwu refrained from launching an attack, opting instead to converse. "Friend, I seek my wayward son. I have confirmed he is in the villa ahead. Could you kindly allow us passage?" Li Qi resolutely shook his head. "You cannot pass so easily. After all, he is my guest. And I cannot let you recklessly take him away. If you can get past me, then the rest is up to you." Exchanging determined glances, the 2 Eastern men understood that only through combat could they determine the outcome. However, Su Wenwu lacked the ability to fly. While the 10 Rings granted him brief flight capabilities, they were limited. Although in a helicopter, the aerial battleground was not in his favor. Thus, he deliberately flew towards the beach, maneuvering around the hovering war machine as Li Qi pursued closely. As they neared the land, Su Wenwu initiated an attack. His method was straightforward, unleashing energy waves or shock waves through the 10 Rings, reminiscent of a Kamehameha. Mid-flight, he unleashed a barrage of energy waves that surged towards the mech. Li Qi, utilizing the mech's agility, deftly evaded the assaults while launching counterattacks with the palm cannon and finely crafted missiles, yet Su Wenwu skillfully dodged them. After exchanging blows for 2 rounds, they descended onto the land. Su Wenwu promptly abandoned the helicopter, employing the 10 Rings to launch energy waves against the ground. Using the recoil to propel himself into the air. Harnessing the energy waves, he engaged Li Qi in fierce combat on the ground. With centuries of experience and the power of the 10 Rings, Su Wenwu remained physically unchanged, his combat skills honed to perfection. This marked the second battle for Li Qi in piloting the mecha, and his combat style remained somewhat unrefined. Although Li Qi's speed in the air provided him with a distinct advantage, the 2 combatants found themselves locked in a fierce struggle, with neither able to gain the upper hand. As Li Qi increasingly admired Su Wenwu's prowess, the notion of bringing him under his command began to take root in his mind. With this resolve, he no longer hesitated. Having disowned Su Wenwu's combat system, Li Qi decisively employed his psychic control abilities, preparing to seize control of Su Wenwu in one fell swoop. Chapter 25, The Succession of the Leader of the 10 Rings. Li Qi had thoroughly disowned Su Wenwu's combat style and the capabilities of the 10 Rings. Realizing that further engagement was unnecessary, he decisively opted for the most direct and efficient method, employing his mental control abilities to reduce Su Wenwu to a mere puppet, servant, and subordinate, thus fully absorbing the 10 Rings gang. In an instant, the formidable mental control ability, akin to a surging tide, enveloped Su Wenwu completely. As a unique and advanced technological entity, the 10 Rings seemed to possess a certain sentience, activating its defense mechanisms against intrusion. Nevertheless, in the face of Li Qi's overwhelming power, the resistance of the 10 Rings was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. It merely delayed the invasion of the mental control for a moment before succumbing. The 10 Rings detached itself from Su Wenwu's arm, tracing a unique trajectory resembling the Big Dipper in the air, before swirling around Li Qi in a dance. It vibrated continuously, emanating a resplendent energy shield, as if it had finally reunited with a long-lost master, even emitting a joyful humming sound, with visible ripples in the surrounding air reflecting its elation. Su Wenwu initially stood stunned, his eyes filled with confusion, but he was swiftly ensnared by the mental control. Deep within his mind, the system inscribed a foundational logic of absolute subservience to his master. From that moment on, he lost his personal freedom, becoming Li Qi's puppet. much like a marionette. However, he retained an independent personality and considerable consciousness, though the deepest logic dictated that betrayal was unfathomable, with no privacy remaining. This was indelibly etched into the minds of all puppets, servants, and slaves. Su Wenwu's shoulders drooped instantly, his head bowed slightly, his body relaxing as he stood silently beside Li Qi, exuding an air of reverence. As if his soul had been extracted, leaving only the instinct to obey. On the horizon, 3 armed helicopters brought by Su Wenwu approached the battlefield in a triangular formation, ready to provide fire support for their leader. Li Qi glanced at the Ten Rings gang's small squad aboard the helicopters. Among them were 2 captains. One was a Western giant missing his right arm, wielding cold weapons that glimmered ominously in the sunlight, whispering tales of past bloodshed. The other was an Eastern ninja clad in a dark cloak, wearing a dramatic mask adorned with mysterious patterns, exuding an enigmatic aura. Both men crouched at the helicopter doors, intently watching the battlefield, waiting for their leader's command to unleash their arsenal upon the enemy. At this moment, witnessing their leader standing so obediently before the Eastern man, they were filled with bewilderment. Li Qi did not employ his mental powers on these squad members. In his eyes, these captains were mere pawns, unworthy of his control, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. The first command Li Qi issued to Su Wenwu was to have his men land and inform them that the leadership of the Ten Rings had been ceded to their compatriot from the mysterious Eastern nation, the Dragon Kingdom, Li Qi himself. Su Wenwu complied with his master's command, turning around, raising his head again, his face regaining its former confidence and charm. It must be noted that the former leader of the Ten Rings, Su Wenwu, was handsome and charismatic, exuding a sense of dignity and masculinity. He bore a typical Eastern visage. Although lacking bulging muscles and a robust physique, he donned the standard attire of a martial artist, the patterns on his clothing seemingly narrating the tales of time, due to years of martial training and physical activity. He was in excellent shape, truly fitting the adage that clothing conceals, but undressing reveals. He waved towards the 3 helicopters nearby, and his subordinates understood his signal, landing the helicopters on the beach, which immediately stirred up clouds of sand, mingling with the briny sea breeze to create a miniature whirlwind, as if performing a mysterious dance amid the swirling dust. Once the small teams disembarked from the helicopters, they jogged towards their leader. Su Wenwu surveyed the group and solemnly announced, "From this day forth, I cede the position of leader of the gang to our compatriot, Li Qi. He possesses extraordinary abilities and will surely lead us to restore our former glory, while I willingly take on the role of deputy leader. Henceforth, you are all to obey the commands of leader Li Qi." His voluntary acceptance of the deputy position was a directive authorized remotely by Li Qi. Amidst the astonished, confused gazes of his subordinates, Su Wenwu merely flashed a slightly charming smile, and they all acquiesced to the order. They understood the prowess of Su Wenwu. Anyone capable of earning the respect and ceding power of the former leader must be exceptional. Thus, everyone shouted in unison, "Long live the leader! The leader is wise. The Ten Rings will surely rise again, shining across the world." For a millennium, the Ten Rings had been renowned in Asia and Europe. North America had only been a nation for a mere 200 years, and the Ten Rings' development there was far inferior to that in Eurasia. In truth, ever since Su Wenwu found love and had descendants over a decade ago, he had lost interest in managing the gang, leading to a gradual decline over the past 10 years, from a first-rate gang to a second-rate one. Therefore, restoring the Ten Rings to its former glory was a dream cherished by all its members. This millennia-old gang, although weakened in the last century, still possessed substantial resources, proving that the friliest camel is still larger than the strongest horse. Thus, Li Qi acquired his second asset, Stark Industries and the Ten Rings. With calm composure, he regarded the kneeling gang members, gently nodding for them to rise. He then gestured for Su Wenwu to follow him toward his villa. The other gang members set up a temporary camp near the villa, away from the crowd, awaiting further orders. The one-armed giant and the masked ninja, upon receiving their orders, respectfully bowed to the new leader before reboarding the armed helicopters, landing on the hillside adjacent to the villa to establish a temporary encampment. Leaving their actions unmentioned for the time being, Li Qi and Su Wenwu strolled toward the villa, where the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, had already notified the portly head of security, Happy to drive the master back. No sooner had Li Qi and Su Wenwu walked for 2 minutes than Happy arrived in a sleek black luxury car, akin to a Black Panther, stopping swiftly before them. Li Qi and Su Wenwu entered the vehicle, which sped toward the villa's entrance. Daisy Johnson and Su Shaoling stood guard at the door, awaiting their master's return. Daisy, fit and composed, exuded competence. Clad in a form-fitting combat outfit that perfectly accentuated her statuesque figure, Su Shaoling, with her neatly cropped hair and exquisite features, donned a sleek black leather jacket, radiating a distinctive and spirited presence. Chapter 26, Father and daughter assist Li Qi together at the entrance of the Dominator's villa. Su Wenwu's attention was instantly captivated by 2 remarkably poised women standing before him, one of whom was his own daughter, Su Shaoling. Although his children had fled from his stronghold a decade ago, Su Wenwu had silently kept a watchful eye on them over the years. His paternal love had never waned despite the passage of time and distance. Thus, when his daughter appeared at the villa's entrance, Su Wenwu recognized her immediately. guided by an instinct unique to fathers. Though he had fallen under the mental control of the Dominator, much like the puppet Tony, Su Wenwu retained an independent consciousness and thought. His loyalty, however, was firmly shackled, akin to a sturdy fetter that prevented him from committing any act detrimental to the Dominator. Consequently, upon seeing his daughter, a blend of confusion and incomprehension flickered across his face. Li Qi, ever perceptive, noted the expression of the newly recruited servant and promptly clarified. Indeed, that is your daughter. She now serves me as well. A light of realization dawned upon Su Wenwu. Once the vehicle came to a steady halt within the villa's courtyard, Li Qi gracefully exited the car, raising a hand to beckon the two women, Daisy Johnson and Su Xiaoling, to approach. Su Wenwu followed suit and alighted from the vehicle. Addressing the father and daughter, Li Qi instructed, from this moment forth, you shall work together for me. Avoid any estrangement or conflict. Instead, cooperate closely. Do you understand? He intended to give them a preemptive warning. Hoping they would wholeheartedly assist him, the father and daughter assured the Dominator in unison that they would dedicate themselves entirely to his service. Their resolute gazes seemingly narrating their unwavering loyalty. Satisfied, Li Qi nodded and then led the three servants into the villa. The portly Happy continued to patrol the villa's perimeter with his security team, ever the loyal sentinel. Upon returning to the living room, Li Qi glanced at the wall clock. It was nearly noon, time for lunch. At that moment, Daisy Johnson approached the Dominator with light steps, softly announcing that the meal was prepared. Li Qi nodded and guided everyone to the dining room. He allowed the father and daughter to seat themselves freely, while Daisy Johnson turned to inform the head chef to commence the meal. The father and daughter appeared somewhat reserved before the Dominator, cautiously taking their places at either side of the dining table. The other three individuals in the villa gradually entered the dining room. A young man and woman held hands, their round faces revealing themselves to be Shang-Chi and his girlfriend, Katie. While resting indoors, the gentle voice of the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, announced that lunch was about to begin, summoning them to the dining room. Upon entering, Shang-Chi's gaze fell upon Su Wenwu, who sat upright in his black combat attire. Instantly, a complex expression of confusion, surprise, and anger crossed Shang-Chi's face, as if years of resentment were bubbling to the surface. He stepped forward, his tone questioning, "Why did you send people to hunt me down? After all these years, can't I just live as an ordinary person?" Shang-Chi's greatest desire was to lead a tranquil life, free from turmoil and peril. Just as Su Wenwu was about to explain, hoping to sway Shang-Chi's heart, Li Qi interjected, "Wenwu, since he wishes to be an ordinary person, let it be. Do not interfere with his life any longer." Li Qi harbored a degree of disdain for Shang-Chi. To him, the young man appeared overly mature and lacked the qualities Li Qi valued. In his eyes, Shang-Chi resembled a rough gem that could not be polished. With Su Wenwu and Su Xiaoling present, Li Qi had no intention of keeping Shang-Chi close, hence his directive to Su Wenwu. Naturally, Su Wenwu acquiesced to the Dominator's wishes. Nodding at Shang-Chi, "Very well, son, if you wish to be an ordinary person, so be it. From this day forth, the Ten Rings will have no ties to you. But we must keep in touch as a family." Thus, the connection between Shang-Chi and the Ten Rings was severed, yet their father-son bond remained intact. Li Qi regarded this as inconsequential, viewing it merely as trivial matters. However, he found himself troubled by the fact that Katie, Shang-Chi's Asian girlfriend, had deduced the nature of their relationship from their conversation. Yet, observing the visages of Shang-Chi and Su Wenwu, Katie's curiosity surged. Why did Shang-Chi appear so much older while Su Wenwu looked remarkably youthful? Over the years, having encountered genuinely handsome Asian men, Katie recognized that Shang-Chi's appearance was quite ordinary and aged. In contrast, the striking figure of Su Wenwu, clad in fitted attire, was the second most attractive face she had encountered in recent days. Eagerly, Katie grasped Shang-Chi's arm, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she exclaimed, "Shang-Chi, is this your father whom you've never mentioned? Don't you want to introduce us?" Before Shang-Chi could respond, Katie cheerfully engaged Su Wenwu, declaring herself Shang-Chi's girlfriend. Expressing her deep affection for him, and recounting how they had narrowly escaped an attack in the streets, all the while chattering incessantly like a lively bird. Li Qi found her reminiscent of the character Tang Sung from Journey to the West, capable of endless dialogue without pausing, as if a perpetual motion machine resided within her mind. Suppressing his annoyance, he glanced towards Su Xiaoling, who remained silent, dutifully standing beside the Dominator like a silent statue. Li Qi instructed her to take a seat at the dining table, and she nodded, expressionless, positioning herself at a distance from Su Wenwu. At that moment, Dr. Maya entered the dining room, her face a mosaic of surprise and joy. Since arriving at the villa the previous day to inform Li Qi about the apocalypse virus, she had been plagued with worry, as though a heavy stone weighed upon her heart. Well aware of the virus's potency and the ruthless nature of Killian's subordinates, she had barely slept the night before, anxious for the safety of innocents. Initially seeking Tony Stark, upon encountering the puppet Tony, she learned that the company, villa, and most assets had been bequeathed to Mr. Li Qi, amplifying her concerns and causing her anxiety to snowball. Nevertheless, after witnessing Li Qi single-handedly repel 2 armed squads and their helicopters, her curiosity about this enigmatic, dashing Eastern man grew. Upon entering the dining room and spotting Li Qi, a smile graced Maya's lips. Li Qi beckoned her to sit down and wait for the meal, and she happily complied, taking a seat beside Su Shaoling. Engaging Li Qi in conversation about the recent armed helicopter incident. Given her understanding of Killian's subordinates, she recognized that the assailants were formidable, equipped with helicopters, rocket launchers, and assault rifles, yet they still fell short against Li Qi, fueling her admiration and respect for him. At that moment, Li Qi contemplated how best to accommodate Dr. Maya. Her defection from Killian's ranks to provide intelligence to the villa indicated that she could no longer return to his organization, and he was determined to eradicate this malevolent entity. Given the significance of the Apocalypse virus as Killian's core technology, it would be prudent to integrate Maya into the Ten Rings and continue the research on the virus. After all, the Apocalypse virus remained incomplete. With a low survival rate for users post-injection, Dr. Maya's expertise in gene editing and splicing was essential for refining the virus. Thus, Li Qi resolved to transfer the research project on the Apocalypse virus to the Ten Rings, appointing Dr. Maya as the lead on the scientific endeavor. Chapter 27, Pure Relationships. Dr. Maya, an indispensable researcher in the Dire Virus project, was acutely recognized by Li Qi for her significance. He was resolute in his determination to keep her by his side and incorporate her into the Ten Rings organization. Without further hesitation, Li Qi slowly lifted his gaze towards Maya, who was focused on her meal, her demeanor slightly reserved. He decisively activated his mind control ability. In an instant, he successfully seized control of Maya's consciousness, ensuring that she could wholeheartedly dedicate herself to her research, thereby maximizing her value. Dr. Maya instantly became Li Qi's most loyal subordinate and researcher. Upon delving into her memories, Li Qi was astonished to discover that several years prior, her meeting with Tony Stark had merely involved an extensive discussion on the future prospects of genetic technology. Despite some drinking, they had maintained clarity of mind and had not engaged in any behavior beyond professional exchange. When he had previously reclaimed the puppet Tony, he had also confirmed this detail in Tony's memories, which added to his respect and admiration for Maya's purity. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qi resolved to engage Maya in an in-depth discussion regarding the research direction of the Dire virus, to ensure her full commitment to advancing this critical scientific endeavor within the Ten Rings. Under his control, Maya's eyes radiated a newfound determination and loyalty, akin to a blazing flame. Her scientific thinking and imagination seemed to be unlocked by a magical key, further igniting her creativity, which is undoubtedly the essence of achieving innovative breakthroughs in research. At the dining table, the others remained oblivious to Maya's peculiar state. In Li Qi's villa, everyone acted with caution, and the atmosphere at the table felt somewhat oppressive, as if shrouded by an invisible veil. Li Qi gently cleared his throat and spoke in a soothing tone. Please, feel free to eat and speak openly. There is no need for such restraint. Upon hearing the leader's words, Su Wenwu, Su Shaoling, Maya, and Daisy gradually began to open up. Shang-Chi and his Asian girlfriend, Katie, continued to bicker playfully while dining, occasionally displaying their affection, which infused a touch of lightness into the otherwise stifling atmosphere, much like a refreshing breeze in stagnant air. Shang-Chi swallowed his food, slightly turned to Su Wenwu on his right, and said, Now that you've taken everything, I have no business here. Tomorrow, Katie and I will return to downtown Los Angeles. Hearing this, Katie lightly tapped Shang-Chi's arm, wishing to remain at the villa to meet the renowned tycoon Tony Stark and partake in more intriguing social activities. After drinking with Tony late into the previous night, she was filled with anticipation for the villa's vibrant lifestyle. Shang-Chi, however, was not inclined to acquiesce to his girlfriend. He gently held Katie's hand with his left hand, gazing at her with warmth and resolve. Touched by Shang-Chi's expression, Katie nodded softly, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she continued to enjoy the delectable food on the table. The villa's chef was exceptionally skilled, and Katie relished the meal, occasionally feeding Shang-Chi, their interaction brimming with sweetness. Shang-Chi chewed his food helplessly, glancing once more at his father. Understanding Li Qi's directive that he did not wish for Shang-Chi to join the team, Su Wenwu replied smoothly, Very well, take care of yourself. I will have my subordinates send you some living expenses shortly. Don't work too late and buy a house for Katie. I'll also provide you with extra pocket money. Shang-Chi initially intended to refuse, but Katie pinched his arm playfully, her eyes sparkling with joy as she thanked Su Wenwu. All of this was orchestrated by Li Qi, who wished for Shang-Chi to lead a stable and comfortable life, far removed from the dangers of violence. Observing his girlfriend's actions, Shang-Chi shook his head in resignation, nodding gently as he resumed his meal. He then glanced at Su Shaoling, seated to Li Qi's left. With many words he wished to share with his sister, urging her to maintain some distance from their father. However, with everyone present, he could only swallow his words in silence. Li Qi, keenly observing the expressions of those around him, understood Shang-Chi's sentiments, yet he remained unconcerned. For Su Shaoling was firmly under his control, much like a puppet guided by invisible strings. The meal progressed pleasantly enough, and afterward, Li Qi instructed Su Wenwu to stay temporarily at the villa. Su Wenwu respectfully bowed and nodded in agreement. After arranging accommodations for Su Wenwu and Su Shaoling, Li Qi returned to the master bedroom. Ing Li eagerly approached, gently grasping Li Qi's wrist, her eyes filled with tenderness. Akin to a clear spring in the warmth of spring, enveloping him in her embrace and softly expressing her longing. Previously, the intelligent Jarvis had informed Ingli that her husband and children were at the villa, yet at that moment, her heart was solely with Li Qi. As if the entire world had been reduced to just him, Li Qi reciprocated Ingli's embrace, tenderly conversing with her for a few moments before revealing his contemplation, restoring her magical abilities. Ingli hailed from Taro Village, where she had been under the protection of the Divine Dragon. Not only did she possess magic, but she was also a martial arts master. After leaving Taro Village, she lost her magical enhancements, and her martial prowess could no longer guarantee her safety. After communicating with the Golden Finger system, Li Qi discovered that he could temporarily grant Ingli a similar magical ability. He gently released her, affectionately caressing her face, and tenderly said, "Listen, I am going to restore your magical abilities now. From this point onward, you will work alongside our daughter as a security personnel in the company, all right?" Ingli, having long been obedient to Li Qi, nodded gently, her gaze brimming with trust and reliance. Li Qi, utilizing the Golden Finger, began to infuse her with a semblance of the magical abilities she had possessed in Taro Village. In an instant, Ingli felt herself grow powerful. Not only did her physical attributes significantly enhance, but a familiar magical energy surged within her, and a euphoric smile blossomed on her face, as if she had been reborn. Chapter 28. The first battle of departure. Li Qi emerged from his confrontation with the two adversaries profoundly enriched, having gleaned numerous subtle applications and unique techniques of martial arts. He gently nodded, signaling Su Wenwu to retire to his room for rest, before leading Ingli directly back to the master bedroom. Su Wenwu, in complete agreement with his master's arrangement, respectfully withdrew. Once in the master bedroom, Li Qi and Ingli sat side by side on the edge of the bed, engaging in a deep and passionate discussion about the application and techniques of martial arts. As a master of the discipline, Ingli offered insights that were both profound and unique, illuminating new paths in martial studies for Li Qi, much like a beacon of light. Li Qi, with a humble demeanor akin to a sponge thirsty for knowledge, absorbed the wisdom shared, reaping abundant rewards. After their exchange, Li Qi thoughtfully encouraged Ingli to reunite with her daughter. The joy of their long-awaited reunion surged like a tidal wave, naturally leading to an endless flow of conversation. Respecting this tender moment, Li Qi quietly instructed Jarvis to bring Dr. Maya to the master bedroom, intending to engage her in a thorough and in-depth discussion regarding the research direction of the Desperation virus. As the bedroom door slowly opened, Dr. Maya entered with an elegant stride, clad in a meticulously tailored black suit over a simple black t-shirt and paired with black trousers. Her cascading long hair fell gracefully over her shoulders. A pair of exquisite glasses perched upon her nose, exuding an air of scholarly elegance and competence. Dr. Maya showed deep respect towards Li Qi. Since being under mental control, she had devoted herself wholly to her orders, akin to a loyal guardian upholding her master's will. During her subjugation, Li Qi had utilized a system enhancement to copy her extensive knowledge regarding genetic splicing and editing. Recognizing her exceptional talent as a rare asset in the realm of scientific research, he resolved to nurture her abilities, thereby ensuring her service to his cause. Li Qi gestured for Dr. Maya to take a seat, and the two engaged in an extensive discussion about the progress, potential risks, and future directions of the Desperation virus research. With her profound expertise, Dr. Maya articulated her insights with clarity and precision, while Li Qi interjected with insightful questions and novel ideas. Their discourse resembled a collision of thoughts, illuminating new perspectives akin to discovering a glimmer of dawn in the darkness. Upon concluding their discussion, Li Qi, with a serious demeanor, inquired about the location of Killian and his Desperation virus gang stronghold. This information was crucial for Li Qi, as he planned to lead Su Wenwu and two female warriors in a decisive strike against this perilous organization, akin to excising a malignant tumor. Dr. Maya, recalling the stronghold's location from which she had escaped, promptly provided Li Qi with the precise coordinates. Li Qi summoned the artificial intelligence, and a three-dimensional map materialized in midair, revealing that the stronghold was situated in a rural villa in another state, a considerable distance away. In recent days, Jarvis had acted as an invisible cyber warrior, successfully infiltrating the public networks, private networks, and secret lines of various North American states, effectively gaining oversight of most areas. The real-time monitoring feed projected within the bedroom, showcasing images from local street cameras, helicopters, drones, and toy aircraft. Li Qi and Dr. Maya scrutinized the visuals. Pointing to the screen, Dr. Maya described a vast building converted from an abandoned theater, detailing the composition of personnel within, including the number of death warriors, researchers, and mid-level managers, divulging all she knew about the Desperation virus gang with remarkable candor. After her thorough briefing, Li Qi gained a clear understanding of the gang, numbering between 70 to 100 individuals, with a dozen having injected the Desperation virus to become superhumans, and another 20 to 30 who experienced explosive reactions from the injections. This was a considerable organization that, if allowed to flourish, would pose a significant threat much like a venomous spider lurking in the shadows, poised to extend its toxic grasp upon the world. Determined to eradicate the stronghold promptly, Li Qi recognized the necessity of meticulous planning. He could not act hastily but must first develop a more powerful array of mechas. After sending Dr. Maya back to her room, Li Qi descended to the basement. The first mecha had sustained severe damage in the daytime battle, resembling a wounded warrior unfit for further use. He needed to assemble a second mecha without delay and implement enhancements. To increase the odds of victory, Li Qi aimed to manufacture several mechas, thereby augmenting their combat capabilities. He commanded Jarvis, who promptly commenced the mass production and assembly of the mechas in another room, working diligently like a skilled craftsman. In the basement, Li Qi and Jarvis utilized data from the daytime skirmish to optimize and upgrade the mecha's payload capacity, maneuverability, and joint lubrication, ensuring better adaptability for combat situations. This endeavor persisted until dawn broke on the second day, culminating in the completion of the second mecha's upgrades. Li Qi emerged from the basement, returning to the bedroom, where he opened the floor-to-ceiling window to gaze upon the boundless sea and the fiery sun ascending above the horizon, resembling a blazing orb igniting the world with light and hope. Ying Li, clad in white pajamas, reclined lazily on the bed, her gentle gaze fixed upon Li Qi. After returning to the master bedroom from Su Xiaoling's room the previous night, finding Li Qi absent, she had returned to her daughter's quarters, where the mother and daughter engaged in heartfelt conversation until the morning light beckoned them back. Adhering strictly to Li Qi's orders, Ying Li had refrained from any private interactions with Su Wenwu, much like a disciplined soldier. As Li Qi entered the room, Ying Li gracefully rose from the bed, and he enveloped her in a tender embrace, sharing a moment of warmth. Li Qi planned to indulge in a brief afternoon nap to replenish his energy before gathering the mechas and Su Wenwu for an assault on Killian's stronghold of the Desperation Virus Gang. The sooner this menace was eliminated, the sooner he could advance his plans. Despite a night filled with labor, Li Qi remained invigorated. Exchanging a few affectionate words with Ying Li before lying down to rest, Jarvis automatically adjusted the room's lighting and temperature to the most comfortable settings, akin to a thoughtful steward. At noon, Daisy Johnson strode confidently into the kitchen to oversee the meal preparations. She, along with Su Xiaoling and Su Wenwu, had received their master's orders regarding the important operation scheduled for the afternoon, necessitating a hearty lunch to replenish their energy. Once the meal was prepared, Jarvis softly notified Li Qi. Li Qi, accompanied by Ying Li, entered the dining room, where everyone awaited them, save for Shang-Chi and his girlfriend Katie. Su Wenwu informed Li Qi that the two had departed the villa for Los Angeles to continue their lives, to which Li Qi nodded, having never intended for Shang-Chi to partake in the subsequent endeavors. At the dining table, Dr. Maya reiterated the details concerning Killian's stronghold. As surveillance images and the three-dimensional map floated above the table, the group listened intently, their expressions serious and focused. Upon concluding the briefing, Jarvis retracted the projection, and the gathering commenced their meal. After a hearty feast, Su Wenwu reported that the 3 armed helicopters and the combat team he had brought were on standby at the villa's descent path, ready to transport them directly to the stronghold. Li Qi nodded, instructing everyone to prepare accordingly. Ying Li and Su Xiaoling, as masters of martial arts, donned their combat uniforms. Li Qi entrusted the 10 rings to Su Wenwu, fully aware of their enhanced effectiveness in his capable hands. Su Wenwu carefully donned the 10 metallic rings upon his arms. The rings automatically adjusted to fit his physique. Having been his constant companions for millennia, they felt as if they were an extension of his very being. With preparations complete, Li Qi led the assembled group, including Dr. Maya, out of the villa. Happy and the villa's hired security personnel remained behind, the rotund Happy expressing some dissatisfaction. Li Qi instructed him to stay behind to safeguard the villa and its inhabitants, which brought him a measure of solace. Li Qi held great appreciation for Happy's loyalty. A multitude ascended aboard 3 armed helicopters, their rotors whirring with fervor, generating a fierce gale as the aircraft gradually took flight. Following Jarvis's navigation, they soared directly towards the interstate stronghold of Killian, with an estimated flight duration of approximately 1.5 to 2 hours. Throughout the journey, all remained silent over the radio, the atmosphere laden with tension, reminiscent of the calm before a tempest. Rich felt a mixture of trepidation and exhilaration. This marked his inaugural involvement in a large-scale gang confrontation since his arrival in this world. Higher in the skies, 6 mechs, deftly controlled by Jarvis, flew in unison, poised to serve as the primary force in the impending battle, while the others were designated for support, a strategy meticulously devised in advance. Chapter 29. Seeking help after nearly 2 hours of aerial flight, Li Qi and his companions finally approached the stronghold of Killian. As they neared the base, approximately 1 kilometer away, the helicopter's rotors emitted a low, rumbling sound as it descended gracefully. Li Qi swiftly donned the upgraded exosuit designed specifically for him. After an entire night of relentless development, the suit's portability and wearability had been significantly enhanced, allowing for rapid donning even outside the villa. As if he could arm himself in the blink of an eye, the group stood in formation behind the yellow and red armored suits, their expressions solemn as they awaited Li Qi's command. Among them was Su Wenwu, accompanied by his wife and child. Sue's demeanor radiated a calm authority honed by experience. Daisy Johnson, the Shockwave woman, exuded strength and determination. Two mid-level leaders from the Ten Ring Gang, wearing dramatic masks, concealed their eyes, which sparkled with an enigmatic glow. A brawny North American man, muscular and fierce, added to the imposing presence. Additionally, nearly 30 martial arts-clad warriors stood resolute, ready to charge into battle at a moment's notice. With a firm and powerful voice, Li Qi issued the command, and the group swiftly advanced along the dilapidated streets toward Killian's stronghold, akin to tigers descending from the mountain. For safety's sake, Maya was left on the helicopter, attentively monitoring the battlefield dynamics through radio communication and real-time displays, ready to provide precise intelligence support. This location was a somewhat desolate town on the outskirts of the city. A massive opera house loomed silently, surrounded by tall walls and a formidable gate, imparting an air of mystery and foreboding. The surrounding area stretched for several kilometers without a soul in sight. The eerie silence serving as the very reason Killian chose it as a temporary base. Once near the high walls, Li Qi directed several of the exosuits to deploy small reconnaissance drones. The drones flitted over the walls like agile birds, exploring the courtyard and its depths. Through the shared surveillance feed, Li Qi noted that several buildings nearby were deserted, creating an unsettling silence. However, as the drones ventured south, they spotted several suspicious figures. Armed with pistols or light weapons, their expressions wary and tense, clearly patrol personnel. Li Qi signaled Jarvis to guide the drones deeper into the courtyard, where they uncovered more armed thugs, approximately 20 in number. This figure deviated significantly from the intelligence Maya had previously provided. With no time for contemplation, Li Qi decisively ordered everyone to scale the high walls and swiftly advance toward the courtyard displayed on the monitors. The group moved with agility, effortlessly surmounting the barriers with precision. Leading the charge in his Iron Man suit, Li Qi coordinated with Su Shaoling for support, while he, Su Wenwu, and several puppeteer-controlled exosuits surged forward like a blade piercing the heart of the enemy. After scaling two high walls, they finally encountered the patrolling armed thugs. Su Wenwu reacted swiftly, unleashing his 10 rings with the force of a Kamehameha wave. The rapidly spinning rings struck one thug squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into a nearby doorframe and spilling blood. Under Jarvis's expert control, the exosuits launched an assault on the remaining armed thugs. The sound of gunfire rang out in rapid succession, sharp and urgent, before all the thugs were neutralized. The gunfire alerted those stationed farther back, shattering the prevailing quietude. Li Qi abandoned stealth, decisively commanding the team to advance rapidly. Over 20 armed members of the Ten Ring Gang, led by the two mid-level leaders, scaled the high walls with the ferocity of valiant warriors, charging into the core perimeter of the stronghold. As the clash commenced, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, weaving a deadly symphony. Su Wenwu adeptly maneuvered the 10 rings, unleashing a formidable Kamehameha wave toward the ground below. A dazzling arc soared over the walls, joining the fierce combat with cataclysmic force. In his hands, the 10 rings displayed power far surpassing modern firearms, swiftly taking down 3 armed thugs before they could react. At this moment, Li Qi refrained from directly engaging in battle. 2 female bodyguards, like loyal sentinels, stood poised behind his red and blue armored figure. He remained on the periphery of the battlefield, keenly observing the evolving situation, his gaze calm and focused as he analyzed the battlefield's dynamics. Beyond the courtyard, skirmishes erupted in adjacent areas. The sounds of gunfire, shouts, and cries melded into a chaotic chorus, with casualties falling in the crossfire, staining the ground with blood. Li Qi instructed Jarvis to deploy several exosuits to scan the entire courtyard in search of Killian. Yet, within the vast and somewhat abandoned opera house, no targets matching Killian's description could be found. Moreover, Li Qi noted with unease that, despite their overwhelming advantage, the enemies within the stronghold were either subdued or eliminated. The remaining 10 Ring Gang members and Jarvis-controlled exosuits had achieved a decisive victory, but the unexpected ease of the operation troubled Li Qi, stirring a sense of foreboding within him. During the confrontation, he encountered only 2 or 3 individuals with extraordinary abilities, dangerous entities modified by the Doomsday Virus, all of whom Su Wenwu successfully subdued. Logically, more individuals capable of generating intense heat should have been present, yet their actual numbers fell far short of expectations. Pondering the implications, Li Qi furrowed his brow in contemplation. He decided to retreat from the courtyard to contact Dr. Maya for further inquiries. Just then, Jarvis reported that 2 exosuits had located the leader of this dangerous gang, a man with a long beard, his European features trembling as he hid in a place resembling a safe house, quaking like a frightened mouse. The surveillance feed quickly transmitted to Li Qi's helmet, and he recognized the man as the public face of this organization, although Li Qi suspected he might merely be a puppet. Bringing along his 2 female bodyguards, Li Qi arrived at the location, discovering that the so-called safe house was actually a prison cell. The bearded leader, bald and shivering, cowered in a corner, clutching a peculiar creature in his arms. This creature, lacking a head and resembling a pair of buttocks at both ends, lay motionless in the man's embrace. seemingly terrified and trembling slightly. Li Qi identified the creature as Di Jiang, a legendary being from the Shanhai Jing. It possessed 4 legs and 2 wings, known for its lively nature yet extreme rarity, said to originate from the mysterious Taro village, the hometown of Yingli. Upon seeing Di Jiang, Yingli immediately recognized the creature, her eyes sparkling with delight as she elaborated on its characteristics and shared tales of the enigmatic Taro village. Li Qi nodded slightly, and Su Shaoling stepped forward, briskly pulling the trembling bearded man from the corner with a decisive motion. As Li Qi approached, the bearded man, gazing at the imposing armored figure, trembled uncontrollably, struggling to articulate his words as he pleaded for mercy, his voice quavering. After a brief inquiry, the bearded man divulged everything he knew. Just as Li Qi had surmised, the man was merely a scapegoat, a puppet with no value to Li Qi, his only talent being to perform operatic songs and entertain. Consequently, Li Qi resolved to spare his life. On the other side, Yingli gently cradled the little pet, Di Jiang, in her arms. The small creature, clearly remembering Yingli, behaved exceptionally well, nuzzling against her arm affectionately. Yingli promptly showcased Di Jiang to Li Qi, who scrutinized the little pet carefully. He realized that this adorable creature might lead them to the entrance of Taro village, and instructed Yingli to take it back to the villa for proper care. In gratitude for Li Qi's mercy, the bearded man provided a crucial lead. The core forces of their stronghold, including Killian, had departed on a significant mission. According to the information the bearded man had inadvertently overheard, they were headed to the North American Air Defense Command, intending to kidnap the Air Force Minister and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, while looting missiles and various munitions to bolster their own power. It dawned on Li Qi why the stronghold was so weakened. Killian had taken away the most vital individuals with extraordinary abilities. Just as Li Qi was about to have Jarvis notify Colonel Rod of this situation, to prepare for a response, he received a call from Major Rod. Upon connecting the video call, the live feed was clearly transmitted to Li Qi's helmet visor. The scene revealed the North American Air Defense Command, where fierce gunfire and combat unfolded. The personnel stationed at the command and the base's defense team were valiantly resisting a group of individuals with hands emanating intense red energy. Among them, Killian stood out, his hands ablaze with fiery red energy. Enemy bullets barely inflicted any harm upon him as he moved through the hail of gunfire, as if in a realm unchallenged. This group of extraordinary individuals had dared to confront the heavily fortified Air Defense Command base. Major Rod was urgently seeking assistance from Li Qi, fully aware through their previous encounters of Li Qi's remarkable abilities that could alter the tide of the situation. Thus, he did not reach out to other North American commands or bases, but contacted Li Qi first. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qi concluded that the benefits of rushing to aid the Air Defense Command significantly outweighed the risks, and he nodded in agreement, informing Major Rod that they would hasten to provide support. Relieved, Major Rod ended the call with a joyful expression. Chapter 30. Dread Li Qi, accompanied by 2 female bodyguards, stepped out of the house with a measured gait. Outside, the tumult of battle had largely subsided in several courtyards, with the Ten Rings gang emerging victorious. Su Wenwu donned a black, ancient-style combat suit that exuded resilience and luster, seemingly capable of withstanding the onslaught of 1,000 armies. The rings on his arms jingled melodiously with each step, resonating like a triumphant symphony. He radiated an imposing aura, akin to a legendary warrior of antiquity. Under Li Qi's mental influence, Su Wenwu seemed to reclaim the indomitable spirit he once possessed on the battlefields of Asia years ago. His eyes glimmered with confidence and determination, instilling a sense of reverence in those who beheld him. Li Qi regarded Su Wenwu with approval and satisfaction before solemnly directing the others to thoroughly cleanse the stronghold, leaving no potential threats behind. He then turned to Su Wenwu, stating, "I shall proceed to the Air Defense Command Center with you and a few mech puppets to rescue the trapped personnel, ensuring that they owe us a debt of gratitude." Without hesitation, Su Wenwu acknowledged the command with a decisive nod, exuding loyalty. Recognizing the urgency of the situation and the inadequacy of helicopter speed, Li Qi swiftly concluded that the only viable option was to pilot a mech solo. He guided Su Wenwu into one of the mechs while the 2 bodyguards and other members of the Ten Rings gang remained to handle subsequent matters. The 8 mechs descended slowly, resembling 8 steel eagles soaring rapidly toward the Air Force base on the brink of being overtaken by Killian. Li Qi pushed the mech to its maximum speed, unleashing a thunderous sonic boom that reverberated through the skies. The AI, Jarvis, expertly maneuvered the other puppet mechs, one of which securely carried Su Wenwu as they raced toward the northwest. Fortunately, the distance was not too great, and after a quarter-hour of high-speed flight, they beheld the Air Force base embroiled in fierce combat. The team of enhanced individuals led by Killian had gained the upper hand, relentlessly assaulting the missile depot like ravenous wolves. Upon reaching the battlefield, Li Qi decisively commanded Jarvis to initiate a full-scale saturation attack. Su Wenwu emerged from the puppet mech like a tiger unleashed, plunging into battle without a moment's hesitation. The power of the Ten Rings was markedly superior among these artificial enhancers, and with Li Qi's exceptional mech control, the enemy suffered severe losses within minutes. The beleaguered base personnel, on the brink of collapse, were invigorated at the sight of the towering war machines descending from the heavens, akin to divine intervention. The air was filled with the sounds of rockets and gunfire, intertwining like a rallying cry for a counterattack. Li Qi led the charge, utilizing the mech's formidable firepower to swiftly eliminate one of the enhanced adversaries before confronting Killian directly. Killian, the most profoundly altered artificial enhancer by the apocalyptic virus, exhibited hands and arms glowing a fiery red, akin to raging flames, with eerie crimson light flickering in his eyes, his wild hair billowing like a storm. He sought to seize the mech's immense combat potential for his own research, aiming to bolster his power, unaware that his stronghold lay in ruins. With a ferocious roar, Killian lunged forward like a wild beast, engaging Li Qi in hand-to-hand combat with his enhanced physique. In their face-off, Li Qi felt the raw ferocity of Killian's enhanced strength, his mech sustaining damage under the searing grip of Killian's hands. The miraculous nature of the apocalyptic virus allowed Killian to regenerate rapidly. As long as he sustained no fatal injuries, severed limbs could regenerate, akin to a mythical immortal. Li Qi recognized the vast potential of the apocalyptic virus, deepening his understanding of Dr. Maya's capabilities. Nearby, Major Rod, wielding a rocket launcher, burst from a facility, his voice brimming with excitement. Witnessing the mechs valiantly battling like celestial beings, he finally understood Li Qi's claim of being able to contend with higher authorities, feelings of admiration swelling within him. After grappling with Killian for a while, Li Qi gradually discerned his capabilities. Killian's mutated form, altered by the apocalyptic virus, proved formidable compared to abilities acquired through other means. However, despite the virus's significant growth potential, Killian's insatiable greed led Li Qi to conclude that subjugating him as a servant or puppet would yield little benefit. Thus, he resolved to eliminate him directly. Li Qi activated his mental control abilities, enveloping Killian in a powerful psychic force that halted his thoughts instantaneously, rendering him immobile. In mere moments, he utilized his system to induce brain death in Killian, swiftly opting for the most efficient resolution to their entanglement. Killian collapsed limply to the ground, the fiery hue of his hands and arms fading to a normal flesh tone, the signs of mutation dissipating into shriveled skin and frail limbs. Once more employing his psychic abilities to scan, Li Qi confirmed Killian's complete demise. He then activated the hidden micromissiles within the mech without hesitation, launching 3 projectiles to obliterate Killian's body in a catastrophic explosion, preemptively eradicating any possibility of resurrection through the apocalyptic virus. Meanwhile, nearby, the base erupted in chaos, rockets soaring like meteors. The 6 mechs, alongside the valiant Su Wenwu, systematically eradicated the remaining mutated enhancers. Li Qi withdrew from the battlefield, slowly approaching Major Rod, who stood with a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. As the towering war machine drew closer, Rod's imagination ran wild, contemplating the power he could wield if he possessed such a humanoid weapon to impress his superiors. Li Qi lifted his mech's visor, revealing a gentle, warm eastern visage. After greeting Major Rod, he stated, "Rod, I intend to speak with your superiors to ensure they refrain from troubling me in the future." Initially, Rod nodded dumbly, then, as if awakening from a dream, pointed backward to indicate that the Joint Chiefs of Staff's office was within the air defense base. Li Qi, through Jarvis, scanned the entire base, aware that several senior commanders were present at the Joint Chiefs of Staff meeting. His visit served 2 purposes: to alleviate the base's predicament and to negotiate with these high-ranking officials to prevent future disturbances. He strode purposefully toward the central terminal, navigating multiple layers of security, remnants of the enhancer assault evident in the bullet-riddled walls. Ultimately, he arrived at the heart of the conference room, pushing the door open. The towering red and white mech entered with a resounding crash, dislodging a significant chunk of the entrance, startling the high-ranking officials who had been observing the wall-mounted monitors. Having witnessed the formidable prowess of such agile and well-armed humanoid weapons, the officials were momentarily paralyzed with fear at the sight of Li Qi's enigmatic eastern face within the mech. Li Qi offered them a slight smile, seemingly gentle yet laced with an undercurrent of menace. "Warning, gentlemen, you have perhaps witnessed the might of my Iron Legion. Should you persist in your entanglements with me, I shall have no choice but to reduce this base to rubble." Li Qi's words were direct and unambiguous, and after delivering his threat, he maintained a facade of innocence, though his smile evoked a chilling sense of foreboding among the gathered commanders. As Li Qi smiled, he exuded a subtle aura of mental pressure. He chose not to directly control the high-ranking officials, deeming it of little significance, and felt no inclination to manipulate these frail ordinary individuals. After issuing a warning, he resolutely turned and strode out through the shattered doorway, leaving a room full of base officials gradually awakening from their shock, subsequently whispering and engaging in animated discussions. Upon exiting the building, Li Qi returned to the base grounds, where only scattered remnants of battle remained. The scheme to seize the air defense base by Killian had been utterly thwarted. Li Qi glanced at the approaching Major Rod, waved his hand, and instructed Su Wenwu to re-enter a mecha. Soon after, 8 mechas ascended into the air, tracing elegant arcs as they soared above the damaged base, accelerating towards the suburban headquarters that had just been set in motion. Before long, The mechas began to land in succession. At this moment, members of the Ten Rings gang, Daisy Johnson, Su Shaoling, and Ying Li awaited outside, as all matters here had been resolved. Li Qi directed Su Wenwu to escort the others aboard an armed helicopter returning to the villa in Los Angeles, California. While he took Daisy Johnson to fly back to the villa alone, he enveloped Daisy Johnson in the mecha. Initially, her face paled with fear during the high-speed flight, and she struggled to acclimate, but gradually she adjusted. In the basement of the villa, several mechas descended gracefully under the control of artificial intelligence, and Li Qi along with Daisy Johnson emerged from the mechas. Chapter 31. Summoning the Black Widow to the villa before sunset. Everyone returned to the villa aboard an armed helicopter. At this moment, Rick and Daisy Johnson had finished their baths and were seated in the cozy and elegant dining room, indulging in dinner. The table was adorned with exquisite cutlery and a sumptuous feast, while soft lighting cascaded down, creating a delightful ambience. Subsequently, the main members entered the dining room in succession, their faces glowing with the ease and satisfaction of completing their mission, waving to Rick in greeting. Observing this, Rick smiled warmly and gently suggested that they freshen up before joining him for dinner. Rick and Daisy Johnson had returned early due to a well-defined plan. He intended to have the Black Widow escort Daisy Johnson to SHIELD for training. At this time, SHIELD, officially known as the Department of Homeland Strategic Logistics, was steadily advancing despite its name. Previously, Rick had contacted Natasha, the Black Widow, who, in her characteristic decisive manner, assured him that she would introduce Daisy Johnson to her former colleague, Agent Phil Coulson. Rick had also specifically requested Natasha's assistance in arranging a meeting with Phil Coulson. Before long, the others returned, refreshed and invigorated, respectfully greeting Rick before taking their seats. During the meal, Rick highly praised everyone's performance that day, his face radiating satisfaction as he sincerely expressed his contentment. After dinner, Rick took Su Wenwu, Ying Li, and the adorable pet, Di Jiang, to the study. The study was infused with a subtle scent of books, and the walls were adorned with various ancient calligraphy and paintings. Seated on a comfortable sofa, Rick inquired earnestly about the situation in Taro Village, as he planned to visit the mysterious village to meet the Guardian Dragon and its enigmatic tribe. Upon returning from Taro Village, he intended to proceed to the Ten Ring Stronghold before eventually heading to SHIELD headquarters for his meeting with Phil Coulson. The itinerary ahead was brimming with activities. Su Wenwu had little knowledge of Taro Village, while Ying Li, having lived there, was quite familiar with it. A glimmer of nostalgia sparkled in her eyes as she animatedly recounted many tales to Rick. Among the most intriguing details was that Taro Village was predominantly inhabited by women, with men being a rare presence. Upon hearing this, curiosity and anticipation flickered in Rick's eyes, deepening his eagerness to visit Taro Village. When discussing how to enter the village, Ying Li affectionately nudged the joyfully rolling Di Jiang on the floor, smiling as she informed Rick that this little creature could guide them in. Rick nodded in understanding, and Di Jiang, seemingly comprehending their conversation, promptly scampered to Rick's feet, affectionately rubbing against his thigh. With its quirky appearance, lacking a head but sporting green wings reminiscent of a goose, Di Jiang flapped its wings playfully, responding to their dialogue in a most amusing manner. Rick gently kicked the small pet, teasingly saying, "If you can lead us into Taro Village, I shall reward you with delightful treats." Di Jiang, upon hearing this, excitedly shook its body and flapped its wings vigorously, as if to express agreement. Seeing this, Ying Li smiled and gently pulled Di Jiang away by its wings, preventing it from distracting Rick. Rick inquired further about Taro Village from Ying Li, and subsequently concluded their discussion. The next objective was to advance to Taro Village, with everyone planning to rest at the villa for a day before departing early the following morning. Rick arranged for Su Wenwu and the other members of the Ten Rings to first escort Dr. Maya back to their base. Su Wenwu nodded in acknowledgement, his demeanor solemn, and after exiting the study, he proceeded to relay the orders. Rick instructed JARVIS to inform Dr. Maya to accompany Su Wenwu to the armed helicopter. Upon receiving JARVIS's message while preparing to rest, Maya immediately rose from her soft bed, tidied her attire, and made her way to the villa entrance. Su Wenwu was already waiting there, and upon meeting, they exchanged a brief nod without unnecessary words, walking side by side toward the nearby Ten Rings members. At this moment, the sun had just dipped below the horizon. The sky still illuminated, and the beach melded seamlessly with the sea, presenting a dreamlike and hazy scene before nightfall. The soft afterglow shimmered upon the water's surface, creating a sparkling vista. The helicopter was stationed not far from the villa, and Su Wenwu issued orders for the one-armed knife wielder and the ninja wearing a theatrical mask to protect Dr. Maya, emphasizing, "This is the master's command. She is vital to our organization." Thereafter, Su Wenwu returned to the villa, and 3 armed helicopters took off, carrying the Ten Rings members toward their mountainous base. That evening, Rick chose not to continue the development of his mechanized armor, but instead enjoyed a restful sleep in the warm and cozy bedroom, with Daisy Johnson quietly accompanying him. The next day dawned bright, sunlight streaming through the window, heralding another ordinary day. Rick descended to the basement, which was filled with various high-tech equipment and armor components. He continued to refine and enhance the steel armor, with JARVIS assisting him methodically to prepare for any potential situations ahead. It was imperative to ensure that the armor was ready for timely updates and upgrades. Meanwhile, Su Wenwu and the portly security chief, Happy, conversed on the villa's balcony, which offered a panoramic view of the stunning sea. Su Wenwu, refined and handsome, engaged in polite conversation with Happy, and their interaction resembled that of long-lost friends. Su Wenwu recounted to Happy how he had gradually emerged from years of sorrow and hardship, declaring that meeting Rick would be the most pivotal turning point in his life. Happy listened with envy, nodding in agreement. At noon, the Black Widow, Natasha, drove a red convertible sports car swiftly along the winding mountain road toward the villa's entrance. The engine emitted a deep growl, akin to a roaring beast. JARVIS controlled the gate, which opened slowly, allowing the red sports car to skillfully drift and come to a halt beside the villa. Upon exiting the vehicle, Natasha transformed from her previous carefree demeanor into a poised and graceful figure as she approached the villa door. Her steps were light, each movement seemingly imbued with a unique rhythm. Happy greeted Natasha from a short distance in the villa's courtyard before resuming his chat with Su Wenwu. Su Wenwu regarded Natasha, both being Rick's subordinates, fully aware that this striking woman was also under Rick's command. At the villa entrance, JARVIS informed Natasha to proceed directly to Rick's bedroom. Complying with the directive, Natasha confidently ascended the stairs to the second floor and arrived at the master bedroom. Upon entering, she found Rick waiting inside. He had previously instructed Ng Li to engage in conversation with Su Shaoling in another room, leaving only himself and Natasha in the chamber. Natasha closed the bedroom door behind her and gracefully approached Rick. He glanced at her, noting her clad in a fitted black leather jacket and jeans that accentuated her alluring curves. Her long orange hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her red lips were luscious, her nose elegantly defined, and her large, expressive eyes sparkled with charm. Natasha had always followed Rick's arrangements, assisting him in various matters. Subsequently, the two entered the bathroom together. After a refreshing wash, Rick finally inquired about the progress of the tasks he had previously assigned to Natasha. Chapter 32, Departure from Taro Village. The Black Widow, with a serious expression, reported to Li Qi. Following her master's instructions, she had recommended Daisy Johnson to SHIELD. During her report, she emphasized Daisy's unique ability to emit shockwaves, likening it to the Kamehameha technique. The leadership at SHIELD expressed considerable interest, as they had come specifically to conduct an interview with Daisy Johnson. Naturally, only upon passing the interview could she officially join SHIELD. Li Qi nodded lightly, acknowledging this information. The Black Widow, Natasha, continued to patiently explain to her master. Initially, she had meticulously planned to bring Phil Coulson for the interview, as he was an 8th-level agent of SHIELD, possessing greater authority than the Black Widow. The intention was for Phil Coulson to be under her master's control, thus enabling him to serve Li Qi more effectively. However, unforeseen circumstances disrupted these plans. Phil Coulson had to step out to handle an urgent matter. The Black Widow informed her master of a mysterious meteorite that had fallen in the Mexican desert, trailing a long fiery tail like a meteor slicing through the sky. SHIELD suspected an unknown force had arrived on Earth, prompting an immediate dispatch of Phil Coulson for preliminary investigation. Li Qi understood that the meteorite was none other than Thor, and the hammer of Thor lay hidden in the Mexican desert. Acknowledging the change in plans, he calmly instructed the Black Widow to take Daisy Johnson directly to SHIELD for her interview. The Black Widow complied without hesitation. At that moment, it was 10 o'clock in the morning. Li Qi kindly suggested that the two of them have lunch before returning to SHIELD, to which the Black Widow readily agreed. Li Qi instructed the artificial intelligence JARVIS to summon Daisy Johnson to the master bedroom to discuss the plan in person. Soon, nearly everyone in the dining room had gathered for lunch. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, Li Qi bid farewell to the Black Widow and Daisy Johnson as they left the villa. As for the matters concerning Thor and his hammer, Li Qi decided to address them upon his return from Taro Village. In the afternoon, he remained engrossed in upgrading and reassembling the new iron mech in his underground workshop. Following 2 intense battles the previous day, although the mech sustained some damage, he never ceased his efforts to enhance its performance, fully focused on improving its capabilities to confront potential future crises. That evening, Li Qi invited Su Shaoling to spend the night with him in the master bedroom. The following morning, he summoned Su Wenwu, Ng Li, and Su Shaoling, with a serious demeanor, to announce that if there were no further matters, they would depart for the mysterious Taro Village in the afternoon. His pet, Emperor Jiang, seemed to sense the joy of returning home. Bustling around Li Qi's feet as if eager to remind him not to forget it, clearly yearning to return home after a long absence. Li Qi gently nudged the little creature with his foot, and it promptly tumbled over like a playful child onto Li Qi's shoe. Regarding the entrance to Taro Village, according to Ying Li, it was not nearby. Fortunately, Su Wenwu had left behind an armed helicopter the previous day. Once everyone was prepared, Li Qi decided to lead his elite team to Taro Village. He controlled 6 upgraded mechs, allowing them to soar like loyal guardians behind the helicopter. He himself did not wear the mech, but sat in the co-pilot seat of the helicopter, heading towards the entrance to Taro Village as provided by Ying Li. The helicopter moved swiftly, flying for nearly 2 hours before finally arriving at the mysterious mountainous region. Looking down from the helicopter, an endless expanse of primordial forest unfolded. Lush and verdant like a green ocean. A direct descent from the air would spare them the perils of navigating through the maze of the ancient forest. As Ying Li described, traversing the forest below was almost a matter of life and death, making the helicopter undoubtedly a shortcut. Under the guidance of Ying Li and Emperor Jiang, the helicopter gradually descended onto a pleasant, scenic plain with mountains and water. Ying Li, accompanied by her pet Emperor Jiang, exited the cabin and surveyed the surroundings. Not far away, a waterfall rushed down like the Milky Way falling from the heavens. After confirming their path, they discovered that behind the waterfall lay the enigmatic Taro Village. There was no need for extraordinary powers or incantations to enter Taro Village. One merely had to pass through the waterfall. The perilous forest maze surrounding it had silently guarded this place for centuries, ensuring it was rarely discovered by outsiders. Su Wenwu, clad in black attire with 10 rings on his arms, closely followed Li Qi. Li Qi had not brought any other members from the 10 Rings or the village security team, and it was just the 4 of them advancing together. They waded into the cool stream, which barely reached their ankles, making their way toward the thundering waterfall cascading from above. This idyllic setting, surrounded by mountains and waters, resembled a captivating utopia, with fresh mist in the air that uplifted their spirits. Upon passing through the waterfall and beyond a shimmering barrier resembling a veil of light, Li Qi found himself in a breathtaking realm. The emerald meadow unfurled like a green velvet carpet, bordered by expansive, lush forests. The air was fresh and slightly sweet, filled with creatures described in the Shanhai Jing, including phoenixes, qilins, and dragons. As he walked, Li Qi encountered several of these beings, along with flocks of Emperor Jiang and spirited dragon horses. Truly, it was a paradise-like space, and Li Qi speculated that it might resemble a pocket dimension. As he continued forward, a quaint village came into view. In the square-like area at the front, numerous villagers were practicing martial arts, presenting a scene of vitality and prosperity. Ying Li introduced to her master that ahead lay the village where the residents of Taro Village congregated. At that moment, the villagers evidently noticed the newcomers and began to rush towards them, forming a semicircle to surround Li Qi and his companions. As they approached, Li Qi discerned that the majority of the crowd consisted of women, aged between 20 and 30, clad in long martial arts uniforms. Wielding various weapons such as staffs and bows and arrows, their faces etched with seriousness and indignation. This paradise-like, mysterious village was resolutely against any unauthorized intrusion by outsiders. Ying Li quickly stepped forward, raising her hands and calling out loudly, "Sisters, don't misunderstand. I am Ying Li, a resident of Taro Village. And these individuals are not outsiders." Ying Li repeated this twice. The women, who had rushed over to encircle Li Qi and his companions, halted about 10 meters away. Leading them was a long-haired woman in a martial arts uniform, who struck a Tai Chi stance with her bare hands before relaxing her posture. Her face reflecting surprise and joy, she stepped forward to embrace Ying Li, exclaiming with excitement, "Sister, it's really you. You've returned to the village from the outside world. Please don't leave again. You worry me too much." Li Qi observed the sisters embracing, estimating from their ages that the woman in the Tai Chi uniform, in her 30s, was likely Ying Li's elder sister, Ying Nan, exuding maturity, grace, and an air of a remarkable woman. Chapter 33. The two sisters. Ying Li gently released her sister's hand, her eyes filled with warmth and affection, as she gracefully led her to Li Qi. With a slight bow, she softly spoke, "Leader, this is my younger sister. Since I departed from the village, she has remained steadfast here, and I believe you might offer her some guidance." Ying Li was well aware of Li Qi's capabilities and was hopeful that her sister would flourish under his mentorship. Thus, she eagerly introduced Ying Nan to him. Without hesitation, Li Qi exercised his psychic control abilities. As a heroine, Ying Nan possessed a magic bestowed by the divine dragon, her mental fortitude resembling an invisible shield that repelled the invasion of psychic forces. However, Li Qi's powers were formidable and relentless. After encountering some resistance, he ultimately succeeded in gaining control over her. Ying Nan's long hair cascaded like a waterfall, its lustrous dark strands flowing like silk. Clad in a tailored Tai Chi uniform, her form was elegantly accentuated, embodying grace. She gently placed her wooden staff on the ground, her movements fluid and precise, and deeply bowed to Li Qi. Considering the numerous villagers present behind her, she refrained from overly dramatic gestures, ensuring her bow was both respectful and appropriate. Li Qi extended his hand to assisting Nan, his movements gentle and chivalrous, as he scrutinized her features. Compared to Ingli, Nan's visage possessed a more classical Eastern charm. Her delicate features reminiscent of a lady depicted in fine art, her brows like distant mountains, her eyes shimmering with the depths of autumn waters. The sisters were of similar age, though Ingli appeared slightly older due to her few years spent in the pocket dimension, rendering her more mature. The beauty and grace of these sisters far surpassed the images Li Qi had encountered in films prior to his journey, and their ages aligned perfectly with his expectations. Not far away, a group of female villagers from Taro village recognized Ingli, their faces lighting up with joy, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they warmly surrounded her. In Taro village, Ingli and Ingnan held prominent positions akin to that of village heads and trainers, responsible for managing various affairs. Even after Ingli's prolonged absence, the kind-hearted villagers continued to regard her as family. Over the years, Ingnan had diligently overseen village matters, utilizing her intelligence and determination to maintain order. Upon completing her greeting to Li Qi, she radiated a warm smile, her eyes filled with sincerity as she warmly invited him into the village. Li Qi nodded in agreement, inwardly pleased that events were unfolding even more smoothly than he had anticipated. A throng accompanied Li Qi as they made their way towards Taro village. From a distance, the village appeared simple and serene, seemingly a secluded paradise. Predominantly constructed of wood, the buildings were dispersed in an orderly fashion, exuding an ancient charm. The village was enveloped by lush bamboo groves and woodlands, where the gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Numerous rare creatures and adorable animals frolicked among the trees, while the sky gleamed like a sapphire, and fluffy white clouds drifted like cotton candy. Ingli informed Li Qi that a river and lakes were not far from the village, with abundant water sources shimmering under the sunlight. Beneath the lakes resided the guardian dragon of the village, serving as a silent protector of this land. The village's primary mission was to use this extraordinary space as a stronghold against the invasion of malevolent creatures from other realms, which aligned with Li Qi's understanding. Upon reaching the village entrance, Li Qi looked up to behold the mountains across the lakes and rivers, forming a verdant barrier. Among the mountains, a particularly majestic peak stood out, its face adorned with a seal resembling dragon scales, exuding an air of mystery and antiquity. Beyond the sealing barrier, a malevolent dragon from another realm relentlessly assaulted the seal, its massive form cloaked in dark mist, each impact resonating with a deep, thunderous roar. As it sought to breach this parallel universe, Ingnan elaborated on the situation to Li Qi, providing more detailed information than Ingli had offered. Her expression was grave, and her tone conveyed a sense of urgency regarding the sealing crisis. She informed Li Qi that the seal was on the brink of collapse after millennia of existence. Its strength had waned, and hairline fractures appeared, threatening to shatter at any moment. The otherworldly dragon could break through the seal at any time, invading Taro village's realm and endangering the real world. Li Qi recognized the urgency of the matter. Taro village would become a vital stronghold for him, and its safety was paramount. However, for the moment, he decided to enjoy a meal and rest before addressing the dragon issue in the following days. After a brief pause, Li Qi, accompanied by Ingli and Ingnan, followed by Su Wenwu, Su Xiaoling, and a host of Taro villagers, entered the village. At the heart of the village stood a grand wooden edifice, resembling a shrine, one of the most significant places in Taro village, typically used for ceremonies and prayers. The village was arranged in a circular, octagonal layout, with wooden rooms systematically distributed within the structure. A man-made channel, fed by the nearby lake, meandered through the center, flowing gently like a winding jade ribbon. According to the sisters, the guardian dragon had resided at the bottom of the deep pool for centuries, never revealing itself to the villagers, its existence shrouded in mystery and passed down through generations. As the sisters provided their introduction, they guided Li Qi to their home, a spacious courtyard not far from the shrine. The house, constructed from wood and bamboo, emanated a subtle scent of nature. The courtyard was tidy and well-kept, featuring 2 simple yet cozy rooms. The other villagers gradually dispersed, leaving behind a serene atmosphere filled with happiness and harmony. Li Qi was enchanted by the ambience of the village. Having won the allegiance of the 2 sisters, this village would serve him well in the future. Su Wenwu closed the courtyard door with a steady and forceful motion, resembling a loyal guardian. He and Su Xiaoling stood at either side of the entrance, serving as Li Qi's sentinels, ensuring the master's peace. Li Qi began to contemplate strategies to address the sealing crisis, utilizing his abilities to probe the space behind the seal, which lay cloaked in darkness, reminiscent of an endless abyss that evoked fear. A massive malevolent dragon and countless soul-devouring creatures relentlessly assaulted the seal, depleting its strength with each strike, causing it to tremble. Li Qi estimated that the dark forces behind the seal were not overwhelmingly powerful. The dragon measured over 10 meters in length, and while the number of soul-devouring creatures was substantial, they were not insurmountable. He understood that offense often proved more effective than defense. It appeared he would have to take matters into his own hands. Chapter 34. One of the locations gazing at the majestic mountains across, their undulating peaks rise like the spine of the earth. painted in the golden hues of the setting sun, crafting a magnificent tableau. Li Qi stood with his hands clasped behind him, slightly tilting his head, his gaze penetrating the horizon as he quietly pondered that the simplest solution lay in confronting the loathsome soul-eating beasts and their vile kin, thus eradicating a long-standing menace. He remained motionless, lost in contemplation. The sisters Ingli and Ingnan lowered their heads slightly, their expressions respectful, daring not to disturb him, standing quietly behind him like loyal sentinels. The entire village seemed infused with newfound vitality, erupting into a lively atmosphere. Laughter and joyous chatter danced like jubilant notes in the air. Ingli's return was undoubtedly a boon for the village. The news spread like wildfire, with villagers rushing to share the delightful tidings, their faces aglow with happiness. According to the tradition of Taro Village, an evening celebration would ensue, where everyone would dance around the bonfire, reveling in this joyous occasion. Naturally, a group of enthusiastic villagers took it upon themselves to prepare for this event, their roles clearly defined as they busily organized the festivities. After a moment of reflection, Li Qi slowly turned to face Ingli and Ingnan, his gaze steady yet gentle. The crisis facing this village, I shall endeavor to resolve. There are many tasks ahead that require our collective effort. His voice resonated with strength and assurance, akin to a bell tolling, instilling confidence in the two sisters. Their expressions turned solemn as they nodded earnestly, their eyes reflecting trust and loyalty towards Li Qi. At the entrance, Su Wenwu and Su Xiaoling acknowledged Li Qi with a slight bow, showing their respect. Li Qi did not allow the father and daughter to accompany him through the village. Instead, he chose to walk with Ingli and Ingnan. The village was modest in size, harboring fewer than 3,000 inhabitants, a number far below that of an ordinary rural community. As Li Qi strolled along the village paths, he inquired about the population. The sisters furrowed their brows. Concern etched upon their faces as they reported that Taro Village once boasted a multitude of residents, numbering in the tens of thousands. However, due to its insular nature, steadfastly resisting external immigration and the integration of outsiders, the population had dwindled over the years, now reduced to a mere fraction. They lamented that if this trend continued, the village might face a dire demographic decline in the coming decades. Li Qi nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that the village's isolation and reliance on internal marriages posed a significant challenge to population growth. Changes must be made to embrace a degree of openness. As he meandered through the village, he observed that the majority of the villagers were vibrant women aged between 15 and their 30s, bustling about in their courtyards or engaged in conversation on the paths. The presence of middle-aged individuals was scarce, and children were even rarer, highlighting Taro Village's current plight, a scant youthful population, particularly a notable lack of male villagers. After traversing half the village, he noted the presence of fewer than 20 male villagers, and none were of middle age. Li Qi held Taro Village in high regard. Its picturesque environment, surrounded by verdant mountains and clear waters, offered a refreshing atmosphere, every breath seemingly cleansing the soul. As he walked, the sisters expressed their desire for him to assume the role of village chief. Li Qi did not decline, for he too wished to instigate change, rejuvenating this ancient hamlet. Ingnan proposed announcing this decision to the entire village during the evening bonfire celebration. Ingli added that should there be any dissent, she and her sister would manage the situation. However, given the village's long-standing tradition of peace and simplicity, it was unlikely anyone would oppose. Li Qi nodded, confident that such matters would pose little difficulty if opposition arose. He trusted in his wisdom and capability to persuade those dissenting. They ambled from the left to the right side of the village, the entire settlement seemingly enveloped in a protective energy akin to a yin-yang barrier, likely related to the Taiji pattern beneath their feet. Standing at the heart of the village, where the ancestral hall resided, Li Qi felt the protective energy more acutely, as if a gentle embrace enveloped him. The divine dragon rested in the depths of a nearby lake, emitting waves of energy. While not formidable, it was sufficient to safeguard the village from daily threats. As long as the malevolent beings sealed within their sinister realm remained contained, the village faced little danger. The sisters further elaborated that the weapons they employed were crafted from the shed scales of the divine dragon, imbued with certain magical properties effective against malevolent creatures. Li Qi's curiosity piqued. He wondered how these energy-infused weapons measured up against modern armaments such as rockets and missiles. He mused that perhaps tomorrow would yield answers to his inquiries. Accompanying him were Su Wenwu and Su Xiaoling, along with 7 Iron Man suits, an impressive display of strength, surely adequate to confront the soul-eating beasts in their ilk. As he gazed upward, the sun traced its arc across the sky. This mystical realm experienced day and night, as well as the phases of the moon. Checking his watch, he noted it was nearly 5 o'clock, and the space had noticeably dimmed. In the center of the village, next to the ancestral hall, villagers had already stacked wood for the bonfire, a large pile at the center surrounded by smaller stacks, complete with grilling tools. The square was adorned with tables and chairs brimming with an array of delectable foods and drinks, their enticing aromas wafting through the air. Many female villagers began to gather in the square, shedding their Taiji-style training attire for vibrant long skirts, a kaleidoscope of colors blooming like flowers. This was Taro Village's highest form of welcome, a celebration for Ingli's return. Ingnan briefly explained that the villagers were elated at Ingli's homecoming. Li Qi nodded in agreement. Ingnan continued, suggesting they wait a little longer until dusk, when the bonfire would be ignited and the grand feast would commence. With nearly all villagers gathering to sing and dance, Li Qi nodded, then proceeded toward the square. Ingnan suggested informing all villagers of his appointment as village chief. Beside her, Ingli's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The trio arrived at the edge of the square, where villagers preparing for the evening's festivities greeted Ingli with cheerful hellos, their faces radiating joy. Ingnan beckoned for the villagers to gather around. In a short while, hundreds of villagers assembled in the square, creating a striking spectacle. Thankfully, the spacious area prevented any sense of crowding. Once the villagers were gathered, Ingnan spoke with vigor. Friends, esteemed villagers, this is Mr. Li Qi, a man of great strength who will lead our village into a more modern future. Therefore, I have decided to entrust the position of village chief to Mr. Li Qi. My sister and I will assist him in our roles as deputies. Chapter 35, The New Village Chief. When Ingnan announced the change of the village chief in Taro Village, Li Qi furrowed his brow slightly. He had anticipated that one of the villagers would rise in opposition or at least voice some inquiries or doubts, as this was a significant decision regarding the future trajectory of the village. However, to his astonishment, the simple villagers expressed no dissent. Instead, their faces radiated joy, and their eyes sparkled with excitement as they applauded vigorously, celebrating and endorsing this decision with fervor. This unexpected reaction left Li Qi somewhat taken aback. Yet he dismissed it as a trivial matter with a gentle shake of his head. Soon, he found himself surrounded by a jubilant throng of villagers, singing and dancing with enthusiasm. The plaza was filled with lively music, its brisk tempo weaving a spell that transformed the entire square into a vibrant ocean of song and dance, exuding an atmosphere of joy and prosperity. Embraced by the crowd, Li Qi couldn't help but sway to the rhythm, joining in the dance spontaneously. Flanking him were the sisters Ingli and Ingnan, providing attentive companionship. Surrounding them were young women in their 20s, their long hair flowing like black satin in the gentle breeze, adorned in festive garments that accentuated their beauty. Their slender figures moved gracefully, each gesture brimming with youthful vitality. The villagers regarded Li Qi with eyes full of respect and obedience, pure and untainted by any other emotions. At that moment, Li Qi was engrossed in contemplating the affairs of Taro Village, devoid of any distractions, while dancing. His brow remained furrowed as he pondered the village's security issues. If this place allowed him and others to come and go freely, then it was merely a matter of probability when it came to outsiders entering. Once the celebrations concluded, he resolved to have Stark Group bolster the protection of this area, transforming it into a mysterious Taro base akin to Wakanda. Of course, integrating and engaging with the high technology of Wakanda was a plan for the future. As time passed, the mysterious space encompassing Taro Village gradually dimmed, as if a piece of black satin were gently descending to envelop the entire world. The plaza was suddenly illuminated by a kaleidoscope of lights, brightening the scene as if it were midday, further elevating the villagers' spirits. After dancing for a while, Ingnan approached Li Qi and, with a slight bow, softly inquired whether they might light a bonfire to commence grilling the prepared delicacies. Li Qi smiled and nodded in agreement. In an instant, the dazzling lights extinguished, and the crowd seemed to freeze in place as if they had been paused. Moments later, a towering flame erupted, igniting the massive bonfire at the center, with surrounding small grill pits following suit, casting a warm glow that illuminated every face. Li Qi observed that the villagers were not grilling meat but exquisite vegetables and other ingredients, given the myriad rare creatures from the Shanhai Jing surrounding them. Barbecuing such beings would be inappropriate. Thus, the villagers opted for grilling vegetables and tofu, a decision that Li Qi wholeheartedly endorsed, acknowledging it as a wise practice in ecological protection and sustainable development. The villagers continued to revel in song and dance alongside their new chief until the stroke of midnight, when Li Qi raised his hand, signaling for everyone to disperse and rest, tidying up the area. Many female villagers bid farewell to the chief, their faces beaming with satisfaction as they returned to their homes. Accompanied by the two sisters, Li Qi strolled back to the village chief's residence. Su Wenwu and his daughter Su Shaoling remained dutifully at their post, standing as statuesque sentinels at the entrance. Noticing their fatigue, Li Qi nodded in acknowledgement, signaling for them to take a break. Some villagers warmly invited Su Wenwu and his daughter to stay at their home for the night. That evening, Li Qi enjoyed a peaceful slumber in the company of the two sisters, as if the entire world had transformed into a realm of tranquility and harmony. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the open window like golden threads, gently illuminating the soft bamboo bed. Ing Li and Ing Nan awakened in succession, their sleepy eyes catching sight of Li Qi already up, gazing contemplatively through the window at the undulating mountains across the river and the sight of the dragon scale seal. Li Qi pondered the potential dangers that lay ahead. Through the system, he learned that the dragon scale seal was nearly at its weakest state, and the malevolent beings from another realm would soon breach the barrier. He understood that proactive measures were the best solution. Often, offense was the most direct and effective approach. After rising, the two sisters swiftly approached him, tenderly assisting him with his morning routine before lightly dashing off to prepare breakfast. Standing in the courtyard, sunlight bathed him, outlining his resolute silhouette. Su Wenwu and Su Xiaoling entered the courtyard in unison, saluting their leader before standing quietly behind him. Li Qi turned to Su Wenwu, his gaze resolute, instructing him to inspect the dragon scale seal after breakfast. Su Wenwu, his expression solemn, nodded in acquiescence. Clad in black attire with 10 rings adorning his arms, which shimmered mysteriously under the sunlight, though they paled in comparison to Li Qi's presence. Su Xiaoling stepped forward, her eyes reflecting determination and eagerness as she sought permission to join the expedition. Li Qi furrowed his brow, concern evident in his gaze, as he declined her request. Recognizing her as merely a physically capable ordinary person, lacking the necessary skills to confront the otherworldly malevolent beings. In the original narrative, Su Shaoqi awakened magical abilities near a deep pool, enabling her to command the stone rings to defeat the malevolent soul-devouring dragon. However, considering Su Xiaoling's safety and her uncertain inheritance of her mother's magical traits, Li Qi rejected her petition to participate in the battle. Su Xiaoling gazed at her leader with unwavering determination, her lips quivering slightly. Ultimately, under Li Qi's steadfast gaze, she nodded in compliance. Through the windows, she observed Ying Nan and Ying Li bustling in the kitchen, and after consulting Li Qi, she trudged off to assist with breakfast, her steps slightly disheartened. But Li Qi granted his consent. Before long, a sumptuous breakfast was prepared. Li Qi sampled several dishes, savoring their delightful flavors, and a satisfied smile graced his face. Noticing Su Wenwu still standing nearby, he warmly invited them to join him for the meal, and they all indulged in the feast with great pleasure. As the day unfolded, Taro Village gradually came alive, with young and beautiful female villagers commencing their daily training and routines. Taro Village bore the sacred duty of safeguarding the sealing barrier across generations. Thus, awareness and proficiency in combat were indispensable, making daily training and physical exercise a requisite part of life. In the plaza and the depths of the bamboo grove, the silhouettes of women training were a common sight, their movements agile and precise, rallying cries echoing through the air. Thanks to the protective energy of the divine dragon, the physical prowess of Taro villagers surpassed that of ordinary individuals in the real world, with a rare few female villagers awakening magical traits that allowed them to absorb and store the divine dragon's energy. Ying Nan and Ying Li were among those endowed with magical abilities, their physical capabilities far exceeding those of their peers. Bathed in sunlight, the village exuded vitality, resembling a vibrant tapestry of life. Chapter 36. The brave villagers. Li Qi stood at the edge of the square, observing the women villagers training near the bamboo grove. He discerned their greatest flaw. Despite their commendable physical fitness, their training techniques and martial arts were largely impractical, resembling mere ornamental displays. What appeared to be lethal skills required considerable dedication and rigorous practice. Realizing the village's insular nature and its limited external communication, which had stifled their capacity for confrontation and ambition, he concluded that change was imperative. To facilitate this transformation, he envisioned having Su Wenwu train these secluded women, forging a close connection between the Shihuan gang and Taro village, thus enhancing the village's combat capabilities while also necessitating the integration of modern weaponry. Pleased with his own insightful plan, he turned to see Su Wenwu and his daughter standing a short distance behind him. He beckoned Su Wenwu over and shared his thoughts. As a loyal subordinate, Su Wenwu readily assented. Once the malevolent entities were dealt with, a small detachment from the Shihuan gang would temporarily settle here to teach the villagers genuine combat skills. Li Qi had witnessed the prowess of the Shihuan gang's combat teams, who predominantly relied on their formidable martial arts skills rather than modern firearms. Upon noticing the new village leader's arrival, the trainees intensified their efforts with renewed vigor. After observing for a while, Li Qi returned to the village chief's residence. Upon entering the courtyard, Su Wenwu and Su Xiaoling resumed their roles as guards. Once back in the bedroom with Ying Li and Ying Nan, Li Qi settled onto the bamboo bed. Moments later, gazing through the unglazed window at the distant dragon scale seal, he sensed the malevolent energy emanating from it. Although he knew the true breach was still some time away, he resolved that the best course of action was to strike. Therefore, he decided to address this looming threat that very afternoon. After solidifying his plan, he instructed the sisters to prepare lunch in the kitchen. The two women donned their attire in compliance with their master's command. Additionally, Li Qi requested that Ying Li summon Su Wenwu and his daughter to discuss the afternoon's arrangements. Two individuals, along with 7 steel mechs, would bravely confront the malevolent beings from another realm, each with specific roles to fulfill. The 3 women soon produced an exquisite lunch. Li Qi, along with Su Wenwu and the artificial intelligence Jarvis, deliberated on their strategy. There was no elaborate plan, simply a singular word: kill. They would charge in, eliminate the vile creatures, and reinforce the seal, straightforward and unambiguous. At their master's signal, everyone took their seats at the table, and the meal was swiftly consumed. The sisters' culinary skills were commendable. Within the secluded mystical space, the waters teemed with delectable fish, and they cultivated fine rice and corn. akin to ordinary crops but enriched by the unique energies, rendering them exceptionally flavorful. After the meal, Li Qi instructed the three women to remain in the courtyard while he and Su Wenwu, accompanied by Jarvis controlling the 7 matches in hues of yellow, white, and gold, proceeded outside. As they pushed open the grand gates of the courtyard, the 3 women, however, chose not to heed their master's orders to stay behind, closely following him onto the bustling streets. The villagers, bustling about, quickly became aware of their new leader's movements. Ingrid informed them that the chief was heading to address the threat posed by the Dragonscale seal. In response, the villagers spontaneously armed themselves, donning combat-ready attire and wielding wooden staffs adorned with dragon scales and bows. They marched resolutely behind their leader, gathering at the village's edge, where nearly 3,000 villagers convened. The atmosphere charged with excitement and fervor. Li Qi halted, his expression grave, and turned to address the villagers, whose faces reflected a blend of beauty and maturity. "Villagers," he proclaimed, "you have stood guard here for countless years. Your mission has now concluded, and as your newly appointed leader, I shall shoulder this responsibility. I will vanquish the malevolent beings beyond the seal and reinforce it, ensuring that Taro Village thrives in peace, harmony, and strength. Now, I urge you all to return." By assuming this weighty responsibility, Li Qi garnered the respect and support of the villagers. They gazed at him with eager and reverent eyes. Although he had commanded them to retreat, nearly all proceeded towards the nearby lake. On the opposite shore loomed the undulating mountains, with the towering Dragonscale seal at its center. Originally a vibrant red, the seal had dulled to a dark crimson, exuding wisps of black smoke, precariously undermined by dark forces, threatening to shatter at any moment. This had been a source of concern and study for the villagers of Taro for decades. Despite Li Qi's repeated pleas for the villagers to refrain from joining the battle, they steadfastly followed him, unwavering in their resolve. They understood that safeguarding the seal was their ancestral duty, and with its imminent destruction, they would not abandon their post. Recognizing the villagers' earnestness and fortitude, Li Qi chose to refrain from further insistence. He quietly instructed Jarvis to prioritize the protection of the villagers' lives above all else, with the elimination of the malevolent beings as a secondary objective. Ensuring their safety was paramount. Observing these serene and unpretentious villagers, Li Qi felt a deep fondness for them. Jarvis dutifully complied with his master's wishes, deploying the mechs, which either soared through the skies or assumed offensive positions on the ground. Upon witnessing such advanced war machines, the women villagers felt a profound respect and admiration for their new leader. Armed with Dragonscale staffs and bows, they advanced slowly towards the extensive river and lake that lay just ahead of the village. Li Qi gestured for everyone to pause by the lake. Beneath the depths, the guardian dragon of the village had yet to emerge, piquing Li Qi's curiosity. He had anticipated that the guardian dragon would rise from the waters to join them in battle, and he yearned to experience the thrill of riding upon the dragon's back as a dragon warrior. Chapter 37. The incarnation of the dragon warrior. Li Qi was filled with anticipation at the prospect of experiencing the sensation of being a dragon warrior. However, the elusive white dragon failed to make an appearance, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Amidst the astonished gazes of the female villagers, Li Qi swiftly donned the iconic battle mech. The classic red and white color scheme shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. With the activation of the thrusters beneath him, he ascended several meters into the air with a faint roar. Almost immediately, a miniature missile launched from his left shoulder, trailing a long flame as it plunged into the water below. Since the dragon was so lethargic and reluctant to reveal itself, Li Qi resolved to provoke its emergence. Su Wenwu hastily signaled the closely following female villagers to retreat a safe distance. With a serious demeanor, he called out, "Everyone, step back. Stay safe." The villagers complied obediently, retreating in an orderly fashion, their eyes filled with curiosity yet adhering strictly to the command. Moments later, the missile struck the lake's depths with a thunderous boom, reverberating as if the entire body of water had been shaken by the force. Water erupted into a towering column, resembling a miniature earthquake, rousing the slumbering white dragon from its repose at the bottom of the abyss. With a resounding roar that echoed through the depths, the dragon soared upward, its silvery form glimmering in the sunlight, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The breathtaking spectacle of the flying dragon left the nearby villagers awestruck, many gasping in astonishment, some even covering their mouths in disbelief. At long last, Li Qi beheld the legendary dragon. Its scales sparkled like myriad small mirrors, reflecting dazzling light. This was no mere creature. It was a genuine dragon, exceeding 20 meters in length, its elongated, sharp horns a testament to its majesty. Upon being awakened, the dragon circled twice in the air, its enormous eyes flashing with a fierce anger as it began to seek out the source of the explosion. Li Qi propelled the mech engine upward until he was level with the dragon's head. He lifted his visor, revealing his handsome eastern features, eyes filled with determination and confidence, and greeted the dragon in a traditional tongue. "Greetings, guardian dragon. I apologize for waking you in such a manner. Allow me the honor of experiencing what it is to be a dragon warrior today." However, the dragon was not easily appeased. It would not permit anyone to ride upon its back without a fight, viewing it as a challenge to its dignity. With a furious roar, it lunged toward Li Qi's mech. Undaunted, Li Qi skillfully maneuvered the mech through the air, darting left and right, soaring up and down like a nimble bird. Before confronting the malevolent soul devourers, he resolved to tame this rebellious dragon. The dragon's claws swept through the air, stirring fierce winds. But Li Qi's mech adeptly evaded the onslaught, firing lasers intermittently. On the ground, the villagers of Taro stared up in amazement at the aerial duel unfolding before them. After an intense exchange, the dragon realized that its colossal form could not overpower the humanoid weapon before it, and that the opponent had locked onto it with missiles. Reluctantly, the dragon chose to concede, letting out a defiant roar before positioning itself horizontally in the air. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qi propelled his mech forward like a swift arrow, landing firmly upon the dragon's back. He grasped the undulating scales tightly, excitement flickering in his eyes, directing the dragon toward the dragon scale seal on the opposite bank of the lake. Witnessing their leader successfully tame the guardian dragon, the female villagers erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, their voices echoing into the sky. Their admiration for Li Qi's strength deepened, eyes brimming with reverence. The sisters Ingli and Ing sparkled with admiration, their respect for their master intensified as they embraced each other in excitement, beaming with pride for Li Qi. Su Wenwu unleashed energy waves from the 10 rings on his arms, using their rebound force to leap through the air like a bird. Swiftly crossing the lake to closely follow the leader, his movements agile and graceful. A few other mechs, under Jarvis's command, remained behind to protect the villagers, while the remaining 3 pursued Li Qi directly towards the dragon scale seal, forming a neat formation in the sky, akin to a well-drilled battalion. The majestic mountains and the dragon scale seal were not far off, and within minutes, they reached their destination. From their aerial vantage point, the dragon scale seal towered at least 20 to 30 meters high, resembling a structure of 10 stories. At this moment, the dark red seal exuded tendrils of ominous energy, swirling around it like a thick black mist, creating an eerie atmosphere. The temperature here had noticeably dropped, as if it could penetrate the mech, sending shivers down their spines. Even Li Qi's mech's temperature sensors began to sound alarms. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qi activated the laser device on his Iron Man mech's arm, carving a tall opening at the base of the dragon scale seal. Instantly, the soul devourers surged forth through the breach, emitting shrill cries akin to a pack of ravenous beasts. Li Qi had already landed before the opening, and Su Wenwu along with several mechs quickly followed suit, launching a counteroffensive against the oncoming soul devourers. The soul devourers, resembling avian creatures with sharp beaks and claws, though individually weak, amassed in numbers to form a formidable evil force. The dragon joined the fray, swinging its massive tail like a stout iron pillar. Together, the trio of man and dragon pushed the monsters back into the seal, which enveloped them in a pitch-black void, reeking of a noxious stench that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, eliciting nausea. Fortunately, Li Qi's mech was equipped with a breathing filtration system, shielding him from the foul air, but Su Wenwu, lacking a mask, struggled against the stench, his brows furrowing in discomfort. At this moment, Li Qi had no time to spare. He decisively commanded Jarvis to propel the mech forward. The dark space was vast, teeming with soul devourers above and around them. Activating the mech's night vision, the scene came into sharp focus. In the distance, a massive black evil dragon, the soul devourer, twisted and writhed in the air, viciously charging toward them. The mech unleashed a barrage of lasers and missiles, raining down upon the soul devourer and its minions. Li Qi gestured to Jarvis, summoning the remaining mechs into the malevolent realm, instructing them to temporarily seal the newly cut opening. He resolved to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the evil creatures within this space, while the villagers waited outside the seal, ensuring that no malevolent beings could escape and unleash calamity upon Taro Village. Jarvis complied, and the remaining mechs darted into the dark void like lightning. The anxious villagers hurried across the river to the sealing site, banging and calling out, pleading with their esteemed leader to allow them to join the battle. "Leader, let us in to help. We wish to fight alongside you." The villagers' voices were filled with urgency and determination. Yet, Li Qi remained wholly focused on his battle with the black evil dragon, oblivious to the commotion outside. His gaze was fixed on the soul devourer, hands deftly maneuvering the mech, bracing for the next wave of assault. Li Qi transformed into a valiant dragon warrior, firmly perched upon the back of the white dragon. A multitude of miniature missiles erupted like shooting stars, detonating upon the black dragon and igniting brilliant bursts of fire. Seizing the opportunity, the white dragon opened its gaping maw and sank its teeth fiercely into the black dragon's forehead. The two beasts engaged in a ferocious aerial dance, crushing countless soul eaters in their tumultuous path, the scene of battle grand and breathtaking. The black dragon roared in fury, striving to escape the white dragon's grip, its claws leaving deep gashes upon the white dragon's hide. Undeterred, the white dragon maintained its hold. In the blink of an eye, the black dragon's body was marred with the remnants of bomb and missile explosions. A particularly pronounced laser cut marred its neck, black blood oozing from the wound and dripping into the abyss. Realizing the dire situation, the black dragon retreated chaotically into the depths of the dark expanse. While the corpses of soul eaters rained down like a grim deluge, enhancing the eerie atmosphere of this malevolent realm. From his vantage atop the White Dragon, Li Qi swiftly contemplated the optimal solution to this crisis. He discerned that deploying a nuclear bomb to obliterate this space entirely might be the simplest and most effective course of action. The malevolent forces within were overwhelmingly potent. Ordinary assaults could not vanquish them entirely. Only the titanic power of a nuclear bomb could guarantee their annihilation and prevent these evil beings from breaching their confines once more. Serendipitously, during his expedition to Taro Village, he had brought along 3 small-yield nuclear bombs, now proving fortuitously useful. Li Qi communicated via his device to Su Wenwu, informing him of his intention to deploy the nuclear bomb and instructing him to evacuate this dark domain immediately. Su Wenwu, I am preparing to use the nuclear bomb. You must evacuate at once. Without hesitation, Su Wenwu complied, swiftly retreating while responding, understood, master. Jarvis, controlling the remaining mechs, once more carved an incision into the sealed realm. Li Qi left behind a puppet mech to cover their retreat, affixing 2 small nuclear bombs to it. As the seal was breached, the female villagers outside eagerly sought to rush in, but were timely restrained by Su Wenwu. He explained the situation to them, urging a rapid withdrawal from the mountainous region. Listen to me. The village chief is deploying a nuclear bomb to eradicate the evil beings. This place is perilous. Everyone must leave swiftly. Though reluctant, the villagers heeded Su Wenwu's command, beginning an orderly evacuation. Li Qi led the group hastily across the riverbank, leaving the mech under Jarvis's control to venture as deep into the dark space as possible, directing the nuclear explosion inward. Ultimately, after a sufficient distance was achieved, Jarvis decisively detonated the small nuclear bomb. With a thunderous roar, the very heavens seemed to tremble, the sound of an immense thunderclap reverberating from the depths of the space. In an instant, the surrounding peaks crumbled, and the dragon scale seal collapsed entirely, transforming the interdimensional portal into a realm of radiation. Fortunately, the irradiated area was confined to the otherworld, with no connection to the mysterious space of Taro Village, and the passage between the 2 realms was successfully sealed. At least for the time being. Mission accomplished. Li Qi conveyed the outcome of the battle to the villagers. Upon hearing the news, the female villagers erupted in joyous celebration, their excitement palpable. They had not failed in their millennia-long duty, and their admiration for Li Qi, their village chief, deepened profoundly. Long live the chief. Thank you, chief. The villagers' cheers echoed, drawing closer to Li Qi with eyes filled with gratitude and reverence. Chapter 38, Wonder Woman. Next, Rich led a multitude of villagers steadily across the broad river, its crystal-clear waters shimmering in the sunlight like a flowing silver ribbon. Above them, a white divine dragon, reluctant to depart, let out a soft rumble as a farewell to Rich before plunging back into the depths of the lake like a streak of silver lightning. Returning to its slumber, the women of the village waved their hands in respect, bidding farewell to the guardian dragon that had watched over their tribe for millennia, and then, encircling Rich, they briskly made their way back to Taro Village. At this hour, the sky remained bright, with the sun generously casting its rays upon the earth. It had been barely 3 to 4 hours since the conclusion of the battle. In another 2 to 3 hours, the mysterious realm would embrace the night. Rich, along with sisters Ying An and Ying Li, sat on a soft bamboo bed, which exuded a delicate scent of bamboo. Su Wenwu and Su Shaoling stood guard at the door, their postures upright like loyal sentinels, ever vigilant to the stirrings around them. Rich pondered for a moment, a slight frown creasing his brow, revealing a blend of worry and resolve in his gaze. He instructed the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, to leave 2 Iron Man armors stationed at the towering mountains where the dragon scale seal had collapsed, to maintain continuous surveillance and alertness against any unforeseen circumstances. These 2 armors would remain on duty indefinitely, with regular replacements to ensure the security of this vital area. Determined to safeguard this significant region, Rich was resolute in his efforts. After exchanging thoughts with the sisters, twilight descended and the sunset painted the sky a brilliant orange-red, resembling a splendid piece of satin. That evening, the villagers of Taro Village erupted with excitement, pulling their beloved village chief into a lively celebration. A roaring bonfire blazed in the square, the flames illuminating the faces of all present, brimming with joy. The sounds of laughter and merriment echoed throughout the village, continuing into the night until the grand festivities gradually drew to a close. Rich returned to the chief's residence with the sisters, where they enjoyed a peaceful slumber in the cozy room. The next day, with no pressing matters at hand, Rich chose to remain at the residence, refraining from venturing out. Sitting by the window, he gazed at the tranquil village outside, contemplating whether to modernize Taro Village, steeped in 1,000 years of ancient traditions. Here, there were no mobile phones, computers, or Wi-Fi. The only semblance of modernity lay in electricity and a few appliances. The village's aesthetic seemed to be suspended in the late 20th century, untouched by the tides of modernization. Life here was simple and pure, devoid of the distractions of the contemporary world. Yet, as time progressed, Rich contemplated whether to synchronize this haven with the outside world. Lost in thought, he turned to Ying Nan and Ying Li, sitting beside him, to seek their opinions. The sisters exchanged a gentle smile, their eyes brimming with kindness and acquiescence. Ingli spoke softly. "We shall follow your lead, Rich." Ingnan added, "When the time is right, we should conduct a survey among all the villagers to gather their perspectives. We naturally support your vision." As they discussed the modern means of communication, Ingnan's bright eyes sparkled with maturity. Tilting her head slightly in contemplation, she addressed Rich, "Leader, we are not entirely isolated from the outside world. Aside from the villagers rarely leaving Taro, there exists a concealed transmission stone within the ancestral hall. Through it, we can connect with individuals from other mysterious realms or places, gaining knowledge of many extraordinary domains, much like Taro Village, where others are equally devoted to guarding, defending, or standing by to assist." Rich was taken aback by Ingnan's revelation. His eyes widened in surprise as he had not yet ventured into the grand structure resembling an ancestral hall at the heart of the village, remaining oblivious to its inner workings. Intrigued by this communication device, he exclaimed to Ingnan, "Lead me there at once." Ingnan and Ingli gracefully rose from their seats, their skirts fluttering slightly. They accompanied Rich out of the courtyard, heading towards the ancestral hall at the center of the village. Along the village pathway, female villagers exchanged soft words or busied themselves with daily tasks. Upon seeing the village chief and the two deputy chiefs, Rich's assistants, they greeted them warmly, their faces alight with genuine smiles. Rich reciprocated each greeting, feeling a surge of warmth for these sincere villagers. Upon reaching the entrance of the ancestral hall, they stepped inside, where the light dimmed significantly, as if transitioning from bright daylight to dusk. Rich observed several rows of tablets displaying the names of past village chiefs, neatly arranged before him. Ingnan explained, "These are the tablets of our deceased village chiefs. Taro Village boasts a history of 10,000 years, and every chief inevitably faces the cycle of life and death. While the average lifespan of villagers here exceeds that of the outside world, it is not excessively long." Rich clasped his hands in respect before the tablets of the former chiefs, his heart filled with reverence. He then moved past this area, venturing deeper into the hall. Passing through a corridor adorned with ancient scrolls depicting the history and legends of Taro Village, he entered a spacious room of approximately 30 square meters. In the center stood an object resembling a 2-meter-tall and 1-meter-wide screen, surrounded by smaller, similar structures. These screens emitted a faint glow, as if imbued with mysterious powers. Ingnan informed Rich, "This is the transmission stone used for communication with the outside world, capable of connecting us with those beyond our realm." Rich, brimming with curiosity, scrutinized the transmission stone closely, circling it twice to examine every detail. Yet finding no visible power source or transmission system, its function appeared to rely solely on non-physical communication. The sisters approached the transmission stone, gently manipulating its surface. Ingnan's delicate fingers glided over the stone, searching for a specific spot, while Ingli watched intently, her eyes reflecting anticipation. Before long, the stone began to emanate a hazy glow that intensified and expanded, transforming into a large, vertically oriented screen akin to a television display. As the nebulous light morphed into discernible visual signals, an expansive room reminiscent of a palace appeared on the transmission stone's surface, adorned with exquisite decorations, fine artworks on the walls, and polished marble flooring. Ingnan explained to Rich, "The mysterious realm we frequently connect with is called Paradise Island, a land entirely inhabited by women, even purer than our Taro village. In ancient times, our village maintained a balanced gender ratio, though now the number of men has dwindled considerably." Upon hearing the name Paradise Island, Rich felt a stirring within. He realized that this connection could lead him to Wonder Woman, a captivating female superhero of remarkable grace and beauty. He could not help but wonder in which era Diana, the Wonder Woman, currently resided. Had she departed Paradise Island for the human world? Without a doubt. Rich's next objective had now firmly centered upon Wonder Woman. Chapter 39. The encounter with Wonder Woman. Rich felt a surge of anticipation, his eyes alight with excitement. As if he were on the verge of unveiling a mysterious treasure, Ingli brought over an antique armchair, its surface smooth and its intricate grain exuding a subtle aroma of wood. After gracefully settling into the chair, Rich faced the enormous transmission stone, his hands gently folded in his lap, his mind swirling with curiosity about who might appear before him. Would it be the renowned Wonder Woman herself, or her regal mother, the Queen of Paradise Island? The palace opposite was arranged with warmth and elegance. Soft pink drapes fluttered gently, adorned with exquisite ornaments that added a hint of youthful vivacity, suggesting it was the princess's chamber. As they waited, the transmission stone remained silent, with Ingnan and Ingli standing beside Rich, smiles gracing their faces, ever ready to respectfully heed his commands, their eyes reflecting loyalty and obedience. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted when the image on the transmission stone flickered, and a woman entered through a side door. She was clad in a delicate bathrobe, its edges embroidered with intricate patterns that swayed gently as she walked. As she moved, she dried her damp hair with a soft towel, droplets cascading down her strands, sparkling under the light. The woman possessed a tall and athletic figure, each movement seemingly sculpted with care, exuding a unique aura, a perfect blend of strength and grace. As she rounded a corner, her steps light and nearing the transmission stone, Her calm demeanor was suddenly pierced by surprise as she noticed the stone glowing nearby, akin to a beacon illuminating the darkness. A radiant smile blossomed on her face as she warmly greeted, "Hello, Sister Ing'an. It's been so long. I just returned from the training grounds and took a bath before coming to my chamber. Have I kept you waiting?" It was none other than Wonder Woman, Diana, who engaged in cheerful banter with Ing'an, her laughter resonating throughout the room. She hung her white towel on an ornate coat rack, beautifully carved with intricate designs. Adjusting her bathrobe with care, she tightened the collar slightly and approached the transmission stone with confidence and elegance until her entire figure became clear to Rich. At that moment, Diana noticed a stranger seated across the transmission stone. The man sat with poise, his back straight as a towering mountain, his handsome features sharply defined, his visage reminiscent of exquisite sculpture, radiating an innate leadership quality as if he were surrounded by a halo. Overwhelmed with surprise and delight, Diana's eyes widened. Her mouth slightly agape, as if she had witnessed something utterly astonishing. Years of interaction with the women of Taro Village had left her unacquainted with men. Indeed, Paradise Island was exclusively inhabited by women, making Rich the first man she had ever encountered. Quickly regaining her composure, her face flushed with joy, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Oh my God, it's a man, a real man. Sister Ing'an, you have truly surprised me. I finally meet the legendary man. Thank you so much." Rich responded with a warm, friendly smile, akin to the sun in spring. "Hello, young lady. I am the new village chief of Taro Village. Ing'an spoke of the possibility of communicating with you, and my curiosity compelled me to reach out, but I never anticipated such an intriguing introduction," Diana enthusiastically replied. Her words filled with curiosity about the outside world and men. Her eyes sparkled with eagerness as she bombarded Rich with questions. What is the outside world like? How are men and women different? What fascinating activities do you engage in? Rich realized that this young woman had lived her entire life in a world of women. Her perspective pure and her enthusiasm for the unfamiliar akin to that of a child yearning to explore the unknown. After a gesture from Rich, Ing'an patiently began to explain the basic etiquette and concepts of the outside world to Diana. Her voice was gentle and clear, flowing like a babbling brook into Diana's heart. Diana listened intently, nodding frequently, her gaze focused as if she were engraving each word into her memory. "I understand now. I will go change into something else and return shortly," she said politely before turning to her room to change. Before long, Diana reappeared on the screen clad in a fitted leather ensemble. The tight leather skirt accentuated her long, straight legs, adorned with exquisite gemstones that glimmered mysteriously under the lights. The upper part consisted of asymmetrical leather armor, one shoulder draped with a strap while the other remained bare, showcasing her healthy and powerful skin. The armor bore unique engravings. As if narrating ancient tales, she embodied the spirit of a warrior, exuding readiness for battle to uphold justice. Observing the spirited Diana before him, Rich's interest deepened, his gaze reflecting admiration and appreciation. Subsequently, the four engaged in joyous conversation. Diana's vibrant and courageous personality shone through, her forthright manner reminiscent of a refreshing breeze, leaving a lasting impression on Rich. Her innocence resembled an unblemished canvas, brimming with curiosity and love for the world. Through their dialogue, Rich learned that Diana had never left Paradise Island. Her greatest desire was to witness firsthand the world of humans, described by her mother, the Queen, as selfish, greedy, and weak. When the topic of leaving the island arose, Diana expressed her frustration to Rich. "My mother, the Queen, is overly protective. Even the opportunity to train and fight was something I had to negotiate for. She is constantly worried about my safety, unaware that I possess the capability to protect myself." After nearly an hour of conversation, Diana regarded Rich as a confidant, sharing her innermost worries without reservation. Observing her outwardly cheerful demeanor, which masked an inner turmoil, Rich resolved to help her escape Paradise Island to explore the vast world beyond. He thought to himself, this girl possesses an insatiable thirst for knowledge and an adventurous spirit. She should not be confined to this small world, but rather embrace the wonders that lie outside. Chapter 40. The melancholy little princess. The little princess, who was filled with sorrow, had befriended an extraordinary male companion, the illustrious Wonder Woman, Diana, whose spirits soared with delight. Her vibrant eyes sparkled with joy, the corners of her mouth curling into a gentle smile, as she involuntarily hummed a classical tune unique to Paradise Island. The soft, melodious strains flowed through the air like a crystalline stream, enchanting and imbued with the island's distinctive mystique. Rich gazed at Diana, whose striking beauty resembled that of a celestial being gracing the earth, and felt an overwhelming affection for her. He furrowed his brow, determination evident in his gaze, silently resolving to assist her in escaping Paradise Island to explore the vast world beyond. After all, Diana harbored rebellious thoughts, yearning to leave the island. But her queenly mother vehemently opposed her desires. This internal conflict, however, presented an opportunity for change. The next crucial step was to ascertain the coordinates of Paradise Island. Rich turned directly to Diana, who appeared on the transmission screen, and earnestly inquired, "Diana, I genuinely wish to take you away from Paradise Island to see the world. But the question remains, where exactly is Paradise Island? How can I reach you? Upon finishing his question, he focused intently on the innocent girl, his eyes filled with concern. Diana was momentarily taken aback by the question. Having lived her entire life on Paradise Island, she had never ventured beyond the mysterious isle hidden above the ocean, and could not provide an answer. Her long, thick lashes fluttered, and a hint of confusion shone in her innocent eyes, which soon transformed into a sweet smile tinged with helplessness. Realizing that this young girl was equally unaware of Paradise Island's specific location, Rich gently shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter. After conversing with Diana for a while longer, their time together came to an end as it was her designated rest period. Diana reclined on her plush royal bed, adorned with a sumptuous silk coverlet embroidered with exquisite patterns. Beside her was a delicate, classically styled golden emblem, softly glowing under the light. After waving farewell to her, the transmission screen quickly dimmed, transforming into a hazy mist before reverting to an ordinary boulder, standing silently before Rich. Rising from the armchair, Rich stretched his limbs and rotated his neck, producing a gentle crack. The sisters, Ingli and Ingnan, followed closely behind, their graceful forms and focused gazes revealing their readiness to assist, imbued with loyalty and concern. Rich contemplated for a moment, fully aware that locating Paradise Island amid the vast ocean would be no simple task. Thus, he summoned the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, raising his voice to the air. Jarvis, please expedite the search for information regarding the location of Paradise Island on the sea. Jarvis's steady voice promptly responded, understood, sir, as it began to sift through the vast sea of data in search of any clues regarding the island's whereabouts. During his days in Taro Village, Rich had instructed Stark Industries to lay down a dedicated Wi-Fi line extending from the outside world to the village, thus enabling Jarvis to obtain extensive computational support and surveillance assistance. As Rich returned to the village chief's residence with the sisters, night had fallen. The darkness enveloped the village like a piece of black satin, gently draping over everything. The sisters entered the kitchen to prepare dinner, their steps light and cheerful. And soon the sounds of clattering pots and pans mingled with the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air. Su Wenwu and his daughter remained dutifully stationed outside as guards, their postures erect like steadfast statues, safeguarding the residence. Noticing their diligent efforts, Rich felt a surge of compassion and suggested Su Wenwu take a rest in another courtyard. He patted Su Wenwu on the shoulder, saying, "Old Su, go and rest. You've worked hard these past few days." He then called Su Xiaoling into the courtyard, instructing her to rest in the room on the east side for the night. Naturally, she complied, nodding slightly and responding, "Yes, sir." Before long, a fragrant dinner was laid out on the table, replete with sumptuous dishes, aromatic roasted meats, vibrant vegetable salads, and steaming bowls of soup. Rich, Su Xiaoling, Ingli, and Ingnan dined together, engaging in light conversation, creating a harmonious atmosphere. After the meal, they lingered in the courtyard for a while, chatting leisurely, before Rich led the sisters back to rest, while Su Xiaoling retired to another room for a peaceful slumber. The following morning, fresh air, akin to mischievous sprites, flowed into the room through the open window. Sunlight gently streamed onto the bed, creating patches of golden light. Upon waking, Rich savored Taro Village's signature breakfast, featuring soft and fluffy steamed cakes paired with sweet honey, accompanied by a steaming cup of herbal tea, before making his way to the ancestral hall once more. Inside the hall, aside from the towering transmission stone in the center, there were 4 or 5 additional stones nearby, their smooth surfaces exuding an air of mystery. Rich sought to determine whether he could connect to other enigmatic realms or locations. He approached the transmission stone, delicately caressing its surface, scrutinizing the intricate patterns before he began to manipulate it. However, after some time, the other stones remained unresponsive. The sisters informed Rich that a connection required mutual consent, and after reflecting on this, he decided to leave. Just then, the central transmission stone reacted, and after some adjustments, the screen illuminated, revealing a slightly sorrowful and emotionally charged Diana from Paradise Island. The princess stood before the screen, her eyes filled with melancholy, brow slightly furrowed, and lips trembling as she confided in Rich, I was so careless. I unintentionally activated my inner powers and injured General Antiope. I feel so guilty, as if I am an unnecessary presence on the island, like an outcast." As she spoke, tears shimmered in her eyes, a single crystalline drop trailing down her cheek. Rich observed that Diana donned Amazonian-style armor, its sleek lines gleaming with metallic luster, paired with a short leather skirt and high combat boots, exuding an aura of a true warrior maiden. Yet, her pained expression evoked a sense of compassion within him, understanding that her guilt stemmed from accidentally harming her aunt. Rich stepped closer to the transmission stone, his gaze filled with warmth and concern. He softly reassured her, "Hey girl, do not think like that. The fact that you can unleash your inner powers is a beacon of hope for Paradise Island, a symbol of the next queen's strength. Listen, you are incredibly brave. A strong girl. Do not feel different. That is precisely what makes you unique as a princess. I truly admire your courage. Do not be disheartened or lose hope. This is the real you, understand, girl? After his heartfelt words, Diana finally broke into a smile, her face radiating warmth akin to the sun, with remnants of tears still glistening in her eyes. She then playfully urged, Rich, hurry and come to Paradise Island to take me away. I long to see the outside world. It feels so stifling here. Rich nodded in agreement and further inquired about any information she possessed regarding the island's location. As expected, Diana shared everything she knew, but still, no concrete leads emerged. With a sigh of resignation, Rich offered her a few more comforting words before she concluded the transmission, returning to her training grounds. As the most formidable warrior among the Amazonian kin, Diana maintains an unwavering standard for herself, fearing even the slightest lapse in diligence. She is acutely aware that adversaries may emerge at any moment, a trait that earns her the profound admiration of Richie. Richie instructs Jarvis to expedite the search for information regarding the location of Paradise Island, simultaneously deciding to depart from Taro Village and return to Stark headquarters. Once the position of Paradise Island is confirmed, they shall set forth. Upon returning from the shrine to the estate, Richie summoned Su Wenwu, whose demeanor was grave. He addressed Su Wenwu with utmost seriousness. Old Su, I must return to Stark headquarters for a while. You will remain in Taro Village to oversee security operations and further train the villagers to enhance their self-defense capabilities. Moreover, the Stark Industries Weapons Division will be dispatched here to install anti-air missiles, equip the village with modern weaponry, and undertake its modernization. I entrust these security and defense responsibilities to you. Su Wenwu readily consented, standing tall and resolutely affirming, Rest assured, sir, I shall fulfill this mission. Richie also decided to retain Su Shaoling, Ingli, and Ingnan. Subsequently, he left behind the remaining few mechs and accompanied the Stark Industries team dispatched to establish network and communication systems, returning to Stark headquarters located in New York. Chapter 41. In turn, when Richie returned to the Stark Tower headquarters in New York, it was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. The setting sun hung in the sky like a colossal fireball, casting a vibrant crimson hue across the horizon, enveloping the northwestern expanse of New York City, including much of Manhattan. This splendid palette bathed the towering 500-meter skyscraper in a warm orange glow, as if the building were draped in a gossamer veil of dreams. He arrived at the luxurious office on the top floor, adorned with opulent decorations and priceless artworks gracing the walls. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the bustling city below. He summoned Tony Stark and Pepper Potts through the intercom. During this period, Tony and Pepper had been busy at Stark Tower, reorganizing and expanding the business, while the weapons manufacturing division had been significantly scaled back. Moreover, the acquisition of Hammer Industries had been completed, with the self-serving and petty President Hammer stripped of his powers and sent into retirement. Richie had not pursued the diminutive man with malice. Tony Stark had also taken care of another matter that Richie had entrusted to him, ousting his father's business partner from the company. The esteemed research master, akin to an uncle, had passed away, and his only son had been discreetly brought back into the company by Tony Stark, under strict supervision. After hearing the report, Richie furrowed his brow and fell into a brief contemplation, reassessing the company's strategic development. He then nodded and gestured for the puppet Tony Stark to leave the opulent office, retaining Pepper for further discussion. Pepper, clad in a meticulously tailored white secretary uniform that accentuated her graceful figure, wore delicate embroidery at the collar and cuffs, complemented by black stockings and high heels. Exuding elegance and competence, her hair was elegantly tied back into a ponytail, revealing her long, fair neck. With her head slightly bowed, she held a stack of documents that Richie had already signed. Upon catching a glimpse of Pepper, whom he hadn't seen in over half a month, a flicker of tenderness crossed Richie's eyes as he beckoned her closer. Obediently, Pepper lifted her gaze, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she approached Richie with light, graceful steps, placing the documents on the desk. He instructed her to conclude her current tasks and return to keep him company later that evening. A glimmer of surprise sparkled in Pepper's eyes, and she nodded gently, her expression full of acquiescence as she turned to leave, her silhouette particularly enchanting. Richie smiled, his expression imbued with a sense of relaxation following fatigue. He then contacted the kitchen staff to prepare an employee dinner for himself. After a long journey back to the headquarters from Taro Village with the construction team, he decided to stay in the tower that night instead of returning to his villa in Malibu. Summoning the artificial intelligence Jarvis, he settled into his comfortable executive chair, leaning slightly forward as he inquired earnestly about the progress of locating Paradise Island. Jarvis reported that the search was ongoing, with numerous viable leads being investigated, and an approximate location could be determined within a couple of days. Richie nodded, his eyes reflecting a hint of urgency as he urged Jarvis to expedite the process and suggested offering a monetary reward, announcing a bounty of $5 million for information leading to the location of Paradise Island, disseminating this across both the surface and dark web. Jarvis concurred and promptly released the bounty notice. Before long, Pepper entered, pushing a cart laden with 2 generous employee dinners. The exquisite plates held aromatic steaks, fresh vegetable salads, and delectable desserts. She gently positioned the cart before Richie, smiling as she announced, "Sir, dinner is ready." After they dined together, they spent the night on the top floor of the tower, which served as the private space for the president of Stark Industries, equipped with a gym, swimming pool, and entertainment center. Richie even planned to construct a mech hangar there. As dawn broke, Richie instructed Pepper to continue attending to company matters while he idly twirled a pin in the president's office, his gaze casually drifting over the internal surveillance feeds. At that moment, a woman caught his interest on the monitor in the lobby. With her radiant golden hair and emerald green eyes reminiscent of a serene lake. She possessed a slender, curvaceous figure, dressed simply in a t-shirt and jeans that failed to conceal her youthful vitality. Clutching a handbag, she entered with an air of slight urgency. Richie found her strikingly familiar and intriguing, narrowing his eyes with curiosity as he requested Jarvis to pull up her profile. Instantly, rows of text and images materialized in the void. It turned out she was Gwen Stacy, currently interning at Stark Industries for over half a month. Having been the president of Stark for nearly 3 weeks, Richie had yet to encounter this intern, and this chance discovery during his surveillance piqued his interest. He asked Jarvis to search the company roster, only to find that Peter Parker was not interning alongside Gwen, leaving him bemused about the young man's whereabouts. Richie paid little mind to Peter Parker, instead becoming increasingly captivated by Gwen Stacy. A subtle smile crept across his lips, revealing a hint of intrigue as he instructed the HR manager to notify Gwen to come to his office. Leaning back heavily in his plush executive chair, he propped his legs on the desk in a relaxed posture, anticipation glimmering in his eyes as he awaited Gwen Stacy's arrival. Chapter 42. The compliant Gwen. Before locating the whereabouts of Princess Diana on Paradise Island, Rich unexpectedly encountered Gwen Stacy, future girlfriend of Spider-Man, Peter Parker. To be precise, they had not yet developed a romantic relationship at this point, and upon realizing this, Rich felt an inexplicable sense of relief. As if an invisible weight had silently slipped from his heart, he instructed the head of human resources to summon Gwen to the presidential office on the top floor of Stark Tower. Settling comfortably in his executive chair with his legs crossed, he awaited her arrival with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, a knock sounded at the office door. Through the surveillance screen, Rich observed Gwen standing outside, her head slightly bowed, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her shirt, revealing a hint of tension. Rich rose and, with measured steps, approached the door, gently opening it and gesturing her in. Gwen cautiously entered the spacious office, which spanned around 80 to 90 square meters and was somewhat sparse, containing only a desk and an executive chair. The sound of her footsteps echoed distinctly in the silent room, reverberating through the still air. Rich assessed Gwen before him. She wore a simple white t-shirt made of pure cotton that hugged her skin, paired with light blue jeans that perfectly accentuated her long legs. Her golden hair was pulled into a high ponytail, swaying gently as she moved, reminiscent of graceful golden waves. Her emerald eyes sparkled like deep jade, clear and bright, complemented by her soft pink lips, resembling flowers blooming in spring, fresh, natural, and strikingly beautiful. A thought flickered through Rich's mind. Should he rely on his own abilities to attract Gwen and enlist her talents for the company? Or should he employ more unconventional methods to swiftly seize control of the situation? This notion flashed through his mind like lightning, only to be fleeting. After a brief contemplation, Rich furrowed his brow and ultimately resolved to adopt a more direct approach. As Gwen approached the desk, her eyes filled with confusion, Rich narrowed his eyes slightly, concentrating as he employed his mental control abilities to swiftly navigate through her memories. It turned out that Gwen had known Peter Parker for less than a week. He was still preoccupied with his studies in high school, while she had already embarked on her internship journey. In comparison to Peter, Gwen excelled in the realms of science and biology, not only demonstrating outstanding performance in her classes, but also actively participating in various scientific competitions, garnering multiple accolades. Thus, she had secured several internship opportunities. Unlike the narrative of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, she chose to intern in the biological and scientific department at Stark Industries, where she had been for over half a month. Rich reviewed Gwen's internship evaluations and discovered that all supervisors and department heads spoke highly of her. The evaluations noted that Gwen exhibited exceptional learning abilities and innovative thinking, consistently proposing novel ideas and solutions, and demonstrating meticulous analysis of experimental data with a rigorous and earnest work ethic. They unanimously recommended that the Human Resources Department retain her at the company. Rich recognized Gwen's capabilities and shared the same sentiment, so he focused his energy and once more utilized his mental control to instill in her an unwavering loyalty towards him. In an instant, the confusion in Gwen's eyes transformed into respect and admiration, her gaze becoming resolute as if Rich were the guiding beacon in her heart. Pleased with this development, Rich rose from his chair, circled around the desk, and leaned gently against it, smiling as he beckoned Gwen to approach so they could engage in a deeper discussion about work-related matters. Rich scrutinized Gwen compared to other North American women. She possessed a more pristine beauty, her skin as delicate and smooth as jade, nearly devoid of any blemishes. She stood tall, her legs long and straight, and when clad in high heels, her presence became even more striking, exuding a unique aura. As they conversed about her work assignments, career aspirations, and her views on the biological sciences department of the company, Gwen answered earnestly. She particularly emphasized her involvement in the extracurricular internship program established by Dr. Connors during high school, expressing the strong bond she had forged with him and how highly she regarded the program. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she recounted her experiences and growth in the project, filled with admiration for Dr. Connors. Rich nodded thoughtfully and instructed Jarvis to retrieve Dr. Connors' information, discovering that he was the chief scientist at Oscorp. As Stark Industries transitioned from a weapons manufacturer to a diversified entity, Rich deemed it necessary to recruit Dr. Connors. Although he understood the importance of carefully evaluating his research projects to avoid repeating the pitfalls of the original storyline, while also striving to prevent any misfortunes from befalling Gwen's father, he was acutely aware that even a minor miscalculation could trigger a cascade of unforeseen consequences. Satisfied with Gwen's performance, he waved her off to return to her work and invited her to join him for lunch to discuss the company's future direction in biological sciences and offer her career development advice. Gwen composed herself, nodded slightly, and left with a sense of excitement and anticipation to continue her work downstairs. Rich tidied up the disordered documents on his desk and settled back into his comfortable executive chair. He then slowly approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the bustling streets of Manhattan. The streets were alive with the flow of traffic, pedestrians weaving in and out, and towering buildings stood in orderly fashion, glistening with metallic sheen under the sunlight. Rich was filled with contemplation, recognizing that this city was brimming with opportunities and challenges. He requested Jarvis to pull up information on Oscorp, pondering the feasibility of acquiring this formidable powerhouse. Given the disparity in company scale, Stark Industries had seen its stock prices tumble by 30% due to the closure of its weapons design and manufacturing divisions. Yet its market value still exceeded that of Oscorp. He mused that if he could successfully acquire Oscorp, Stark Industries' value would double, not only expanding the company's size, but also integrating resources for diversified growth. Thus, he resolved to seize this opportunity. Chapter 43. Gwen's company. Rich sat before a spacious desk, his brow slightly furrowed, as his index finger unconsciously tapped rhythmically on the surface, producing a steady sound. His mind was a whirlwind of contemplation regarding the plan to incorporate the Osborn Group under his wing. Ultimately, however, he chose to set it aside, his complex expression revealing that locating Wonder Woman Diana was of paramount importance. In comparison, matters concerning the Osborn Group would have to wait. Fortunately, tonight he had Gwen by his side, offering a semblance of solace to his weary mind and body. Throughout the day, Rich had been luxuriating in the comfort of the uppermost 3 floors of Stark Tower. Reflecting on the past week, he had traversed from the Marbury Villa to Taro Village, and now he was about to set off for Paradise Island, his schedule as tightly wound as a taut bowstring, leaving no room for relaxation. The upper floors were exquisitely adorned, with plush carpets covering the floors, expensive artworks adorning the walls, and delicate sculptures positioned in the corners, each detail exuding an air of luxury and comfort. Jarvis was diligently monitoring the progress of locating Paradise Island. Since announcing a substantial bounty on the dark web and various channels, clues regarding the island had poured in like snowflakes. Through Jarvis's meticulous analysis, he informed Rich that the coordinates of Paradise Island would likely be established by the following day. After work, Rich summoned Gwen to his bright, spacious office through the internal phone. Together, they exited the office and took the elevator down to the basement parking lot, where they drove off in a sleek, stylish sports car, speeding towards their villa in the outskirts of New York City. At the villa, Rich had already instructed the AI Jarvis to work overtime producing Iron Man suits, with the design schematics having been upgraded and modified. For the journey to Paradise Island, he intended to bring at least 8 suits, believing that their presence would negate the need for a security team. Gwen, clad in a simple white t-shirt and blue jeans, her feet adorned with elegant high heels, followed Rich gracefully like a nimble deer, her steps light and her figure exuding youthful vitality. Upon entering the villa, they took a moment to rest in the living room, which featured soft sofas and a coffee table adorned with exquisite tea sets and fresh fruits. They then proceeded to the dining room. After a simple dinner, they ascended to the spacious bedroom on the 2nd floor. As the sunset cast a gentle glow across the sky, enveloping it in a soft veil of light, the fiery clouds spread out like a breathtaking canvas meticulously crafted by nature. Having just finished their meal, they did not retire immediately. Instead, Gwen thoughtfully attended to Rich, ensuring he enjoyed a relaxing hot bath before they joined one another on the soft bed. As the last rays of the setting sun faded, they engaged in tender conversation, the darkness swiftly enveloping the surroundings. Rich and Gwen left the master bedroom and descended to the basement to check on the progress of the suit production. The basement was filled with advanced equipment, with robotic arms working methodically. It was evident that 6 suits had already been assembled and painted, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen under the bright lights, much to Rich's satisfaction. He then returned to the master bedroom, wrapping Gwen tenderly in his embrace, gently caressing her golden hair that cascaded like a waterfall. Gazing at Gwen's flawless complexion, her skin smooth and delicate like warm jade. Her exquisite features appeared as if sculpted by divine hands. His heart swelled with joy. In comparison to other North Americans, Gwen's beauty and physique were exceptional, which undoubtedly contributed to Rich's admiration for her. Though she appeared as an ordinary girl at that moment, Rich was acutely aware that in a certain Marvel storyline, Gwen transformed into Spider-Woman, also known as Ghost Spider. Thus, he held high hopes for Gwen's future, envisioning her as a new star destined to shine in the world of superheroes. That night, with Gwen by his side, Rich experienced immense joy, as if all his weariness and troubles dissipated in the warmth of their time together. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, softly illuminating the room with golden rays, draping it in a golden veil. Early riser Gwen took to the kitchen, meticulously preparing breakfast. In the kitchen, she skillfully handled the utensils, the eggs sizzling in the pan while the aroma of toasted bread filled the air. Once breakfast was served before Rich, he affectionately tousled Gwen's golden locks before hastily finishing his meal and driving back to Stark Tower for work. While Gwen returned to the biological and scientific department to continue her internship, embarking on another busy day. Upon his return to the office, Rich immediately instructed Tony Stark to make contact with Dr. Connors, probing the feasibility of recruiting the scientist. Back in the presidential office on the top floor, Rich summoned Jarvis for an update on the search for Paradise Island. Jarvis promptly projected a series of charts and photographs into the air, the dense data and high-definition images resembling a mysterious code leading to Paradise Island. Jarvis reported that they were very close to the target, but further careful analysis was required for final confirmation. As for the accompanying security arrangements, Rich planned to embark on the quest to locate Princess Diana alone. In his heart, this journey was a singular adventure, one he intended to undertake with his own strength to unveil the mysteries of Paradise Island. Everything was progressing methodically, with only the location information of Paradise Island pending. Leaning back in his large, soft executive chair, Rich fell into deep contemplation. Although the company was ostensibly moving to gradually shut down its weapon design and manufacturing division, he reconsidered the necessity of keeping it partially operational as a precaution. Where, then, would be the most suitable place to conceal these operations? His gaze wandered around the office as he pondered various possibilities. After much deliberation, he concluded that finding a secluded location away from prying eyes would be the best course of action. Thus, relocating the weapons and design division to the mysterious expanse of Taro Village emerged as an excellent choice, akin to a corner of the world forgotten by time. Safe and discreet. Rich then called Tony Stark to his office via the internal phone, solemnly instructing him to initiate the transfer of these two departments immediately. He looked earnestly at Tony, emphasizing the significance and confidentiality of the task. The public narrative would claim that the company was transitioning into the fields of renewable energy and sustainable development, yet in reality, the weapons produced would never be sold externally, serving as a crucial safeguard for their own security. Tony, naturally compliant with Rich's command, nodded resolutely, determination evident in his eyes as he swiftly set about executing the task. Thus, Taro Village would also receive formidable armed protection, akin to fortifying a castle with sturdy walls. Chapter 44. Ares' team. After meticulously confirming the defensive layout of Taro Village, Rich had already sketched out a comprehensive plan in his mind. His next objective was the enigmatic Paradise Island. In recent days, Jarvis had successfully breached the majority of Blue Star's military reconnaissance satellites in orbit, utilizing his exceptional computational capabilities and pervasive network infiltration. The resources at his disposal had expanded exponentially compared to a fortnight ago. Through relentless pursuit of Paradise Island, they finally gleaned some promising leads. Jarvis reported to Rich that, based on the current clues, Paradise Island was most likely situated within the waters of the North Atlantic Ocean. The plan initially drafted to embark from New York aboard a North American cruise liner now seemed ill-suited, given the extensive time required for the liner to reach the North Sea. Consequently, Rich resolved to take a private jet directly from New York to Amsterdam, the capital of the Netherlands. There, Stark's significant subsidiary awaited him, with a cruise liner poised for his arrival. As for his entourage, he opted to travel alone, without any bodyguards or staff, embarking on this journey solo. However, the Mech Legion was indispensable. That evening, Rich spent a warm and pleasant night with Gwen in the luxurious suite atop Stark Tower. Gwen Stacy had officially joined Stark Industries' biological and research department, taking on the role of a project team leader, embarking on her own journey in this new field. After enjoying a meticulously prepared breakfast the following morning, Rich was driven by Happy in the company president's vehicle to the private airport. Indeed, Happy had traveled from the Malibu Villa to Stark Tower and now also served as the head of Stark Industry Security Department. The direct flight from New York to Amsterdam would take approximately 7 hours. Upon arrival, it was already afternoon. After a restful night at a luxurious hotel, Rich made his way to the seaside the next morning. A fully fueled luxury cruise liner awaited, ready to set sail. Upon boarding, Rich meticulously inspected the vessel, which had been acquired in the name of Stark Industries. Measuring over 10 meters in length, it boasted the most advanced satellite communication and maritime search and rescue capabilities. embodying cutting-edge technology and exceptional safety features. Once aboard, Jarvis promptly took control of the ship's navigation and automation systems. With a resounding horn, the cruise liner slowly departed from the coastline and, after more than half an hour, successfully reached open waters. At this point, the surroundings were devoid of other cargo vessels or boats. Rich summoned 8 mechs, which had been circling above, to land securely on the deck and in the cabin. Ensuring stringent security measures were in place. Despite Rich's godlike physique and divine strength, normal security protocols remained essential. Prudence was paramount to ensuring absolute safety. Following Jarvis's precisely predetermined route, the cruise liner advanced toward the southwestern region of the North Sea. After a day and a half of sailing, a dense white fog suddenly enveloped the open sea without warning. In an instant, the surroundings transformed into a vast expanse of white, as if the entire world had been consumed by this eerie mist. Suddenly, Rich heard a sharp alarm blaring in the cockpit, accompanied by several lights rapidly approaching from the side. Without hesitation, he commanded Jarvis to initiate comprehensive monitoring and defense protocols. 2 mechs soared upward from the deck, akin to vigilant eagles, circling above and remaining alert to unseen dangers. Meanwhile, other mechs concealed themselves throughout the cruise liner, biding their time and refraining from revealing their strength. As the surrounding fog gradually dissipated, it was now afternoon. Before long, they could clearly see each other from a distance of several dozen meters. Rich focused his gaze and discerned a combat team of approximately 30 individuals, comprised of 4 or 5 speedboats. Each member wielded handguns and rifles, exuding a fierce aura. Their expressions were menacing, their eyes reflecting greed and cruelty, resembling a pack of hungry wolves fixated on their prey. Upon noticing that the large cruise liner housed only Rich, their expressions morphed into avaricious malice, glinting with nefarious intent. 2 speedboats swiftly approached from either side, while the central boat, helmed by an apparent leader, accelerated towards the cruise liner, brandishing an AK-47, intent on robbing Rich without a second thought. The leader wore a sinister grin and shouted incomprehensible profanities, as if he had already deemed Rich an easy target. In this tense and volatile atmosphere, Rich revealed his true prowess. 7 mechs descended from various directions, some like meteors plummeting from above, others like lightning striking from the sides, launching a swift assault. Simultaneously, a suit of red and white mech armor enveloped Rich, and within a minute, the confrontation concluded. The armed team of 30 was utterly overpowered by the 8 mechs, leaving only the leader remaining. After personally interrogating him, Rich learned that this combat unit belonged to the Ares Security Company's Rapid Response Team, hastening to support the main force assaulting Paradise Island. The mention of Paradise Island sparked recognition in Rich's mind. It was likely the elusive Amazon Paradise Island he had been searching for. Furthermore, it was highly probable that the Ares Security Company was a private militia under the control of Ares himself. From the leader's statements, it appeared that more than one rapid response team was converging from various locations to assist in the assault on Paradise Island. Rich mused that he had arrived at a fortuitous moment, as Paradise Island was under formidable external attack, and Ares had a natural adversarial relationship with the Amazon tribe. After determining the rendezvous point for the rapid response team, Rich instructed Jarvis to dispose of the team leader into the North Sea. He then piloted the mech into the sky, racing towards the coordinates where significant events were about to unfold, followed closely by the other 7 mechs. Resembling a steel battalion en route to the unknown battlefield, the mechs soared into the air, leaving behind trails of white vapor, as if heralding the impending battle. Chapter 45, supporting Diana in a determined bid to reach Paradise Island and assist Diana, Li Chi resolutely abandoned the cruise ship. With an agile physique, he swiftly maneuvered 8 strikingly designed mechs, their metallic exteriors gleaming with a characteristic cold luster, their lines both fluid and robust, resembling 8 mobile fortresses of steel. Guided by the precise coordinates obtained from the squad leader, and under the meticulous navigation of Jarvis, the 8 mechs surged forward like a pack of unbridled steel beasts, propelling themselves towards their objective with breathtaking speed. The 8 white trails they left in their wake sliced through the sky like arrows, advancing rapidly southwestward with an unstoppable momentum, akin to an overwhelming torrent. As Li Chi sped onward, he solemnly instructed Jarvis to gather vast amounts of data from the area. Every detail, from the military satellite data gliding ghost-like through the high-altitude orbit to the slow-moving dynamics of merchant ships in the vicinity, was meticulously analyzed. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he learned that Paradise Island was within close reach, less than 100 nautical miles ahead. The prospect of swiftly locking onto the target and aiding Diana filled him with immense satisfaction, causing an involuntary smile to grace his lips. Upon confirming the coordinates, Li Chi unhesitatingly commanded Jarvis to maximize the power of the mechs, propelling their speed to twice the speed of sound, racing towards the battlefield like a meteor chasing the moon. In a mere quarter of an hour, they arrived at the edge of the battlefield, where a breathtaking landing operation unfolded before their eyes. From above, the vast sea was alive with fierce combat. A landing force composed of over 30 fast boats, cruise ships, and fishing vessels charged aggressively towards the colossal island shrouded in dense fog. The mist enveloped the island like a mysterious veil, rendering it impenetrable even to military reconnaissance satellites. Yet at this moment, the intense conflict unexpectedly tore through the veil of light cloaking the island, revealing it like a maiden unveiling her secrets to the world. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Qi commanded Jarvis to direct the remaining 7 mechs to split into multiple paths, launching fierce attacks from different angles against the vessels attempting to land. In an instant, the beach erupted in chaos as nearly 100 fully armed security personnel clashed with a group of Amazonian warriors, mounted on horseback and wielding long spears and bows. The Amazonian warriors, with their lithe forms and red capes billowing in the wind, radiated an aura of fearlessness. On one side stood a modern armed force with formidable firepower and advanced equipment, while on the other were the valiant Amazonian tribespeople, adhering to traditional combat methods. The disparity in strength was glaringly evident. On the beach, the bodies of fallen Amazonian warriors lay scattered, a heartbreaking sight, while the casualties among the security personnel were minimal. Li Qi closely monitored the battle from the sky and noticed 2 figures standing out amidst the hail of gunfire. They moved with the grace of leopards, darting left and right, each strike delivering a lethal blow to the enemy. One of them was unmistakably Diana, clad in resplendent Amazonian armor that shimmered like the stars, emanating a mysterious glow. Armed with a golden longsword and a round shield, she embodied both offense and defense. Her golden hair flowed with the wind like waves of gold, her exquisite features reflecting determination and courage. With each charge, her sharp sword left a trail of blood upon her foes, and the glint of her blade sent enemies tumbling to the ground. The other Amazonian general, mounted on a horse and wielding a golden spear, struck with the force of a dragon, each thrust filled with immense power that instilled fear in her adversaries. However, against such a formidable enemy, their combined strength was insufficient to alter the tide of battle, and the Amazonian warriors remained at a distinct disadvantage. In that critical moment, the thunderous roar of missiles and rocket artillery descended upon them like a tempest. In the sky, the 7 mechs commanded by Jarvis descended like divine warriors, unleashing missiles and rockets that obliterated the enemy vessels still offshore in an instant. Flames erupted across the sea, explosions resonating like thunder, a scorching wave surging forth. The security personnel who had already set foot on the beach turned in terror, witnessing the steel mechs descend like gods, radiating an aura of dread. This overwhelming presence instantly sapped the morale of the security forces, who wielded rifles and spears. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qi swiftly descended beside Diana. In a flash, the palm of the mech emitted a blue and white laser beam, precisely targeting an enemy aiming at Diana. Almost simultaneously, Diana swung her longsword, executing a graceful turn to drive her blade into another enemy's thigh. As the sword withdrew, blood gushed forth, and the enemy collapsed in agony. Immediately, an Amazonian arrow flew in from the side, piercing the fallen enemy's neck, ensuring a swift demise. Diana turned to see the red and white mech beside her, her eyes filled with curiosity. Li Qi, noticing her gaze, slowly opened the mech's visor, revealing a youthful and handsome face imbued with Eastern charm. With a confident smile, he addressed Diana, "Little princess, I have come to assist you and your kin. These modern armed foes are not to be trifled with." Upon recognizing Li Qi, a glimmer of surprise and relief crossed Diana's face, but the urgency of the battle left no time for nostalgia. Li Qi quickly positioned himself to shield Diana, pushing forward as powerful beams shot forth like lightning, while the mech's rear launch bay opened, unleashing a volley of small missiles that hurtled towards the enemy. The beach erupted in deafening explosions, the tide of battle turning dramatically. The 8 mechs unleashed a relentless onslaught upon the enemy, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. The Amazonian warriors, witnessing the reversal of fortune, felt their spirits soar, erupting in triumphant cries. At that moment, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed from the cliffs, as 2 squads of Amazonian soldiers mounted on majestic steeds charged into the fray like tigers descending from the mountains. Clad in heavy golden armor, their protection was complete. They wore golden helmets, and their capes billowed in the wind, exuding a commanding presence. Each horse neighed proudly, as if rallying support for the warriors, who gazed resolutely at their foes. Queen Hippolyta herself led this elite cavalry unit, injecting new vigor into the battlefield. At this juncture, the vessels used by the invaders lay in ruins, and the remaining security personnel found themselves trapped on the beach, cornered and desperate. Yet they continued to resist, making a final stand. However, against the aerial superiority of the steel mechs and the cavalry's fierce assault, their resistance proved feeble. Within mere minutes, the invading armed forces were utterly vanquished, the beach strewn with the bodies of the fallen invaders. As the battle concluded, the Amazonian warriors swiftly turned their attention to tending to the wounded and retrieving the bodies of their fallen kin, transporting them deep into Paradise Island. Diana sheathed her bloodied sword and exchanged a brief nod with Li Qi before hastening to meet her mother, Queen Hippolyta. Meanwhile, General Antiope of Paradise Island, having efficiently managed the post-battle arrangements, approached Li Qi with a steady gait, her heart filled with gratitude. With hands folded respectfully before her, she bowed gracefully, offering a gesture of profound respect, her voice sincere and resolute. Your assistance has been like a beacon of dawn in our darkest hour, illuminating our desperate plight. With your extraordinary strength and indomitable courage, you have rescued my Amazon tribe from peril, preserving countless lives. This debt of gratitude we shall never forget. Your noble deeds shall be etched in the annals of Amazon's history, celebrated for generations to come, and forever remembered. Chapter 46. Mother and daughter of Paradise Island. The Grand General of Paradise Island, Antiope, stood tall and dignified as she slowly knelt before Li Qi, offering him the most profound gesture of respect, her words of praise cascading forth like precious pearls, reminiscent of a clear spring. Li Qi, upon hearing this, felt a momentary jolt within, a sense of undeservedness washing over him. After all, in his eyes, vanquishing the ragtag invaders was akin to plucking fruit from a tree, far from a formidable task. Observing the armed forces assaulting Paradise Island, he believed that even without his intervention, the brave and resolute female warriors of the island, armed with their resilience and wisdom, would undoubtedly repel the enemy, albeit at a potentially grievous cost. Calmly, Li Qi stepped forth from his armor, his figure striking and dynamic, while behind him, the magnificent war machine stood resolutely, exuding a chilling yet formidable aura. Shortly thereafter, the remaining 7 mechs descended like divine soldiers from the heavens, accompanied by a deep rumbling, forming a semicircle behind him, radiating an extraordinary presence. As if a steel army awaited inspection, Li Qi also expressed his respect to the Grand General, his demeanor sincere and his gaze unwavering as he stated, "General, this is my duty. I have come to seek the islandess Princess Diana. Having encountered this situation, I cannot shirk my responsibility." Upon learning that the individual before her sought Princess Diana, Grand General Antiope was momentarily taken aback, her delicate brow furrowing slightly. Paradise Island had remained isolated from the world for nearly 7,000 years, akin to a hidden utopia. How could Diana possibly have met this man? Antiope's thoughts turned to the island's sole means of communication with the outside world, the transmission stone, filling her mind with suspicion. Just as Antiope hesitated to speak, a commanding voice echoed from afar, "Intruder, your arrival on Paradise Island must surely carry ulterior motives. The invaders have just set foot here, and you follow closely behind. Speak. What are your nefarious intentions? Seize him at once." The formidable Queen Hippolyta approached with grace and poise, her steps elegant and steady, accompanied by a retinue of robust female warriors clad in gleaming armor, wielding sharp blades, emanating an air of authority. The queen herself adorned a resplendent golden Amazonian armor, its sleek lines and exquisite craftsmanship gleaming under the sun, accentuating her formidable presence. Adorning her head was a uniquely designed golden Amazonian crown, encrusted with radiant gems that emitted a mysterious glow. At her waist hung a slender Amazonian short sword, its hilt also embellished with jewels, complementing the crown. Her golden cape billowed in the wind, cascading behind her, adding to her regal and solemn demeanor. At that moment, her mature and alluring visage was clouded with confusion and concern, her beautiful eyes glinting with vigilance. Naturally, she felt immense indignation at the assault on her island, and the appearance of this enigmatic man only heightened her wariness. The power displayed by the 8 war machines reminded Hippolyta of the formidable war machines on Mount Olympus. Such earthly constructs could rival the might of demigods, leaving her utterly astonished. Furthermore, her worry and anger surged as she realized this man had come seeking her daughter. Any mother would instinctively be protective upon someone seeking their child, and Hippolyta was no exception. Thus, her fury ignited, commanding her guards to apprehend this man and escort him back to Paradise Island. At that moment, Wonder Woman Diana rushed forward, her expression fraught with urgency. Grasping the queen's arm as she pleaded, her voice tinged with desperation, "Your Majesty, this man is my friend. He has come to aid us in our time of need. He deserves our gratitude, not imprisonment. Mother, please treat him as an esteemed guest." Diana's face was awash with urgency, tears glistening in her eyes, on the verge of spilling over. She understood her mother's ways all too well. This was a sanctuary for women, having barred outsiders, especially men, for millennia. Thus, Li Qi's arrival in search of her was as if a lamb had wandered into a den of wolves. Diana turned to her aunt, General Antiope, desperately blinking and signaling for help, her gaze pleading for the general to intercede on Li Qi's behalf. Indeed, Queen Hippolyta and General Antiope were sisters, making the general Diana's aunt. Li Qi regarded the queen before him, contemplating. This queen acted decisively, radiating a formidable aura, clad in her golden armor, her every movement exuding authority. From her refined features and graceful form, it was difficult to determine whether her figure was voluptuous or curvaceous, yet she undeniably exuded the unique charm of a mature woman. Given her age and temperament, she was truly a formidable character. In contrast to Diana's innocent purity, the queen represented the true treasure. Thus, Li Qi silently adjusted his objectives for this journey to Paradise Island. Beyond winning over Diana, He was determined to have this queen under his command. As for the formidable General Antiope, with her commanding presence and decisive combat style, he would let her be for now, as Paradise Island required such a respected military leader. Antiope also interceded on behalf of her sister, and Diana's expression softened slightly, the support from her aunt alleviating some of her pressure. Li Qi then offered the queen a gentle smile, revealing a set of pristine teeth, stepping forward with a bow, and respectfully stated, "Your Majesty, I have come to seek the little princess. I hope you can forgive my abruptness and intrusion. I bear no ill intent. I merely wish to visit Diana as a friend and take her out for a few days of leisure." At that moment, several of the queen's guards approached Li Qi, swiftly seizing his arms in an attempt to restrain him and escort him back to Paradise Island. The queen's expression darkened with increasing fury. The more he spoke of seeking her daughter, the more he touched upon her raw nerves, igniting her inner wrath, her beautiful eyes ablaze with anger and resolve. Having protected her daughter for 5,000 years, the notion of an outsider seeking her sent her long-held anxieties into a fervent determination to safeguard her child. With a stony expression, the queen coldly declared, "I'm afraid this is not a place for outsiders. Those who enter here either become prisoners or meet their demise in the jaws of the sea sharks. I trust you value your life, do you not?" She gestured for her guards to take this foreign man back to the island's interior, then resolutely turned, her gown flowing with the wind as she led her retinue away from the beach. Seeing her mother act so unjustly, Diana's urgency to leave the island intensified. She forcefully pulled away the hands of the guard restraining Li Qi, her expression frantic, urging him, "Li Qi, you must have your war machines take you off this island quickly. If you enter deeper into Paradise Island, you will never escape. Put on your war armor and run." As Diana spoke, her face was filled with desperation, tears welling in her eyes, almost spilling over. Li Qi, observing her urgency, found his affection for the naive princess growing stronger. He reached out, gently brushing the dust and battle scars from her face, his touch tender, poised to offer words of comfort. At that moment, General Antiope grasped Li Qi's arm, her expression still one of respect, yet her words bore a chill, "Benefactor, I advise you not to harbor intentions toward our princess. To repay your kindness, I shall escort you away from Paradise Island. Do not return, and do not disclose our location." Antiochus wished to lead Leech away, to save his life. However, how could Leech depart so readily? His purpose for this journey was solely the mother and daughter. With unwavering resolve, he broke free from the grasp of the commanding general. His gaze resolute and his tone decisive as he declared, "No, General, I shall not leave. I have come for Princess Diana, and should I depart, it shall be with the princess by my side." Chapter 47. The suffering of Diana. Rich resolutely declined General Antiope's suggestion for him to leave, his expression stern as he reiterated his purpose, to take away Princess Diana. This defiance ignited Antiope's fury, her face flushing with rage as she sharply commanded her guards, "Take him deep into Paradise Island." As she turned to leave, unable to contain her anger, she shot a fiery glare at Rich, questioning through gritted teeth, "What is your true intention? Diana is a treasure of our Paradise Island, not something you can covet." Rich remained composed, his demeanor steady as he calmly replied, "I harbor no ill will towards Diana. I come with significant matters to discuss regarding her fate and the future of this world." Antiope scoffed, her lips curling in disdain. "How absurd. You think you can take the princess merely with your empty words?" With that, she stormed back to the beach, intent on final preparations. Meanwhile, Princess Diana was filled with anxiety, her face clouded with worry, tears brimming in her eyes, threatening to spill over. She clutched Rich's arm tightly, her knuckles whitening from the pressure, pleading desperately, "Rich, you must leave now, or it will be too late." Rich gently patted her hand, his gaze reassuring, "Diana, do not fret. Since I am here, I have a plan." Diana's eyes glistened red, resembling ripened cherries, her voice quivering with urgency, "You do not understand. My mother will not let you go easily. Please, just leave." Her cerulean eyes were filled with distress, akin to a turbulent azure lake, her petite nose quivering beneath her trembling lips. The Amazonian armor she wore accentuated her graceful form, enhancing her aura of innocence and kindness. Concerned for Rich's safety, she watched as he attempted to caress her blood and sand-streaked face, only to be thwarted by Antiope's swift intervention. Understanding the importance of security, Rich slightly turned aside, lowering his voice as he instructed the AI, Jarvis, disperse the 8 mechs around Paradise Island, above and within several dozen nautical miles, to conduct continuous patrols and security operations. Should any enemies appear, engage and intercept them immediately, and report back to me. Recognizing that 8 mechs were insufficient for a robust defense, he also instructed Jarvis to summon additional units from the mech assembly workshop in Malibu, Los Angeles, to bolster their defenses. The second batch would take approximately 4 to 5 hours to arrive. After arranging the AI's tasks, Rich was escorted deeper into the island by several female guards alongside Diana. After walking for nearly half an hour, a magnificent palace complex came into view. This resplendent and grand architectural ensemble was strategically situated in the heart of Paradise Island. The central palace stood majestically, reminiscent of the sun surrounded by stars, its design merging the elegance and solemnity of ancient Greece. With towering columns supporting the lofty roof and exquisite reliefs narrating ancient legends. Surrounding it were irregularly placed towers and defensive positions, solid and weathered, silently safeguarding this mystical land. Behind it lay the arena, racetrack, and training grounds, expansive and level, echoing with the distant shouts of past trainings and competitions. Nearby, tall buildings loomed, their windows aglow, showcasing the vitality and life of the place. The entire area formed an almost circular zone, steeped in classic Greek aesthetics, evoking a sense of traversing back to a bygone era. At that moment, the large force recently assembled under the Queen's command had disbanded, yet the island's vigilance had intensified. A tense atmosphere permeating the air. The Queen, poised on a magnificent steed, radiated strength akin to a war deity. Standing atop a hill, she glanced back at the escorted rich, her expression contemplative, before urging her horse down the slope, flanked by her female guard contingent, heading towards the central palace. Soon, the palace complex reverberated with the sound of drums, deep and powerful, heralding the beginning of an important event. Hippolyta's fiery red hair was elegantly arranged, with playful strands cascading down her graceful neck, softening her fierce appearance. Her eyes sparkled like rubies, deep and captivating, radiating a penetrating light that seemed to see into the hearts of others. A confident smile graced her lips, as if she held all in her grasp. Clad in resplendent golden armor, adorned with dazzling gemstones, her golden belt accentuated her mature allure, exuding the authority and charm of a queen with every movement. Diana explained to Rich, "This is the summoning sound for the council meeting on the island. For millennia, no enemy has encroached upon the waters near Paradise Island. This is a significant matter that requires discussion among the council." Noticing the confusion on Rich's face, she continued, "This is a tradition inherited from ancient Greece, where both kings and councils govern. While the council possesses considerable power, the queen's authority surpasses it in times of war. She can even dissolve the council to focus all efforts on repelling invaders." Curious, Rich inquired, "How do the council and the queen typically collaborate?" Diana patiently elucidated. "In ordinary times, the council manages various affairs and offers suggestions, while the queen makes the final decisions. However, all work together for the peace of Paradise Island." Rich sighed, contemplating the dynamics of power within this miniature nation, recognizing that, in populous places, conflicts over authority are inevitable. He refrained from contesting this reality. Diana, determined to extricate Rich from the queen's guards, was gently halted by her aunt, General Antiope, who grasped her hand and earnestly advised, "Diana, if you defy the queen now, your mother will surely be furious. It would be better to confine your benefactor for a couple of days, until your mother calms down. And then you can plead for him." Diana responded urgently, "Aunt, Rich is not a bad person. I cannot bear to see him in prison like this." Antiope shook her head with a mixture of love and resignation. "I understand, but this is the only course of action for now. Trust your aunt." After contemplating her mother's temperament and recalling Rich's earlier words that had fueled the queen's anger, Diana nodded, deciding not to oppose her mother for the time being. Even though it meant Rich would have to endure some hardship, her expression shifted to one of sorrow, akin to a flower wilted by frost, as she reached for Rich's arm, pulling him from the grasp of the Amazonian guards. She gazed up at Rich's resolute and handsome visage, stirring an indescribable feeling within her, akin to a gentle breeze rippling across a lake's surface. This sensation was foreign to her, one she had not encountered in the countless literary works and theories penned by the gods and demigods of Olympus she had perused in the island's library. Setting aside her bewildering emotions for the moment, Diana looked earnestly into Rich's eyes and whispered, "Rich, my mother is quite upset now, but it will be all right. In a couple of days, she will calm down, and I will plead on your behalf. In the past few days, you have had to endure the temporary arrangement of residing on the island, but rest assured, it shall not be a dungeon, but rather a pristine and orderly sanctuary of hot springs." The sanctuary she referred to is an extraordinary palace, radiant with light and immaculate in its cleanliness. Within the palace, the gentle flow of subterranean hot springs emerges, producing a crystalline sound that seems to compose a melodious symphony. After winding through 18 bends, the hot spring transforms into a warm and inviting thermal water, enveloped in a mist that feels both dreamlike and ethereal. This palace is typically reserved for the Speaker of the Council and the captains of the various Amazonian battalions, yet Diana has graciously decided to permit the esteemed guest, Richie, to rest there for a few days. Richie nodded, for he could not depart from Paradise Island so soon. His mission remained unfinished, and he could not leave so easily. Subsequently, Diana informed the Queen's Guard escort about this arrangement, and the squad leader naturally dared not contest the princess's wishes. After all, despite any quarrels between mother and daughter, the Queen's commands, however stringent, could not be wholly disregarded by the squad leader when it came to Princess Diana. Thus, the squad leader escorted Richie to the waterfall sanctuary. Following this, Diana and General Antiope proceeded to the council hall to convene and deliberate on the incident of the outsiders' invasion of Paradise Island. Chapter 48. The daughter of Godslayer Li Qi gazed at the sorrowful countenance of Princess Diana, whose exquisite features seemed shrouded in a veil of gloom. He then turned his attention to General Antiope, whose face was ablaze with fury, her eyes seemingly capable of igniting flames. The two proceeded towards the council hall for a meeting. Li Qi shrugged nonchalantly, a slight smile gracing his lips as he mused inwardly. At least for now. I am close to Diana. Both mother and daughter are within my grasp. At this moment, his urgency had subsided. The female guards flanked him, diligently escorting the outsider with synchronized precision, akin to well-trained mechanical soldiers, as they guided him to the hot spring palace designated by Princess Diana. Before him stood a resplendent palace, resembling a dazzling gem embedded in the undulating hills and meandering springs. The golden circular edifice sparkled luxuriously under the sun, exuding an air of nobility and authority. Under the guidance of the squad leader, Li Qi entered the hot spring palace, specially designed for high-ranking individuals and valiant female warriors. Inside, the winding warm spring waters flowed gently, emanating a blue, crystalline glow, akin to a string of twinkling gemstone necklaces. The deeper he ventured, the higher the temperature rose, enveloping him in an almost palpable wave of warmth. The squad leader approached with a stoic expression, mechanically informing Li Qi, "Guest, the temperature increases as you proceed further. That is where the warm underground spring water, emanating from volcanic rock, gradually cools after meandering through the twists and turns. This spring water, rich in nutrients, is beneficial for healing and relaxation, an entirely natural sanctuary." Upon entering, Li Qi found the environment to his satisfaction, for it was purely natural rather than artificially constructed. Thus, he hesitated no longer, slowly shedding his garments and seeking a suitably warm spot within the serpentine spring waters. He carefully stepped into the flowing waters, gently lowering himself into the soothing embrace of the mineral-rich liquid. The comfortable temperature combined with the abundance of minerals instilled within him a profound sense of contentment. He slightly closed his eyes, relaxed his body, and languidly leaned against a nearby stone, savoring this rare moment of leisure while contemplating his forthcoming actions. His objectives on Paradise Island were unequivocal: to conquer the island's young princess and queen, while eliminating the threat posed by the god of war, Ares. As for Ares' capabilities, until he truly encountered this son of the gods, the Olympian deity, he could not accurately gauge the extent of his power. Nevertheless, Li Qi possessed his own confidence and resolve, bolstered by the small nuclear bomb carried within his mech, which provided him with a considerable sense of security. He muttered softly, "Humph, I refuse to believe that a god from Olympus can withstand the force of a nuclear strike." Recalling the film Wonder Woman from his previous life, he remembered how the once unstoppable god of war, Ares, ultimately succumbed before Diana, who awakened her ancestral power. Could Zeus's lightning surpass the destructive force of a nuclear bomb? At that moment, Li Qi had no definitive answer and intended to await Ares' true arrival for clarification. After a brief period of contemplation, he gradually succumbed to slumber, lulled by the gentle caress of the water, his body weary. Yet, even in sleep, his security measures remained vigilant. Above the hot spring sanctuary hovered two mechs, resembling loyal sentinels, closely monitoring Li Qi in accordance with the directives of the artificial intelligence, Jarvis. Time passed quietly, and within the council, the atmosphere grew so tense it felt as though one could wring water from it. After a tumultuous start marked by heated disputes, the Queen of Paradise Island and Princess Diana, along with all council members and General Antiope, ultimately reached a unanimous decision. They must exert every effort to protect Paradise Island from the impending invasion of Ares, the god of war. This was the ancient mission of the Amazon tribe, which had endured for 7 millennia. Through public hearings in the council regarding the remnants of the god of war security company, they confirmed that the company was indeed indirectly created and controlled by Ares. This revelation aligned with historical accounts. After Ares severed ties with his father, the god Zeus, he became a ferocious beast, slaughtering nearly half of the gods and demigods atop Mount Olympus before descending to the mortal realm, where he harbored resentment towards humanity and secretly nurtured malevolent forces. Now, he had finally discovered the location of Paradise Island, making the conflict between gods an inevitable continuation of the struggle. With their objective firmly established, the Queen, her expression grave, issued orders to mobilize all inhabitants of Paradise Island for defensive training and to set battle formations, awaiting the traitorous Ares to fall into their trap. After the meeting, the mother and daughter exited the stifling chamber through a back door. Standing atop a lofty pavilion, they surveyed the war machines already set in motion below. Thousands of female warriors had sprung into action. The ancient forces of war awakened, filling the air with a tense and solemn atmosphere. However, Queen Hippolyta felt a lingering unease. She had witnessed the might of Ares firsthand. 7 millennia ago, during the divine battle of Olympus, as Zeus's lover, she could only observe from a distance. Ares' unparalleled ferocity had ravaged nearly half of the Olympian gods and demigods, leaving a profound psychological scar on the young Hippolyta. Thus, for the past 7,000 years, Paradise Island had remained in seclusion, refraining from sending any Amazon warriors to seek out the hidden malevolent god of war. Noticing the melancholy etched on her mother's face, Princess Diana, having experienced the previous battle on the shallows, began to understand the weight of her responsibilities as an Amazonian princess. Gently linking her arm with her mother's, she spoke tenderly, "Mother, do not fret too much. As the strongest weapon left by Zeus among humans, the God-Slayer sword lies quietly in our treasury. Once we retrieve the God-Layer, I am certain that the wicked war god will be reduced to ashes." Hippolyta sighed, her gaze filled with concern. "Diana, things may not be as simple as they seem." Diana, puzzled, pressed further. "Mother, why do you say that? It is the God-Slayer's sword." Hippolyta hesitated, silence enveloping her for a moment before she replied, "Some matters will become clear to you in time. The God-Slayer's sword, capable of slaying deities, had remained undisturbed in the treasury for millennia. From childhood, Princess Diana had yearned to wield this artifact, and with a formidable adversary at hand, she finally saw her opportunity to use the sword against the malevolent foe. She implored her mother once more to summon the God-Slayer to confront the treacherous Ares. "Mother, this is our best chance against Ares. Please agree," Diana urged fervently. The queen, well aware of the artifact's significance, understood that this apparent God-Layer sword was not the ultimate weapon left by her lover, Zeus. The true weapon capable of slaying gods was the daughter who had guarded her side for millennia. Ultimately, Hippolyta could not resist her daughter's persistent pleas, and together, they, along with their escort, made their way toward the treasury. Chapter 49. A meeting in the bath at long last. Diana joyfully followed her mother, stepping with an eager and buoyant stride towards the enigmatic and towering treasure chamber, where she would wield the Amazonian clan's sacred artifact, the God-Layer sword. Upon entering the treasure vault, a magnificent display of divine armaments crafted specifically for Zeus's beloved, the Amazonian Queen Hippolyta, greeted them. The equipment, bathed in gentle illumination, emanated a mysterious aura, as if whispering ancient mythological tales. To prepare for the impending assault from the war god Ares, Hippolyta, with a solemn expression, retrieved the divine shield and war armor from the weapon rack, delicately handing them to Diana. The gesture felt like the transmission of an invaluable mission. Within a nearby private alcove, Diana slowly removed her Amazonian armor, revealing her alabaster skin and graceful, athletic form. Her figure was a harmonious blend of curves, sculpted as if by divine hands. She donned the war armor, primarily adorned in gold and blue, with exquisite defensive protrusions on her chest that sparkled like two radiant stars. The armor fit her perfectly and adapted to her movements with a lifelike responsiveness, serving as a vigilant second skin to fend off impending threats. Once clad in the war armor, Diana exuded an air of valor and authority, resembling a true deity of battle. Brandishing the divine shield, she emerged from the alcove with a confident stride. Hippolyta and the entourage behind her were momentarily taken aback, struck by the sight before them, and an overwhelming admiration for the true princess of the Amazon surged within their hearts. Descending to the next level of the treasure chamber, amidst the exquisite decoration of golden rings, stood an ancient, robust longsword. Its blade radiated a soft yet dazzling golden light, akin to a miniature sun. This was the God-Layer sword, forged by the collective might of the gods. Upon receiving Hippolyta's consent, Diana's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation as she finally grasped the sword. She weighed it thoughtfully, estimating its heft to be around 20 to 30 kilograms, and after a few practice swings, the blade sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh. A stark contrast to the Amazonian weapons she had previously wielded. Hippolyta gazed at her daughter with a blend of affection and hesitation, pondering whether to reveal the truth about the God-Slayer's sword at that moment. After a brief contemplation, she dismissed the idea and slowly removed a protective silver bracelet from her wrist. The bracelet shimmered softly under the light, seemingly imbued with the essence of time as guardianship. She presented it to Diana, gently informing her that it was crafted from the remnants of a shattered divine artifact by Zeus himself, a rare piece of divine equipment. Diana, however, was reluctant to accept this gift, knowing that the bracelet had silently safeguarded her mother for millennia. After several heated exchanges, she ultimately accepted the precious token, carefully adorning it on her wrist. Clad in her battle gear, Diana embodied the spirit of a warrior, her pride and strength reaching their zenith. At that moment, her heart was consumed with the desire to confront the treacherous Ares. As they exited the treasure chamber, the group dispersed, returning to their respective chambers. Diana, filled with joy, made her way back to her palace, gently placing the God-Layer sword upon her soft bed. Once calm, she was suddenly reminded of her friend Richie, who had risked encountering her mother's wrath and the external threat to visit her. Immersed in the fervor of the council's heated debates and the thrill of acquiring her cherished weapon, she had completely forgotten about him. Guilt washed over her, and she chastised herself for her oversight. To alleviate her remorse, she pinched her arm gently, attempting to assuage her feelings of guilt. Determined, she exited the palace in search of her dear friend, secretly vowing to persuade him to leave Paradise Island. Outside, two dutiful female warriors were vigilantly guarding the palace entrance. Diana waved her hand lightly, signaling them to attend to other matters, then strode purposefully into the sanctuary of the hot springs. As she traversed the winding corridors of the palace, she marveled at the array of rare stones, which emitted a dazzling spectrum of colors, casting an ethereal glow throughout the interior. The gentle sound of flowing water echoed within the tranquil palace, enhancing its sacred ambience. After navigating a serene pool, she finally spotted her friend Richie, enveloped in steam from the hot spring. His eyes were closed, a look of utter relaxation gracing his face as if he were lost in a beautiful dream. Diana, adorned in her war boots that complemented her armor, approached with a soft, melodic clinking sound. The sound stirred Richie from his reverie. He opened his eyes to behold Diana, radiating golden light, and his face lit up with delight. After a brief moment of squinting, he rose from the spring, water glistening on his toned physique, cascading down like shimmering jewels under the light. He donned only a snug outfit, and his well-defined form unfurled before Diana. Unperturbed by any modesty, Diana stepped forward, her face aglow with excitement as she exclaimed, "Richie, what do you think of my new gear? Mother bestowed it upon me specifically to combat that villain." She raised her arms, clashing the divine bracelets together, producing a delightful chime. Richie instinctively flinched, recalling the power of the divine lightning emitted by her armaments. Yet he understood that Diana had a way to control it, and was confident she would not unleash any uncontrolled force at this moment. Emerging from the spring, he walked barefoot across the rocky floor towards the stone table holding his clothes, casually slipping into a shirt and jeans without a hint of modesty. Showering Diana with praises for her new armor's beauty, elegance, and warrior spirit, Diana beamed with joy at her friend's compliments. After a few moments of light banter, her expression grew urgent. Grabbing Richie's arm tightly, she implored him to leave the palace with her, insisting, "Richie, listen to me, the island is on high alert, preparing to confront that wicked god. This place has turned into a battlefield unfit for mortals. I must get you to safety, and once I vanquish that evil son of a god, I will come to find you." After a few steps alongside her, Richie resolutely halted. No matter how hard Diana pulled, his godlike strength remained steadfast. With a gentle smile, he patiently explained, "Diana, don't rush me away. I came here to help you defeat the vile war god. Rest assured, with me here, Ares will not pose any threat. Trust me, I can play a crucial role in this battle. Please don't send me away." After much persuasion, Richie finally convinced Diana to let him stay. However, the two established 3 agreements. Diana forbade Richie from recklessly charging into battle against the malevolent son of the gods, while Richie readily acquiesced with words and truth. He had little intention of heeding the wishes of Diana, the naive and romantic little princess. They subsequently seated themselves at a stone table and chairs fashioned from uneven rocks, engaging in conversation about the current state of Paradise Island and the world of mortals. Richie regaled Diana with tales of the bustling splendor of modern cities and the simple, virtuous lives of humanity, successfully igniting in her a fervent desire to explore and experience the outside world after vanquishing Ares, the treacherous god. This was precisely the outcome Richie sought, however. In his heart, he knew that resolving the threat posed by Ares was of utmost importance. Chapter 50. Diana in the hot spring. Richie and Diana engaged in an enthusiastic conversation for an extended period, as the vibrant world outside unfolded like a magnificent tapestry under Richie's vivid descriptions, successfully igniting Diana's profound curiosity. This innocent and kind-hearted young girl, having lived in a secluded realm since her youth, resembled a bird yearning for flight, irresistibly drawn to the intriguing and expansive world Richie painted with his words. With the innocence of a child, she eagerly grasped Richie's arm, playfully stamping her foot like a young one seeking attention. Her eyes brimming with anticipation and her tone laced with a plea, insisting that once the current ordeal concluded, he must take her out to experience the world and revel in its wonders. Richie readily acquiesced, a smile of indulgence gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, Diana's heart swelled with joy, her eyes sparkling with delight, as she clutched Richie's arm and, in a moment of excitement, impulsively embraced him. At that moment, Diana appeared as a delicate bird nestling close. Richie gently returned the embrace, feeling the coolness of her battle armor, the texture of her ancient garb, and the warmth radiating from her smooth, delicate skin exposed at her shoulders and arms. The contrast only accentuated Diana's softness and gentility. Meanwhile, Richie harbored his own calculations. He had no intention of hastily employing his mental control ability to make Diana his follower. He understood the wisdom of patience and planned to wait until he completely vanquished the war god Ares and resolved the external threats before reclaiming Princess Diana in a more appropriate manner. In truth, Richie was also concocting a carefully devised personal scheme. He aimed to first win over the Queen of Paradise Island, Hippolyta, and subsequently secure Diana. Refusing to disrupt this sequence, this plan had crystallized during a moment of relaxation in the warm spring waters, a reflection born from deep contemplation. Hence, he resolved to adhere to his strategy, diligently seeking ways to engage and win over Hippolyta. After gently releasing Diana from his embrace, Richie discreetly inquired about the situation on Paradise Island. Nearly 10,000 Amazonian warriors had been mobilized and were on high alert in the surrounding northern waters of Paradise Island. The artificial intelligence Jarvis acted as a loyal sentinel, meticulously monitoring every move. Jarvis efficiently utilized its formidable capabilities to activate military reconnaissance satellites, meteorological satellites, and various scanning and information-gathering devices from commercial vessels. This vast and intricate system resembled an immense, invisible net. Any stirrings from the war god Ares or his forces would be swiftly intercepted by the extensive tridimensional intelligence network under Jarvis's command. This marked the largest reconnaissance operation Jarvis could orchestrate since its enhancement by Richie. Richie held unwavering trust in this invaluable assistant and candidly shared all the intelligence he had gathered with Princess Diana. On Paradise Island, the Amazonian tribe clung to their ancient, traditional way of life, devoid of any modern communication devices. No mobile phones or radios could be found. Richie contemplated the necessity of transforming Paradise Island into a second Taro village, one of his future abodes, thus modernizing and developing it was essential. However, he kept this notion closely guarded, revealing nothing to Diana. As he gazed at the princess clad in her battle attire, her commanding presence and the perfect contours of her figure captivated him. Yet, plans must be executed methodically. He needed to secure Hippolyta first. Diana turned slightly, casting a glance at the gently flowing, winding warm spring waters, her eyes revealing a hint of fatigue. She softly spoke to Richie, expressing her exhaustion from the recent fierce skirmish and the heated debates in the council chamber, yearning only for a serene soak in the springs to alleviate her strained nerves. Without hesitation, she gracefully began to remove her battle armor, boots, and the exquisite headpiece resembling a crown, along with her form-fitting undergarments. In an instant, her flawless, jade-like skin was unveiled, every inch glowing with a soft, enchanting radiance, as if kissed by moonlight, presenting no imperfections. Her beautifully sculpted, alabaster body radiated health. And with elegant strides, she walked forward, navigating through 2 water bins until she reached a steaming hot spring. Gently stepping in to restore her vitality and savor a moment of tranquility, Richie observed Diana's poised movements and composed demeanor, as if the societal taboos between men and women were non-existent in her presence. Her slender waist, shapely hips, and long, powerful legs formed a flawless silhouette before him. Diana settled into the warm waters, revealing only her fair neck and exquisitely perfect face. Thus, the two sat facing each other, engaged in idle conversation. Diana listened intently as Richie recounted tales of modern urban amusements and wondrous electronic devices, her eyes alight with curiosity, akin to one discovering a new world. This scene, tranquil and harmonious, was one Richie wished to relish for a while longer, admiring the exquisite image of the princess in the hot spring. Just then, an untimely voice disrupted the serene atmosphere, akin to a stone cast into a still pond, echoing from outside the palace. "Mr. Richie, are you enjoying the hot spring? I shall be entering now. Please step out, as the queen wishes to see you and inquire about the intelligence you possess." The somewhat rough yet authoritative voice of General Antiope introduced a discordant note to their previously joyful dialogue. Upon hearing that her aunt had come to escort Richie to meet her mother, Diana swiftly rose from the spring, the water cascading down her exquisite form like glistening beads. This stunning tableau unfolded before Richie's eyes. At that moment, General Antiope rounded the corner and, upon sighting his niece in such proximity to this outsider, felt a surge of anger. Having lived for millennia as an Amazonian general, Antiope, though not extensively familiar with human societal norms, understood the principle of propriety between men and women, recognizing that such casual interaction was unacceptable unless they were united in matrimony. Clearly, the Amazonian princess and this outsider were not in such a relationship, having never even met prior. In human societal terms, this was a grievous breach of decorum. Antiope's expression darkened as he sternly rebuked, "Mr. Richie, how can you be here while the princess bathes?" Gazing upon her with such disregard for decorum. "Withdraw at once." Yet, Antiope, demonstrating restraint, refrained from uttering more severe words, treating Richie as a benefactor and not resorting to violence. Diana, observing her aunt's bewildering fury, quickly clarified, "Aunt, Mr. Richie and I were merely exchanging intelligence, nothing more. Please do not be so angry. We were simply discussing tactical matters." Previously, in Taro Village, Anne and Ingley had already explained to Diana the principles of propriety regarding nudity and modesty in interactions between men and women. However, Diana was indifferent to these matters. Or rather, while she understood their significance, she did not deem them particularly important. In her heart, she perhaps valued the intelligence shared with Riche far more. After emerging from the soothing waters of the hot springs, Diana advanced towards the place where her armor and garments had been discarded. Her aunt, Antiope, hurriedly stepped forward, positioning herself before Diana to shield her from Riche's gaze. With great care, she assisted Diana in donning her armor, undergarments, and other belongings. Once again, she turned her head and shot a fierce glare at Riche, her eyes seeming to pierce through him. Chapter 51. The Invasion of the Queen. Diana's aunt, Antiope, cast a sharp glare at Richie, her eyes like daggers, seemingly warning him to behave. She then grasped Diana tightly and hurriedly exited the misty, winding hot spring feast. Richie shrugged helplessly, his lips curling downward as he muttered, "What on earth is going on?" With a sense of resignation, he quickened his pace to keep up. Upon leaving the sanctuary, 2 Amazonian warriors led the way through the rugged, undulating valley. Within the valley, bizarre stones jutted out, and the grass swayed gently in the breeze. As if whispering the mysteries of this land, they made their way toward the palace complex designated as the council area in the southwest. As they walked side by side, Diana earnestly advised Richie, when the queen questions you, answer truthfully. Do not defy her or entertain any rebellious thoughts or actions. I know my mother, Zibrit, all too well. She is always commanding and decisive. If you cooperate, I will ensure your departure from Paradise Island. Richie forced a smile, a flicker of worry in his eyes as he replied, I do not wish to stir trouble, but I fear I may be swept up in circumstances beyond my control. Do not worry. While I am here, I will ensure your safety, Diana reassured him, patting his shoulder with a look of steadfast trust. They traversed corridors crafted from delicately veined marble, passing through an exquisite pavilion adorned with intricately carved railings that seemed to narrate ancient tales. After navigating the palace's periphery, they finally arrived at a grand complex perched atop a moderately high peak. Inside the resplendent council hall, over a dozen members of the Paradise Island Council were seated or standing, all adorned in vibrant Amazonian attire reminiscent of civil officials. In stark contrast to the warriors' formidable armor and boots, these female council members appeared to be in their 40s to 50s, seemingly older than Queen Zibrit. Yet, Richie understood that the average lifespan of these Amazonian women could span thousands of years. They merely bore the appearance of humans in their 50s or 60s. Upon Richie's entrance into the council hall, the female counselors stood in unison, forming a semicircle as they regarded him like a rare treasure, examining this outsider and potential ally. Lacking regular contact with men, they cast various looks at Richie, ranging from astonishment, curiosity about the unfamiliar male, to confusion regarding his presence, and a palpable eagerness to glean information from him. The queen rose gracefully from her grand golden seat, her presence reminiscent of a goddess descending. She delicately adjusted her magnificent cloak and fixed her gaze upon the handsome stranger before her, her heart unexpectedly stirring with a feeling she could not name. Having lived on this island for nearly 7,000 or 8,000 years, since Zeus concealed Paradise Island from the vast ocean and severed ties with the outside world, she had not encountered a male. Now, as she beheld this charismatic young man, admiration gleamed in her eyes, a sentiment she herself could not fully comprehend. In truth, Richie had subtly revealed a fraction of his mental control abilities, quietly exerting influence over the queen. Despite her blessings from Zeus, her divine powers, and the protection of Amazonian gear, she was ultimately a mere goddess. How could she resist the inherent talents Richie possessed? Thus, this slight mental influence easily stirred an irreversible shift in the queen's heart. Richie refrained from immediately subjugating or taming her, knowing that haste could lead to failure. He intended to proceed gradually. As for the surrounding Amazonian counselors, he held little interest, calmly allowing their varied gazes to wash over him. Clearing her throat to suppress her unusual emotions, the queen addressed Richie in her customary stern tone, laced with interrogation, outsider. Although your arrival and valiant combat have greatly aided us, and the entire island will remember your contributions, our island's rule is clear. Once you enter, there is no leaving. From now on, you shall reside here. We will arrange a separate palace and attendance for you, ensuring your comfort. Now, divulge all you know about Ares, so that your value may be fully realized. Richie remained unperturbed, his demeanor composed as he glanced at Queen Zibrit, then at Princess Diana standing beside her. The resemblance between mother and daughter was evident. The queen exuded mature charm, while Diana radiated youthful vigor, her vitality surpassing that of her mother in certain respects. In that fleeting moment, Richie contemplated their differences before donning a polite smile and responding, Your Majesty, I cannot remain here. Once this matter concludes, I intend to take the princess to explore the world. You cannot confine me. As for Ares, I view him as a mere joke. Should he arrive, I will eliminate this threat. By the way, it seems there is an issue at sea. I will project the surveillance footage I have gathered. At that moment, a counselor could not restrain herself, her tone rife with skepticism. You claim you will eliminate Ares? Just you? Do not boast. Richie smiled confidently, his expression radiating undeniable assurance. Believe it or not, you will find out once he arrives. Just then, Jarvis sent Richie the latest surveillance report. A satellite map and a blurred aerial monitoring image appeared before them. The images revealed two larger fleets, brimming with armed personnel, advancing ominously toward Paradise Island as coordinates. The coordinates had been relayed back to their headquarters following the earlier landing battle, exposing the location of Paradise Island. The satellite images were provided by military satellites in the sky and high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, while the monitoring footage was captured from a passing oil tanker. These two pieces of intelligence indicated that a second wave of enemies was imminent, signaling that war could erupt at any moment. As everyone contemplated the projected images, expressions of concern and contemplation etched on their faces, it became clear that the approaching armed forces far exceeded those of the previous landing. All understood that this would be an extraordinarily challenging battle. Queen Zibrit, upon witnessing the impending threat, glared furiously, her eyes ablaze with wrath, and addressed Richie. Outsider. These individuals have come because of you. You may very well be a spy sent to investigate the defenses and personnel distribution of our Amazonian tribe. I suspect you are a traitor, and you shall not leave this island. Guards, seize this spy and imprison him in the dungeon. Richie, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter. His expression a mix of exasperation and indignation. Your Majesty, you truly do me a grave injustice. I am here to assist you. How could I be a spy? Princess Diana quickly interceded on Richie's behalf, her eyes filled with urgency as she implored her mother. Mother, Richie is here to help us. He harbors no ill intentions. He is not a spy, I assure you with my integrity. The queen furrowed her brow, her face a canvas of concern and doubt. Diana, you are too naive. His origins are unclear. How can we not be suspicious? Diana, her voice trembling slightly, insisted, Mother, he contributed so much during the previous battle. How could he possibly be a villain? Please trust me this time. Chapter 52. The thoughts of mother and daughter. The Amazonian queen Hippolyta had already developed profound feelings of love for the extraordinary man, Li Qi. However, surrounded by numerous council members, her sister, and her daughter, she could not afford to show weakness or contradict her previous stance. Despite knowing that Li Qi spoke the truth, she resolutely maintained her faade of strength. Thus, she reprimanded Li Qi, accusing him of being a spy and ordering his imprisonment in the dungeon. In truth, Hippolyta harbored a different intention. She wished to keep Li Qi on Paradise Island, allowing her to summon him at will and satisfy certain hidden desires in her heart. This private yearning could not be revealed in front of so many, compelling her to project a tough demeanor. Concerned for her daughter Diana, Hippolyta pondered whether Diana shared similar sentiments. Observing Diana's earnest explanations and justifications, she sensed that her daughter had indeed begun to entertain similar thoughts. It was not entirely surprising, given that Paradise Island had remained isolated for millennia, with no male visitors. Thus, it was somewhat understandable for her daughter to protect the first male outsider. Hippolyta sought various justifications for Diana's behavior, but in front of the council, she could only continue her act of unwavering authority. Diana repeatedly insisted to her mother that Li Qi was neither a spy nor a saboteur but rather a benefactor. Upon hearing this, Hippolyta's expression softened considerably, contrasting with her earlier stern demeanor. She glanced at the various surveillance images and satellite feeds projected by Jarvis, noting 2 clusters of gleaming lights on the sea, swiftly approaching Paradise Island. It was estimated that they would reach the nearshore waters in less than an hour, likely breaching the island's energy shield once more. In light of this, Hippolyta commanded all female warriors on the island to prepare for battle. Following her sister General Antiope's acceptance of the orders, she exited the council chamber to prepare for troop mobilization. Li Qi observed both Diana and Hippolyta, discerning through their subtle gestures that Hippolyta was merely putting on a brave front while secretly nurturing different thoughts. Thus, he volunteered to take the lead in defending Paradise Island and its noble Amazonian warriors. Diana gazed at her dear friend with admiration while sweetly persuading her mother about Li Qi's kindness, valor, and unwavering spirit. The council members, aware of Li Qi's possession of demigod-level weaponry, urged the queen to accept his assistance, all echoing the sentiment that he meant well for Paradise Island. Amidst the chorus of support, Li Qi approached the queen, his earnest and unreserved gaze reflecting his goodwill. He assured her, Your Majesty, I shall exert every effort to protect Paradise Island. Grant me this opportunity, and I shall not disappoint you. To win over both mother and daughter. Li Qi chose his words carefully, postponing any ulterior motives until after the crisis. The urgency of the situation left little room for contemplation. Hippolyta's gaze eventually softened as she regarded the remarkable man before her, nodding in tacit approval of his intentions. Upon witnessing her mother's consent, Princess Diana was filled with joy. After bidding farewell to Hippolyta, she led Li Qi out of the council chamber, heading towards the defensive position to prepare for battle. They planned to establish the first line of fire on the shallows, a second on the mountains, and a third around the Amazonian city. Diana intended to discuss the arrangements in detail, but Li Qi shook his head, asserting, Princess, allow me to confront and eliminate the enemy alone. You and the other warriors should remain safely within the castle. His confidence stemmed from Jarvis's report that the second batch of mecha units from New York was flying at supersonic speed, likely to arrive simultaneously with the approaching foes. With 8 mecha units at his side, they formed an Iron Legion, more than capable of dismantling the armed forces of the enemy. After explaining his augmented strength, Diana grasped the formidable nature of these demigod-level war machines but remained resolute in her desire to fight alongside him. Despite Li Qi's attempts to persuade her otherwise, the spirited princess would not relent, compelling him to acquiesce to her wish for joint action. As they passed a platform constructed from massive stone slabs, Diana's aunt, General Antiope, was conducting a full military mobilization. Li Qi instructed Diana to relay to Antiope that all Amazonian warriors should prepare for defense at that location. Although still somewhat incredulous, Diana complied with Li Qi's request. When she approached Antiope and conveyed the situation, the general exhibited similar disbelief. She directed her deputy to continue mobilization while following Diana to catch up with Li Qi, traversing through numerous palaces and training grounds, and crossing several modest peaks until they reached the shallows. The azure waves relentlessly crashed against the sandy shore, where remnants of the previous battle had mostly faded. The enemy's presence had been dealt with, leaving only sporadic bloodstains and signs of conflict on the beach. Li Qi summoned the 8 mecha units surrounding him and donned an upgraded mecha with a classic red and white design. He then piloted the Mecha Legion into the sky. Soaring above the Cerulean Sea, in midair, Li Qi and Diana exchanged gestures before accelerating toward the 2 waves of encroaching foes. Diana and Antiope, unable to fly, hurriedly ran alongside the shallows. They spotted a small harbor with Amazonian warships and leisure boats. Quickly boarding a multi-purpose vessel, they paddled in pursuit of Li Qi. The vast expanse of sea and sky blended into one, and ahead, it seemed as though they were penetrating a thin veil. Crossing through the energy barrier that had safeguarded the Amazons for millennia, faintly, they could see Li Qi commanding the Mecha Legion. Racing along the horizon of the sea and sky, Li Qi contemplated intercepting the enemy single-handedly, but realized he had not provided the Amazonian warriors with any means of communication. He resolved to focus on the impending battle first. Thus, he flew onward while reviewing the intelligence transmitted by Jarvis. The 2 waves of enemy forces were now alarmingly close, prompting Li Qi to push the mecha cluster to its limits. Within less than 10 minutes, he located the assembled forces of the Ares Security Company amidst the boundless ocean. With the support of his Mecha Legion, over 20 mecha warships unleashed a barrage of missiles and miniature bombs from the skies and sea, creating a cacophony of explosions that resembled the festive sounds of firecrackers. The vessels succumbed to destruction, and those armed personnel, swayed by Ares, fell into the sea like dumplings, continuing to be subjected to the relentless assault of the Mecha Legion. The disparity in combat capabilities was stark. Within moments, the waters were devoid of intruders. Li Qi hovered above the surface of the sea, gazing at this achievement, amplifying the surveillance intelligence threefold, searching for any possible direction and traces of Ares. Yet, in the vast expanse of sky and air, no sign of that deity was discerned. Chapter 53. Capturing the Queen in the tumultuous battleground, Richie meticulously scoured the area. Yet he could find no trace of the war god Ares. Just as he prepared to lead the Mech Legion and retreat towards Paradise Island, he caught sight of Diana and General Antiope piloting a speedboat, racing towards him like an arrow released from a bow. Upon establishing visual proximity, Richie deftly maneuvered the mech to lower its altitude and gradually approached the vessel. The 2 parties ultimately converged at sea level, where Richie skillfully guided the mech to a gentle landing beside the speedboat. This was an Amazonian standard speedboat, equipped with an ingeniously crafted power system unique to the Amazons, allowing it to achieve remarkable speeds. However, due to the intricate manufacturing process, the number of these exquisite boats constructed on Paradise Island was limited, rendering them particularly precious. Diana gazed towards the distant remnants of the battlefield, her eyes filled with awe and admiration. She acquired a newfound, profound understanding of Richie's extraordinary capabilities, which kindled a deep respect within her. Meanwhile, General Antiope wore a grave expression, her gaze fixated on the chaotic sea surface nearby, strewn with debris that bobbed rhythmically with the waves. She contemplated the catastrophic losses they would suffer if these armed forces successfully landed on Paradise Island, her brow furrowing slightly. With heartfelt gratitude, Diana earnestly regarded Richie and softly uttered her thanks. Though her voice was faint, it resonated with deep appreciation. Richie emerged slowly from the mech, which ascended into the air under Jarvis's precise control, joining the other mech legions in aerial surveillance, serving as loyal guardians of the sea. Subsequently, he and Diana engaged in light conversation as the speedboat made its leisurely return to Paradise Island. Before long, the speedboat safely reached the shore, and the trio returned to the Amazonian castle area. At this moment, the female warriors had efficiently arranged their defensive and offensive formations under the meticulous direction of the general's aide. They stood poised, their expressions revealing determination and vigilance. Upon witnessing the return of the trio, many female warriors displayed expressions of confusion, whispering among themselves as they speculated about the details of the recent operation. Richie refrained from allowing Diana to elaborate excessively to the warriors and instead maintained a composed demeanor as he strode directly towards the council chambers. Upon arriving at the council hall, the council members and Queen Hippolyta were still present. They immediately recognized the victorious return of Richie and Diana, while the general remained outside the castle to continue overseeing the defense, ensuring all was secure. Richie's return was marked by a steady and vigorous stride, embodying the spirit of a hero returning from battle. The queen regarded Richie with a puzzled expression, her eyes brimming with curiosity and inquiry. Uncertain of the outcomes of his recent endeavors, Diana, like a jubilant bird, swiftly approached, her steps light and graceful as she proudly recounted the recent swift conflict on the sea to Hippolyta. Her voice rang clear and bright, akin to silver bells echoing through the hall, imbued with pride. The surrounding female council members listened intently, casting friendly, warm, and respectful glances towards Richie. It was only natural to afford due respect to a formidable individual commanding such a powerful and destructive legion. Richie discerned this respect in their gazes, which naturally brought him joy. Dressed in the standard Amazonian royal armor, the queen approached Richie with poise, hesitating for a few moments before ultimately expressing her gratitude. The female council members erupted into enthusiastic applause, welcoming their hero's triumphant return. Richie waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Ladies, they were merely minor adversaries. The true threat lies with the war god Ares, who has yet to reveal himself. Thus, we must fortify our defenses. Indeed, the son of Zeus, Ares, was the primary antagonist. The queen, understanding the gravity of this statement, could not underestimate him. Following this declaration, it was evident that the council members' spirits dampened slightly. Ritchie hastily assured them of his capability to confront Ares. After further discussions, the queen dismissed the council, signaling her daughter and Ritchie to accompany her back to the royal chambers. During their return, the queen's demeanor towards Ritchie subtly shifted, as she began to regard him as an esteemed guest. Upon reaching the palace, she gestured for Diana to retire to her own chambers first. After all, the day had been exceedingly eventful, filled with battle and the navigation of unfamiliar waters, making it a rather exhausting day for Diana. Diana cast a lingering glance at Ritchie, her eyes reflecting reluctance, wishing to bring him along to her chamber. Ritchie signaled her to remain silent, indicating that she should return alone. Diana, now somewhat compliant to Ritchie's unspoken wishes, bid farewell to the queen before exiting the royal chambers. Within the grand, lavishly adorned, and opulent palace, infused with the essence of ancient Greek elegance, Ritchie beheld the striking figure of the Amazonian queen, clad in royal armor, adorned with a formal crown, and draped in golden armor and robes. Hippolyta exuded an air of majesty. The Amazonian armor left her legs exposed, showcasing her long, graceful limbs, while her fair skin rendered her appearance, though seemingly in her 30s, more alluring and mature. In this moment, the palace was devoid of attendants and guards, leaving only the two of them, an exquisite opportunity. Ritchie took a few steps closer to the queen, unleashing the full extent of his mental manipulation abilities, implanting a mental seed within her consciousness. This seed rapidly took root, swiftly subjugating her will and transforming her into a devoted member of his harem. Despite her esteemed position among the gods of Olympus, Hippolyta's divine power was not particularly potent. Coupled with the formidable nature of Ritchie's abilities, she found herself unable to resist, ultimately yielding to him. Ritchie, treating her with a degree of freedom akin to that of his other female subordinates, ensured her unwavering loyalty, binding her to heed his every command henceforth. As he gazed upon the enchanting queen, Ritchie relinquished his restraint, gently drawing Hippolyta into his embrace and softly issuing succinct commands for her service. The queen, with a humble demeanor, nodded in acquiescence, slowly shedding her Amazonian armor, robes, and undergarments, before taking Ritchie's hand and leading him towards the bathing area within the palace. The bath, devoid of modern conveniences like showers or heating systems, employed naturally flowing geothermal spring water, pure and nutrient-rich, drawn from the mountains of Paradise Island. The temperature of the water adjusted itself naturally, providing a soothing experience. The sweet spring water cascaded over them as Ritchie indulged in the queen's tender care and bathing. Afterward, he gently led the queen from the bath to the grand plush bed within the palace, the most sacred and sumptuous resting place on Paradise Island. As he drew Hippolyta onto the bed, it was as if he formally proclaimed himself the king of Paradise Island. Chapter 54. The Inspection of Sovereignty After an Intimate Encounter. Ritchie and Queen Hippolyta of the Amazons luxuriated in a rare moment of bliss. This marked the first time in nearly a millennium that the queen displayed such tenderness. In the afternoon, the two fell into a deep slumber in the most comfortable corner of Paradise Island. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the last golden rays of sunlight, reminiscent of fine silk, filtered through the opulent, intricately adorned windows, gently illuminating the couple nestled together in bed. It was then that Ritchie awoke leisurely, with the Amazon queen slowly stirring from her sweet dreams. Ritchie sat up lazily, casting his gaze out towards the majestic, golden-hued palaces that rose and fell in a harmonious arrangement, as well as the Amazon warriors diligently training in the distant military grounds and various defensive zones. He gestured lightly for the queen to issue orders for the warriors to take a respite. After all, the entire perimeter of Paradise Island was meticulously guarded by his mechanized legions, and he deemed it unlikely that any unexpected events would transpire. At present, Hippolyta had effectively become a puppet queen. Though the entire island had yet to publicly acknowledge it, she had already fallen under Ritchie's dominion. With a calm demeanor, Ritchie rose from the bed and strolled leisurely around the palace floor before gently guiding the queen to the bathroom for a refreshing bath and grooming session. Upon their return to the palace, the golden sunlight had completely faded, and the palatial complex was aglow with a variety of uniquely shaped lights and vibrant lanterns, casting an ethereal golden radiance throughout the surroundings. At that moment, the sound of heavy boots echoed against the meticulously laid stone floor of the Amazon palace, accompanied by a soft yet alluring voice. "Mother, when will I be able to meet Ritchie? Where have you hidden him? I haven't seen him all afternoon." It was the little princess, Diana, arriving at the queen's chamber. The guards and attendants outside, of course, did not impede her entrance. The Amazon queen, clad only in soft, form-fitting garments as light as feathers and not in her royal armor, felt a flicker of unease upon hearing her daughter's voice. Faced with such an unusual situation, Hippolyta experienced a wave of panic, unsure of how to explain the circumstances to her daughter. Would the carefully constructed image of authority she had maintained for millennia shatter so easily? Ritchie, however, remained remarkably composed. He understood that the nature of his relationship with Hippolyta would eventually need to be disclosed to Diana, whether sooner or later made little difference. He donned a shirt and jeans with measured calm, then stood before the queen, ready to face Diana with forthrightness. Knowing that appearing bare-chested before the princess was less than decorous, Hippolyta quickly donned her royal cloak, a uniquely designed gown, without armor or helmet. Mere moments later, Diana's footsteps approached the door, and she swept aside the curtain, entering with a beaming smile. Upon seeing Li Qi and her mother in relatively neat attire, Diana's face lit up with joy. After spending the afternoon engaged in defense preparations with her aunt, Antiope, her thoughts had been often consumed by the enchanting figure of Li Qi. Consequently, she rushed to inquire of her mother where Li Qi was being kept, only to discover him in her mother's chamber, filling her with delight and the hope that her mother had finally come to see him as more than a spy. With enthusiasm, she approached Li Qi, affectionately taking his arm, and turned to her mother, exclaiming, "Mother, you no longer see Li Qi as a spy. You are here listening to his advice on defenses. I'm truly overjoyed that this misunderstanding has finally been resolved. We must celebrate tonight with copious amounts of Amazonian spirits." Seeing her daughter so close to Li Qi, a hint of discomfort and passivity crossed Hippolyta's face. Li Qi, noticing this, discreetly signaled to the queen to maintain a composure that would not betray their unusual circumstances. Obeying his silent command, Hippolyta steadied her slightly awkward demeanor and spoke gently to Diana. "Diana, I have thoroughly investigated, and Li Qi is indeed a good-hearted individual. Without any ties to the god of war, he genuinely wishes to assist us on Paradise Island. Therefore, I have decided to extend the highest courtesy to our benefactor. Diana, please instruct the kitchen to prepare the most exquisite dinner in gratitude for this benefactor." Diana, filled with joy, turned to head to the kitchen, but was gently halted by Li Qi. He took her arm and, with polite sincerity, addressed the queen, "Your Majesty, there is no need to prepare an elaborate feast at this time, given the critical state of our defenses. I intend to share in the hardships with the warriors and partake in their meals and rest." Li Qi's reasoning was sound, and the queen acquiesced. Although Diana wished to oppose, eager to host a grand welcome for Li Qi, she relinquished her intent upon catching Hippolyta's serious gaze. After exchanging glances with her mother, Li Qi indicated that he would first visit the warriors. The queen nodded in agreement, and the mother-daughter duo followed Li Qi out of the chamber. They descended the winding steps of the majestic palace complex, arriving at the training grounds and various defensive positions. The area was brightly illuminated, with gas lamps casting a soft glow, classical Greek-style tall lamps standing solemnly, and various torches ablaze, illuminating the palace complex as if it were day. Almost everyone was on high alert, though Li Qi had assured the inhabitants of Paradise Island that he would confront the malevolent god of war. This was a nightmare that had shadowed them for millennia, akin to the sword of Damocles hanging overhead. It was not so simple as to dissipate their deep-seated fears with mere words. Thus, the atmosphere on the island remained tense. As they witnessed this outsider walking calmly alongside their queen, the sight ignited a fierce spirit of combat and indomitable resolve within the female warriors. During the inspection, Li Qi intentionally released some of his extraordinary abilities to inspire the Amazon women, fostering their acceptance of him as a leader and their shared commitment to combat the malevolent deity. Li Qi's mastery of his powers had matured, allowing him to deftly influence the spirits of those around him, and the effects of his subtle energy release were remarkable. After completing the inspection, almost everyone erupted in enthusiastic cheers, venting the tension that had built up over the past few days. Diana, too, was swept up in the fervor, excitedly brandishing her sword, which shimmered with mysterious light and joining in the collective shouts. Even the queen, known for her stern demeanor, found herself shouting along. General Antiope, ever the warrior, was particularly invigorated, eagerly anticipating a thrilling confrontation with the god of war. Following the inspection, the kitchen had prepared dinner, which was soon distributed among the Amazonian warriors. Li Qi dined in the training arena alongside the valiant female warriors, including the queen, the princess, and the grand general, all partaking in their meal in the open air. At that moment, the esteemed female legislators of Paradise Island hastened from their respective palaces, donned in their battle attire. Though these women held the prestigious title of legislators, each one was also an exceptional warrior. The Amazonian tribe is renowned for its martial prowess, with even the queen being a distinguished and fearless fighter. At this juncture, all hearts and efforts were unified, bound together like a resilient cord. Chapter 55, Sleeping Relatively Rich found himself amidst the Amazon warriors, partaking in an exquisite meal rich in exotic flavors. Despite the looming shadow of an external invasion over Paradise Island, the Amazonian kitchen diligently prepared dinner to honor those steadfast warriors and friendly visitors. After the meal, Rich felt an increasing bond with Paradise Island and resolutely decided to stand guard alongside these brave warriors until the malevolent god Ares was completely vanquished. Upon hearing this, the queen attempted to gently counsel him, but Rich merely cast her a dismissive glance, one that brooked no argument, prompting her to lower her head in silence. Unaware of this exchange, Diana joyfully expressed her desire to accompany Rich in their shared endeavor. with esteemed guests and the princess standing resolutely. The morale of the Amazonian clan surged. Rich chose not to return to the Queen's chambers. Instead, he patrolled the various defensive points with Diana and Andioper after dinner. The sky above had already been transformed into a vigilant monitoring network, resembling an invisible web that safeguarded the land. The third batch of mech legions had been produced in a well-equipped villa in Los Angeles, racing towards their destination in a whirlwind of speed. Within a few hours, 15 fully armed mech warriors, along with ample supplies and munitions, would arrive to bolster their defenses. At that point, Paradise Island would be as impregnable as fortifications could render it. As they walked, Rich shared tales of his enhanced combat prowess, which filled Diana with delight, as it undoubtedly augmented their chances of victory. After surveying the area twice, Rich settled into a tent in the training ground, eschewing any return to the palatial comforts. As the princess, Diana epitomized Paradise Island. With war imminent, she too chose to remain in the training ground, sharing a tent with Rich. As the clock struck 11, the two lay on beds adorned with soft animal pelts within the tent, exchanging smiles and whispers. Diana continued to inquire about the wonders and beauty of the world beyond the island, and Rich eagerly shared more stories. As the conversation unfolded, Diana gradually relaxed and soon succumbed to slumber. Having rested for 3 to 4 hours on the Queen's plush bed earlier in the day, Rich remained alert. He summoned Jarvis, projecting him into the tent's void, displaying various surveillance feeds and satellite maps. Jarvis reported that no armed forces had approached Paradise Island in the past 12 hours, neither from the sea nor the air. After instructing Jarvis to devise a more comprehensive defense and patrol plan, Rich switched off the projection and reclined on the pelts, contemplating the conquest of the Amazonian mother and daughter duo, envisioning Paradise Island as part of his harem, and considering his next target, be it Gwen or the Osmond Corporation, or perhaps enlisting Little Spider as his subordinate. At present, he lacked a complete plan, opting instead to take each step as it came. He gently raised his head to see Diana, already softly asleep on the opposite bed. Her delicate features and serene breaths revealed a peaceful slumber, her golden battle armor glinting softly in the dim light. The elegantly curved sword lay across her bed, her legs slightly curled. It was evident that this makeshift military cot could not compare to the softness of the palace's grand beds. The little Amazon princess shared in the toils of her people, fighting alongside the warriors, a testament to her spirit of endurance that endeared her to the entire Amazonian clan. Rich quietly rose from the cot, draping a nearby fur blanket over Diana. She stirred slightly, shifting from her curled position to lie flat, murmuring a few words in her sleep before drifting back into dreams. Rich gazed at her exquisite visage, and after a few moments, returned to his own bed, continuing to ponder the matters at hand until slumber finally claimed him. Outside, the myriad female warriors had been organized into 3 shifts, alternating between defense and rest, keeping Amazon Island on high alert. The aerial network of mech legions operated with meticulous precision, though Jarvis relied solely on the computational power carried by the mechs. His operational efficiency was far below that of a modernized environment, yet he still functioned at the pinnacle of strategic artificial intelligence. High above, a shadow enveloped in black mist soared through the sky at a remarkable pace, hovering at an altitude comparable to that of commercial aircraft. The shadow loomed over Paradise Island, pausing to survey the landscape below through the divine eye, revealing the situation on the Amazon archipelago from a great distance. The shadow was none other than Ares, the god of war and son of Zeus, a formidable and fallen deity, having nearly obliterated the entirety of Olympus with his own might. He had lain dormant for millennia before re-emerging, orchestrating 2 failed assaults on Paradise Island with forces under his command. Now, this dormant god could no longer contain himself. Hastening from his lair towards the very place he deemed a thorn in his side, his father Zeus's only remaining stronghold on Earth. To dismantle the mortal realm and plunge it into darkness, Paradise Island was undoubtedly the first target to be eradicated. Beneath the veil of shadow, Ares emitted a roar of surprise and incredulity upon spotting nearly 30 humanoid combat machines patrolling below. Though he held the technological advancements of the mortal realm in disdain, the sight of these mech legions instilled in him a sense of threat and formidable power. It was no wonder his 2 vanguard legions had been utterly annihilated without a trace of communication. Ares circled above for an extended period, grappling with the decision of whether to launch a personal assault. The humanoid mech legions posed a significant threat, their encompassing black mist ebbing and flowing, reflecting the god's restless and agitated emotions. Ultimately, after much contemplation, Ares, confident in his divine might, dismissed the notion that these mere mortal weapons could pose a challenge. He deemed the energy-emitting mech legions to be nothing more than paper tigers. Resolute in his ambition, he vowed to overturn the mortal realm, ushering in a new era where he would claim the throne as the king of the Olympian gods. Chapter 56. The Annihilation of Gods. The ambitious god of war, Ares, harbored aspirations akin to an endless black void. He sought not only to engulf the mortal realm in darkness and seize dominion over it, but also coveted the throne of Olympus, yearning to usurp his father Zeus and ascend as the supreme deity, the absolute sovereign over all gods. In their last confrontation, The malevolent god Ares had ravaged nearly half of the divinities on Mount Olympus, akin to a frenzied beast. After lying in wait for millennia, he returned this time with a momentum that promised to secure his place as the ruler of the Olympian pantheon. After a brief contemplation in the sky, he resolved to resolve the turmoil on Paradise Island swiftly and decisively. No longer would he mimic the tactics of the mortal realm. Launching his assault during the most vulnerable hours at dawn or midnight, his unparalleled strength permitted him to initiate war at any moment. Thus, the villainous son of the war god, bestowed with the name Ares by Zeus, descended like a black meteor, plummeting from the heavens with the swiftness of a sword. Surrounding him was an ominous black mist, coalescing into a sinister sword of the dark god, slicing through clouds and fog with alarming speed. At this hour, there were no aircraft or other aerial vehicles in the sky. It was just past 3 in the morning, and the people of Blue Star remained blissfully unaware that a war between gods and the mortal realm was quietly unfolding. The mech battalion patrolling the vicinity of Paradise Island swiftly detected an inexplicable surge of high-velocity energy. Jarvis promptly activated the analytical program, and through rapid computation, deduced that this might be a lethal strike from above, immediately relaying the message to his master with utmost urgency. The alarm blared, piercing the silence like a shrill cry. Richie, roused from a half-slumber, opened his eyes to the cacophony of the alarm and the kaleidoscopic lights, realizing that calamity was imminent. Jarvis's voice resonated clearly through the alarm system, reporting that a mysterious shockwave-like entity was hurtling towards Paradise Island at an astonishing speed, while the mech battalion prepared to intercept. Understanding that Ares had undoubtedly initiated a surprise attack, Richie sprang from his bed and, like a cheetah, hastened to the adjacent military cot. At that moment, Diana jolted awake. Seizing her god-slaying sword, and, akin to a swift swallow, leaped from her bed to the tent's entrance, calling out urgently to the Amazon warriors patrolling the area, "Enemy attack. Prepare to assume defensive formation and enter a state of war." The surrounding Amazon warriors sprang into action like well-trained automatons, swiftly mobilizing the resting defense teams, all heightened to the highest alert. Richie donned the classic red and white armor stationed at the tent entrance, his expression grave as he instructed Diana to guard Paradise Island while he confronted the enemy. As an Amazon warrior, Diana was imbued with a fervent fighting spirit and would not be content to remain behind, insisting on joining the fray. Richie pointed towards the sky, his demeanor serious as he informed Diana that the enemy was approaching from above. With that, he activated his mech, soaring upwards with the speed of an arrow. Surrounding mechs followed suit, propelled by vibrant flames, ascending like a cascade of brilliant meteors. Jarvis had meticulously scanned the battlefield, revealing that the enemy was a singular entity. A humanoid figure shrouded in black mist, descending at high velocity, exhibiting life signs that surpassed the capabilities of ordinary humans by several dozen, if not hundreds, of times. Richie instructed Jarvis to continue comprehensive scans of this assailant, preserving the data for future analysis, as it was his first encounter with a god, rich with research potential. As he drew nearer to the ground, the distance between him and the descending dark god diminished. Richie observed various scan results on his visor, while Jarvis tirelessly sought the enemy's weaknesses and potential points of attack. The moment they neared, thunderous lightning struck the mech battalion below, as Ares unleashed a barrage of indiscriminate lightning strikes upon the humanoid weapons resisting him. Almost half of the mechs under Richie's command were struck by the lightning, which surged at several hundred volts, damaging numerous internal components. However, the quality of the mechs had been significantly enhanced, allowing backup systems to swiftly repair and replace the critical damaged parts. Although Richie's upgraded blue and white mech was also hit, its superior protective capabilities mitigated the damage. The missile launchers on Richie's mech opened wide, unleashing a volley of high-speed missiles, with other mechs following suit. The war between gods and mortals erupted, with missiles, rockets, and mini-bombs raining down like a vibrant yet deadly shower of explosions. Surrounding Ares, successive detonations nearly obliterated the black mist enveloping him. Ares, taken aback, adjusted his approach in the air, astonished that the ordinary explosives and kinetic weaponry of the mortal realm possessed such formidable power. Richie recalibrated his offensive strategy, enveloping Ares with the mechs and unleashing a relentless barrage of missiles and rockets for precise strikes. Thanks to their ample payload, Ares was left disheveled from the explosive impacts. Yet, utilizing his divine strength, Ares maneuvered in the air like a cornered beast, employing his formidable godly will to crush and dismantle several mechs. The diminishing count of mechs displayed on Richie's monitor compelled him to retreat to the rear, narrowly escaping another mental attack. Ares' telekinetic power, capable of manipulating metal, posed a dire threat to the mechs. Richie directed Jarvis to analyze the battlefield swiftly, seeking a decisive resolution. Consequently, other mechs assigned to defense and surveillance rushed in like a gust of wind to fill in the gaps left by the damaged units. The battlefield had reached a stalemate, as ordinary explosives and missiles proved inadequate against Ares. Resolutely, Richie decided to employ Blue Star's most potent weapon, the nuclear bomb. Previously, he had eradicated an otherworldly dragon with 3 miniature nuclear bombs in Taro Village. Now, he commanded the other mechs to confine Ares within a limited space. Sacrificing some units to tether the godly offspring, then swiftly retreated to a safe distance from the impending nuclear explosion. Ensuring that the detonation would not endanger the Amazon tribe on Paradise Island, he ordered the mechs to launch small nuclear bombs at Ares, firing 3, then 5. Until the god was vanquished. The artificial intelligence Jarvis accepted the task, targeting Ares with precision. 3 miniature nuclear bombs shot forth from 3 directions like deadly meteors. Unbeknownst to Ares, the nature of the incoming missiles had transformed. He detonated the nuclear bombs with his lightning power mere meters before him. With a deafening roar, 2 miniature nuclear bombs exploded almost simultaneously, igniting the sky in a blinding display reminiscent of a miniature sun. In that searing heat, Ares' divine form was gradually consumed and dissolved. Ultimately, the god of war, who had posed a threat to the Olympian pantheon for nearly 7 to 8 millennia, succumbed to the nuclear assault, his divine essence rapidly depleting until he lay in disarray, devoid of his godly powers, as his divinity crumbled. Once a member of the Olympian pantheon, Ares was but one of the native gods of Blue Star. When compared to the formidable deities of the galaxy, or even those from parallel universes, his power paled significantly, rendering him susceptible to annihilation by miniature nuclear bombs, which was hardly surprising. Richie descended rapidly to evade the residual effects of the nuclear explosion. The remaining mechs activated their radiation reduction systems, minimizing the nuclear fallout from the detonation. This technology had been developed by Stark Industries. Upon exiting his mech, Richie was approached by Princess Diana, who ran towards him, her god-slaying sword in hand. Her eyes gleaming with urgency and excitement as she inquired about the whereabouts of the traitorous god, eager to exact her vengeance. Laquis smiled as he reached out to tousle the little princess's hair, rendering her long locks in delightful disarray. Princess Diana shook her head gently and gazed up at Laquis with unwavering determination, hoping he would illuminate the path forward. Chapter 57. Leaders and followers witnessing the resolute and indomitable Princess Diana. Richie felt an admiration and fondness for her that swelled like a gentle stream beneath the warm spring sun. However, it was clear that this was not the moment to subdue or control Diana. He gazed at her with gentle eyes and softly declared, "The malevolent god Ares has been vanquished by my hand." That dazzling explosion was the ultimate strike that ended his life. Upon hearing this, Diana's eyes brimmed with trust. Unconditionally believing in Richie, she felt that the ominous sword of Damocles, which had loomed over the Amazon for nearly a millennium, had finally been resolved by her dear friend Richie. After she sheathed the god-slaying sword, Diana, like a jubilant bird, embraced Richie and playfully nuzzled her head against his chest. Richie furrowed his brow slightly, gently pushing her head away, mindful of the hard Amazonian headpiece she wore. It was then that Diana remembered her adornment, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Richie soon noticed many Amazon warriors around them, their eyes filled with tears, some injured by the intense flash of the explosion. Their expressions pained. With urgency, he urged Diana, "Quickly, tend to these brave warriors." At that moment, General Antiope hurried over from the distant trench, her expression tense as she inquired of the princess, "What shall be our defense? How shall we launch our attack?" Simultaneously, Queen Hippolyta approached with hurried steps, her face etched with concern. She had been informed of the invasion by the malevolent god and was anxious to join her valiant Amazon warriors in repelling the threat. Upon seeing her mother, Diana's eyes sparkled with joy. She joyfully released Richie and, like a nimble fawn, dashed to grasp Hippolyta's arm, excitedly exclaiming, "The malevolent god has been defeated by Richie. Our island is free. Once we lift the blockade, we can reveal ourselves to the world." Hippolyta, having lived in fear of the malevolent god for millennia, was momentarily incredulous at the news of Ares' demise. However, upon catching Richie's affirming gaze, filled with assurance, caution, and celebration, she began to believe that Ares had indeed been vanquished by her master. Although she had not witnessed the battle, as one of Richie's loyal followers, Hippolyta trusted him implicitly. Yet, when Diana spoke of lifting the blockade and emerging before the world, Hippolyta furrowed her brow, revealing her hesitation. Belonging to Richie, she understood that the island also belonged to him, and she could not make decisions on his behalf. Thus, Hippolyta stumbled over her words, ultimately failing to provide a clear response. Richie, surrounded by numerous Amazon kin, could not hastily decide for Hippolyta. With a smile, he calmly suggested, "Let us not dwell on this matter for now. First, share this joyous news with our valiant Amazon warriors." Following his guidance, Hippolyta gently patted Diana's hand, leaving her side to gracefully step to the center of the training platform. Elevated above the surrounding defenses, the encircled warriors, illuminated by torches and lanterns, displayed expressions of excitement and anticipation. Hippolyta gestured for silence, cleared her throat, and delivered an impassioned proclamation to her brave kin, great warriors, as her words concluded. Thunderous applause erupted from the crowd, resonating like thunder across the night sky. The Amazon warriors, known not only for their combat prowess, but also for their affinity for song and dance, joyfully set down their weapons and quickly ignited bonfires, celebrating with song and dance. Richie, observing the throngs and the rising flames, was reminded of the women of Taro Village, who celebrated around bonfires, roasting, dancing, and creating music. He marveled at the universality of dance as a language. General Antiope finally allowed herself to relax, her taut nerves easing for the first time in millennia. After years of diligently training her kin and the young princess, witnessing the fruits of her labor filled her heart with joy. Her lips curling into a radiant smile as she joined her fellow warriors in dance, revealing her graceful form. Diana, wishing to join in the revelry, felt out of her element. Though adept in battle, she was less versed in dance. Having dedicated her life to becoming a great warrior, she felt a tinge of shyness. Richie, noticing her hesitance, approached with a smile, gently grasping her wrist, and said, "Come, let me teach you a simple and joyous dance." Queen Hippolyta stood amidst the jubilant crowd, and a warm smile finally graced her face, akin to the sun on a winter's day. The council members began to dance in pairs, transforming the space into a sea of merriment. After dancing for a few minutes, Richie heard Jarvis's familiar, steady voice in his earpiece. "The remains of the malevolent god Ares have been retrieved from the sky." Richie nodded slightly, murmuring, "Have Jarvis store the divine remains carefully. I intend to study them upon my return to Stark Tower. This is the first divine body I have acquired, and it warrants thoughtful examination." Stepping away from the throng, he instructed Jarvis to notify Stark headquarters to dispatch medical personnel and equipment to Paradise Island, as many of the kin had suffered eye injuries from the intense light. After receiving the command, Jarvis swiftly communicated with Tony Stark and Pepper Potts, deploying a professional medical team as the first wave, with plans for a second to bring weapons and modern facilities for substantial improvements to Paradise Island. After issuing his orders, Richie quietly walked toward the palace, eventually arriving at the entrance to the Queen's chambers. Inside, there were no attendants or guards. They were all outside celebrating. Richie gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. Noticing her master's movements, Queen Hippolyta discreetly excused herself from the crowd, allowing her guards to remain in celebration while she returned to her chambers with graceful steps. One was the leader, the other the follower. Within the chamber, the solemn and powerful aura Hippolyta had exuded earlier dissipated like mist under the sun. Richie tenderly embraced Hippolyta, her Amazonian golden armor cool to the touch, marked by the passage of time. With deliberate care, Richie began to loosen the fastenings of Hippolyta's armor. Chapter 58. Should the Diamond Barbie be considered? In the exquisitely soft bed of the royal chamber, Li Qi, the master of the situation, and Hippolyta, his devoted follower, gradually found tranquility after a long while. With graceful composure, Li Qi rose from the bed and elegantly gestured for Hippolyta to accompany him to the bathroom. Hippolyta, with her enchanting and graceful figure, obediently followed her master into the bathing area. The warm geothermal spring water blended harmoniously with the refreshing cool spring water, creating a bath that was comfortably soothing, as if to alleviate every ounce of fatigue from their bodies and minds. Shortly thereafter, after their bath, Li Qi methodically donned his attire again under Hippolyta's attentive service. When Li Qi arrived on Paradise Island from New York, he had brought along his mech, which carried his luggage, including various garments and an array of intricate and practical devices, thus ensuring a relatively comfortable existence here. Upon their return to the royal chamber, a beautifully plated breakfast, meticulously prepared by the royal kitchen, was just being served at the dining table. Li Qi and his newly acquired follower, Queen Hippolyta, sat down together to relish their meal. To foster an intimate atmosphere, all other guards and attendants were discreetly dismissed, transforming the chamber into their private sanctuary. After breakfast, the Queen and Li Qi began discussing the matter of transferring the throne of Paradise Island to Li Qi. At this point, Hippolyta had wholeheartedly and unequivocally pledged her allegiance to Li Qi. Given that Paradise Island and Olympia had been disconnected for millennia, their ties long severed, she boldly and decisively resolved to cede the Queen's position to her master, Li Qi. After hearing Hippolyta's proposal, Li Qi nodded gently, his gaze exuding calmness and affirmation. He did not refuse, as this aligned perfectly with his strategic vision. Seeing Li Qi's agreement, Hippolyta's face blossomed with joy. She instinctively reached out to grasp her master's arm, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, eager to discuss the specifics further. However, she quickly realized her action might be inappropriate, and with a flicker of apprehension, she released his arm. Li Qi, unfazed by this minor gesture, was already lost in thought, contemplating other matters. Hippolyta remarked that since a decision had been made, they should begin arranging the relevant affairs of the island today, although it would first require the consent of the council. Upon hearing this, Li Qi's eyes narrowed slightly, a sharp glimmer flashing within them. Clearly, the council structure did not align with his vision of establishing a harem. Thus, his first course of action would be to abolish the council and dismiss the female members. Li Qi perceived this task as trivial. During the campaign against the malevolent deity, he had demonstrated formidable and awe-inspiring strength. The Amazonian people of Paradise Island revered bravery and strength, naturally gravitating towards powerful rulers, and he epitomized the ideal sovereign. Therefore, Li Qi conveyed to Hippolyta the necessity of convening the council to announce this matter. Hippolyta nodded in agreement, preparing to summon the guards to inform the council members. However, after a moment's reflection, Li Qi decided it prudent to first bring in Diana and Antiope to discuss matters with them in advance, ensuring a smoother progression. Hippolyta signaled for the guards at the palace entrance to fetch her daughter and sister. Meanwhile, Li Qi remained comfortably seated at the dining table, relishing the queen's attentive ministrations as she kneaded his shoulders, back, and legs. A short while later, the rhythmic sound of steady footsteps echoed from the palace entrance. The queen ceased her service, standing quietly and gracefully beside her master. Diana and Antiope, clad in striking military attire, had been diligently overseeing post-war preparations. With the alarm now lifted, most warriors were returning to their normal training and routines. This morning, they had been absorbed in these tasks. Upon receiving the summons from the queen, Diana and Antiope exchanged glances, then stepped forward in unison, marching with purpose to the palace entrance. Before entering the royal chamber hand in hand, upon seeing Li Qi, their reactions were nearly identical. Diana's eyes lit up, her face radiating delight, clearly overjoyed. Conversely, General Antiope, having witnessed Li Qi's formidable prowess in battle, had undergone a significant shift in her demeanor. Previously grateful for his gallant rescues during the skirmish at the Shallows, his valorous combat at sea, and his overwhelming presence during the aerial confrontation with the malevolent deity, she now fully acknowledged his bravery and revered him as a benefactor of Paradise Island. Antiope offered Li Qi a friendly expression, though her naturally stern demeanor rendered her smile somewhat awkward. Understanding the shift in Antiope's attitude, Li Qi returned her smile with sincerity, his eyes conveying warmth and understanding. After greeting Li Qi, Diana flitted to Hippolyta's side like a joyful little bird, affectionately taking her mother's arm, tilting her head sweetly to inquire, "Your Majesty, why have you summoned us?" In that moment, Diana exuded the charm of a playful, slightly clingy princess, revealing a delightful aspect of her character to Li Qi. Hippolyta glanced at her daughter and sister, then at her master, her expression laced with hesitation, before gradually sharing the conversation she had just had with Li Qi. Diana, upon hearing about the transition of power on Paradise Island, displayed no particular concern. Instead, she welcomed and supported the decision, her face beaming with a radiant smile as she nodded vigorously. However, General Antiope looked taken aback, her brow furrowed in confusion. While it was only fitting to honor and express gratitude towards Li Qi as their benefactor and esteemed guest, the notion of ceding the throne to him was startlingly unexpected. Thus, with a serious expression, General Antiope earnestly advised her sister, "Your Majesty, I believe we should deliberate this matter carefully. While Li Qi is indeed our benefactor, our Amazonian kin are all women and warriors. If you no longer wish to be queen, we should seek a female successor, as that would be more appropriate." Antiope's counsel was subtly articulated, clearly indicating her reluctance for Li Qi to assume the role of king. Li Qi held no disdain for this brave warrior. Her words resonated with the reality of their situation. However, having made up his mind, Li Qi refrained from engaging in extensive explanations with Antiope. Instead, he discreetly activated his abilities, using an intangible force to penetrate and control the depths of the general's mind, compelling her to unconditionally endorse his proposal. Instantly, Antiope's gaze became vacant, her eyes glazing over, and she mechanically nodded in support. This subtle change went unnoticed by the queen and the observing Diana. Li Qi had merely influenced the general's thoughts and consciousness, with no intention of incorporating her into his harem. The formidable general, endowed with immense strength, is a paragon of muscularity, her physique exuding a palpable sense of power, resembling a female titan. She stands even more robust and towering than Li Qi. And in light of her warrior-like stature, Li Qi harbors no thoughts of conquest. In contrast, the queen, also a warrior, possesses a more balanced physique than her sister. Her muscles, while strong, are not the stiff and bulging variety, but rather harmoniously proportioned, embodying a unique charm reminiscent of a mature woman from the medieval era. Thus, Li Qi intends to designate the general to remain on Paradise Island, tasked with overseeing its daily operations, defenses, and various affairs, thereby becoming a steadfast pillar for the island's stable development. As for the queen, he envisions taking her on excursions or engaging in other activities, allowing her to serve and accompany him, relishing her tenderness and thoughtfulness. Moreover, Diana, with her captivating beauty and graceful form, along with her exceptional divine and martial prowess, is perfectly suited to be a bodyguard, and Li Qi will undoubtedly keep her close, making her a valuable ally. At present, the three women before him have unanimously agreed to recognize Li Qi as the king of Paradise Island. The next step will be to convene a council of representatives. Chapter 59. The Ascension to Paradise Island. Queen Hippolyta of Paradise Island, alongside her sister, General Antiope, and Princess Diana, all graciously agreed to elevate Rick to the status of king. Hippolyta then instructed the guards stationed at the palace entrance to summon the council members for an assembly. Meanwhile, Rick was within the palace, meticulously bathing and dressing. Due to Diana's presence in the palace, he refrained from having the queen accompany him for this bath. After refreshing himself, he donned a finely tailored suit of exquisite quality that he had brought along. Given the ceremonial nature of the council meeting to confirm the transfer of royal power, Rick was dutifully preparing himself for the occasion. Before long, The head guard respectfully reported to the queen that all council members had been notified, and they were expected to gather in the assembly hall within half an hour. In the palace study, the three women shared light conversation with Rick for a moment before leisurely strolling along the winding pathway of the palace complex, glimmering with golden hues, towards the assembly hall. Upon entering the assembly hall, Rick noticed that the members were standing quietly by their respective seats, their faces radiating an air of ease and joy, devoid of the usual din and chaos that accompanied their meetings. At that moment, the majority were unaware of the monumental change about to transpire on Paradise Island. Most believed this assembly was merely a post-war debriefing, resulting in a relaxed atmosphere. When they saw Rick entering the hall flanked by the three high-ranking women, the council members displayed no signs of surprise. After all, Rick was the hero who had vanquished the evil deity, and the Amazonian people revered heroes. They erupted into enthusiastic applause, filling the hall with a joyful ambience. Rick smiled and waved, nodding in acknowledgement, before falling into a momentary silence. Queen Hippolyta cleared her throat, and as the applause gradually subsided, she succinctly and emphatically proclaimed the significant news. Esteemed council members, I thank you all for attending this assembly. Following the recent invasion by the evil deity, I trust you are all familiar with Mr. Rick's courageous deeds and exceptional abilities. Therefore, I hereby solemnly announce that I, Hippolyta, shall relinquish the mantle of Queen of Paradise Island and place the crown of King upon Mr. Rick's head. Please note that this is not a matter for discussion, but rather a formal declaration of my decision. Should anyone have differing opinions, feel free to express them, and we shall collectively seek a resolution. Upon her declaration, the queen anticipated a flurry of heated debate and dissent in the assembly hall. However, to her and Rick's astonishment, nearly all the council members nodded in agreement, stepping forward in solidarity. Rick found this outcome somewhat unexpected yet inherently logical. The Amazonian tribe valued strength and bravery, and Rick's outstanding performance had already earned him the respect of nearly all present. Thus, his ascension to the throne seemed a foregone conclusion in their minds. As the approaching female council members bowed respectfully before Rick, they chanted slogans in support of the new king, affirming that under Rick's guardianship, Paradise Island would be safeguarded and tranquil. Witnessing this, Hippolyta felt her lingering concerns dissipate entirely. She quietly positioned herself behind Rick, assuming the role of his loyal supporter. Diana was evidently elated, though she restrained her exuberance in the presence of so many. General Antiope displayed no overt signs of excitement. Her resolute demeanor conveyed admiration for Rick, and she stepped back, diligently adhering to her responsibilities as a general. Rick, acknowledging the gestures of deference, politely nodded in return, helping the nearest female council members to their feet. He then delivered a heartfelt and sincere address. I am profoundly grateful for your kindness. Upon accepting this weighty responsibility, I pledge to devote myself entirely to the advancement of Paradise Island, modernizing it while ensuring that every member of the Amazonian tribe enjoys prosperity and security. Therefore, I implore you to trust me, dear compatriots. The council members erupted into enthusiastic applause, marking a swift and seamless transition of power. Subsequently, Rick, in his capacity as the supreme leader, issued his first directive. Comrades, as my initial act of governance, I hereby dissolve the council. You need no longer toil over the safety of Paradise Island. I sincerely appreciate your selfless contributions over the millennia. In return, you shall all enjoy enhanced privileges and living conditions. Rick's straightforward announcement of the council's dissolution and the revocation of council member titles was met with unanimous nods of agreement. As these members, who had always respected strength and obeyed the king's commands, willingly accepted their return to the status of ordinary Amazonians. However, Rick did not equate them merely with the common populace. He instructed Hippolyta to integrate all present into the Amazonian Guard and military. Given Paradise Island's status as an independent entity, security was paramount, necessitating the inclusion of many Amazonians in the Guard and security teams. Hippolyta acknowledged the directive with a nod. After briefly conveying a few more instructions, Rick announced the assembly's dismissal. The assembly hall would be repurposed for future use. Once everyone had exited the palace, General Antiope approached the king to bid farewell, stating her intent to return to her duties. Rick solemnly nodded, entrusting the security responsibilities to the steadfast general. Upon hearing this, Antiope's face displayed a resolute expression as she promised not to betray the king's trust. After her departure, only Rick, Hippolyta, and Princess Diana remained in the vast hall. The three then returned to the queen's palace. Observing Diana's eagerness to converse with her mother, Rick surmised that the young princess was keen to discuss the prospect of venturing beyond the island, thus refraining from interrupting their dialogue. Princess Diana affectionately leaned towards Hippolyta, clasping her mother's arm and imploringly said, "Mother, now that the island is secure and the world outside is peaceful, might we consider fully opening Paradise Island? If so, may I finally explore the wonders of the outside world? Having spent millennia on the island, I long to experience the marvels beyond." Her tone was gentle and filled with yearning. Hippolyta smiled and nodded in agreement, granting her daughter's request. Previously, when conversing with Rick, she had issued a similar directive, which facilitated her swift consent to Diana's wish. Upon hearing the affirmation, Diana beamed with excitement, teasing her mother playfully before joyfully running to Rick, exclaiming, "Mother has consented. So, Rick, when shall we depart for the vibrant and modern world outside? I can hardly wait." Rick regarded the beaming Princess Diana, gently patting her shoulder as he replied, "Let us wait a couple of days. Once all matters on Paradise Island are settled, we shall return to New York, and I promise to spend several delightful days exploring with you." Diana was, of course, overjoyed by this news. Rick continued to converse with the mother and daughter until Diana returned to her quarters to prepare for their journey. Once she departed, only Rick and Hippolyta remained in the chamber, where Hippolyta diligently attended to her host, ensuring he was comfortable as he prepared to rest. Chapter 60. As king at long last, Princess Diana returned to her chamber, her heart brimming with joy. Within the royal palace, only Lychee and Hippolyta remained. In this moment, Hippolyta attended to Lychee with gentle care. After tossing and turning for some time, Lychee gradually rose from the bed, soft as clouds. The time for lunch had quietly passed, and thus Lychee and Hippolyta partook of a simple yet exquisite meal that the palace kitchen had thoughtfully prepared. In the afternoon, Lychee and Hippolyta commenced their tour of Paradise Island. They strolled through the majestic palatial complex, steeped in a history that spanned millennia, the grandeur of which radiated an antique charm. Hippolyta guided the new king through each corner, including the treasure vault. Princess Diana, brimming with excitement, eagerly took on the role of a tour guide, passionately sharing the wonders of the palace. After more than 2 hours of exploration, they concluded their tour. Although Paradise Island is not vast in area, its architectural clusters are remarkably dense. The Amazons are endowed with long lifespans, however. Due to the absence of male kin on Paradise Island, no new births have occurred. Over the ages, each loss within the tribe has resulted in a diminishing count, a fate decreed by Zeus, the king of the gods atop Mount Olympus, who commanded that Paradise Island remain concealed as a hidden force. For nearly 7,000 years, Zeus has had no contact with Paradise Island. Presently, Hippolyta is entirely unaware of the circumstances surrounding the deities of Olympus. After their tour, she and Lychee discussed Zeus and the gods. Her demeanor remained calm and composed, betraying no longing or envy for the divine realm. The war among the gods of Olympus, which transpired 7 millennia ago, has sown seeds of trepidation within Hippolyta's heart regarding that world of deities. Now, as Lychee assumes the mantle of king, Hippolyta has firmly drawn the line between herself and Mount Olympus, a sentiment she has conveyed to her kin. Lychee gently waved his hand, signaling to Hippolyta that she need not dwell on the matter, for after such a long absence, it is conceivable that even the gods of Olympus are ensnared in their own predicaments. Given the formidable display of power and divinity exhibited by the malevolent god Ares, it is apparent that even the divine may struggle against the onslaught of nuclear weaponry. One wonders, could Zeus withstand such a challenge? The answers shall only become clear after a thorough study of Ares' corporeal form. Lychee chose not to delve deeper into this topic with Hippolyta at that moment. As night descended, the palace and the training grounds were adorned with lights, suffused with a festive atmosphere as the inhabitants celebrated the coronation of their new king. Lychee was aware that, according to the traditions of the Olympian clan of Paradise Island, a grand celebration should last 3 days, reminiscent of customs in Taro village. He felt little concern regarding this, since it was tradition, it would proceed unimpeded. That night, Paradise Island was enveloped in a sea of joy. The Amazons, known for their valor and strength, celebrated in a myriad of ways, including song and dance, free combat, equestrian displays, martial arts exhibitions, and weapon sparring. Throughout these 3 days, Lychee occasionally joined the Amazons to observe their festivities and even engaged in friendly competitions to stretch his limbs. Possessing a physique akin to that of a deity and unparalleled adaptability, his physical prowess far surpassed that of the gods of Olympus and even the Amazons. Before him, the tribe members appeared as mere children. After several contests, it was clear that he had barely begun to warm up. Subsequently, Lychee refrained from further competitions. However, Princess Diana persistently clamored for a chance to spar with him. As a child of the gods, she was several times stronger than the average Amazon, surpassing even Hippolyta and General Antiope. Lychee exchanged a few moves with the young princess and quickly discerned her extraordinary talent. Within her lay the latent power of the God King, akin to a fierce dragon lurking in the depths. Yet, at this juncture, Diana had yet to grasp how to wield the primal force within her, and Lychee would need to guide and nurture her potential in the days to come. 3 days later, an ocean-going freighter dispatched by Stark Industries successfully arrived at Paradise Island, braving the waves. Accompanying the freighter were numerous transport vessels laden with a plethora of modern modular structures and various defensive implements. The modular structures were designed for the swift construction of contemporary facilities, while the defense equipment included an extensive array of firearms, explosives, rockets, and missiles of all types. Stark, a titan in arms manufacturing, possessed a vast inventory, making the provision of supplies for Taro Village and Paradise Island a trivial endeavor. The shipment included a substantial quantity of weaponry, even featuring small nuclear devices among its arsenal. The contingent also comprised a multitude of designers, builders, and military security personnel. Given Paradise Island's isolation in the northern seas, far removed from Stark's headquarters in New York, it was imperative that the defensive arrangements be thorough and secure, an aspect Leachy consistently emphasized. Thus, the company headquarters dispatched a significant number of personnel, led by the experienced and portly Happy. Leachy felt reassured entrusting this crucial project to Happy. After 2 more days, work commenced across Paradise Island. Rather than altering or renovating the ancient Greek-style palatial complex, Leachy chose to level the undulating hills and mountains to expand the territory. His ambition was to establish new settlements. Paradise Island boasts a vast expanse, with the palatial structures occupying merely a fraction of its area, necessitating extensive development across the island. After overseeing operations for 2 days, Leachy resolved to depart Paradise Island and return to Stark headquarters. In choosing between Hippolyta and Diana, he opted to escort Princess Diana off the island first. As for Hippolyta, opportunities for future excursions would be plentiful, and this particular instance mattered little. After expressing his intentions to both women, Diana nearly leaped with joy, embracing Leachy and offering heartfelt gratitude filled with respect. At this moment, Leachy refrained from employing any mental influence over Diana, imposing neither coercion nor invasion upon the young princess. He did not intend to subjugate her within Paradise Island, while Hippolyta had already become a member of his court, unconditionally adhering to any proposal from the king. Nodding her head with a smile, Leachy permitted Hippolyta to oversee matters on Paradise Island in his absence, with the defense still under General Antiope's command. Happy, the portly overseer, would remain for a time before departing. With the arrival of 40 steel exosuits aboard the freighter, Leachy ensured their proper placement on Paradise Island for defensive purposes, alongside a backup of the Jarvis AI program. At this juncture, Paradise Island's defenses were formidable, capable of withstanding even an assault from the gods of Olympus. Once all arrangements were finalized, Leachy prepared to quietly board a ship at dawn the following day, opting against a grand farewell ceremony. Chapter 61. Possessing Diana. Thus, Leachy resolved to quietly depart from Paradise Island with Princess Diana the following dawn. Wishing neither to disturb the Amazonian inhabitants nor to invite his Stark Company associates to bid farewell, especially the rotund Happy, he intended solely to take the luxurious cruise ship. Indeed, the vessel he commanded had anchored near Paradise Island while the Stark team traversed the North Sea. That night, Leachy found himself in the former Queen's chambers, now nominally his royal palace, where he shared a tender moment with Hippolyta, who devoted herself to his every need. Leachy contemplated that upon his next visit to Paradise Island, he would reside in a modern edifice adjacent to the palace complex. As dawn approached, the sky remained adorned with a scattering of stars. The tranquil waters shimmered like silk in the distance. Leachy and Princess Diana, clad in a long black coat paired with a simple shirt and jeans, set forth on horseback from the palace, leisurely making their way to the ancient dock of Paradise Island. The cruise ship, moored just beyond the shallow waters, had been expertly guided to the dock. Diana gazed at the grand vessel, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she joyfully leapt onto the deck with ease. Her innate strength and agility rendered the short distance a mere trifle. Leachy untied the ropes and anchor of the ship, steadily making his way to the helm. Together, the man and woman piloted the opulent cruise ship away from Paradise Island. On a slightly elevated hillside within the island, Hippolyta, the Prime Minister of Paradise Island, along with General Antiope and the corpulent Happy, silently observed the retreating ship. They dared not defy Leachy's wishes or openly send him off. Thus they trailed discreetly to this vantage point. After respectfully watching Leachy's temporary departure, the trio stood silently for 5 or 6 minutes before returning to their abodes. Hippolyta returned to her somewhat empty chamber, lying on her bed and gazing at the depictions of the gods from Mount Olympus painted on the walls and ceiling. The more she looked, the more discontent she felt. Consequently, she resolved to have modern watercolors and ink paintings cover the ancient frescoes, gradually abandoning the classical Greek style. General Antiope, meanwhile, fortified her resolve to protect Paradise Island, her eyes shining with determination. Happy increasingly complied with the president's directives, feeling a swell of pride as he witnessed the Stark Group's flourishing expansion and Leachy's extraordinary charisma. As the saying goes, a woman fears marrying the wrong man, while a man fears choosing the wrong profession. Happy felt reassured in his choices. Meanwhile, aboard the cruise ship, Leachy and Diana, seizing the opportunity of the early dawn, set the ship in motion, gradually leaving the waters surrounding Paradise Island before decisively increasing the speed. Guided by Jarvis's precise navigation, the ship surged towards New York, traversing the vast Atlantic Ocean, a journey that would require no less than 5 to 7 days. After more than an hour of sailing, the sky brightened abruptly. The radiant sun leapt from the horizon like a brilliant fireball, instantly casting a golden glow that invigorated the spirit. Leachy and Diana stood side by side at the edge of the deck, silently admiring the rising sun. For the first time in millennia, Diana had left Paradise Island, flitting about like a joyful bird, chattering incessantly. "Leachy, look at that cloud. Doesn't it resemble a soaring eagle?" she exclaimed, her eyes brimming with wonder. Leachy smiled and followed her gaze, responding gently, "Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance." You possess such a marvelous and unique imagination. As the first golden rays of sunlight tenderly caressed Diana's resolute yet youthful visage, they felt as though they were immersed in a golden dreamscape. Diana shed her black coat, tossing it casually onto the deck, gracefully standing at the railing with her arms outstretched, as if to warmly embrace the newborn son. Watching this innocent and endearing girl, Li Qi's affection for Diana blossomed even further. He approached her softly, standing quietly by her side as the sea breeze caressed their hair. Diana, from this moment forth, you shall explore a world far broader than you have ever known, he murmured, his voice filled with anticipation. Diana turned her head, her gaze resolute and brimming with expectation. With you by my side, I shall fear nothing. After reveling in the joys of the deck for a while, the sun ascended higher in the sky. The azure ocean sparkled like countless diamonds, with fish joyfully leaping from the water as if to warmly welcome Diana into this new realm. Subsequently, Li Qi ventured into the ship's kitchen to prepare breakfast, opting to savor the delectable seafood of the sea. As he emerged with a beautifully presented dish, Diana immediately approached, inhaling deeply and exclaiming, "Wow, it smells incredible. I had no idea you were such an expert in the kitchen." Li Qi smiled as he placed the plate on the table. "Do try it. I hope the flavor pleases you." Diana eagerly took a bite, her eyes sparkling like stars. "This is the most delicious fish I have ever tasted." In the morning, Li Qi and Diana alternated between lazily basking in the warm sun on the deck and enthusiastically fishing with rods. Diana found everything utterly novel, and though she caught several large fish, she gently released them back into the sea after a moment's hesitation. "Why do you return them?" Li Qi inquired softly, curious. Diana replied earnestly, "They can only live freely in the sea. I do not wish to deprive them of their freedom for my fleeting amusement." Li Qi gazed at her, filled with admiration and warmth. "You are truly kind and delightful." Their first day was filled with laughter and joy. By the second day, Diana had wholly embraced Li Qi as her beloved partner. Throughout this time, Li Qi refrained from employing his extraordinary abilities on Diana's mind, allowing their feelings to develop naturally. As the first man she had ever engaged with, Diana's innocent heart had already embraced Li Qi as the sole man she cherished deeply. On the afternoon of the second day, they sat together on the plush bed in the ship's cabin. Diana's gaze was tender, her eyes sparkling as she gently removed her t-shirt and jeans. The library on Paradise Island housed numerous texts penned by scholars from Mount Olympus, including those on romantic relationships and emotional and psychological matters. Thus, Diana was well acquainted with the burgeoning emotions and impulses of youth from those classical tomes. The man before her had opened her heart completely, and everything unfolded effortlessly. Diana tilted her head slightly, tenderly kissing Li Qi's lips, and they shared an intimate embrace as they gradually reclined on the soft bedding. In this manner, Diana officially became a significant member of Li Qi's harem. In the ensuing 3 days, Diana and Li Qi were inseparable, their bond growing ever stronger. Rich savored the gentle companionship and profound affection of Diana. The vast ocean seemed to isolate them from the worldly realm, with no vessels appearing in the vicinity. The route meticulously charted by Jarvis was both secure and efficient, with 5 mechs soaring overhead like vigilant guardians. As they approached the eastern coast of North America, mere hours away from New York, Rich began to meticulously review the progress of various projects within Stark Industries. Under the leadership of the puppet Tony and Pepper, the company flourished vibrantly. Following a sudden incident that had caused the stock price to plummet by approximately 1/3, they had now recuperated a significant portion of the lost market value, and the acquisition of other companies was proceeding in an orderly manner. At this juncture, Stark Industries stood at a pivotal stage in the early phases of its merger with Oscorp. Chapter 62, The Graceful Miss. May after a span of more than half a month, Li Qi finally returned to Stark Tower in New York from Paradise Island, accompanied by Diana. He ascended directly to the top-floor executive office via a private elevator. Upon entering the spacious office, he observed that the area was impeccably clean, a testament to Gwen's diligent daily maintenance. Her meticulous work ethic genuinely pleased Li Qi. Settling comfortably into the expansive chair, he was joined by the statuesque Wonder Woman, Diana. Under her prominent nose, her lips resembled ripe cherries, exuding an alluring charm. Clad in a luxurious black trench coat that billowed gracefully with her every subtle movement, she wore a white t-shirt and jeans that accentuated her long, slender legs, creating a harmonious silhouette. Her long hair was neatly tied into a high ponytail, with playful strands framing her face, adding a touch of youthful vitality and dynamism, an exquisite amalgamation of various charms. In the solitude of the office, Li Qi gestured gently for Diana to join him in his embrace. They shared a tender moment in the expansive chair. Subsequently, Li Qi used the intercom to summon his puppet, Tony, and Pepper Potts, seeking a detailed update on the company's affairs during his absence. Although he had reported to the chairman via satellite phone while on the cruise, he still hoped for a more comprehensive briefing from Tony. At that moment, Stark Industries was actively pursuing a formal acquisition of Oscorp, whose current chairman was Norman Osborn. This large enterprise focused on bioresearch and pharmaceuticals, boasting a market value of approximately 20 to 25 billion. However, Osborn was adamantly opposed to the acquisition. Even in the face of a roughly 20 premium on the purchase price, he remained resolute in his refusal, disregarding the offer entirely. This left Tony Stark in a quandary, uncertain whether to employ gentle persuasion or assertive tactics to compel Norman Osborn to acquiesce to the acquisition. His puppet, Tony, reported that after extensive investigation, he had discovered that while Oscorp appeared formidable, it was, in fact, internally weakened, with cash flow nearly depleted and the financial chain precariously fragile. The company's projects were at critical research stages, but had failed to achieve substantial breakthroughs. Among them were two particularly significant research initiatives. One was a biogenetic transplant project led by Dr. Connors, and the other was a human enhancement biopharmaceutical project overseen personally by Norman Osborn. These ambitious endeavors, alongside several interdisciplinary projects, required vast resources yet yielded little return, leading to considerable discontent among the Oscorp board members. The board leaned toward a sale, while Osborn stubbornly held his ground, creating an awkward stalemate between the two companies. After absorbing this report, Li Chi leaned back in his chair, deep in thought about how to deftly persuade Norman Osborn. However, the immediate priority was to locate young Spider-Man, Peter Parker. He instructed his puppet, Tony, to maintain vigilant oversight of the acquisition process before allowing him to depart. Pepper Potts lingered momentarily. Her freckled face framed by flowing golden hair gathered into a ponytail, with a few strands playfully cascading along her flawless neck, exuding a gentle charm. Dressed in a fitted black secretary suit, she cast a fleeting envious glance at the youthful, vibrant Diana beside her, which was quickly replaced by a look of respect and admiration toward Li Chi. Li Chi regarded Pepper for a moment, initially intending to dismiss her to continue her duties for the company. However, after a brief contemplation, he decided to contrast her with Hippolyta from Paradise Island. He instructed his secretary to guide Diana through the various departments and floors of the company to familiarize her with the environment. Following this, Diana would assume a position as the head of security at Stark Industries before being dispatched to S.H.I.E.L.D. for further training. It had been nearly 20 days since he sent the Wasp to S.H.I.E.L.D., and he planned to send Diana shortly thereafter. After Diana departed with the other secretary, Li Chi beckoned Pepper to approach. She provided a more comprehensive and detailed report. As he listened, he reflected on the differences between her and Hippolyta. While Pepper exhibited a gentle demeanor, Hippolyta radiated a wild, fiery spirit. The contrast in their expressiveness was striking. After dismissing Pepper to resume her busy schedule, Li Chi pondered the urgency of finding Peter Parker. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Having had lunch aboard the cruise, he did not feel hungry after spending over an hour at the office. He decided to summon Gwen, calling her to the executive office. Now elevated to the position of research team leader, Gwen arrived dressed in her standard work attire. The white t-shirt she wore elegantly highlighted her curvaceous upper body, paired with a knee-length white pencil skirt that showcased her rounded, well-defined figure. She strode confidently in high heels, each step resonating with assurance. Her golden hair, tied into a ponytail, danced lightly with her movements, akin to melodic notes. With her lips painted a vibrant red, the striking color contrasted beautifully against her fair skin, her youthful countenance adorned with a respectful expression that appeared noticeably more relaxed than Pepper's. Li Chi, instead of providing immediate guidance, initiated a conversation about Peter Parker. Gwen, enlighten me about your classmate, Peter Parker. Gwen replied methodically, Peter Parker is an academically strong student, consistently performing well across various disciplines. However, he seems particularly busy lately. Following your earlier instructions, I have been trying to reach out to him for the past 2 weeks. Yet he has been rather unresponsive, behaving rather mysteriously. Li Chi nodded thoughtfully, instructing the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, to utilize big data to comprehensively assess Peter Parker's recent activities. Jarvis acknowledged the command and swiftly initiated a thorough analysis of surveillance and information streams in Queens and the surrounding areas to track Peter Parker's recent movements and any unusual behavior. As Gwen stood beside him, she observed the projected images of Peter Parker's recent activities. It became evident that Peter had experienced a remarkable enhancement in physical fitness and athletic abilities over the past several months. Each night, he engaged in crime fighting throughout the city's shadowy corners, tackling petty thefts, robberies, and other illicit acts against women. Fortunately, his actions had not drawn significant attention thus far. Notably, his uncle Ben Parker remained alive, contrary to the original narrative where he tragically fell victim to violence. Realizing this presented an exceptional opportunity, Li Chi scrutinized the projected figures. Peter Parker, with a typical high school appearance, sported slightly disheveled hair and a tall, lean frame, his youthful exuberance accentuated by 2 deep dimples when he smiled. Uncle Ben Parker, a quintessential middle-aged worker in his 40s, bore the marks of time on his face, exuding a hard-working and down-to-earth demeanor. According to the information, he is a diligent and dedicated maintenance worker in the field of plumbing and electricity, who has also served in the military and participated in combat. Aunt May, the guardian of Peter Parker, presents herself as a woman in her 30s, with elegantly arched eyebrows and eyes that resemble a crystal-clear lake, revealing a myriad of emotions in her gaze. Although she does not hold a specific job, she devotes herself to caring for her nephew and uncle as a homemaker, occasionally engaging in community activities. It is evident from Aunt May's current appearance that she must have been exceptionally graceful and extraordinarily beautiful in her youth. Though she has aged slightly, she still possesses an elegance that far surpasses that of the average woman of her age. Observing Aunt May, Lychee contemplated not only the necessity of bringing the young Spider-Man under his wing, but also the importance of ensuring a stable life for Peter's family. He picked up a ballpoint pen and lightly tapped it against the table, focusing intently as he instructed the artificial intelligence. Jarvis, arrange for Ben Parker and Aunt May to work at a branch of Stark Industries, preferably one close to their residence. Furthermore, elevate all scholarships, grants, and benefits for Peter Parker from high school through university to the highest standards. This evening, we shall meet that exemplary young man who traverses the city with such agility each night. Chapter 63. The follower Aunt May. Note: the Aunt May referenced in this article is from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, neither the older version nor the extraordinary version from Spider-Man. Upon seeing the Ben Parker family, particularly the elegant Aunt May, Richie instantly resolved to offer Peter Parker additional care and guidance. Through the vast data collected by Jarvis, Richie had already grasped Peter Parker's current whereabouts and all his recent activities. At this stage, Peter was exploring his newly acquired spider abilities, with significant enhancements in physical fitness, jumping capability, and motor coordination, embarking on a journey to combat crime, and urgently in need of a mentor. Richie decisively decided to recruit Ben Parker and Aunt May under Stark Industries. As a mid-level plumber, Ben Parker's plumbing company held no affiliation with Stark Enterprises, prompting Jarvis to swiftly acquire the plumbing company and subsequently issue orders to transfer Ben Parker to the Stark branch in Queens, New York, as the plumbing department manager, while appointing Aunt May as the head of the secretarial department. Recognizing the significance of such personnel arrangements, Richie felt compelled to personally visit the Parker residence to convey this good news. Richie glanced at Gwen beside him, then turned his attention to Wonder Woman Diana, who had just entered the president's office. He pondered whom to take along to the Parker household. Considering Gwen's familiarity with Peter Parker as classmates, Richie ultimately decided to bring Gwen with him. He checked the time, noting it was nearing noon. Richie first led Diana to the nearby pedestrian shopping district, where they enjoyed a sumptuous lunch together, followed by a leisurely shopping spree, acquiring a delightful assortment of items. In the supermarket, mall, and park, Diana seemed to transform into a joyful child, excitedly exploring her surroundings. Faced with a variety of goods, vibrant clothing, and intriguing cosmetics, she enthusiastically selected and purchased items, resulting in a van filled to the brim. Satisfied, Diana exited the central department store, now well past 3 p.m. In his earpiece, Jarvis promptly informed Richie that matters regarding the Parker family's employment had been successfully arranged. Richie smiled, gestured for the cheerful young woman to join him in the van, and they returned to Stark Tower. Diana carefully chose some beautiful clothing and cosmetics from the van and took the dedicated elevator straight to the third floor. This area housed not only offices and recreational spaces, but also bedrooms and lounges. At that moment, Richie had no intention of relocating Diana elsewhere. Instead, he selected a cozy room in the lounge area for her, settling her in and placing the bags in the spacious, comfortable bedroom. Afterwards, Richie gently advised Diana to remain there and not venture outside, as he had some matters to attend to but would return by evening. Diana nodded obediently, assuring Richie she would diligently practice her makeup and styling skills. Richie acknowledged her response and returned to the president's office, using the intercom to summon Gwen. The two then descended together, got into the car, and, following Jarvis's precise navigation, headed straight for 20 Ingram Street in Queens. Although situated in the Queens district, the location was somewhat on the outskirts, belonging to a modest residential area. Upon their arrival, Richie and Gwen exited the vehicle, with Gwen cheerfully approaching the door to ring the bell, the clear sound echoing. Within half a minute, the door of the Parker home opened slowly. Richie observed a gentle middle-aged woman, her expression laced with curiosity as she regarded the two visitors. Aunt May's features were soft, her azure eyes filled with warmth and enthusiasm, her lips full, and her brown hair cascading like silk over her shoulders. Dressed in a white blouse paired with a black pencil skirt and black stockings, her slender figure and graceful posture exuded the elegance of a mature woman. Having previously visited Peter Parker's school, Aunt May found the girl with the yellow ponytail somewhat familiar, her eyes reflecting a hint of perplexity. Gwen smiled as she stepped up the stairs and softly addressed Aunt May. "Aunt May, I am Peter's classmate. We met at school, and you should remember me." She continued, "We have come to share some good news." Upon hearing Gwen's introduction, Aunt May recognized the beautiful girl before her and warmly extended her hand, welcoming Gwen inside. Gwen further introduced, "Aunt May, this is the president of Stark Industries. He has come to convey some good news." Upon realizing she was in the presence of the Stark Industries president, a look of astonishment and further confusion flickered in Aunt May's eyes, unable to comprehend why such a high-ranking corporate leader would visit her home. Nevertheless, Aunt May maintained her politeness, ushering Richie and Gwen inside while inquiring if they would prefer tea or coffee. Gwen thoughtfully encouraged Aunt May to sit in the living room to converse with President Richie while she took the initiative to head to the kitchen to boil water and brew tea, leaving the space for the primary discussion between Richie and Aunt May. Richie smiled as he regarded the alluring middle-aged woman, estimating her age to be around 34 or 35. In deference to Aunt May's hospitality, Richie seated himself on the living room sofa and began to articulate the purpose of his visit, inviting the Parkers to join Stark Industries. Speaking sincerely and earnestly, Richie conveyed his proposal while subtly planting the seed of mental control within Aunt May's mind. Wishing to avoid unnecessary delays, he opted for the most direct approach to gain her compliance. As Aunt May fell under his influence, she momentarily appeared dazed and numb, yet soon regained her composure, perceiving Richie as a pivotal figure in her life and transforming into his loyal follower. Consequently, she assured Richie of her and Ben's commitment to diligently working at Stark Industries. Noticing the time was still early, Richie confirmed with Jarvis the whereabouts of Ben Parker and Peter Parker, ensuring they would not return home to interrupt his plans. Thus, Richie resolved to solidify Aunt May's allegiance within the confines of the Parker residence. He gestured for Aunt May to guide him to the master bedroom, closing the door behind them. Although modest in size, the bedroom was meticulously clean and orderly. Aunt May willingly loosened her blouse buttons and attentively listened to the guidance offered by her new leader, completing a profound mental connection and resonance within the intimate space of the bedroom. Chapter 64. Ben Parker returns home in the bedroom of the Parkers. A gentle and warm light cascaded through the delicate seams of the curtains, casting a soft glow upon a bed that, though modest in size, was impeccably tidy. Aunt May reclined against the edge of the bed, having just undergone a psychological transformation at the hands of Richie. At this moment, her cheeks were flushed with a faint rosy hue reminiscent of twilight, and her eyes carried a dreamy allure, exuding an enchanting charm. Her once meticulously arranged chestnut hair now fell in playful disarray around her shoulders, a few strands whimsically brushing against her porcelain-like cheeks, enhancing her captivating allure. Aunt May's lips parted slightly, releasing gentle breaths, their vibrant hue resembling freshly bloomed petals, tender and inviting. She donned a simple cotton nightgown, its neckline casually opening to reveal the elegant contours of her collarbone. The garment gracefully hugged her figure, accentuating her well-preserved, voluptuous form despite her advancing years. The gentle rise and fall of her bosom, with each breath radiated an irresistible sensuality unique to mature women. After completing his psychological adjustment with his latest follower, Aunt May, Richie leisurely stretched his back before descending from the bed. Under Aunt May's attentive care, he meticulously dressed himself anew. Subsequently, he returned to the living room with his newly acquired follower. The Parker residence, modest in size, featured a compact layout with 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a basement, its overall style mirroring that of the neighboring homes. Upon taking a seat, Gwen gracefully placed a cup of brewed tea before him, handling it with utmost care. Richie gently lifted the cup, blowing softly upon its surface before savoring a sip, then placing it back upon the table with a steady hand. He glanced at Gwen and Aunt May standing nearby, addressing Aunt May. Since you and your husband have become part of Stark Industries, the company has arranged for apartments closer to the workplace for important employees. You may consider relocating. If you agree, we can arrange the move for tonight. The Parker home, located in Queens, was quite distant from Richie's location, prompting this suggestion to facilitate easier summons of Aunt May. Upon hearing this, Aunt May lowered her gaze in contemplation for a few moments. Although she was under Richie's control, it was somewhat lenient compared to others, merely securing her loyalty to ensure she would not engage in intimacy with any man aside from Richie. This included, of course, Ben Parker. After pondering briefly, loyalty gleamed in her eyes as she respectfully declined Richie's proposition, replying, "Chairman, we have lived here our entire lives and have grown fond of this place. Moreover, Peter attends school nearby, making it convenient for his daily commute. Therefore, President, I hope you can understand." Richie, unfazed by Aunt May's refusal, nodded gently, offering her kind words of encouragement and reminding the couple to report to their new jobs at the company the following day. Aunt May was filled with joy. As a full-time homemaker, the Parkers had previously faced financial constraints relying solely on Ben's income, which barely covered household expenses. Now, with both spouses securing higher-paying positions, their lives would surely become more comfortable. Richie had also extended additional financial support and low-interest loans to assist Peter Parker in improving his life. But Aunt May had graciously declined. Gwen and Aunt May exchanged a few casual remarks with Richie, who then smiled and gestured for the 2 women to sit. Easing their formality, they complied, albeit with a hint of hesitation. Gwen inadvertently glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing it was already past 6. Just then, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed from outside. Aunt May immediately stood, respectfully informing Richie, "President, Ben is back." Richie nodded slightly, remaining seated as his gaze shifted toward the hallway. Ben Parker pushed open the door, his voice brimming with joy and excitement before he even fully entered. "Darling, I have wonderful news. I've changed jobs, and the new company offers significantly better pay and a promotion. This is truly a cause for celebration. By the way, has Peter come home yet?" As he spoke, Ben's kind and unpretentious face appeared in the hallway, clad in a light gray electrician's uniform, his expression glowing with unabashed joy. In his 40s, Ben had a sturdy and robust build, instilling a sense of reliability. Upon noticing the distinguished Richie in the living room, he paused momentarily, followed by a glance at his wife and the young Gwen, his face filled with confusion. Aunt May hurriedly approached Ben, explaining, "This is Mr. Richie, the president of Stark Industries. He has come to inform us about our job transfers. We are now all working for Mr. Richie." Upon hearing this brief explanation, Ben's face transformed into an expression of sheer elation. Earlier that afternoon, learning that his plumbing company had been swiftly acquired by the renowned Stark Industries, and that he had been appointed head of the plumbing department at the Stark branch, his joy was beyond words. Thus, upon arriving home, he was eager to share the good news with Aunt May, only to find the company's big boss in their home. Overwhelmed with excitement, Ben approached Richie, his sincere smile radiating gratitude. "Mr. President, I never expected you to visit our home personally. I am truly grateful for your promotion." Richie waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he replied that it was merely a small matter. He valued Ben's abilities and hoped he would dedicate himself to the company. Ben's face beamed with pride, and with utmost sincerity, he assured Richie of his commitment to serve Stark Industries diligently. Richie nodded in acknowledgement, and at that moment, Ben's gaze shifted to Gwen. He recognized her vaguely, having seen her at a school meeting for Peter Parker. Gwen smiled warmly, greeting him. "Mr. Parker, it's a pleasure to see you again. I am Mr. Richie's secretary and currently employed at Stark Industries. I accompanied the president today to check on you and deliver this good news." Gwen's voice was sweet and melodious, like the tinkling of silver bells. Ben, upon hearing this, expressed his heartfelt gratitude once more. He then turned to Aunt May, whispering that they must invite Mr. Richie to dinner that evening, and he would go to the market to buy groceries. Hearing this, Richie smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Mr. Parker, there are urgent matters at the company that require my attention. By the way, hasn't Peter finished school yet? I'm quite interested in meeting him." Richie inquired about Peter Parker. Ben's eyes lit up with pride, yet were tinged with concern as he spoke of his nephew. Recently, Peter had been coming home late, often bearing bruises on his face. Ben had repeatedly asked Peter if he had been in fights, but Peter consistently denied it. Ben understood that adolescents often face small troubles during their growth, so he could empathize with his nephew's situation. Upon hearing that Richie was interested in Peter Parker, Ben Parker felt a swell of pride within him. Instinctively, he reached for his phone, wishing to call Peter and urge him to return home promptly. But Richie raised his hand to halt him. Richie indicated that he had pressing matters to attend to and would not wait for Peter to arrive. With a smile, he waved goodbye to the Parkers and turned to leave with Gwen. The Parkers stood at the door, their faces adorned with respectful expressions as they bid farewell to the president. Chapter 65, The Chivalrous Young Man. As LaQuie and Gwen departed from the Parker residence, the day remained brilliantly illuminated. It was the height of summer, where daylight lingered long into the evening. LaQuie decided to forego a return to Stark Tower for the time being and instead meander through Queens. In the car, Gwen firmly grasped the steering wheel, her focus unwavering as she navigated the vehicle, while LaQuie relaxed in the passenger seat. He addressed the air within the car, saying, "Jarvis, please investigate the current whereabouts of young Spider-Man, Peter Parker." Jarvis's calm electronic voice resonated within the vehicle. "Sir, young Spider-Man has finished school. He is not hurrying home, but is en route to an abandoned factory near the school via bus." Inside the factory, Peter Parker was engrossed in practice. Observe as he bent his legs slightly, exerting force akin to a leaping cheetah, effortlessly vaulting onto a steel beam several meters high. While practicing his web slinging, he stood in the open, his gaze imbued with determination and tenacity, like a cold star twinkling in the night sky. With a rapid flick of his wrist, webbing shot forth from his wrist-mounted device, zipping through the air to adhere to a distant wall, though his aim still needed refinement. With a powerful tug on the web, his body soared into the air like a released arrow, twisting and turning gracefully, continuously adjusting his posture like a dancer gliding through the air, his movements light and elegant. He had mastered the art of web creation, yet precision eluded him. Thus, for the past few nights, he had been diligently honing his skills here. Setting out on his chivalrous journey at around 9 o'clock, returning home to rest only after 11, exhausted. After Jarvis pinpointed young Spider-Man's location, LaQuie remained unperturbed, instructing Gwen to find a place to dine before they sought to rendezvous with Peter Parker later that evening. Gwen nodded in agreement, following LaQuie's directive as she gradually departed from the neighborhood where the Parkers lived, soon discovering a bustling Western-style restaurant in Queens. Together, LaQuie and Gwen entered the establishment, relishing a sumptuous dinner. Considering Gwen's long-standing residence in New York, her culinary preferences likely leaned toward Western cuisine, prompting LaQuie to forego Asian fare. In solitude, he often longed for the flavors of home, frequently indulging in Eastern dishes. Upon finishing their meal, Gwen accompanied LaQuie on a leisurely stroll through the neighborhood before they returned to the car, this time with LeQuy taking the wheel. The navigation screen indicated that young Spider-Man had departed from the abandoned factory and was now on the move. Jarvis collected footage from surveillance cameras along the route, projecting it within the car's interior, allowing them to monitor Spider-Man's every move. LeQuy drove with a steady hand, weaving skillfully through the bustling traffic, steadily approaching Spider-Man's location. On the navigation display, the little red dot representing Spider-Man darted about like a nimble sprite, even outpacing ordinary vehicles. Through the various intersection cameras, it became evident that Peter Parker, clad in a dark red costume and sporting a youthful mask, was darting along the streets of Queens. As he swung through the air with the aid of his webbing, his form was both light and agile, arms extended powerfully, creating a graceful arc in the air as he navigated between towering buildings, his figure fleeting and his speed akin to lightning. Street surveillance cameras could barely capture his blurred silhouette. However, through Jarvis's precise identification, it was undoubtedly Peter Parker. Now past 9 o'clock, LeQuy pressed the accelerator, the engine roaring to life as the vehicle surged forward like a wild stallion, pursuing Peter Parker's trail through several adjacent blocks. Meanwhile, Peter Parker, having completed 2 hours of intense training, hastily consumed a few bites of dinner before eagerly embarking on his nightly vigilante escapades, scaling walls and seeking thrills. To enhance his crime-fighting efficacy, he skillfully tuned into the police radio frequency, patrolling the streets. Upon spotting car thieves, robbers, or pickpockets, he acted without hesitation, aiming to establish himself as a paragon of virtue. After apprehending these petty criminals, he would promptly notify the patrolling officers to handle the aftermath. In his adolescent fervor, he, like many spirited youths, harbored dreams of becoming a superhero. Now endowed with abilities that many could only dream of, he yearned to shine before the world. In recent days, the media had begun to refer to him as the masked vigilante, Spider-Man, a term used to denote his silent protection of innocent citizens in the shadows of the city. Peter Parker felt a swell of pride upon hearing such titles, as he swung through the air with the ease of a pendulum. His keen eyes caught sight of a car thief lurking by the roadside, attempting to pry open a vehicle. A smirk crept across Peter Parker's lips as he descended silently, emitting a lengthy, nasally chuckle. "Hey, buddy, if I were you, I wouldn't be stealing such an old and cheap car. I'd opt for something fancier with autopilot." The thief, engrossed in his crime, was startled by the mocking voice from behind and turned abruptly. In the shadows, he beheld a figure in red attire, arms crossed, head tilted in a bemused manner, observing him. A jolt of realization struck the thief as he recalled the rumors circulating online about the masked vigilante. In a panic, he hastily discarded his screwdriver and wire, forcing a sheepish grin as he addressed Peter Parker. "Listen, man, I just couldn't sleep tonight, so I came out to grab a bite. This car belongs to my brother, and he's not home. I really ought to head back now." Having concocted this flimsy excuse, the thief attempted to make his escape. Peter Parker, amused by the scene, chuckled softly, lowered his arms, and shot a web from his left wrist, ensnaring the thief with precision, binding him firmly to the vehicle. "Hey, buddy, don't be in such a hurry to leave. My performance tonight is still at 0. Why not help me boost those numbers?" He then unleashed a flurry of webs, securing the thief tightly to the car, albeit not in the originally intended spot. With the thief captured, a triumphant smile adorned Peter Parker's face as he stepped forward, extracting the thief's phone from his pocket. Mimicking the thief's tone, he skillfully called the police to report the incident. The thief could only watch helplessly, immobilized by the webbing, pleading for mercy. Peter Parker, unfazed, placed the phone atop the car before shooting another web, darting away in search of his next target to rescue. Crossing 2 blocks, he detected a man in a black hoodie and jeans forcefully pushing a blonde woman clad in a bright, short skirt, her terrified pleas ringing out as he attempted to snatch her handbag. Peter Parker leaped from the air without hesitation, landing gracefully before the two individuals. His gaze fixated on the man, who was suspected to be a bag snatcher, and with a gentle push, he sent the hooded figure staggering back over a meter. He then turned to the woman, offering her a soft reassurance. "Miss, he intended to rob you, and now I shall teach him a lesson." The hooded man, relying on his imposing stature, glanced at this peculiar figure who had descended from above. Without a moment's thought, he bellowed and charged forward, ready to engage. Peter Parker, however, was not easily caught off guard. As he muttered to himself, he adeptly sidestepped the man's wild punches, effortlessly avoiding the blows. In quick succession, he delivered a precise strike to the man's abdomen followed by a forceful hit to his shoulder. The hooded man crumpled to the ground, as if struck by lightning, feeling as though he had been hit by a heavy sack, his stomach churning in agony, perhaps even bleeding. Upon witnessing this scene, the woman let out a piercing scream, furiously confronting Peter Parker. "That's my boyfriend. Why did you hit him? Are you out of your mind?" With that, she quickly knelt down, anxiously aiding the fallen man. As he collapsed, his hood fell away, revealing a dark face adorned with bright white teeth, while the woman bore the classic appearance of a blonde North American. It was then that Peter Parker realized his grave mistake. He had not encountered a thief at all. Embarrassed, he retreated a few steps, silently enduring the woman's two scathing remarks before vanishing into the shadows behind him. Chapter 66. Persuading Peter Parker. Young Spider-Man Peter Parker darted away like a swift gust of wind, escaping from the scene that had left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. With agility akin to that of a cheetah, he effortlessly leaped across 2 city blocks. Meanwhile, Li Chi drove steadily, his vehicle tracking Peter Parker's movements with the precision of a hunter pursuing its prey. At the intersection of Ferguson Street and Fifth Avenue, Li Chi's keen eyes caught a fleeting flash of vibrant red beneath the bright streetlights. He swiftly turned the steering wheel, skillfully maneuvering into a quieter, less bustling neighborhood in pursuit. At that moment, Li Chi was reluctant to employ mental control to subdue Peter Parker. After a brief contemplation, he gestured for Gwen to roll down the window and called out Peter Parker's name into the air. The agile young spider, darting through the skies like a bird, instantly recognized Gwen's familiar face through the window, flooding his mind with endless confusion and uncertainty. Despite his careful approach in recent days, akin to a nocturnal wanderer moving in the shadows, he wondered how he had still been discovered by a classmate. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, pondering the situation. What on earth is happening? How did Gwen find me here? Gwen enthusiastically waved at Peter Parker in the air, beckoning him to come closer. Li Chi parked the car steadily down a somewhat narrow alley. In the alley, Gwen gracefully opened the car door and descended. Clad in a snow-white shirt paired with a knee-length fitted skirt, exuding both competence and elegance, Li Chi followed suit, standing calmly by the car, his demeanor radiating steadiness and confidence. At this juncture, Peter Parker leaped onto a nearby high wall with the nimbleness of a monkey, peering down at the 2 below. His heart a tangled mess of conflicting emotions. He wrestled internally, unsure whether to confess that he was indeed Peter Parker. Seeing his hesitation, Gwen raised her voice, urging, "Peter, stop hesitating and come down." Peter Parker, still unsure, replied with a hint of trepidation, "Gwen, how did you find me?" With Li Chi's subtle nod of encouragement, Gwen waved at Peter Parker once more, gently calling, "Peter, come down. There's no need to wear the mask. I've known it's you all along. I harbor no ill will. After all, we are classmates, and you must know this in your heart." Despite Gwen's reassuring words, Peter Parker remained hesitant about removing his mask. Gwen continued to speak with patience, her soothing voice like a gentle spring breeze gradually dispelling his worries. Finally, he resolved to leap down from the wall, landing gracefully like an eagle taking flight, and slowly removed his mask to reveal his youthful yet strikingly handsome face, glowing vibrantly under the orange streetlight. Gwen looked at Peter Parker, skipping the pleasantries, and directly introduced, "Peter, this is Li Chi, the new CEO of Stark Industries. Mr. Li is quite interested in you, which is why he took the time to meet you personally." Peter Parker gazed at the handsome Asian man beside him. Confusion etched on his face, instinctively wanting to deny any association. However, Li Chi did not afford him that opportunity. Speaking with a tone imbued with respect and warmth, he said, "Mr. Parker, I am aware of your clandestine research into biological integration at home, understanding it to be your father's unfinished grand endeavor. I also recognize your nightly crusades as Spider-Man, traversing the city, righting wrongs and safeguarding the innocent. I hold great admiration for your actions and have come to invite you to join my ranks. In the future, I intend to involve you in battles of a higher caliber, allowing you to shine as a brilliant star, protecting our blue planet." Furrowing his brow, Peter Parker's eyes reflected suspicion as he questioned, "How do you know so much? What do you intend to do?" Li Chi smiled, sincerity illuminating his gaze, and replied, "Mr. Parker, I have been following your journey for quite some time. Your remarkable abilities should not be confined to mere street-level skirmishes. By collaborating with me, you will achieve greater significance in the future." Peter Parker fell into contemplation. After approximately half a minute, he inquired about the nature of the future battles. "So, Mr. Li, to be candid, everyone harbors a dream of being a hero, and I am no exception. I will not hide from you any longer. I am indeed the Spider-Man that has been the talk of the internet lately. What I am more concerned about is the nature of the battles you speak of for the future." Li Chi's demeanor was calm, his eyes shimmering with confidence as he spoke. "Those will be planetary-level battles, intergalactic in scale. One day, I firmly believe I will lead you to the grand battlefield of the cosmos. Child, while your actions of confronting petty crime on the streets at night are commendable, I know they do not represent the true aspirations of your heart. Come with me. I will introduce you to a boundless world and equip you with superior technology to maximize your extraordinary abilities." Peter Parker promptly pressed on, "Cosmic-level battles? What dangers will I face? Why should I trust you?" Li Chi's expression remained resolute, his voice resonating with conviction. "I solemnly assure you, under the esteemed name of Stark Industries, I will provide comprehensive and meticulous support, ensuring you have no concerns during battle." Li Chi began to gently persuade, like a patient mentor, meticulously painting a grand vision of the future for Peter Parker. He promised to lead him into fierce conflicts of higher dimensions and provide exquisite weaponry. He observed Peter Parker's handmade mask and suit, crafted from ordinary materials, and sincerely promised to tailor a specialized spider suit for him. with continuous upgrades according to actual needs. Confidently discussing mechs and various warfare tools, Li Qi expressed his eagerness to engage Peter Parker in deep discussions about the intricate designs of mechs, with the ultimate goal of creating an all-encompassing nanosuit. What vibrant, youthful soul could resist the allure of possessing high-end nano-level equipment? Peter Parker understood that breakthroughs in nanotechnology were still forthcoming, yet Li Qi assured him that within 2 years, these splendid visions would materialize. Under Li Qi's earnest and deeply compelling persuasion, Peter Parker gradually found himself swayed by the charismatic Eastern man before him. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his fervent convictions, seriously stating to Li Qi, "Mr. Li, I can agree to join your ranks and work at Stark Industries. However, New York is my beloved home, and Queens is where I have established my roots. I bear the responsibility of ensuring New York's safety and must protect it with all my might." Upon hearing this, Li Qi felt a stirring within. Such unwavering dedication to safeguarding one's home was indeed rare and commendable. Without hesitation, he promised to stand alongside Peter Parker in preserving the peace of New York, which finally alleviated Peter Parker's last concerns. With a genuine smile illuminating his face, he stepped forward and warmly shook Li Qi's hand. Throughout this brief yet significant conversation, Li Qi never resorted to special abilities to sway Peter Parker. Rather, he relied on his unique personal charisma, gradually winning him over, step by step. The narrow alleyway was evidently ill-suited for prolonged conversation. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qi smiled at Peter Parker and suggested he visit Stark Industries the following day for a more in-depth discussion. Peter Parker, naturally, nodded in agreement with enthusiasm. Gwen had been quietly observing their exchange, refraining from interjecting. Once their conversation concluded, she beamed with a smile and, with a sweet voice, warmly welcomed Peter, saying, "Peter, welcome to the warm family of Stark. When you come to Stark Industries tomorrow, I will guide you through our company. There are numerous cutting-edge projects and advanced equipment that I am certain will pique your interest." Gwen's melodious voice effortlessly cast Peter Parker as a future invaluable assistant under Li Qi's leadership. Peter, gazing at Gwen, the object of his quiet admiration, felt a surge of nervousness, his cheeks flushing slightly as he stammered, "Gwen, I never expected it to be like this." Gwen smiled in return, expressing her anticipation. "I too look forward to working together in the future." Peter, enchanted by Gwen's presence, felt a sweetness in his heart akin to honey. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Sensing Peter's unease, Gwen quickly realized she might have inadvertently led him to misinterpret her intentions. She took a step back, gently creating some distance, and lowered her gaze, falling silent. Li Qi understood the inner thoughts of this sun-kissed adolescent, though he did not exhibit any particular expression. He had complete confidence in Gwen, whose loyalty he had firmly established. With a smile, Li Qi waved goodbye to Peter Parker, saying, "Well then, Mr. Parker, I eagerly await your arrival at Stark Tower tomorrow." He then calmly returned to the vehicle, while Gwen obediently took her place in the passenger seat, graciously waving to her classmate. Peter Parker reciprocated the gesture, watching as the car slowly departed from the dimly lit alleyway. Subsequently, he donned his mask once more, flicking his wrist to release a web that adhered to the adjacent wall. With a few agile leaps, he deftly exited the dark alley, weaving between the towering edifices of the city. The image of Gwen's sweet visage lingered in his mind, and thoughts of Li Qi's promising assurances ignited a fervent blaze within him, surging with passionate enthusiasm. Chapter 67. The Stacy couple. After reaching a consensus with Peter Parker, the extraordinary young man, Richie drove back to Stark Tower in Manhattan with Gwen. During this period, Richie had been residing in the penthouse of Stark Tower, postponing his return to his New York apartment. Upon entering the spacious and luminous office on the top floor, Richie settled comfortably into the plush, leather executive chair. The clock had already passed 8, and Gwen stood quietly to the side, still affected by the astonishment of witnessing her classmate Peter Parker transform into a superhero, transcending the ordinary. At that moment, Gwen's phone rang with a melodious tone. She reached into her stylish handbag on the desk and retrieved her phone. Noticing it was her mother calling, she glanced at Richie, seeking his permission to answer, and he subtly nodded, encouraging her to proceed. Gwen activated the speakerphone, and immediately her mother's gentle, sweet voice flowed through the line, each word dripping with warmth. "Gwen, my dear, please come home early after work today. I've prepared your favorite Amazon sturgeon for dinner. It would be wonderful if you could bring a friend along. Your father and I are eager to meet your companion." Richie listened intently, a smile creeping onto his face, while Gwen's expression reflected a mix of shyness and trepidation. She had mentioned to her family, without the consent of the principal, that she had become acquainted with the president of Stark Industries, claiming they had become good friends. Although she had been careful not to disclose any special relationship, her parents, with their wisdom from life experiences, could easily infer the nature of her connection with Richie, which was likely the reason for her mother's invitation for dinner. Typically, such invitations are arranged a day or two in advance. But tonight was an impulsive decision by Mrs. Stacy, made after consulting her husband, George Stacy. Gwen glanced at Richie with a hint of concern, and after hearing her mother's words, Richie nodded affirmatively, indicating his willingness to join them for dinner, especially since he had not eaten since returning from Queens. Gwen, reassured, spoke into the phone. Mom, I just spoke with Mr. Ritchie, and he has no other commitments tonight, so he can come over for dinner. Mrs. Stacy's joyful laughter rang through the phone like a silver bell. That's wonderful, sweetheart. I'll prepare the most sumptuous dinner. You both must arrive early. With that, she hurriedly hung up, returning to her culinary endeavors. At Gwen's home, George Stacy had already returned from work. He had been in the kitchen, meticulously cleaning fish, and had been busy for nearly half an hour, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. After a quick shower to cool off, he left the remaining tasks to his wife. Mrs. Stacy's golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, beautifully framing her well-maintained shoulders. Her figure was graceful, exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. Although in her early 30s, time seemed to have favored her, leaving only a few subtle laugh lines at the corners of her eyes, adding an air of elegance. At that moment, Mrs. Stacy, donned in a floral apron, was bustling in the cozy kitchen, humming a cheerful tune while skillfully sautéing the vegetables. Soon, the kitchen was filled with an irresistible aroma. The couple exchanged joyful words about Gwen's companion at the kitchen door, both radiating happiness. They understood that their daughter was growing up and maintained an open and sincere attitude toward her life and friendships. In Stark Tower, Ritchie and Gwen took the opportunity to shower in the spacious, lavishly decorated bathroom. As they were guests at Gwen's home for dinner, it was only fitting to present themselves neatly dressed. After a meticulous grooming session, half an hour slipped by unnoticed. Subsequently, Ritchie and Gwen took the private elevator down from the top of the tower to the parking garage, where they drove toward her neighborhood. Gwen's family resided on the top floor of an apartment in a bustling area. As the vehicle descended the overpass, it soon arrived at the Stacy residence. Ritchie parked the car steadily at the entrance of the apartment building, and they both exited. He retrieved a thoughtfully chosen gift from the back seat, a set of high-end skincare products from a specialty store, which Gwen had previously mentioned her mother had long admired. By now it was 8:30 in the evening, and the apartment building was adjacent to a lively road, its streetlights casting a gentle glow upon the surroundings. Gwen cheerfully entered the building through the coated door, leading Ritchie to the elevator that ascended to her home. She used her fingerprint to unlock the door, revealing only her parents inside. Turning to Ritchie, she explained that her brother, Simon Stacy, had been staying at their grandmother's house for the summer and was not in New York. Hearing the door open, George Stacy swiftly approached from the elegantly furnished living room, greeting the handsome young man. Ritchie, dressed in a finely tailored shirt paired with pressed trousers and a deep blue tie, had taken care to present himself well for this meeting. Although he was the president of Stark Industries, he was only a few years older than Gwen, and together they made a striking pair. With a broad smile, George Stacy welcomed Ritchie. Ritchie, I hope it's not an inconvenience to invite you over for dinner on such short notice. Your aunt's culinary skills are exceptional. I trust tonight's dinner will leave a lasting impression. His demeanor was graceful, and his words bore a formal tone, reflecting his professional background that ensured warmth and politeness in interactions. Ritchie, having learned from Gwen that the Stacy household was harmonious, felt a favorable impression towards George. He smiled and shook his head. Mr. Stacy, you are too kind. I generally do not have many pressing matters. I entrust most responsibilities to my subordinates. I am merely a hands-off manager with ample free time. It is truly a privilege to experience Mrs. Stacy's cooking tonight. Ritchie's humble and polite demeanor, devoid of arrogance despite his status, endeared him to George Stacy. The two men exchanged a few friendly remarks before George led Ritchie into the living room. While Gwen took the initiative to heat water for tea in the kitchen, they engaged in an enthusiastic discussion about current events and trending news, eventually gravitating toward the prominent figure of Spider-Man, the enigmatic vigilante capturing the city's imagination, the bane of petty criminals lurking in the shadows. Regarding his newly recruited talent, Peter Parker, Ritchie was effusive in his praise for the young man's abilities and actions. As the representative figure of the police department, George Stacy, during a casual conversation with Ritchie, remained unaware of the true identity of the enigmatic individual. However, he harbored a certain ambivalence towards this mysterious figure's nocturnal acts of heroism, finding it somewhat difficult to comprehend. Ritchie, sensing the divergence in their perspectives, refrained from delving deeper into the matter with George Stacy and instead tactfully remarked, Mr. Stacy, perhaps the presence of a mysterious guardian in the shadows of New York City, safeguarding the well-being of its citizens, is indeed a commendable development. It could significantly deter criminal activities and the underground dealings that thrive under the veil of night. George Stacy did not offer any official commendation on the matter, and given their differing opinions, the conversation between Ritchie and George Stacy did not continue any further. Gwen, carrying 2 steaming cups of tea, entered the living room with a graceful stride, carefully placing the tea on the coffee table before the two men and seamlessly taking her place beside Ritchie. George Stacy looked at his daughter, so genteel and courteous, with a heart full of pride. Moments later, the tantalizing aroma of fish wafted in from the kitchen. Mrs. Stacy poked her head out from the kitchen, her face beaming with a smile as she called out, "Dinner will be ready shortly. Everyone wash your hands and prepare to eat." Gwen hurried into the kitchen to assist Mrs. Stacy in arranging the sturgeon on a beautiful platter before bringing the sumptuous dinner to the table, subsequently inviting her father and Richie to join them. At the dining table, the four of them engaged in friendly and spirited conversation, the atmosphere warm and inviting. Mrs. Stacy, with a cheerful expression and eyes filled with concern, turned to Richie and inquired, "Richie, Gwen tells me you are exceptionally capable at your company. Do you find yourself particularly busy with work? Regardless of how busy you are, you must take care of your health. Do not overexert yourself." After inquiring about some aspects of Richie's work and life, Mrs. Stacy expressed her satisfaction with him, her gaze towards her daughter reflecting admiration and approval. However, Americans typically do not interfere excessively in their children's friendships and lives. While they were enjoying their meal, George Stacy's phone suddenly rang. He gestured apologetically to everyone and rose to answer the call in the kitchen. A moment later, he returned to the dining room with an apologetic expression, addressing Richie. "Richie, I just received a call from the precinct regarding a rather serious incident that requires my personal attention. Therefore, I must take my leave and return to the station. Let's find a time tomorrow to enjoy another meal together." As the captain of the 17th precinct, George Stacy's duties were indeed demanding. It was a rare occasion for him to return home early, only to be summoned away by this unforeseen event. Richie nodded in understanding. Gwen hurried into her parents' bedroom to retrieve the police uniform hanging on the coat rack, while Mrs. Stacy meticulously adjusted her husband's collar and softly urged, "Be safe and return soon." With that, George Stacy departed from the home, escorted by the watchful eyes of the three, took the elevator down the apartment building, and then hastily drove towards the precinct. Chapter 68. The follower, Mrs. Stacy. After a brief exchange, George Stacy rose hurriedly, striding purposefully towards the police station under the understanding gazes of his family. As the captain of the 17th district, his life was consumed by work, with late nights and overtime having become a commonplace occurrence. Both Gwen and Mrs. Stacy had grown accustomed to this reality, no longer surprised by it. Once George's figure had vanished from sight, the remaining three settled back into their seats. The soft glow of the dining table's lights cascaded gently like gossamer, illuminating the trio, Rich, Gwen, and Mrs. Stacy. Adorned in a loose, cream-colored silk loungewear, Mrs. Stacy's delicate attire seemed almost alive, perfectly accentuating her graceful silhouette. Her gaze fell upon the meticulously prepared sturgeon, now reduced to mere fragments of bones, resting quietly, as if having fulfilled its purpose. Rich gently set down his utensils, his eyes brimming with genuine admiration, exclaiming, "Mrs. Stacy, your culinary skills are nothing short of extraordinary. I have savored countless delicacies across the globe, yet your sturgeon, from the meticulous selection of ingredients to the precise cooking process and exquisite seasoning, is crafted like a masterful work of art, flawless. The flavor is unparalleled, akin to indulging in an opulent feast, and it is undoubtedly one of the most unforgettable dishes I have ever had the pleasure to enjoy." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Stacy's cheeks blossomed like springtime peach blossoms. She waved her hand modestly, her voice soft and melodious, infused with a touch of joy and shyness. "Mr. Rich, you flatter me. It brings me immense joy to receive praise from someone with such discerning taste in cuisine. In truth, I merely relied on my years of passion and experience to create this dish. If you liked it, I shall endeavor to explore new recipes to delight you in the future." This simple exchange seemed to weave a magical spell, enveloping the atmosphere in warmth and harmony. Mrs. Stacy appeared to rejuvenate, her radiance akin to a brilliant star ignited by Rich's compliments. Gwen discreetly glanced at the nearly empty bottle of red wine, a playful smile gracing her lips as she rose gracefully, cheerfully declaring, "I shall fetch another bottle." Moments later, she returned, holding a decanted bottle of red wine, deftly using the corkscrew. With a soft pop, the rich aroma of the wine wafted through the air, enhancing the already charming ambience with a hint of delightful intoxication. Mrs. Stacy elegantly accepted the wine bottle, skillfully pouring for the trio. She then raised her glass, her gaze sincere and focused on Rich, her tone earnest yet slightly softened by the wine. "Mr. Rich, I am truly grateful for your care towards Gwen during her internship at your company. She has always been a bit clumsy, and I apologize if she has caused you any trouble. This toast is for you. I hope you will not hold it against her and continue to guide her generously." Her voice, gentle yet imbued with strength, combined with her slightly flushed cheeks, made her all the more enchanting. Rich replied with a polite smile, rising gracefully to his feet, sincerely responding, "Mrs. Stacy, you overstate it. Gwen has performed remarkably at the company. She is bright and diligent. I trust her with many important tasks, and rather than causing me trouble, she has been an invaluable asset. You should indeed take pride in having raised such an exceptional daughter." Gwen, rising shyly with a bashful smile, her eyes filled with gratitude, softly said, "Mr. Rich, I truly appreciate your recognition and support. I have learned so much at the company, and I promise to work even harder to meet your expectations." The three gently clinked their glasses, the crisp sound resonating through the room, before they tilted their heads back, consuming the wine in one go, their hearty laughter echoing around them. Gwen poured the remaining half bottle evenly into their glasses, and they raised their glasses once more, unhesitatingly draining them again, until the bottle was empty. At this moment, Gwen and Mrs. Stacy's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, their eyes slightly glazed with intoxication, clearly feeling the effects of the wine. Observing this scene, Rich noted Mrs. Stacy's alluring countenance and graceful demeanor, alongside Gwen's youthful exuberance, stirring within him an unexpected ripple of intrigue. He subtly narrowed his eyes, akin to a predator in the night, quietly employing his mental control abilities. A formless, colorless psychic force, as delicate as a thread, silently infiltrated Mrs. Stacy's mind. Her initially dazed gaze momentarily froze, as if time itself had halted, before becoming increasingly vacant, as though her soul had temporarily departed. In an instant, her eyes regained their luster, now filled with reverence and submission towards Rich, akin to a loyal subject to a sovereign. Rich approached Gwen, gently patting her shoulder, lowering his voice to a tone that was both gentle and commanding. Gwen, please tidy up the table while I assist your mother back to her room. She seems rather inebriated. After such a long evening, you must be tired as well. Once you finish, do rest early. Gwen lowered her gaze, obediently nodding, a few strands of hair cascading down as she silently began to methodically clear the tableware. Her movements soft and practiced, as if this were her most natural calling. Rich stepped closer, tenderly supporting Mrs. Stacy's arm, whispering in her ear like a gentle breeze across a lake. Madam, you have had too much to drink. I shall escort you to your room for some rest. Do not worry, I shall take care of everything. Mrs. Stacy responded obediently, allowing him to guide her, her steps slightly unsteady as if walking on clouds. As they made their way from the dining room towards the bedroom, upon opening the bedroom door, they were met with a space that was simply yet warmly and romantically decorated. The wall-mounted bookshelf displayed an array of awards earned by George Stacy over the years. From gleaming city-level trophies to the luminous national medals, each a silent testament to his remarkable achievements and unwavering dedication as a captain. Rich assisted Mrs. Stacy to the edge of the bed, helping her sit down gently. He once again employed his mental control abilities, dispersing the remnants of her intoxication like mist in the morning sun. Gradually, Mrs. Stacy came to her senses, raising her eyes to meet Rich's. Filled with devotion and unwavering loyalty, Master, from this day forth, I pledge to follow you wholeheartedly, without reservation, steadfastly. Wherever and whenever, I shall heed your commands. Ready to face any challenge for you. Rich nodded with satisfaction, his eyes reflecting a sense of contentment as he gently caressed her hair, akin to handling a precious treasure. Softly uttering, I knew you would. He then embraced her tenderly as they reclined upon the soft, inviting bed. Above them, the wall bore a wedding photograph of the Stacy couple, their radiant smiles shining like the sun, their eyes filled with the sweetness of love, presenting a stark contrast to the peculiar atmosphere enveloping the room at that moment. Gwen moved slowly within the restaurant, methodically clearing the table and gently placing the cutlery into the kitchen sink. Once finished, she returned to her bedroom with utmost caution, closing the door behind her as if she feared disturbing something precious. Her gaze was distant, her mind consumed by a singular, indistinct yet profoundly significant figure, her master, Richie. It seemed as though her world had been entirely filled by this man, leaving no room for anyone else, akin to the universe revolving around its solitary star. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, in the somewhat dilapidated streets of Queens, Peter Parker glided between towering buildings with the agility of a phantom. Clad in his self-made dark crimson spider suit, he propelled himself through the night sky using webs shot from his wrists, moving with the speed and grace of a black lightning bolt, seamlessly blending into the shadows. Suddenly, he halted midair with a decisive motion, as if an invisible force had restrained him, or perhaps he recalled something of utmost importance. Oh no, I nearly forgot to buy eggs, he murmured under his breath, his voice carried away by the night breeze. With a graceful somersault, he soared towards a dark, narrow alleyway below the intersection. Upon landing, he swiftly removed his spider mask and expertly stowed it in his backpack. He then retrieved a slightly worn jacket and a pair of jeans, quickly changing into them to conceal his spider suit. Casting a vigilant glance around to ensure no one was watching, he strode confidently out of the alley, his steps firm and assured. At the street's edge, the sign of a 24-hour convenience store emitted a soft white glow. Peter gently pushed the door open, the cool air enveloping him as he walked directly to the food section. His eyes scanned the shelves swiftly, and he precisely picked up a carton of organic eggs, inspecting it carefully before heading to the self-checkout machine at the entrance. With practiced ease, he scanned the items and completed the payment, as if he had rehearsed this routine countless times. After paying, he carefully placed the eggs into his backpack, treating them as fragile treasures, and once more surveyed his surroundings, mentally calculating the distance to his home. Not far now, just a few more swings of webbing, he thought to himself, a glimmer of anticipation evident in his gaze. In a shadowy corner beside the convenience store, Peter donned his spider mask again, taking a deep breath as if gathering strength. With a flick of his wrist, he shot out a web and leaped into the night, moving with the lithe grace of a spirit merging with the darkness. Moments later, he descended softly into the shadows, as light and airy as a feather. Removing his spider mask, he brushed off the dust from his clothes and straightened himself, stepping briskly towards home, as if carrying the day's bounty. Upon opening the door, the bright light inside momentarily made him squint, akin to an unexpected intruder. At this hour, his uncle and aunt would typically be fast asleep, leaving the house shrouded in silence. Yet tonight the living room was brightly lit, seemingly welcoming him back. Startled, he instinctively softened his footsteps, attempting to sneak down the corridor to his small bedroom like a timid creature wary of waking its master. However, as he took a step, a familiar voice called from the living room. "Peter, is that you back?" It was Aunt May's voice. Resigned, Peter halted and steeled himself to enter the living room. There sat Uncle Ben Parker and Aunt May, their faces lighting up with joy upon seeing him. "Little guy, you're home earlier than usual tonight," Aunt May exclaimed, rising swiftly to his side, her eyes filled with concern. "Come here, your uncle and I saved some late-night snacks for you. You must be starving. Go wash up first. Then come eat something." Peter looked at them in surprise, initially expecting a reprimand, but instead greeted with such warmth. A wave of comfort washed over him. Uncle Ben chuckled, patting his shoulder. "Hey, kiddo, your Aunt May is in a good mood today. She made a late-night meal just for you. Don't worry. It's not the beef pie you despise." Peter smiled sheepishly, well aware that his uncle had long endured Aunt May's less-than-stellar culinary skills, especially that daunting beef pie. Relieved that it was tea pie tonight, he felt a warmth in his heart, akin to the gentle sun of winter melting away the chill. Chapter 69. Peter seeks Gwen at this moment, in the cozy living room. The dining table was adorned with 3 simple yet heartwarming late-night snacks, a cloud-like soft sandwich and steaming milk, exuding an enticing aroma of cream. Aunt May sat opposite him, her brown curls cascading like gentle waves over her shoulders, her eyes sparkling with happiness like twinkling stars in the night sky. She spoke. "Peter, today I have some delightful news that will surely bring joy to our family. Your uncle and I have secured a wonderful job, and you won't believe it. The general manager came to our home to personally invite us. Moreover, that Mr. Lee specifically mentioned you, praising your outstanding academic performance and passion for research. He holds you in high regard. I believe this is a rare opportunity for you. We must find a suitable time for the whole family to meet this chairman and express our gratitude in person." Upon hearing this, Peter's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had witnessed an incredible miracle. He could hardly fathom that Mr. Lee had taken such thoughtful measures to arrange a job for his uncle and aunt. A warm current flowed through his heart, and he looked at his jubilant uncle and aunt, genuinely happy for them. Perhaps it was due to an unusually good mood, or perhaps he had exhausted himself from a night of heroics, but his appetite was surprisingly robust. In no time, he devoured 2 sandwiches with the speed of a whirlwind. Ben Parker and Aunt May exchanged affectionate glances at Peter's voraciousness, their smiles filled with indulgence, as if he were still that forever youthful child. They knowingly pushed their own sandwiches toward him. Laughter and cheer reverberated through the living room, weaving a tapestry of happiness for the Parker family, enveloping them in this rare atmosphere of joy, a scene both beautiful and warm, reminiscent of a tender painting. Peter Parker polished off the sandwiches with remarkable speed, then raised the milk glass and drank it all in one gulp. Satisfied, he wiped his mouth and beamed at his uncle and aunt, saying, "Uncle, Aunt May, I'm full now. I'm heading back to my room." Seeing Ben Parker nod in agreement, he swiftly gathered the 3 empty plates and milk glass, cheerfully carrying them to the kitchen. Usually, Peter took the initiative to clear the table, though washing the dishes was seldom his responsibility. After placing the items in the sink, Peter Parker hummed a cheerful tune, skipping back to his cozy little bedroom, resembling a joyful little rabbit. As soon as he lay down on the soft bed, he suddenly slapped his forehead, remembering the farm-fresh eggs he had bought for Aunt May still needed to be put away. He quickly pulled his backpack closer, carefully unzipping it to retrieve the box of eggs. Then, he tiptoed out of his small room, moving with utmost caution, lest he disturb the tranquility of the sleeping house. He placed the eggs in the refrigerator just outside the kitchen door. After washing his face and hands, he returned to his sanctuary, lying back on his bed, his thoughts inevitably drifting back to the events of the evening. The enigmatic and handsome Mr. Lee. The promise he made to Peter about joining the workforce and diving into research. Peter found it increasingly fascinating and unexpected. Mr. Lee had not only pinpointed Peter, but had also offered his uncle and aunt a coveted job, far surpassing Peter's expectations. Curiosity about this mysterious and generous employer filled Peter's mind, burning like a flame, eager to unveil the secrets hidden beneath his enigmatic facade. He sprang up, opening his laptop, adeptly navigating to Google in search for Lee and Stark Industries. To his astonishment, he discovered that the renowned genius and playboy, Tony Stark, had stepped down from the presidency, and the new president was Mr. Lee. However, apart from Mr. Lee's name and a blurry photograph, there was little else to be found online. This only intensified Peter's curiosity about Mr. Lee, igniting a restless desire to uncover the truth. Peter closed the laptop and leaned back in his swivel chair, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Suddenly, the image of his classmate Gwen Stacy flashed in his mind. She had been right beside Mr. Lee tonight. Peter knew that Gwen had been interning lately, but never imagined she would be at Stark Industries. His eyes brightened, as if a glimmer of hope pierced the darkness. He realized that asking Gwen about Mr. Lee might yield valuable information. The idea was simply brilliant. With this thought, Peter couldn't help but smile. His expression brimming with shyness and sweetness, as if harboring a delightful secret. He reopened his laptop, the screen displaying a group photo he had secretly saved. In the picture, Gwen stood in the center, radiating like a brilliant star, her charm irresistible. Peter had long set this photo as his screensaver, each time he saw it. A wave of sweetness washed over him, akin to tasting the finest honey. Gwen was vivacious, academically gifted, and her voice was extraordinarily melodious. Reminiscent of a songbird's sweet trill, clear and delightful, like a babbling brook in the mountains. What normal boy could remain immune to her allure? Peter Parker, in his adolescent turmoil, had found himself deeply enchanted by this beautiful and kind-hearted class president, harboring a crush that had taken root in his heart. Previously, Peter's introverted nature had led him to conceal these feelings deeply. Before his transformation, he had been reserved, showing little interest in forming friendships. However, after gaining his powers, he gradually became more outgoing, his conversations blossoming. Leaning back in his chair, Peter spun a ballpoint pen skillfully between his fingers, a blend of expertise and slight nervousness. The prospect of visiting Gwen's home to inquire about his new employer while growing closer to the girl he admired filled him with joy as sweet as honey. Checking the time, he noted it was only 10:30 p.m., not too late. Seizing his backpack from the small room, he opened the door and stepped out. Noticing that Ben and May were absent from the living room and kitchen, he moved swiftly, as if gliding, to the door. Leaping outside and darting into the shadows a few steps away, his movements as agile as a nimble cheetah. He had no intention of taking the bus or a taxi. In a matter of moments, he shed his jacket and pants to reveal his stylish Spider-Man suit. With a flick of his wrist, web fluid shot forth, propelling him through the streets toward Gwen's home at breathtaking speed, akin to an arrow released from a bow. The distance between the Parker residence and the Stacy household was not particularly far, but with Spider-Man's remarkable speed, he reached Gwen's apartment building in less than 20 minutes. Using both hands and feet, he climbed like a nimble monkey, soon finding himself beside Gwen's bedroom window, his limbs clinging tightly to the wall, blending seamlessly with the structure. This was his first late-night visit to see Gwen, and his heart raced, pounding in his chest as if it might burst. He removed his mask, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead caused by anxiety, taking a deep breath to steady himself. With determination, he leaped onto the windowsill, carefully peering inside. He saw Gwen lying in bed, her gaze fixed on the ceiling, lost in thought. The room was brightly lit. She had not yet gone to sleep. Dressed in casual attire, seemingly pondering something that left her looking somewhat forlorn, Peter gently tapped on the window, and upon hearing the sound, Gwen turned her head. Seeing him, she paused momentarily, and Peter quickly waved to her. Gwen hesitated for a moment before opening the window, her strikingly beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowing as she gazed at Peter with a hint of surprise. A fleeting expression of confusion crossed her face as she broke the silence. "Hey, Peter, it's quite late. What are you doing here? Still dressed in your Spider-Man gear? Have you just returned from a night of heroics? Is Mrs. Parker aware of your late-night escapades? I wonder if she is particularly worried about you." Gwen's voice was melodious and clear, reminiscent of a babbling brook in the mountains. Or perhaps the delicate chime of silver bells. Even infused with curiosity, it remained gentle and enchanting, as if woven with a magic that instilled a sense of reassurance. With Gwen's permission, Peter leaped through the window into the bedroom. He scratched his head, a bashful smile spreading across his face. "Gwen, actually, I have something I'd like to ask you. I realize it's late to intrude, but my curiosity has gotten the better of me." Gwen scrutinized Peter, her mind racing with questions about why he had come to her at such an hour. She blinked her captivating blue eyes and inquired, "What is it? You seem rather mysterious, coming to find me at night." Taking a deep breath, Peter summoned his courage and replied, "Gwen, I came to inquire about Mr. Leach. You've been working under him for quite some time, so you must know him better than I do. Could you share what kind of person he is? What are his plans for the company? And what is his usual work style like? I'm genuinely eager to know, especially since I'll soon be joining the company." Upon hearing this, the smile on Gwen's face vanished, replaced by an expression of gravity as she responded earnestly, "Peter, I can only tell you that our boss is exceptionally generous and warm-hearted towards everyone in the company. You'll come to appreciate that in time. He is truly a remarkable individual, endowed with extraordinary wisdom and foresight. While he maintains high expectations in our work, he also emphasizes the development and enhancement of our skills. It is unnecessary for us to discuss him in private. After all, he is a boss we should all respect, and we bear the responsibility of upholding his reputation. Some things are better understood through personal experience once you join the company rather than through the words of others." Gwen's eyes bore a resolute glimmer, as if she were safeguarding something of great importance. Peter was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom why Gwen reacted so strongly. Yet his innocent nature prevented him from dwelling on it for too long, for Mr. Leach had yet to exert any psychological influence over him, and his curiosity about the new boss remained unbridled. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Gwen's serious demeanor, he shifted the topic. "Gwen, do you have any free time this weekend? I'd like to take you out for a meal." We've been classmates for over 2 years now, and Haven Tea had a chance to gather together. Think of it as a way to strengthen our bond. Moreover, I've genuinely wanted to have a private conversation with you. Since acquiring his superpowers, Peter had grown significantly more self-assured. Seizing this opportunity, he finally mustered the courage to voice feelings he had harbored for a long time. His heart brimmed with anticipation. As he envisioned Gwen nodding in agreement, a scene unfurling in his mind like a beautiful tapestry before his eyes. Chapter 70. When will your father return home? Upon hearing these words, Gwen's previously gentle expression gradually faded into one of solemnity. Without hesitation, she shook her head resolutely, her eyes radiating unwavering determination. Peter, I am truly sorry, but I fear I cannot acquiesce to your request. My heart is already claimed by another, who to me is an indispensable celestial beacon in my life, occupying the deepest recesses of my heart, leaving no room for anyone else. From now on, we shall remain classmates and colleagues, and I am confident that we will become excellent partners in our work. I hope you will not take this to heart. I firmly believe that with your exceptional qualities, you will undoubtedly encounter someone who is truly meant for you in the future. Gwen spoke with a grave seriousness, her words resonating with finality. Peter, upon hearing this, felt as though he had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in disbelief, his mind a blank slate. For long, he had held the conviction that Gwen was not the type to reject someone so decisively. A tide of confusion surged within him, and just as he was about to inquire the reason behind her response, the bedroom door creaked open slowly. In walked Licky, clad in loose-fitting pajamas, his steps leisurely. Upon catching sight of Peter Parker by the window, a subtle smile graced his lips, conveying a meaning that was hard to articulate. Mr. Parker, what a delightful surprise it is to see you again after merely 2 hours apart. Such whimsical fate is truly beyond words. But at this late hour, what urgent matter brings you to seek Gwen? Unbeknownst to Peter, Licky had overheard every word of their conversation from the living room, thanks to his extraordinary hearing. To thoroughly extinguish Peter's hopes, he had returned to the Stacy couple's room to don his pajamas before making his entrance. Licky nodded slightly at Peter, acknowledging his presence. Peter watched as Licky approached Gwen with an air of calm, affectionately wrapping his arms around her. Gwen leaned into Licky's embrace, their actions exuding intimacy. This scene struck Peter like a hammer, awakening him to the realization that he was an unwelcome intruder, and remaining there would only exacerbate the awkwardness. His face flushed crimson as he stammered, Mr. Licky, I sincerely apologize for intruding at such a late hour. I merely wished to confirm the details of our meeting tomorrow. Now that I have, I shall take my leave. It was thoughtless of me to come here at such an hour, and I am truly remorseful. Having concocted such a clumsy excuse, he hastily bid farewell to Licky and Gwen, then turned and leaped from the window, using his web-slinging abilities to swiftly vanish into the night, as if he had never existed. Gwen quietly closed the window, slowly turning around, her face etched with guilt and anxiety. She knelt at Licky's feet, her voice laced with emotion. Master, I am sorry. I should not have spoken to him alone. I have betrayed your trust. Please forgive my reckless ignorance. Licky's expression softened, his eyes filled with affection as he gently lifted Gwen to her feet. It is all right. Do not dwell on this. You are my most loyal follower. How could I possibly hold this against you? He tenderly brushed Gwen's hair as she looked up at him, her eyes still reflecting a hint of lingering fear and uncertainty. Taking her hand, Licky walked slowly and gently to the bedside. He seated himself gracefully then, with a slight tug, drew Gwen into his embrace like a delicate butterfly. Gwen nestled against his chest, softly unfastening her clothing. The room's lighting dimmed to a warm, gentle glow, and in this comforting ambience, Licky tenderly caressed Gwen's back. A warm current surged through Gwen, akin to a flowing stream that nourished her heart. She buried her head deeper into his embrace, whispering, Master, to be your follower is the greatest fortune of my life. I vow to stand by your side, unwavering, no matter the challenges we may face in the future. Time seemed to stretch infinitely as Licky handled Gwen with the utmost gentleness, laying her down on the bed before lying beside her, face to face. Gwen closed her eyes softly, her expression reverent and sincere, pledging her loyalty to her master, Licky. After Gwen's heartfelt oath, a satisfied expression graced Licky's face, for he knew Gwen's loyalty was as steadfast as a rock. Yet, a flicker of contemplation crossed his profound gaze. As a question lingered in his mind, when would George Stacy finally return home? Chapter 71. The Cuckoo in the Nest. Reflecting on the earlier scene, George was hastily summoned back to the precinct by an unexpected emergency call to address a sudden incident. In that moment, he donned his uniform with remarkable speed, scarcely having time for a word, before hurriedly departing. At this moment, Richie stood in the room, his brow slightly furrowed, filled with uncertainty regarding George's return. He then gradually turned his gaze towards Gwen, softly inquiring, Gwen, when do you suppose your father will be home again? Gwen lifted her head, a hint of helplessness and apology on her face, her eyes brimming with reverence and submission towards the leader. She gently bit her lip and replied, I sincerely apologize, leader. Typically, I am unaware of when my father finishes his overtime. Whenever he returns in the dead of night, I am already lost in slumber, completely oblivious. However, my mother might have some knowledge. Richie nodded slightly, raising his hand to tenderly stroke Gwen's flowing golden hair, reminiscent of a cascading waterfall. He then straightened up, a gentle smile gracing his face as he spoke to Gwen. Make sure to rest well in your room, and do not dwell on it any further. With that, he turned and walked out of Gwen's room with a steady and graceful stride, proceeding through the dimly lit corridor directly to the master bedroom. In the master bedroom, Mrs. Stacy lay quietly on the bed, fixated on the ceiling, her thoughts drifting far away, filled with longing for the return of her leader, Richie. Upon hearing the door open, she turned her head abruptly like a startled fawn. The moment she saw Richie, a flicker of surprise illuminated her eyes, and she eagerly sat up from the bed, her movements tinged with urgency and a desire to please. Richie approached the bedside, his demeanor calm and composed. He leaned slightly forward, regarding Mrs. Stacy, and in a low yet clear voice, he inquired, "When will George be home?" Mrs. Stacy's smile remained radiant, infused with a touch of flattery and submission as she responded. "He usually returns around 2 in the morning, leader. However, this situation appears somewhat exceptional. I shall call to inquire at once." With that, she reached for the phone placed on the bedside and, her fingers trembling slightly, dialed George Stacy's number. Once connected, her voice carried a hint of caution. "Darling, when do you expect to finish your work?" From the other end, George's voice, stern and precise, responded, "Hey, dear, this emergency is rather tricky, involving crucial leads in an important case. I likely won't be home tonight. Do not wait for me. You and Gwen should go to sleep." Listening to her husband, Mrs. Stacy sought to confirm the information once more. "You really want to be coming back? Please be careful." After hanging up, she slowly raised her gaze to Richie, her eyes filled with adoration and submission. Richie had naturally overheard the conversation, and after a moment of contemplation, he swiftly made a decision to stay at the Stacy residence that night instead of returning to Stark Industries. With this thought in mind, he leisurely removed his sleepwear and beckoned Mrs. Stacy with a gesture, indicating that they should head to the bathroom for a refreshing bath together. In the bathroom, under the warm yellow lights, water cascaded gracefully from the elegantly designed showerhead, producing a soothing sound akin to a gentle melody, enhancing the romantic ambience of the tranquil space. Richie stepped into the tub first, the water at a perfect temperature. Mrs. Stacy, clutching a towel, her eyes filled with eagerness and submission, cautiously approached the tub's edge, gently wiping Richie's back with utmost reverence and focus, as if fulfilling a sacred duty. After their cleansing ritual, they picked up soft towels to dry off. Mrs. Stacy's gaze unwaveringly following Richie, her eyes reflecting a blend of admiration and dependence, as if he were her sole anchor in life. They then returned to the bed together. As a devoted follower, Mrs. Stacy was entirely dedicated. She meticulously arranged the pillows for Richie, gently covering him with the blanket, her movements tender as if fearing to disturb him. She then lay down beside him, ever ready to provide the most attentive service to her leader. That night, Richie found himself enveloped in the comfort of the spacious, plush bed, sleeping soundly under Mrs. Stacy's devoted companionship, as if all weariness had evaporated. Sinking into an immensely pleasant dream, Richie relished the restful slumber at the Stacy residence. In stark contrast, young Peter Parker's situation was far different. He was filled with bitterness, lacking any semblance of comfort. Witnessing the affectionate embrace between Richie and Gwen, he instantaneously grasped the reality that Gwen, the girl who occupied an irreplaceable place in his heart, whom he deeply admired, had surrendered herself to their boss's embrace. Despite the profound sense of loss within Peter Parker, his inherently kind and magnanimous nature prevented him from harboring resentment towards either Gwen or Richie. In that moment, he embraced a sense of acceptance. With the resilience of his spider silk, he darted between the suspension bridge and towering edifices like a fleeting shadow. The winds of the city howled past his ears, seemingly lamenting his sorrow. Soon, he arrived back at the street where his home was located in the Queens neighborhood, nimbly leaping down from the shadows. Swiftly removing his spider mask, his head bowed, and his steps heavy and slow as he trudged toward home, each stride laden with profound melancholy. As night fell, a chaotic aura enveloped the area, the disorder particularly pronounced. The streets were sparsely populated, with only vehicles racing by like shooting stars, their engines shattering the night's silence. Chapter 72. Mary Jane. The mature girl. As Peter Parker approached his home, he noticed the door across the street creaking open. Mary Jane stepped out with a slightly weary yet graceful stride. Her figure was somewhat curvaceous, exuding a maturity reminiscent of someone in their 20s. While Western women typically have a brief bloom, Mary Jane appeared akin to a flower bud that had prematurely blossomed, her face sprinkled with freckles. Clutching a large black trash bag, she hurriedly approached the bin, her expression a blend of annoyance and resignation, and she forcefully dropped the bag onto the ground, producing a dull thud. With practiced ease, she retrieved a cigarette and a lighter from her pocket, executing the motions fluidly. In an instant, a vibrant yellow flame flickered against the night sky, followed by the glowing red ember of the cigarette, stark against the darkness. She inhaled deeply, releasing smoke rings as she sought to alleviate the frustration that had arisen from her father's drunken antics. From a distance, Spider-Man, Peter Parker, observed Mary Jane, akin to a vigilant night owl, swiftly retreating into the shadows. He hastily donned a jacket and pants from his backpack, tousling his hair and smoothing his slightly disheveled collar before gathering his composure and stepping back into the light towards his home. Mary Jane, perceptive as ever, caught sight of Peter Parker and momentarily hesitated. She stepped forward, forcing a weary smile that bore hints of exhaustion and helplessness. Softly, she greeted him. "Hey, Peter. Why are you home so late again? Aunt May must be worried sick. Speaking of which, I haven't seen you around much lately. What have you been up to?" As she spoke, her lips quivered, valiantly holding back tears that threatened to spill from her eyes, her voice trembling like leaves caught in an autumn breeze. Peter Parker looked up, waving gently at Mary Jane, his tone laced with resignation as he replied, "I just wandered around after school and lost track of time." "Is your uncle drunk again? Is that why you're outside smoking?" Mary Jane sniffled, taking a couple more puffs from her cigarette before discarding the remaining stub on the ground and crushing it underfoot. She yearned to confide in Peter about her troubles. Just then, her father's thunderous voice boomed from inside the house. "Hey, Mary, where have you been? Hurry up and get me some water. You never seem to know how to take care of your father. I have to teach you everything." Accompanied by a loud kick against the door, a swaying figure emerged into the dim light, a burly middle-aged man. He stumbled toward Mary Jane near the trash bin, raising his hand to strike her while cursing, "Ungrateful daughter. Just wait until I teach you a lesson." Peter Parker, with his keen instincts, sensed the man's intentions. In a flash, he arrived beside Mary Jane, firmly grabbing the descending hand. He turned to the man, irritation and anger flickering in his eyes, wishing to deliver him a lesson. Having lived in the neighborhood for years, Peter was well aware of this man's abusive behavior towards Mary Jane. As a protector of the city endowed with superpowers and a classmate of Mary Jane's, he felt an overwhelming urge to intervene. Seeing this, Mary Jane quickly grasped her father's arm, her fingers turning pale from the pressure as she pleaded. "I'll get you water right now, Dad. Just let go of my friend, and let's go home. No need to make a scene on the street." She mistakenly believed her father was holding on to Peter. Peter, suppressing his anger, gently released the man's grip, causing him to stumble and barely catch himself against the wall. Fueled by alcohol, the man swung his fist toward Peter Parker. However, Peter was not one to be caught off guard. He nimbly dodged and prepared to deliver a blow to the man's leg or arm to teach him a lesson. At that moment, Mary Jane exerted all her strength to pull her father back, coaxing him until he finally retreated into the house. The man let out a huff, slamming the door behind him while muttering curses about raising an ungrateful daughter. Standing at the door, Mary Jane intended to knock, but her hand faltered halfway, dropping like a deflated balloon as she bowed her head, tears welling in her eyes, appearing pitiful. Peter Parker felt a wave of guilt wash over him, questioning his impulsiveness. Was his reaction truly prompted by the sight of his beloved in close proximity to another? He reminded himself to never let emotions cloud his judgment again. Approaching Mary Jane, he softly reassured her, "It's quite late. Why don't we go to my house for some tea? Once your uncle calms down, he will surely open the door." Though it was a summer night, the air outside was stiflingly hot, seeming to warp under the heat. After a moment's hesitation, Mary Jane finally nodded, a flicker of helplessness and hope in her eyes as she decided to accompany Peter to his home. As they approached the Parker residence, Peter's phone rang. He paused, retrieved his phone from his backpack, and saw Harry's name flashing on the screen. His friend Harry Osborn was calling. Mary Jane noticed the incoming call as well. Lowering her head slightly, her fingers unconsciously picking at her nails, worry etched across her face. Mary Jane and Peter were in the same grade, and she possessed a maturity beyond her years. With her tall and curvaceous figure, she aspired to be an actress, frequently participating in school plays, radiating an alluring yet complex charm that left others uncertain whether to admire or detest her. This charisma garnered her considerable attention from local boys. Recently, however, she had been feeling down after a breakup with a wealthy local boy, missing the carefree days spent joyriding in flashy cars, coupled with her father's drunken disturbances. The atmosphere between them had soured. As Mary Jane pondered her troubles, she overheard Peter Parker's conversation with Harry Osborn. Harry had stocked up on beer, drinks, and food at home and was feeling bored, inviting Peter over to hang out and stay the night. Chapter 73. 2 men and 1 woman. Peter Parker's phone was on speaker, allowing Mary Jane, who sat beside him, to clearly hear the conversation. She lifted her freckled, slightly pointed face, her large eyes glinting with shrewdness, darting around with a hint of mischief. In a voice that was overly sweet and somewhat grating, she suggested, "Peter, just agree to it. It's not too late, and since I can't go home now, I wouldn't want to disturb you. Instead, why don't we go out for a drink tonight? It could be fun, just to keep me company, okay?" Peter Parker initially intended to decline, but upon hearing a female voice next to him, Harry Osborn on the other end of the line raised his voice, inviting Peter and his friend to come over for drinks. With his 2 friends urging him on, Peter reluctantly nodded and told Harry, "All right then, let me inform Uncle Ben. We'll take a cab to your place, and my friend Mary Jane will join us." Harry Osborn cheerfully responded, "Hey, Peter, don't bother with a cab. I've already sent the driver to pick you up. He should be arriving at your block shortly. Just wait for him at the door." Understanding his friend well, Harry knew that a little persuasion would ensure Peter would come over, so he had prearranged for the Osborne family chauffeur to collect him. Mary Jane, upon hearing this, feigned gratitude towards Harry over the phone, her smile almost reaching her ears, radiating a sense of flattery. However, since it was just a phone call without video, she was unconcerned. After a few more exchanges, Peter hung up and informed Mary Jane, "I need to tell Uncle Ben that I won't be home tonight." He opened the door to the Parker residence and walked into the living room, where the lights were still on, and Uncle Ben and Aunt May were seated. Peter approached Uncle Ben, explaining that he was going to hang out with Harry and stay over at his place. Uncle Ben, in high spirits that day, readily consented. After expressing his gratitude to Uncle Ben and Aunt May, Peter exited the house once more. Mary Jane was waiting by the roadside, clad in a rather gaudy, flamboyant fitted dress, reminiscent of a colorful butterfly as she twirled. Upon seeing Peter emerge, she greeted him, and they waited together not far from the Parker household. Before long, a luxurious black sedan pulled over, and the Osborne family's chauffeur stepped out. Peter recognized him from a previous encounter at Harry's house. After exchanging pleasantries, Peter and Mary Jane climbed into the car, which set off towards the Osborne estate. The Osborne estate was situated in a more secluded part of New York City, sprawling across a vast area. After approximately half an hour, they finally arrived at the entrance of the estate, which featured a single-story domed building. Most of the rooms were dark, with only a few tall lamps casting a dim glow in the courtyard, giving the entire estate a somewhat eerie ambience. As Mary Jane stepped out of the car, she instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, exaggeratedly shivering while glancing up at the quaint yet slightly gloomy round villa, muttering, "This place looks rather spooky. How does Harry live here?" Whether it was a trick of the mind or the chill from the courtyard's air conditioning, a cold breeze swept past Mary Jane's neck, sending goosebumps across her shoulders. Peter Parker, who often visited this old villa to play with his friend, felt an unusual sense of unease tonight, his instincts alert yet undeveloped since he had recently acquired his powers. He sensed something was amiss, but couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. On the second-floor corridor, Harry Osborne leaned over the balcony, switching on a series of lights. Instantly, the once dim and somber villa brightened considerably. Harry waved down to the two below, signaling them to come inside and head upstairs. Peter and Mary Jane entered through the villa's grand door, easily making their way to the second floor and locating the living room. Harry, clad in a t-shirt and black pants, held a bottle of beer, waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Peter with a tall, slightly curvy woman, he quickly approached to greet them. After Peter introduced them, the trio settled into the living room, where a round table was adorned with beer, whiskey, soft drinks, and an array of snacks. Harry popped open a beer and handed it to Peter and Mary Jane, exclaiming, "Come on, let's drink. No going home until we're tipsy. We'll stay here tonight and head to school together tomorrow." Observing Harry's demeanor, particularly his late-night invitation for drinks, Peter sensed that Harry was grappling with some personal issues. Coupled with his own emotional turmoil from earlier, he found solace in the prospect of drinking and confiding his feelings. Meanwhile, Mary Jane, having been shut out by her father, felt equally disheartened. They each vented their frustrations, downing a bottle of beer in one go. Peter felt a significant weight lift from his chest as he released a belch. Harry opened up some takeout and snacks, encouraging Mary Jane to eat and drink. As the night wore on, the floor was littered with over 10 empty beer bottles. Gradually, their conversations flowed more freely, each sharing their grievances. Harry disclosed that he had inadvertently overheard his father discussing a motion to impeach him from the board of Oscorp. The irony of the Osborne family, founders of the company, being embroiled in such absurdity left Harry feeling particularly frustrated and despondent. Chapter 74. The strange Norman Osborn. As night enveloped the Osborne mansion, a somewhat oppressive tranquility permeated the living room. Mary Jane sat on a plush sofa, her fingers tightly clutching a beer bottle, fervently recounting her experiences of the evening to Harry. She tilted her head back and gulped down a mouthful of beer, bitterly laughing as she exclaimed, "I've finally come to understand. All men are the same. Once the novelty wears off, they cast you aside. The guy I just broke up with started off by whisking me around in his sports car, showering me with sweet nothings. But what happened? He grew tired of me and unceremoniously kicked me to the curb. What a cad." With another hearty swig of beer, she continued indignantly, "I see it clearly now. Relationships in this world are utterly unreliable. It's far better to find someone wealthy. A gentleman like you, Harry, is truly dependable. At least with you. I wouldn't have to worry about being discarded at a whim." With that, she threw what she believed to be a charming glance in Harry's direction. Since acquiring his superpowers, Peter Parker had become rather glib, yet at this moment, he was unusually quiet. He took a small sip of his drink, his voice low as he confessed, "The girl I like, Gwen, is already with someone else." After a night of drinking, he gradually came to terms with the reality that Gwen was never meant to be his. He resolved to accept his loss with grace. Seeing Peter so composed, Harry Osborne patted him on the shoulder, his face displaying a sense of camaraderie as he declared, "Don't worry, Peter. I'll definitely help you get your revenge. It's that Lee, right? I'll remember him. He dares to take my brother's beloved. I won't let him off easily." Peter was taken aback and quickly grasped Harry's hand, urgently imploring, "Harry, Please don't think that way. My feelings for Gwen have always been one-sided. I've come to terms with it now. Let us leave it at that. However, Harry remained undeterred, shaking his head and insisting, Brother, how can you easily relinquish the woman you like? Just wait. Tomorrow I'll have someone investigate who this Lee really is. I will make sure to bring him down from his lofty position as a CEO. Peter shook his head repeatedly, urging Harry not to intervene. And thus the two friends engaged in a spirited debate over love and dignity. Meanwhile, Mary Jane, now quite inebriated, secretly reveled in her fortune of the evening. After all, she had made the acquaintance of a son from a publicly traded company, which was a significant upgrade from her previous heartless suitor who had only taken her for joyrides. In a haze of drunkenness, Mary Jane continuously clinked her bottle with Harry S., showering him with various overtly flattering remarks. Harry, you certainly look like someone destined for greatness. Being with you guarantees a life of luxury. Under the influence of alcohol, Harry found the mature young woman beside him particularly perceptive and cultured, and his admiration for Mary Jane soared. The trio continued to drink until the early hours of the morning, nearly depleting 2 cases of beer. Eventually, they each found their own spots to drift into a deep slumber, some sprawled on the sofa, others draped over wooden chairs. They slept soundly until the dawn broke, illuminating the room. In the morning, the sound of polished shoes on the wooden floor echoed from the entrance. A rather disheveled middle-aged man entered, dressed in a finely tailored suit, his wide jaw and deep-set eyes etched with worry. He was Norman Osborn. Upon seeing the scattered, empty beer bottles around Peter and Harry, he furrowed his brow slightly. Approaching Peter, he glanced briefly before moving to Harry, intending to rouse him, but ultimately refraining. Just as he turned to leave the living room, Peter Parker, the newly minted superhero, awoke. Opening his eyes and spotting Mr. Osborn, he promptly rose from the sofa, respectfully greeting, Good morning, Mr. Osborn. Norman's darkened eyes blinked a few times, seemingly recognizing Peter. Ah, it's you, Peter. You all drank quite a bit last night. Get up quickly. You have school today. Make sure you find something to eat in the kitchen. I need to head to the office. Oh, and thank you for keeping Harry company last night. At that moment, both Harry Osborn and Mary Jane stirred awake. Seeing his father, Harry stood up nervously, as it was evident that Norman maintained strict discipline over his son. As Harry attempted to speak, Norman raised his hand to silence him. After a brief glance at his son, he turned and ascended the stairs to retrieve something before heading to work. Peter Parker observed Norman Osborn's vacant gaze and unsteady demeanor, sensing that something was amiss with this middle-aged man, though he could not quite articulate what it was. Mary Jane quietly asked Peter, Was that Mr. Osborn? Peter nodded in affirmation. Mary Jane then addressed the two boys. You should take a moment to rest. I'll go prepare something in the kitchen. By the way, Harry, where's the kitchen? Harry, finally breaking free from the tense atmosphere created by his father, replied, I'll show you. The 3 of them exited the living room, and Peter ascended to the corridor on the 2nd floor, watching as Norman Osborn trudged with heavy steps towards the underground parking garage. Before long, a blue luxury sedan rolled out of the mansion's grounds. Peter withdrew his gaze, feeling an inexplicable sense that this dimly lit, antiquated mansion held significant secrets. However, he sensed that now was not the time for exploration. He turned to the restroom, splashed water on his face, and then made his way to the expansive kitchen on the 1st floor. The kitchen was spacious, yet most of the refrigerator and freezer were empty. Mary Jane was busy preparing breakfast, the aroma wafting through the air. Harry Osborn stood beside her, engrossed in lively conversation, their laughter resonating harmoniously. Peter joined in to lend a hand, and before long, a reasonably sumptuous breakfast was ready. The trio devoured the food with great enthusiasm. After sharing glances, they climbed into the Osborn family's sedan and headed to school. All 3 attended the same institution, and as the car came to a gradual stop at the school entrance, they disembarked. Mary Jane's textbooks were stored in her personal locker by the classroom, while Peter carried his books with him, so they had gone directly to school without returning home. The school entrance was bustling with students arriving for the day, and the sight of such a lavish luxury car naturally drew numerous curious glances. When Mary Jane stepped out of the vehicle, many of her acquaintances gasped in disbelief. They were aware of her recent breakup and whispered amongst themselves, Look at her, looking so pleased. She must have hooked up with another wealthy guy. Chapter 75. A compliment to Mrs. Stacy. As dawn broke the following day, Richie stirred awake, and Mrs. Stacy followed suit. With her eyes still heavy with sleep, the first sight that greeted her was the strikingly handsome visage of the leader, seemingly sculpted by a masterful artisan. Recalling the enchanting moments of the previous night, Mrs. Stacy felt a blush rise to her fair cheeks, a vivid hue contrasting her normally pale complexion. She quickly rose with grace, respectfully addressing Richie. Leader, I shall prepare a delightful breakfast for you at once. I hope you will do me the honor of enjoying it. I shall exert every effort to meet your expectations. Richie nodded gently, elegantly gesturing with a slight smile playing on his lips. However, after a moment's contemplation, he instructed her to contact Gwen's father to confirm the timing of his return home. After all, an unexpected encounter would undoubtedly be awkward, both socially and morally. Mrs. Stacy nodded obediently and glided to the bedside table, deftly dialing her husband's number. Rising from the soft, inviting bed, Richie strolled leisurely around the bedroom floor, relishing the tranquility of the moment. At that juncture, the call connected, and Mrs. Stacy adopted a tone of casual morning languor, laced with gentle concern, as she inquired, "George, you were busy all night and didn't return home. Do you plan to come back today? If so, what time? I would like to prepare your favorite breakfast in advance." On the other end of the line, George Stacy's voice came through, tinged with exhaustion and urgency. "Last night, our entire precinct was engaged in a significant operation to apprehend an undercover agent after 6 months, crucial for the city's safety. The criminals are fiercely resisting, and the situation is tense. I likely won't be home today. I must go now. We are in the midst of an intense gunfight." With that, George Stacy abruptly ended the call. Mrs. Stacy turned to Richie with a questioning gaze, and upon receiving his nod of approval, she hastily made her way to the kitchen. Her thoughts solely focused on preparing an exquisite breakfast for the leader. As she opened the bedroom door, she spotted her daughter Gwen emerging from her own room, clad in her pajamas, her hair tousled, clearly still unprepared for the day. Their eyes met, and Mrs. Stacy displayed no hint of panic or shame. Her demeanor was calm and composed, as if everything were perfectly natural. Gwen, too, exhibited no signs of disdain, maintaining her respectful and compliant posture. "Good morning, Mother." Gwen greeted softly, offering a slight bow. "Good morning, darling. Quickly wash up and change. Do not waste any time," Mrs. Stacy gently urged. Gwen expressed her gratitude in a whisper before turning to enter the bathroom. She swiftly changed her clothes and meticulously washed her face, her movements deft and efficient. After meandering around the bedroom floor for a couple more moments, Richie finally made his way to the bathroom. Turning on the shower to let the warm water cascade over him like a delicate rain, washing away the lingering traces of perspiration. He donned a neat outfit and carefully dried his hair with a towel, instantly appearing refreshed and invigorated, radiating newfound vitality. Before long, Mrs. Stacy returned to the bedroom with light, nimble steps. She respectfully greeted the leader and softly announced, "Leader, breakfast is ready, prepared with your preferences in mind. Please step over to dine." Richie acknowledged with a nod, his gaze sweeping over Mrs. Stacy, who still wore her silk pajamas and had yet to change or groom herself. However, he paid it little mind and proceeded to the spacious, well-lit kitchen. Gwen stood gracefully by the dining table, now dressed in a simple t-shirt and blue jeans. Her long hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, exuding a youthful vibrancy. Richie smiled and gestured for the mother and daughter to sit, before taking his place at the center of the table. 3 meticulously arranged servings of breakfast, each a testament to Mrs. Stacy's culinary expertise, awaited them. With the leader's approval, the Stacy women quietly joined him for the meal. Richie savored the breakfast with particular satisfaction, fully appreciating Mrs. Stacy's exceptional cooking skills. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he might consider recommending her for a position at Stark Industries cafeteria, making it easier for him to enjoy her cuisine. Yet, this idea remained just that, a mere thought without immediate intention of discussion. After finishing the meal, Richie prepared to escort Gwen out. As she was still in school, it was imperative for her to report today, and thus, he planned to take her to school before focusing on his research at Stark Industries. Mrs. Stacy skillfully cleared the table, then stood gracefully at the entrance of the living room, awaiting his readiness. Once prepared, Richie turned his attention to Mrs. Stacy and spoke slowly. "I have greatly enjoyed my visit to your home. Your hospitality has been most comforting." A flattering smile spread across Mrs. Stacy's face, her figure bending like a willow as she bowed deeply to the leader. In a voice imbued with charm and gentleness, she replied, "Thank you, leader. It is an honor to receive your praise. I shall strive even harder next time to ensure your satisfaction." Beside her, Gwen slightly bowed her head in respect. Richie reached out, playfully pinching Mrs. Stacy's cheeks, now flushed with excitement, before he and Gwen exited the house with composure. Chapter 76. Jarvis's report. As Richie and Gwen entered the elevator, it descended slowly towards the ground floor of the standalone building facing the street. Upon the opening of the elevator doors, they stepped out into the building's lobby. Richie skillfully opened the car door and took his seat in the driver's position. The vehicle gradually eased into the flow of urban traffic, heading towards the highway entrance. "I shall take you to school first," Richie remarked, glancing at Gwen. She nodded eagerly, a hint of gratitude in her eyes. "Thank you, leader." With that, she lowered her gaze slightly, her hands clasped upon her lap, and settled into the passenger seat in silence. Richie engaged in conversation with the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, through his earpiece. "Jarvis, provide me with an update on the company's affairs over the past few days." Jarvis's voice resonated within the car. "Chairman, the negotiations for the acquisition of Oscorp have officially commenced, and both parties are currently in the preliminary contact phase. The majority of Oscorp's board members have shown a keen interest in our acquisition proposal. However, Norman Osborn, the chairman of Oscorp, vehemently opposes this premium acquisition, insisting on maintaining independent development without being beholden to others." Richie furrowed his brow, lightly drumming his fingers on the steering wheel. It seems that persuading Norman Osborn will be pivotal to the successful completion of this acquisition. Indeed, Chairman, Jarvis replied. Additionally, Oscorp has successfully overcome challenges in nanotechnology, achieving significant breakthroughs. The transition of nanotechnology from theory to practical application is now coming into view. Upon hearing this news, a spark of excitement illuminated Richie's eyes. He understood that most of Iron Man's current armor still relied on traditional steel constructs, while the nanotech-powered exoskeleton represents the future of armored technology. Acquiring this would substantially enhance Stark Industries' technological prowess. This is crucial information, Jarvis. Immediately inform Tony Stark to acquire Oscorp at any cost. Understood, Chairman. The directive has been communicated. Jarvis responded promptly. Richie continued, also, gather more detailed information concerning Oscorp and Norman Osborn. I have a strong suspicion that he may have already undergone physical enhancement and mutation. We must implement comprehensive precautionary measures. After addressing matters concerning Oscorp, Richie shifted his thoughts to Hammer Industries. What is the current status of Hammer Industries? He inquired. Jarvis replied. Hammer Industries has been successfully integrated into Stark Enterprises. Although their military manufacturing facilities remain operational, relevant projects and manufacturing plants at Stark's headquarters are gradually being shut down and consolidated. Jarvis, keep an eye on potential companies in North America. We need to prepare for our next acquisition plan to further bolster the group's strength, Richie instructed. During the exchange with Jarvis, the vehicle, guided by the precision of artificial intelligence, had unwittingly arrived at the entrance of New York Midtown Tech High School. The dazzling red luxury sports car Richie drove resembled a blazing flame, radiating brilliance under the sunlight and drawing the attention of passing students. Nearby, a black luxury sedan was parked discreetly. Though equally opulent, it appeared somewhat subdued in the presence of the red sports car. At that moment, Peter Parker, Harry Osborn, and Mary Jane were preparing to enter the school gate. Suddenly, the striking red supercar came to a gentle stop, its door swung open. And Gwen elegantly alighted from the vehicle, her long hair fluttering in the breeze, exuding the vitality of youth. Peter Parker's gaze was instantly captivated by Gwen, and he found himself halting in his tracks. Harry Osborn noticed his friend's unusual behavior, followed his line of sight to Gwen, and quickly understood the situation. He patted Peter's shoulder, encouragingly saying, Peter, don't dawdle. Go over and say hello. I believe you still have a chance. Peter, with a wry smile, shook his head. I think it's best if I don't. His hands involuntarily tightened, and a look of unease crossed his face. Mary Jane, glancing at Gwen, felt a surge of complex emotions. Gwen's slender figure and outstanding demeanor ignited a blend of jealousy and admiration within her. She instinctively tugged at her clothing, wishing to appear more presentable. Mary Jane gently pulled on Harry Osborn's arm, whispering, let us hurry inside, or we'll be late. Yet, her gaze remained transfixed on the fiery red sports car, filled with yearning for the wealth and status it symbolized. At that moment, Mary Jane noticed Richie in the driver's seat. When she recognized that he was an exceptionally handsome young man of similar age to them, she paused in surprise. Turning to Peter, she curiously inquired, Peter, is the person in the car that Gwen just exited the Mr. Richie you mentioned last night? Is he truly the new president of Stark Enterprises? Chapter 77. The enraged young heir Peter Parker indeed mentioned last night that Richie is the new president of Stark Enterprises. At this moment, Gwen corroborated this information with the driving Richie, and had already recognized his identity. Peter Parker nodded slightly, confirming that it was indeed Richie. When Harry Osborn glanced at Richie inside the car, his gaze instantly sharpened like an eagle's, filled with scrutiny. He clenched his fists and whispered to Peter, this is the guy who has stirred everything up. Peter sighed helplessly. Harry, don't be impulsive. Things are not that simple. In Harry's heart, this man was not only the source of his good friend's turmoil, but also the one responsible for his father's predicament. Thus, Harry harbored deep-seated animosity and disdain towards Richie. As Gwen walked around the front of the car to bid farewell to Richie, Harry's anger flared even more. Unable to contain himself, he strode purposefully toward the nearby red sports car. Seeing Harry heading straight in that direction, Peter assumed his friend was coming to his defense, and his heart raced. He quickly reached out to grasp Harry's arm in an attempt to stop him. Harry, calm down, don't stir up trouble. Harry forcefully broke free, retorting, you only know how to avoid conflict. Today, I must have a word with him. However, Peter, not daring to exert his superhuman strength, could only follow closely behind his friend. Mary Jane had initially lifted her leg to follow as well, calculating her own benefits and eager to get acquainted with the president of the publicly traded company. After all, it was a renowned corporation, and establishing a connection with the president would be a golden opportunity for her. With this thought in mind, Mary Jane closely trailed behind the two boys, murmuring to herself, perhaps this could change my life. Richie also noticed Peter Parker not far away, and from the driver's seat, he raised his hand to signal Peter. He then opened the car door and stepped out with composure. He was well aware that his follower, Gwen, was a classmate of Peter Parker. And since they had encountered each other, it was only polite to be amicable, especially since Peter Parker would undoubtedly become a valuable asset under his leadership. Seeing this, Peter Parker steeled himself to greet Mr. Richie, then waved to Gwen. After their initial meeting, Peter mustered a strained smile, saying, "Mr. Ritchie, it's good to see you again. I didn't expect you to personally drop Gwen off at school. It's only natural that she holds you in such high regard." Upon hearing Peter's words, Gwen nodded slightly. Standing next to the leader, she deliberately maintained a distance from the other boys, displaying only a hint of polite smile in response. Harry Osborn, witnessing Gwen's demeanor, felt his anger intensifying. He recognized Gwen Stacy as the daughter of the police chief, and although she was a wealthy heiress, she could not compare to his own Osborn family. With a cold glance at Gwen, Harry bluntly remarked, "Miss Stacy, what a coincidence to see you here. My good friend Peter is quite infatuated with you. I didn't expect you to behave this way." Gwen frowned and softly retorted, "Harry, don't say that. Peter and I are just classmates." But Harry persisted, "Classmates? Don't pretend. Who doesn't know Peter's feelings?" Harry Osborn was known for his directness, never beating around the bush. Gwen's signature polite smile instantly froze. She glanced at Harry but refrained from speaking. Upon noticing Harry, Ritchie received a report from the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, informing him that the person before him was Norman Osborn's son, Harry. Ritchie was well aware of Harry's friendship with Spider-Man and understood the troubles Peter had faced the previous night. He wasn't overly angered by Harry's protective behavior toward his friend. Ritchie calmly turned to Harry and slowly said, "My dear classmate, interpersonal relationships are built on mutual understanding. It is true that you and Peter are good friends, but when it comes to matters of the heart, it is perhaps inappropriate for an outsider to intervene." Ritchie's reasoning was sound and coherent. Harry Osborn looked up at Ritchie, who towered over him, and his disdain grew more palpable. Unwavering, Harry replied, "You must be Mr. Ritchie. Your company, Stark Enterprises, is currently making a buyout offer to Oscorp, which has put my father in a difficult position. The Oscorp Group was founded by our Osborn family, and my father is determined to maintain independence. He does not wish to sell. Mr. Ritchie, you ought to respect my father's wishes and cease your ambitions regarding Oscorp." With arms crossed, Ritchie asked nonchalantly, "And do you really believe that Oscorp can sustain its independent development in today's market environment?" Harry hesitated momentarily before responding defiantly, "That is our business. You need not concern yourself." Harry Osborn's words were blunt, revealing his determination and stubbornness. Ritchie, unfazed by this young heiress confrontation, calmly stated, "Mr. Osborn, as far as I know, what is the current stake of the Osborn family in Oscorp? How significant is your family's influence on the board? Ultimately, any acquisition will still adhere to the board's opinions. I trust you understand that." Mentioning the Osborn family's dwindling control over Oscorp's board, Harry Osborn, though not yet involved in company management, was acutely aware that the family's stake had diminished significantly over the years, rendering them incapable of influencing the board. His complexion shifted from red to pale, akin to a spilled palette of emotions. The harsh reality of his family's situation was ruthlessly laid bare by Ritchie. Igniting a surge of intense anger within him, he longed to strike Ritchie on the spot. After all, people generally prefer flattery and detest hard truths, and Harry Osborn, raised in a wealthy family, was no exception. Ritchie observed the furious yet helpless youth before him, gently waved goodbye to Peter Parker and Gwen, and prepared to return to his car and head back to the company. Chapter 78. The arrival of menstruation. Mary Jane, standing behind Harry Osborn, fidgeted restlessly. Her feet tapping nervously, hands alternately clenched and relaxed, all the while her gaze was fixed intently on Ritchie. She murmured to herself, "This rare opportunity must not slip away. I must engage him at once." Suddenly, her eyes darted, and she took a bold step away from Peter Parker, almost stumbling in her haste. With an exuberant wave of her arms, she exclaimed, "Hello, Mr. Ritchie. I've long heard of your legendary exploits from Peter. In my eyes, you are an incredibly esteemed and formidable figure. Meeting you here has my heart racing with excitement. My name is Mary Jane, a classmate of Peter's." After her enthusiastic greeting, she dramatically patted her chest as if overwhelmed with emotion, then quickly extended her hand, eagerly shaking it in the air, hoping for Ritchie to grasp it promptly. Ritchie, who was about to re-enter his vehicle, momentarily halted at the jarring intrusion, slowly turning his head with a hint of concealed annoyance, casting a cursory glance at Mary Jane. The freckles on her face stood out in the sunlight, and her somewhat plump figure was accentuated by her overzealous attempts to impress him, which only sparked a wave of distaste within him. In his heart, Gwen remained the most special presence, her place unwaveringly cherished. As for the prospect of MJ, just the thought of her dark complexion left Ritchie unimpressed, and he felt little fondness for the suddenly loud Mary Jane before him. Despite his rising impatience, Ritchie, out of politeness, slightly raised his hand, allowing his fingertips to briefly touch the hand Mary Jane had extended, then quickly withdrew, offering a perfunctory response. "It's a pleasure to meet you two. Gwen has been safely delivered. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave now. Goodbye, everyone." With that, he turned to depart. Harry stood nearby, eyes wide with fury, fixed on Ritchie with an intensity that seemed capable of incinerating him. This man had plunged his life into chaos, and Harry's deep-seated loathing swelled within him. Yet, he recognized his own powerlessness in this moment. His chest heaving as he sighed internally, casting one last furious glare at Richie before trudging towards the school. Gwen, ever composed, offered a gentle nod and a soft greeting to Richie before walking alongside Peter Parker towards their classroom. Though they were classmates and shared the same route, an awkward atmosphere enveloped them. Gwen appeared lost in her thoughts, reverting to her icy demeanor, while Peter stole glances at her, opening his mouth to speak, but ultimately failing to utter a word. Mary Jane, watching Richie prepare to enter his vehicle, felt her heart leap into her throat. She rushed forward, firmly grasping the car door, her face contorting into an exaggerated display of urgency and shyness, a facade so transparent it was almost laughable. Then, adopting a feigned, innocent tone, she declared, "Mr. Richie, I'm in a terrible predicament. I'm about to lose my mind. You're so capable. You simply must assist me." Richie, seated in the car, furrowed his brow at her words, puzzled by her motives. He turned to her with a cool, scrutinizing gaze, neither speaking nor moving, merely nodding slightly to indicate she should continue. Mary Jane glanced around, noting the increasing number of students. As if triggered to perform, she feigned embarrassment, saying, "Mr. Richie, I'm truly sorry to bring this up, but I unexpectedly started my period this morning, and in my rush, I forgot to bring any supplies. What am I to do? Could you be so kind as to take me to buy a pack?" Richie, instantly aware of her deceit through his keen intuition, found her ploy childish and unworthy of exposure in public. He merely frowned slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his mind, then nodded gently, indicating she should enter the car. Mary Jane's heart soared at this response. Her smile blossomed instantly as she opened the car door, settling into the passenger seat while deliberately adjusting her posture to appear as alluring as possible. The vehicle rolled forward, soon arriving at a convenience store. Mary Jane eagerly leapt from the car, sashaying inside with exaggerated feline grace. She browsed the aisles, ostensibly selecting items while secretly plotting how to further ingratiate herself with Richie. Following her fabricated story, she picked up a pack of sanitary pads, then lingered among the shelves, contemplating her next move. After much deliberation, she decided to purchase 2 cups of coffee. Selecting 2 elegant cups, she carefully poured the coffee into them, adding cream and chocolate powder as embellishments, as if these details would enhance her chances of success. After completing her transaction, she emerged contentedly, cradling the coffee, deliberately slowing her pace as she approached the vehicle. Upon reaching the car, she stood there, feigning weakness, mumbling, "Oh dear, it's quite difficult to open the door with these coffees in hand." Richie, observing from the car, felt a sense of exasperation wash over him. He had no desire to be further entangled with this woman. Reluctantly, he leaned forward to open the door for her. Mary Jane's face briefly lit up with triumph, but she quickly resumed her delicate facade. Sliding into the vehicle, she handed a cup of coffee to Richie, sweetly stating, "Mr. Richie, everything is purchased, but I need to find a place to take care of this situation. There's truly nowhere suitable around here, which is quite troubling." As she spoke, she cast a sly glance out the window, her eyes glinting with mischief. The area surrounding the campus was dotted with motels. Precisely what she had hoped to find. Richie, fully aware of her intentions, felt a surge of annoyance at her clumsy theatrics and schemes, yet he suppressed his displeasure. Taking a sip of coffee before calmly suggesting, "Miss Jane, perhaps we could find a hotel. I can book a room for you to address your needs before returning to school." Upon hearing this, Mary Jane's face transformed into an exaggerated display of bashfulness. She fidgeted with her skirt and nervously toyed with her clothing, responding coyly, "Oh, Mr. Richie, I can't thank you enough. You truly are my savior. I'm so sorry for the trouble I'm causing you." Yet, the gleam of triumph in her eyes betrayed her true feelings, reveling in what she perceived as her triumph. Chapter 79. Green Tea. Mary. As Lychee swiped his card to unlock the hotel room door, Mary Jane entered with an uncontainable excitement, her eyes widening in astonishment. She exaggeratedly covered her mouth, letting out a sharp gasp. "Oh my goodness, Mr. Lychee, this room is absolutely lavish." Deliberately swaying her hips, she tilted her head back, wearing an overtly artificial smile, and in a coy voice exclaimed, "Mr. Lychee, if it weren't for you today, I would be utterly lost. You are my lifeline, my greatest benefactor." As she spoke, she blinked her heavily mascaraed eyes, then reached out playfully to poke Lychee's arm, only for him to swiftly evade her touch. Lychee's expression was frigid. He merely nodded slightly, revealing no excess emotion. He walked directly to the window and abruptly drew back the heavy curtains. Seeing this, Mary Jane, like a nimble cat, immediately pressed closer, attempting to rub against him. Lychee pushed her away with a quick motion, coldly stating, "You might as well stay here for a while. I must take my leave." Lychee frowned in distaste, sidestepping her and creating a significant distance between them, eager to exit the scene. Yet Mary Jane, with a determined thrust of her chest, took a bold step forward. Clenching her hands around the hem of her garment, her knuckles turned white from the pressure, her face radiated an almost frenzied enthusiasm. "Please don't go, Mr. Lychee. I wish to remain by your side. Even if it means merely serving you tea, I would find bliss in that." Just as Lychee prepared to respond, Mary Jane interrupted, "Mr. Lychee, I am willing to handle all your mundane tasks, laundry, cooking, cleaning, no matter how dirty or exhausting they may be. As long as I can stay near you, I would not utter a single complaint." With that, She spread her arms wide, as if to leap into his embrace. Li Qi swiftly sidestepped once more, his expression darkening as if a storm were brewing, and coldly retorted, "Miss Jane, please show some decorum. I am merely helping you as a friend. There is no deeper intention." However, Mary Jane was ensnared in her obsessive fervor, oblivious to Li Qi's rejection. Suddenly, she knelt, crying out, "Mr. Li Qi, I implore you, grant me this chance. I truly love you." Her body trembled with overwhelming emotion, resembling a desperate soul clutching at the last vestige of salvation. Li Qi forcefully pried her hands away, turning to escape this loathsome encounter. Seeing him retreat, Mary Jane, driven by a wild determination, dashed to the door, arms outstretched. Taking a deep breath, she slowly yet resolutely began to unbutton her shirt. Tears trembled in her voice as she feigned vulnerability. "Mr. Li Qi, my heart is resolute. I offer myself to you without reservation." Her tone quivered, projecting a facade of innocence, yet her gaze reflected an unwavering resolve. Li Qi, exasperated by her irrational antics, ultimately resorted to a mental manipulation to significantly diminish her green tea attributes and firmly control her loyalty, which allowed him to tolerate her presence temporarily. On that soft bed, Mary Jane's behavior further showcased her artifice and hypocrisy. With half-closed eyes, she feigned utter enjoyment, her voice reminiscent of a lackluster performance from a low-quality film. Every gesture and word reeked of pretense, all aimed at achieving her goal of attaching herself to a wealthy benefactor. Afterwards, Li Qi donned his clothes with an impassive expression, his gaze as frigid as the frost on a winter's night, devoid of warmth. He once again diminished her green tea attributes, ensuring she would not become too ostentatious. Casting a cold glance at Mary Jane, he felt no ripple of emotion. To him, she was merely a worn garment he had briefly utilized, now devoid of value and ready to be cast aside. He slowly raised his head, an invisible mental force enveloping Mary Jane like countless delicate threads. He inspected her memories, recognizing her as a second-generation individual from a small town, lacking competence, and thus, under her vocal provocation, he dismissed her. Mary Jane's first experience had just occurred. Initially brimming with pride and lost in her fantasies, Mary Jane's body stiffened suddenly, her madness and greed scattered like leaves in a tempest, replaced by a void of tranquility as if her very essence had been extracted. Li Qi regarded the mentally subdued Mary Jane, his tone devoid of emotion. "Let us remain calm here for a while before heading to school." Mary Jane, like a soulless statue, sat in silence until Li Qi's command faded. She retained memories of what had transpired within the room, and at this moment, she felt exhilarated, having achieved her previous objective of connecting with this powerful figure. A joyous sensation blossomed within her as she surveyed her body, gracefully rising from the bed to prepare for a shower. Mary Jane hummed a disjointed tune, her steps light as she entered the bathroom. A flush of excitement colored her cheeks, her eyes sparkling with pride and satisfaction. Let us see who dares to underestimate me now," she murmured softly, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. With this newfound connection to Li Qi, she envisioned her future filled with high-end venues and surrounded by envious gazes. Lost in her thoughts, her laughter echoed ever more brightly within the small confines of the bathroom. Chapter 80. A more enraged Harry. Mary Jane extended her hand, gently twisting the faucet, humming a tune as she languidly shed her garments. Her movements were imbued with a sense of leisure and contentment. Discarding her clothes carelessly to the side, she eagerly stepped into the bathtub, the water's warmth enveloping her body perfectly. A triumphant smile graced her lips, her mind replaying the recent events, each recollection bringing her closer to her aspirations. Mary Jane hastily tidied herself before checking out of the hotel, which was conveniently situated merely a block away from Midtown Tech High School. A quarter of an hour later, she swayed her notably alluring figure towards the back door of her classroom. Peering through the window, she observed her history teacher reading from the textbook to the students. She was acutely aware that she could not simply barge in unannounced. Hence, she ducked into the girls' restroom for a moment, subsequently wandering aimlessly through the various floors. Her voluptuous form, albeit slightly plump, was accentuated by a rather overpowering scent of cheap perfume. Fortunately, she encountered no patrolling grade supervisors or teachers along the way. Only after the class had concluded did she blend in with her peers to return to the classroom for the remaining 2 periods. As lunchtime arrived, students gradually exited to partake in their meals. The school offered the option of dining in the communal cafeteria or venturing to nearby restaurants. Mary Jane entered the dining hall, procured her meal, and immediately spotted Peter and his friend, Harry Osborne. Although Peter and Harry were close friends, they were not in the same grade. Occasionally, they would share lunch if their paths crossed. Mary Jane approached Peter, placing her tray beside him and sitting down opposite Harry. Harry's face lit up upon seeing his friend from the previous night, his excitement palpable as he animatedly recounted the morning's events, occasionally inquiring whether Peter had spoken to Gwen. While feigning interest in Harry's chatter, Mary Jane picked at her unappetizing lunch, discarding the fatty pieces with a disdainful grimace. Harry glanced at Mary Jane, noticing the slightly garish makeup on her face, yet there was an air of pride in her expression. Despite her frowning at the subpar meal, He felt an inexplicable allure. "Mary, don't eat that," he offered. "Allow me to fetch you something better." As a gentleman, Harry had always treated others with kindness. Having shared drinks with Mary Jane, he perceived her as a seemingly mature yet worldly girl, which ignited a desire within him to pursue her, imagining himself as her protector. Mary Jane raised her gaze to the dapper young heir before her, a calculating smile spreading across her face. Just that morning, she had made a connection with the president of a publicly traded company and had little regard for this wealthy young man, dismissively waving her hand to decline Harry's offer. However, Harry seized the opportunity, standing up to procure a more refined meal for her without allowing her a chance to refuse. Without offering a proper thank you, Mary Jane accepted the new plate and began to eat, finding it indeed far superior to her previous meal. Harry continued to engage her in conversation, while she eagerly boasted about her morning spent with Mr. Licky, extolling his virtues of maturity and attentiveness. Peter Parker, overhearing this, cast an incredulous glance at Mary Jane. He struggled to discern the truth in her claims, especially since he had witnessed the close relationship between Licky and Gwen the night before. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, "Mary, that doesn't seem right. Mr. Licky and Gwen are practically made for each other. He spent the night at Gwen's house. How could he be with you this morning?" Peter did not outright deny Mary Jane, but his words implied skepticism. Mary Jane, infuriated and embarrassed, slammed her chopsticks down, her eyes glinting with fury as she retorted, "Peter, if you don't believe me, that's your problem. My relationship with Mr. Licky is quite extraordinary. And once I enter Stark Enterprises, you'll be the one seeking my favor." Mary Jane had seemingly elevated herself to the status of an executive at Stark Industries, convinced that her connection with Licky would ensure her entry. Across the table, Harry's previously animated demeanor darkened, his brow furrowing in frustration. He raged internally, feeling wronged as he mused about how Licky seemed intent on thwarting him at every turn, first with family business, then with a close friend's romantic interest, and now with a girl he fancied. As Harry's expression darkened, his earlier smile vanished entirely. He gripped his utensils tightly, his knuckles turning pale as a surge of anger coursed through him. At that moment, he was wholly consumed by rage. Peter, noting Harry's silence, quickly attempted to console him, though his words lacked conviction. Unaware of Harry's shifting demeanor, Mary Jane continued to boast about her newfound status, her voice growing louder and drawing peculiar glances from those nearby. Numerous students knew of Mary Jane's antics, and her exaggerated claims only reinforced the perception that she was merely engaging in another game of social maneuvering. Sensing the scrutiny, Peter tugged at Mary Jane's sleeve, signaling her to cease her loud proclamations in the crowded cafeteria. Finally, Mary Jane relented, rolling her eyes and dismissively surveying her audience. She remained unconcerned, fixated on her pursuit of success, though she chose to quieten down. Meanwhile, consumed by his fury, Harry Osborn abruptly threw his utensils back onto his tray, stood up, and strode out of the dining hall without a backward glance. Despite Peter and Mary Jane's calls, he appeared deaf to their words. Resolutely exiting the cafeteria and making his way to the school gates, where he called for his driver, deciding to skip class and head home for the day. Chapter 81. The emergence of the Green Goblin. Upon seeing his dear friend, he suddenly embraced Peter Parker, placing down his tray and rushing outside, calling out, "Harry, Harry, what on earth is wrong with you?" Harry had already arrived at the school entrance, just hanging up a call with the driver, when he turned around. His features were grotesquely distorted with rage, almost unrecognizable. He glared at Peter Parker, his jaw clenched tightly, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. "Don't worry. I will avenge us." Await good news. A black sedan leisurely rolled in from a nearby block, coming to a steady halt. Harry forcefully yanked open the rear door, diving inside like an enraged bull, then slammed the door shut with a resounding bang that echoed harshly in the quiet of the entrance. Peter Parker stood in bewilderment, rooted to the spot as he watched his friend storm off in fury, filled with confusion, struggling to comprehend why Harry was so incensed. Inside the dining hall, Mary Jane had no intention of pursuing him. She leisurely remained seated, savoring her exquisite lunch, occasionally picking at it, displaying her discerning taste. After finally finishing, she deliberately twisted her voluptuous waist, which was somewhat exaggeratedly ample, and sashayed out of the dining hall with a comically exaggerated catwalk, swaying with every step. Dressed in a snug, low-cut dress that seemed to plunge almost to her navel, her ample skin was fully exposed, the garment clinging closely to her figure, outlining her curves, yet appearing somewhat gaudy. By the entrance, Harry and Peter Parker had long vanished, prompting Mary Jane to pout in disappointment, her face etched with regret as she slowly meandered back to her classroom. During the lunch break, students had the option to either return home or wander elsewhere. Having severed ties with the wealthy scion of the town, Mary Jane found herself without a destination, deciding instead to take a nap in class until afternoon lessons resumed. Meanwhile, Harry Osborn, seated in the back of the sedan, felt his frustration boiling as he reflected on the day's events, as if a fire were raging within him. He impatiently urged the driver to hasten his return home. Throughout the journey, he resembled an irate toad, his face a mask of indignation. Upon arriving at the villa, the Gothic structure appeared less foreboding in daylight. Harry exited the vehicle as the driver maneuvered it into the garage and made his way directly to the second floor. Entering the living room. Although the room had been tidied, it still bore an air of disarray. Harry plopped heavily onto a slightly slanted sofa. Visions of Richie's actions towards him, his friends, and his beloved flaring up in his mind, igniting a fresh wave of fury. With a sudden burst of energy, he stood up and strode purposefully from the living room to his father Norman Osborn's study. The study was filled with an array of research equipment and the latest experimental results brought home from the company, the military's sought-after human enhancement serum. Oscorp was collaborating with another prominent biopharmaceutical firm. Whoever developed the more effective serum would secure a lucrative contract worth billions. Harry was acutely aware that his father had secretly begun experimenting with the serum on himself. As the destined heir to the family business, he felt increasingly disenfranchised as control of Oscorp slipped into the hands of the board, leading him to secretly consume the unproven enhancement serum himself. At that moment, a malevolent whisper seemed to echo in his mind, a wicked voice growing ever louder, roaring at him. Harry, you were too weak, merely a pushover. Now is the time to teach Richie a lesson and show him that the Osborns are not to be trifled with. Consumed by rage, Harry found himself spiraling deeper into madness, the sinister voice acting as a catalyst, amplifying his fury and rendering his actions increasingly frantic. He rushed to the hidden compartment housing the serum, quickly entered the password, and retrieved 2 capsules that had yet to undergo further human trials. Without a second thought, he tossed them into his mouth, swallowing them dry, hardly chewing before gulping them down. This reckless act seemed to provide a slight respite to Harry's emotions, yet simultaneously, the malevolent voice surged with renewed vigor, almost entirely dominating his consciousness, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha. Harry, you are a waste. Now I will take control of your body, and we shall execute a grand scheme. The voice, infused with malice, surged like a tumultuous tide, nearly drowning the last vestiges of Harry's reason. His eyes transformed into a predatory orange hue. His demeanor became increasingly frenzied and impulsive, as if possessed by a demon. In another clandestine chamber, he struggled to lift a set of military gliding apparatus developed by Norman Osborn, an extraordinarily advanced aerial device, a fusion of armor and formidable explosives. Eagerly, he donned the wicked jester mask, strapped on the glider, and clumsily maneuvered through the kitchen, crashing into a copper mirror with a loud crash. Finally, he careened out of the study, hurtling through the second floor towards the skies. At this moment, Harry Osborn was entirely consumed by the malevolent version of himself. Clad in the unproduced military gear, zigzagging through the air towards the Stark Corporation headquarters at breakneck speed, the evil little Harry cackled triumphantly as he flew, envisioning Richie's disarray. In this instant, he had fully seized control of Harry Osborn's psyche. The dark persona that had been quietly festering now emerged in its entirety. He deftly navigated his phone, and within a mere 20 minutes, he could discern the towering Stark Tower in the distance. With a more sinister smile, the Green Goblin revealed himself, vowing to ensure Richie paid a heavy price. Indeed, the Green Goblin had made his grand entrance, and his inaugural mission was to impart an unforgettable lesson upon Richie. Chapter 82. Wonder Woman takes action driven by intense anger. Harry Osborn has fully succumbed to the darkness, transforming into the Green Goblin. His emergence predates that of his father, the original Green Goblin, by a noteworthy span of time. Presently, he is racing towards Stark Tower, the towering edifice now barely visible on the horizon. Meanwhile, Rick is comfortably seated in his opulent office at the pinnacle of the skyscraper. Suddenly, the urgent alert from Jarvis pierces the air like a shrill alarm. Resonating from the office's speakers, alarm, alarm, master, an anomalous entity is approaching at an astonishing velocity, with an apparent target directed towards us. Alarm, alarm. It is approximately 1:30 p.m. Relaxed in his lavish chair, Rick enjoys the company of Wonder Woman, Princess Diana, who sits gracefully upon his lap. The two engaged in a tender conversation. As an advanced artificial intelligence, Jarvis meticulously monitors all activities surrounding Stark Tower, and thus, the moment the Green Goblin appears, the alarm is triggered. Diana, perched on Rick's lap, instantly springs into action upon hearing the alarm. Her God-Killer sword rests against the side of the desk, and with practiced ease, she grasps the gleaming weapon, her gaze sharpened as she turns towards the floor-to-ceiling windows. At this moment, the Green Goblin's uniquely designed modern combat gear is clearly visible to both Rick and Diana. Observing the distinctive mask and flying device, Rick contemplates the potential for mass production of such equipment for his security team, recognizing its potential to revolutionize their capabilities. Diana, clad in a simple t-shirt and fitted jeans, has yet to don her traditional Amazonian armor, which she has worn for millennia on Paradise Island. Having only recently arrived in this vibrant metropolis, she is gradually acclimating to its diverse lifestyle. Holding the God-Killer sword tightly, her attire feels somewhat restrictive, betraying her discomfort as she assumes a combat-ready stance. Rick, watching Diana prepare for battle, smiles gently and eases her arm down, saying softly, "Diana, there's no need for such tension, it's merely a minor foe." With unwavering determination, Diana meets Rick's gaze and asserts, "Allow me to handle him. I have not trained in combat for quite some time. Since arriving in New York, I have indeed become somewhat lax. Master, this is my oversight, and starting tonight, I shall resume my physical training." In her time on Paradise Island, Diana has consistently engaged in rigorous physical and combat training, only relaxing briefly after vanquishing the malevolent god Ares. Now, the audacity of someone daring to invade her master's stronghold ignites a fierce fire within her. Rick nods slightly, admiration evident in his eyes as he gazes at Diana's earnest expression, growing increasingly fond of the young princess. After a brief exchange, he instructs Jarvis to raise the windows, lest the minor villain cause undue damage and add to the repair woes. As the windows ascend, the Green Goblin, who has swiftly reached the apex of Stark Tower, halts abruptly midair, his flying device, developed by his father, whirring as it stabilizes after increasing its thrust. Despite his inexperience with the craft, the Green Goblin manages to regain his balance through sheer determination. Through the mask, Harry Osborn observes Rick standing poised and confident, alongside the strikingly serious beauty wielding an ancient golden weapon. The sight of her flowing golden hair, sun-kissed skin, and captivating eyes stirs feelings of envy within him, contrasting starkly with the mundane Mary Jane he knows. Consumed by rage and jealousy, Harry's inner demon taunts him. "Rick, today I come as the divine retribution of justice to punish you for your numerous transgressions. Surely, you never anticipated a day of reckoning. Allow me to send you to hell." Before the battle commences, the Green Goblin attempts to seize the moral high ground. However, Rick merely smirks, a hint of disdain gracing his features as he addresses the hovering Green Goblin with casual authority. "Harry, stop the theatrics. I know you are Harry Osborn. In consideration of your friendship with Peter Parker, I have no intention of harming you. Return home now and refrain from meddling in affairs beyond your understanding." Rick's words clearly belittle Harry Osborn, relegating him to a status far beneath that of a worthy opponent. This not only wounds Harry's pride but delivers a crushing blow to his self-worth. The malevolent spirit within him grows increasingly furious, its derisive laughter echoing through the building, capturing the attention of Stark Industries employees who gaze in fear at the bizarre green combat apparatus. Realizing that allowing the Green Goblin to create chaos would severely impact the morale of his employees, Rick resolves to confront this audacious intruder. In response to Rick's calm demeanor, Harry Osborn, fueled by rage, accelerates his flying device, hurtling towards the interior of the building in an attempt to strike Rick. Rick swiftly evades, leaving the primary confrontation to Diana. She adeptly transitions the God Killer's sword to her left hand and deftly retrieves the lasso of truth from her waist. The lasso, typically coiled like a whip for convenience, gleams golden and lightning-like as she skillfully ensnares the Green Goblin's flying device. Realizing the predicament, the Green Goblin increases the power of his craft, striving to break free from the lasso's grasp. Yet, Diana stands resolute, her feet firmly planted as though anchored to the earth, pulling the lasso with unwavering strength. The tension in the air is palpable, as Diana's semi-divine physique embodies immense power, rendering the single-person flying device utterly insignificant in comparison. With a slight exertion, she begins to draw the flying device closer to her. The little Green Goblin, sensing impending danger, abruptly altered the direction of his flying apparatus. In a swift motion, akin to lightning, he charged fiercely towards Diana. Simultaneously, a gleaming Green Goblin sword manifested in his hand, indicating his intent to engage in a duel with Diana using cold steel. Chapter 83. A visitor approaches moments after the appearance of the Green Goblin, Harry Osborn. Stark Enterprises' highly trained security team swiftly ascended to the top floor of the building via the elevator. Upon reaching the entrance of the CEO's office, Richie raised his hand slightly, signaling the ordinary security personnel to withdraw. After all, facing the aggressive Green Goblin, equipped with a personal flight device, would be akin to throwing eggs against a stone. Richie understood well that his ordinary security team would be of no use in such a high-stakes confrontation. The deputy leader of the security team hesitated briefly, but ultimately chose to comply with the order. At that moment, the portly head of security, Happy, was not present at headquarters. He was far away on Paradise Island, fully engaged in assisting with the island's modernization and defense efforts. Thus, in the grand battlefield of the CEO's office, only 3 individuals remained. With the high maneuverability of his flight device, the Green Goblin wielded a gleaming metal blade, attempting to assassinate the stoic Diana. Diana, the magnificent Wonder Woman with millennia of combat experience, calmly swung her lasso of truth with one hand. Despite having slightly slacked in her training recently, her prowess was far beyond that of the inexperienced Green Goblin. In the instant the Green Goblin pivoted on his device to strike, Diana moved like lightning, executing a perfect bridge to evade the lethal blow effortlessly. Following this, her Godslayer's sword met the Green Goblin's blade in a fierce clash. The sound echoed. Could a divine weapon be withstood by mere earthly metal? The Green Goblin's sword was instantly severed in two, and Diana deftly maneuvered her lasso around him, wrapping it twice before yanking him forcefully from his flight device. The now uncontrolled vehicle surged forward like a wild stallion, crashing against the opposite wall with a resounding thud. The Green Goblin clutched 2 pumpkin bombs tightly. Yet before he could release them, Diana had apprehended him. She swiftly approached with agile and powerful strides, expertly gripping his wrist. In agony, the Green Goblin instinctively loosened his grip, and the peculiar bombs tumbled to the ground. Fortunately, the bombs had yet to be activated. Seeing this, Richie dashed over without hesitation. Using his body to shield Diana, after all, as her leader, he must protect her at all costs. Diana lowered her gaze to the bound Harry Osborn, gently removing his exaggerated mask to reveal a face twisted with rage. At that moment, his mind was still firmly under the control of his malevolent persona. But under the enchantment of the lasso of truth, his true self was magnified, leading him to cackle, "Richie, and you too, though I do not know your name. I will remember you both. As long as I am not killed, I will have my revenge." Cackle, cackle. This sinister persona continued to shriek, the lasso glowing in an orange hue. Richie kicked one of the pumpkin bombs into the corner and, without further ado, delivered a sharp sidekick to Harry's head, silencing him for the moment. Diana withdrew the lasso of truth, at which point Richie gestured to the ordinary security personnel at the office door to come in and clean up the mess, removing the pumpkin bombs, the flight device embedded in the wall, and the Green Goblin's other equipment and weapons. As for Harry Osborn, he could not be easily dismissed. Richie glanced at Diana, who still held the Godslayer's sword, and a gentle smile spread across his face as he addressed her. "Diana, do you believe that when one small foe is defeated, a larger one will soon arrive? It will not be long before a more formidable Green Goblin comes to trouble us." For the innocent Wonder Woman, this theory was foreign, and she blinked her bright eyes in skepticism at Richie's assertion. Richie smiled warmly, wrapping his arm around the petite Princess Diana, patiently explaining the rationale behind his words, and stressing the necessity of being prepared for the Green Goblin's father, the larger Green Goblin. Diana nodded earnestly, positioning her Godslayer's sword across her chest, and resolutely assured Richie, "Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one shall dare approach you." Richie praised Diana, fully trusting her vow. Meanwhile, the bound Green Goblin regained his composure. Boiling with rage, under the influence of the lasso of truth, he was compelled to speak his mind, exclaiming, "In truth, I utterly despise both of you. I assure you, I will take my revenge, and I shall return." Richie had no inquiries for the Green Goblin, as he was well aware of Harry Osborn's background. Thus, he refrained from probing further while the lasso held him captive. To him, all this was inconsequential. The Stark Enterprises security team entered the office, expertly wrapping Harry in a specially crafted metal designed by Stark. They then turned to Richie, awaiting his orders on how to deal with this wicked individual. Richie found himself in a dilemma. Should he hand him over to the police or keep him confined in Stark Enterprises' underground prison? Although retaining him was not out of the question, he pondered how to address the official stance. While he was not overly concerned about official opinions, he understood the need for superficial compliance, especially as his grand ambitions were just beginning to unfold. At this moment, the voice of the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, announced, "Black Widow Natasha, accompanied by a high-ranking SHIELD official, is en route, less than a few hundred meters from Stark Tower." Upon hearing this, Richie glanced at the still struggling Green Goblin. Feeling a surge of satisfaction, he now had a plan for the Green Goblin's fate. He instructed Jarvis to project the surveillance footage into the air. There, in a vehicle marked with the SHIELD insignia, sat 2 individuals in the front seats. Driving was Black Widow Natasha, her signature red hair flowing in the wind, eyes sharp and focused. Beside her sat a woman in standard SHIELD attire, with a sleek black bob, icy blue eyes reminiscent of a deep, cold pool, and a strong, defined jawline that exuded an aura of resilience and defiance. Jarvis identified her as Maria Hill, the senior commander of SHIELD, Chapter 84, The New Follower. Maria Hill. A flicker of surprise crossed Lee's mind as he recognized the visitor as Maria Hill, the deputy director of SHIELD. Observing the presence of Agent Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, he surmised that it was indeed Natasha, his devoted follower, who had orchestrated this delightful surprise. For Lee, the most treasured gifts in this world were undoubtedly the women, particularly those who wielded extraordinary powers. As an elite agent and high-ranking official of SHIELD, Maria Hill had long been on Lee's list of targets for conquest. Now that this prey had presented itself willingly, how could he possibly let the opportunity slip by? As he pondered this, the intercom suddenly rang. Jarvis informed Lee that it was Natasha on the line. Upon connecting, Natasha's deep, distinctive voice resonated. "Mr. President, this is Agent Natasha. We had an encounter a few days ago. I have persuaded the Deputy Director, Ms. Maria Hill, to come to Stark Tower for an investigation. I hope you will pardon the lack of prior consent." Natasha's words were laced with politeness and respect. Maria Hill turned to her capable subordinate, a hint of astonishment flickering in her heart. As Natasha's direct superior, Hill was well acquainted with her temperament. Natasha was typically calm and rarely displayed deference, even to the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet, her current demeanor, so respectful and humble, was indeed unusual. Hill observed the exchange silently, refraining from questioning. The vehicle sped towards Stark Tower, soon coming to a halt in the underground parking lot. Guided by the super agent, Deputy Director Hill took the private elevator straight to the executive office on the top floor. At that moment, the Green Goblin had been temporarily confined to another room. Lee had intended to detain him at the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, as keeping him at Stark Tower would be inappropriate both ethically and practically. The two super agent women arrived at the office door, where Natasha eagerly introduced both parties. With words imbued with respect and reverence, Natasha spoke, and Hill adopted a notably gentle tone, as if Lee were her equal, devoid of any official pretense. The two shook hands, and Hill smiled warmly, stating, "Mr. Lee, we have come to express our gratitude for your generous contributions to S.H.I.E.L.D. The exceptional agent Daisy Johnson you provided will undoubtedly invigorate our team and enhance our overall capabilities." As they shook hands, Lee distinctly felt the softness of Hill's delicate hand. Before him stood Hill, her short hair framing her face with an air of vitality, her features exquisitely sculpted. Slightly taller than Natasha, her graceful form, accentuated by the blue S.H.I.E.L.D. uniform, revealed an alluring silhouette. Lee responded humbly, "Director, it is our duty as citizens to ensure the stability and prosperity of our nation and the Blue Planet." Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, Hill's attention was drawn to a girl standing beside Lee, who held an ancient, resplendent sword. The girl was tall, with skin as fair as snow, cascading long hair resembling a waterfall, and bright, spirited eyes exuding an essence of innocence. With her keen insight, Hill immediately recognized that this girl was no ordinary individual. From her physique to the aura she emanated, it was evident that she was another mysterious woman endowed with extraordinary abilities. Hill's gaze was instantly captivated, her eyes glimmering with eagerness as she looked at Lee, silently hoping he would introduce this enigmatic girl into S.H.I.E.L.D. Lee, fully aware of Hill's keen interest, had already devised a plan to gradually place S.H.I.E.L.D. under his influence by supplying his talents. With a subtle smile, he addressed Deputy Director Hill. "Ms. Hill, this is Diana, hailing from the mystical island of Themyscira. She possesses innate strength and exceptional combat skills, along with a rare lineage. I firmly believe Diana holds even greater potential than Agent Daisy Johnson, with superior physical prowess. Therefore, I earnestly recommend that Diana be allowed to join S.H.I.E.L.D. for training and engagement." This proposal aligned perfectly with Hill's desires, and her face blossomed with a radiant and enthusiastic smile as she assured Lee, "Mr. Lee, on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., I warmly welcome Ms. Diana to our ranks. Rest assured, Diana will receive exceptional opportunities and promotions within S.H.I.E.L.D., living up to your trust." Diana joyfully greeted Hill, and the two young women shared a warm handshake. Hill then expressed her fervent welcome to Diana, inviting her into the S.H.I.E.L.D. family. It was Natasha's first encounter with Diana, yet both were subtly connected through Lee's mental influence, leading to an immediate bond, as if they had known each other for ages. After their handshake, they exchanged a knowing glance, requiring no further words. As Lee observed the three captivating women before him, he felt a surge of pride. He then discreetly channeled a wave of mental power into Maria Hill's mind. As an ordinary human without superhuman abilities, Hill was easily placed under Lee's mental control. In an instant, she began to regard Lee as the most significant figure in her life. The master-servant relationship was firmly established. At that moment, Hill's expression softened. Her head lowered slightly as she stepped forward, sincerely expressing her loyalty. "Master, Maria Hill is willing to follow you for life and become your most capable subordinate. I will assist you in swiftly gaining control of S.H.I.E.L.D. Please accept the respect of your follower, Maria Hill." With that declaration, the devoted follower knelt on the floor, respectfully bowing her head, and then reverently grasped Lee's pant leg. The office door had quietly locked behind them, ensuring that such an intimate and harmonious scene remained unseen. Lee reached out, gently caressing Hill's resolute face and lightly stroking her short hair before slowly helping his new follower to her feet.